Who am I? Thunder rumbled. A ghastly flash of lightning cracked through the inky clouds. The rain poured in torrents, like a divine wrath, drenching the muddy ground. In the rippling reflections of the waterlogged puddles, a scarlet figure appeared, fragmented and distorted. It was a youth clad in a brilliant red opera robe, staggering through the mire, as if inebriated, the broad sleeves billowing in the fierce wind. The dirt and sand clinging to the robe were washed away by the deluge, leaving an alarming splash of crimson that stood out starkly against the night. Stop the noise. Just stop. Silence, all of you. I'm on the verge of remembering. You'll remember soon. I have a name that belongs to me. The boy's wet black hair hung to his brow, and his dazed eyes were filled with confusion. As he struggled to move forward, he clutched his head with both hands, as if wrestling with elusive memories. His roar echoed down the desolate street, but it barely traveled far before it was consumed by the incessant rain curtain. Thud! In the dim light, he tripped over a protruding stone and fell heavily to the ground. A trickle of crimson blood rolled down from his forehead, and he lay there, dazed, until a sudden realization sparked in his murky gaze. Chun-Ling. A name flashed through his mind. As he uttered these two syllables, a fragment of memory broke free from the endless whispers that seemed on the brink of splitting his head apart, merging with this weakened body. What is this? A transmigration? Chun-Ling furrowed his brow, struggling to assimilate the memories of this body, his brain throbbing as though it were being cleaved apart. His name was Chun-Ling, 28 years old, an intern director at a theater in the capital. After a performance that day, he had been alone on stage, choreographing the actors' positions, when a violent earthquake struck. He remembered a sharp pain above his head, and then he lost consciousness entirely. Reflecting on it now, he strongly suspected that he had been crushed to death by a falling spotlight. At this moment, he continued to digest the memories imbued in this body. To his astonishment, the original owner of this body also bore the name Chun-Ling, yet their fundamental perceptions of the world were entirely different. The fragments of memory clashed violently, causing Chun-Ling to feel as if his mind were about to explode. He took deep breaths, struggling to rise from the ground, the opera robe smeared with patches of black and red, a pitiful sight. For reasons unknown, his body felt unbearably heavy, as if he had stayed awake for days on end and had been utterly drained. I must get home. His weary body and fractured thoughts nearly rendered him incapable of rational thought, leaving him reliant on the instincts of his body as he trudged towards home. Though unsure how he had arrived here, the memories of the boat's original owner included this place. Every day, after caring for his brother at the clinic, he would walk this route. Ordinarily, it was merely a 2 or 3 minute journey from here to home. Yet at this moment, the distance felt unprecedentedly long. The rainwater seeped into Chun-Ling's very bones, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. After enduring 10 minutes of cold and fatigue in the rain, he finally arrived in front of the familiar door. Chun-Ling rifled through his pockets and discovered he had no keys. Thus, he deftly extracted a spare key from the bottom of the mailbox next to the door and unlocked it. Creak! Warm light spilled from the room, illuminating a corner of the pitch-dark rainy night, as well as Chun-Ling's pale face. The moment he saw the light, his taut nerves instinctively relaxed, and the coldness and fatigue that had plagued him seemed to dissipate slightly in the glow of the welcoming light. Stepping inside, he found 2 figures seated at the dining table, their eyes red-rimmed as though they had just wept. Upon hearing the door creak open, they paused momentarily before turning in unison. Dad, Mom, I'm back. With a heavy head, Chun-Ling instinctively prepared to change his shoes at the entrance, only to realize he was barefoot, his soles and between his toes caked with mud, leaving 2 large black footprints on the floor. At that moment, the 2 figures at the dining table, upon seeing Chun-Ling in his red attire, experienced a sharp contraction of their pupils. You. The man's throat convulsed, his mouth agape in incredulity. Mom, is there water in the house? I'm so thirsty. After returning home, Chun-Ling felt utterly relaxed, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. He murmured to himself before stumbling into the kitchen, grabbing the water cooler's barrel and drinking deeply. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the kitchen, that crimson figure resembled a beast, ravenously consuming the life-giving water. Water spilled from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the floor and pooling, reflecting the 2 terrified and pale faces in the living room. Ah, Aling? The woman forced herself to muster courage, quavering as she spoke. How did you get back? Chun-Ling, clutching the water barrel, drank fiercely, oblivious to the woman's question. Then, seemingly dissatisfied with the pace, He stuffed the barrel's wide mouth into his mouth and bit down with ferocity. The synthetic plastic crunched under his teeth as a torrent of water surged into his mouth, exhilarating and unrestrained. I walked back. A voice emanated from behind Chen Ling. Yes, from behind. At this moment, Chen Ling remained immersed in his water-guzzling frenzy. Yet his voice distinctly reached the two figures' ears. As if behind him, in an unseen void, stood another Chen Ling in red, arms spread wide, replying with nonchalance. The rain was heavy, and I seemed to have lost my way. I think I fell a few times on the way, and my shoes are missing. Mom, I made a mess on the floor. If you're not in a hurry, just wait for me to clean it up tomorrow. I'm so tired right now. Gazing at this chilling scene, the couple in the living room felt a chill run down their necks as the flickering flame of the oil lamp trembled, as if an invisible hand was playfully toying with the wick. They turned pale, standing frozen in place, unable to move. Finally, the water barrel was emptied. Chen Ling wiped his mouth and set the barrel down, then turned around, leaving a trail of black footprints as he staggered toward his bedroom. Dad, Mom, you should get some rest too. Good night. He mumbled indistinctly, shutting the door behind him, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object landing on the bed. The living room fell into silence. Uncertain of how much time passed, the two figures, as rigid as statues, slowly turned to face each other, locked in a gaze. The trembling flames steadied, the eerie light of the oil lamp barely illuminating the dim living room as they sat there, trembling, color drained from their faces. He has returned, the man rasped. How can this be? If he really is Ah Ling, then who did we kill last night? Chapter 2. Are we watching you? Ghosts? The frenzied rain pounded against the cold window, the hearts of the two individuals fluttering like flames in a lantern, unsteady and wavering. I do not know. The woman swallowed hard, pondering whether to alert the enforcers. You must be mad. Upon hearing the term enforcers, the man, momentarily stunned by fear, regained a modicum of rationality. Once the enforcers intervene, all that we have done will inevitably be revealed. Absolutely not. Then what about him? The woman paused for a moment. And you mean to say there wouldn't be a calamity attached to Aling's corpse, would there? The two simultaneously gazed at the tightly shut bedroom door. Once more enveloped in silence, after a prolonged interval, the man, as if resolved, retrieved a black raincoat from the doorway and stepped outside. Where are you going? To the place where we buried the body. Now? What for? To verify. Rainwater trickled down the man's pale face as he rasped. Regardless of what dwells in this room, he cannot possibly be Aling. I must see his corpse with my own eyes. I will accompany you. No one wishes to venture out on such a stormy night, yet the woman preferred this over remaining alone with the unknown entity in the bedroom, amidst the torrential downpour. The two figures clad in raincoats hurriedly departed. In the bedroom, Chen Ling, already deep in slumber, suddenly fluttered his eyelashes, as if ensnared in a nightmare. Within his dreams, his consciousness sank deeper, akin to plummeting into an abyss. After an indeterminate duration, he felt as though he had landed upon a hard surface, finally stabilizing himself. Thud, 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 thud. A muffled mechanical sound resonated, followed by a beam of light slicing through the darkness. Converging upon a figure draped in red, Chen Ling instinctively shielded his eyes. Where is this? Gradually, as Chen Ling's muddled consciousness began to awaken, he adjusted to the glaring light and surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment. Within the beam's confines, he could only discern the scarlet robe adorning him, the aged wooden floor beneath his feet, and a black curtain illuminated in the beam's glow. Beyond the light lay an endless expanse of unknown darkness. Seeing this scene, Chen Ling suddenly froze. It seemed a thought crossed his mind, and he squinted upward. The illuminating beams originated from spotlights affixed to a steel frame, a stage. As a director employed at a theater, Chen Ling was intimately familiar with the stage. Until his demise under a falling light in his previous life, he had been meticulously considering staging positions, possessing a comprehension of the stage that surpassed that of the actors themselves. Thus, his initial reaction was that he had returned once more. No, wait. The lighting effects on the stage from his past life were far superior. The curtain was not black, and the floor was certainly not this antiquated wooden surface. Am I dreaming? Tentatively, Chen Ling took a step forward. The old floor creaked sharply beneath him. As he was about to exit the light circle, another beam instantly followed his footsteps, plunging into the darkness. A chasing light. Chen Ling's heart raced, and he instinctively called out, "Who's there?" The fact that these lights could pursue him strongly suggested human manipulation, barring the possibility of a fully automated follow-spot system. Yet given the stage's dilapidated condition, that likelihood was virtually nil. "Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?" Chun-Ling's voice echoed ominously in the darkness, growing increasingly eerie. Simultaneously, an electronic screen at the stage's edge suddenly illuminated. Typically, this position in stage design is reserved for a teleprompter, preventing actors or hosts from forgetting their lines, yet the screen now displayed a series of crimson characters. Audience expectation level, 29. In the lower left corner of the screen, a few smaller words read, "Please do not allow the audience's expectation level to drop below 20. Or the theater cannot guarantee the safety of the performers." Upon seeing this screen, Chun-Ling felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Audience? What audience? Thud, thud, thud. The familiar sound of lights turning on resonated again. The darkness before the stage receded like a tide, revealing hundreds of wooden chairs arranged in ascending order, densely packed together. Audience seats. These words echoed in Chun-Ling's mind. It is logical for there to be audience seats wherever there is a stage. Yet what truly sent chills down his spine was that at some unknown point in time, these seats were already filled with spectators. They were humanoid figures cloaked in shadows, even with the ample light. Chun-Ling could not discern their forms, as if they were embodiments of the abyss. The sole exception lay in their eyes. Countless crimson pupils opened in the dimness, seated upon their respective chairs. Fixated upon Chun-Ling on stage, resembling a pack of cats cornering a mouse, their gazes mocking and greedy. Under their scrutiny, Chun-Ling felt a chill creep up his neck. He could not fathom what these viewers truly were, certainly. They could not be human. Chun-Ling resolutely averted his gaze from those unsettling eyes, pivoting to dash toward the opposite end of the stage. Logically, the stage's exits should be located on either side. As long as he could escape, he should be able to momentarily elude those ghastly entities. The follow spot locked onto the fleeing figure in red, racing straight to the stage's edge, only to be met by a bare, unyielding wall. Chun-Ling stood stunned. Skeptically, he sprinted to the other side of the stage, only to encounter the same outcome. This stage has no exits whatsoever. In the dimly lit audience, the countless crimson pupils followed his frantic escape, shifting as if immersed in an enthralling performance, utterly engrossed. And the star of this performance was none other than the red-clad Chun-Ling upon the stage. Meanwhile, characters danced across the central screen. The audience expectation level surged from 29 to 30. Damn it. What a damned nightmare am I creating? Chun-Ling pinched himself hard, attempting to rouse from this slumber, but aside from feeling a familiar pain, there were no signs of awakening. Intermission has ended. Please continue the performance. Another line of text sprang onto the screen, followed by a crisp bell ringing from above the stage. Ding-ling-ling. Before Chun-Ling could process the situation, the scene before him shattered, and his consciousness began to blur rapidly. Just before he lost awareness, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the immense and mysterious black curtain behind him slowly parting. Bang! Chun-Ling jolted upright in bed. The sheets were soaked with cold sweat, his chest heaving violently, his eyes wide with terror. He swallowed hard, scanning his surroundings slowly, confirming that he was in his own room and not that damned stage. Before finally relaxing, was it a dream? This dream is too bizarre. He took a moment to gather his composure, then rose and walked into the living room. Why now? The rain outside had mostly ceased, although the skies remained overcast. Chun-Ling called out for his parents several times, yet no one responded. The house was eerily silent. Have they left for work this early? Chun-Ling muttered to himself. He felt his emaciated stomach. Last night's nightmare seemed to have drained him of energy, leaving him feeling as if he were floating. Reluctantly, he made his way into the kitchen in search of something to eat. As he entered, he stumbled over something, glancing down to find a water bucket that appeared to have been ravaged by a beast. What happened to this bucket? Did the cold crack it? Chun-Ling couldn't recall what had transpired the previous night. Pondering suspiciously to himself, before setting the bucket upright and tossing it into a corner, he then turned to fetch a cloth, preparing to wipe up the water spilled on the floor. As he crouched down, he froze in place. He watched in disbelief as the water stains on the ground began to move autonomously, as if an invisible figure were crouched before him, dipping its fingertips into the water to inscribe something. In the next instant, the transparent water stains visibly transformed into a blood-red hue, forming a distorted and eerie message before Qianling. "We are watching you." Chapter 3. Calamity. Qianling's pupils dilated abruptly. However, when he blinked, the blood-colored characters vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed, an illusion. Qianling stood dazedly in place, those words burrowing into his mind, impossible to forget. "We are watching you." He whirled around. In the seemingly empty living room, it felt as though countless unseen crimson pupils were observing him, the sensation of being watched eerily reminiscent of his nightmare. He stood rigidly, like a statue, for what felt like an eternity, forcing himself to breathe deeply. Perhaps the fatigue from staying up late preparing for the enforcer's exam over the past few days had taken its toll, leaving him overly tense. Yet, this was the deed of the original owner of this body. It should have nothing to do with me. Could it be that a problem arose during the merging of two souls, causing damage to the mind? They say severe schizophrenia can indeed manifest as indistinguishable hallucinations. Qianling temporarily quelled his inner fears, attempting to rationalize everything scientifically. A wave of intense hunger surged within him. He grabbed a sausage from the cutting board and devoured it in a few bites, feeling somewhat revived. "Perhaps I need a psychiatrist." Startled, Qianling hastily donned a black cotton coat without even bothering to wash his face, then pushed the door open. Nonetheless, the chill that rushed in through the door made him shiver. This marked Qianling's first genuine encounter with this world upon regaining consciousness. He took a deep breath, steeling himself to face the unknown and the challenges ahead. However, when he inadvertently glanced up at the sky, an expletive escaped his lips involuntarily. The dawn's radiant glow cascades from the east, weaving ethereal blue ribbons that float above the small town, seeming simultaneously within reach and yet tantalizingly distant. The aurora, the daylight aurora. Qianling stands at her doorstep, gazing vacantly at the sprawling aurora for an extended moment, murmuring to herself, "What on earth is this world? Damn it, why is this path so arduous?" The weather is frigid, and after last night's torrential downpour, the mountain trails have frozen over. We must tread carefully as they dawdle along. The daybreak arrives. The man wipes the sweat from his brow and inquires, "How much farther do we have to go?" The mass grave lies just ahead. We should be nearing it. Point 2. Unsteady figures scale the peak, finally catching sight of the numerous mounds not far off, some new, some old, most lacking inscriptions, merely marked by hastily planted wooden signs or the belongings of the deceased. However, after last night's downpour, many of the mounds have been washed away, with sticks and other items strewn about chaotically, leaving the scene in disarray. To their astonishment, the mass grave is now cordoned off with yellow warning tape, and several figures traverse the restricted area, their expressions grave. Enforcers? Upon noticing the conspicuous black and red uniforms, the man's eyes widen. How could they be here? Have they already discovered it? The woman's face pales. Is it Ling? Did he really seek out the enforcers? Is he truly alive? They believed they had killed Qianling, only for him to return the very next day, compounded by the sudden appearance of the enforcers at the burial site. It leaves little room for alternative explanations. No, wait. The man fixates on the figures. Enforcers from District 3 would typically deploy no more than 3 individuals for a criminal case. The deployment of so many, could it mean that a calamity has manifested? The woman suddenly realizes something, a cold sweat drenching her back. Could the creature in the bedroom be? Run. The man seizes the woman's wrist, turning to flee, but at that moment, a chilling voice rings out from nearby. Halt! Their figures freeze instantly. An enforcer slips under the warning tape and approaches them, eyes narrowed. Who are you? What brings you here? The woman stammers, unable to articulate her thoughts. We came to see our son. The man speaks as calmly as he can manage. He is buried here. Today marks his death anniversary. Then why were you running? Out of fear. Fear. The deployment of so many enforcers indicates a convergence of the gray realm here. Correct? The man swallows hard, pondering. Perhaps a calamity has emerged from within. We fear being caught in the crossfire. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable. The enforcer raises an eyebrow in surprise. The man forces a pale smile. Enforcer, the woman cautiously asks, is it true that a calamity has escaped from the gray realm? That is classified information. The enforcer replies coolly, "You shall not be able to visit your son today. It's best you return. The things you have seen here must not be disclosed. You understand the rules, don't you?" "Understood, understood. Let us go." Upon hearing these words, the man finally breathes a sigh of relief and turns to leave. Wait, their hearts skip a beat. "Please provide your names and address." The enforcer pulls out a pen and paper, citing the requirements of confidentiality. Chun Tan, Li Xiuchuan, 128 Hanshuang Street, District 3. Once the details are recorded, the enforcer allows the two to depart, crossing the yellow tape to approach a man clad in a black coat, handing over the documents. "Menggu, I've confirmed they are here to visit their son." Han Ming takes a deep drag on his coarse cigarette, the acrid smoke mingling with his breath, dispersing into the cold wind. He glances at the document casually, speaking in a calm manner. "Send a few people to follow them discreetly. They are suspicious." "Huh?" Hanshuang Street is at least several kilometers away. If they've just arrived, they must have left no later than 4 in the morning. At that time, the rain hadn't ceased. Who would venture up the mountains to pay respects in such torrential downpour before dawn? Moreover, this is a mass grave, a resting place for those who are either forsaken or who have perished far from home. As parents, how could they bear to bury their child here? The enforcer pauses, suddenly striking his forehead. "How did I not think of that? Xiao Qin, how did you manage to pass the enforcer exam?" The enforcer known as Xiao Qin chuckles awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. "By the way, Menggu, did a calamity truly emerge from the gray realm last night?" Han Meng does not answer directly, but instead retrieves a palm-sized device from his coat pocket. The device features a compass-like pointer, with different colors marking various levels of danger, all clearly delineated. "Is this the calamity pointer?" Jiang Qin gazes curiously at the device, reaching out to touch it, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his hand. "This device is quite precious. You will have your chance to handle it once you ascend to the rank of enforcer." Jiang Qin rubs his hand ruefully. "How exactly does this work?" "This device detects the danger levels of calamities. Once activated, the pointer will indicate the magnitude of calamity fluctuations that have occurred nearby. If it's merely a convergence of the gray realm without any calamity breaching the reality realm, there will be no reaction. The higher the calamity level, the more violently the pointer will sway." Jiang Qin nods, expressing his concern. "Menggu, surely no calamity has emerged, right? The probability is low. After all, if a calamity had truly descended here yesterday, Districts 2 and 3 would be in chaos by now. That is reassuring. For safety's sake, we must still conduct a thorough inspection." As Han Ming speaks, he activates the calamity pointer, drawing the curious gazes of the other enforcers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The calamity pointer remains unresponsive. Just as Han Ming exhales in relief, the pointer suddenly begins to shake violently. It sweeps erratically across the different colored zones, emitting a piercing screech from within the device. Han Ming's pupils dilate, instinctively releasing the calamity pointer. Bang! Countless components explode into the air. A sharp fragment of the pointer grazes Han Ming's cheek, leaving a streak of crimson blood. The calamity pointer has exploded. Chapter 4. They exist. Achoo! In the biting wind, Chun Ling suddenly sneezes. Having been raised in the north, the weather here proves somewhat unbearable for him, cold and damp. Though the sun blazes overhead, not a trace of warmth is felt. "Make way! Make way!" A languid voice calls out from ahead. Chun Ling snaps back to reality and instinctively steps aside. It's the end of the road. A tricycle slowly approaches, ridden by a youth, while another boy sits on the rear seat. Flanking 2 large buckets of salt, he scoops salt with a spoon, sprinkling it on the frosted path. As the grains fall, the frost on the ground gradually melts. "Oh, Chun Ling?" The boy scattering the salt raises an eyebrow upon spotting Chun Ling by the roadside. "Surprised to see a university scholar here. Weren't you supposed to be taking the enforcer exam? Did you fail?" Upon recognizing the face, a memory floods Chun Ling's mind. His name is Zhao Yi, a boy who grew up on the same street as Chun Ling, but one who harbored jealousy. During high school, Zhao Yi's mother often compared him to Chun Ling due to the latter's academic prowess, leading Zhao Yi to resent Chun Ling. "I passed the written exam. Now I just need to pass the physical test." Chun Ling replies casually. "Heh, then I wish you great fortune in your exam." Though he speaks this way, Zhao Yi scoops a hefty spoonful of salt and flings it carelessly to the side, inadvertently showering Chun Ling, who stands by the roadside. The flying salt grains coat Chun Ling's hair and cotton robe, He never anticipated Zhao Yi would resort to such antics, hastily brushing the salt off and turning back to glare at Zhao Yi. At this moment, Zhao Yi has already settled onto the tricycle, wobbling away. 1 foot resting on a salt bucket. He sticks out his tongue at Ling, making a face, as a 28-year-old adult who has endured the harsh realities of life. Ling feels a mix of annoyance and amusement at such a juvenile prank. However, he has no intention of chasing after the boy to exact revenge, merely committing the incident to memory. He has more pressing matters to attend to. Just as Ling prepares to continue on his way, a fleeting glance at the ground below catches his attention, causing him to pause in surprise. The frost in contact with the salt gradually melts, leaving a slight white residue on the ground, and in that instant, Ling sees a line of text materializing. Viewer anticipation level 27. Before Ling can fully comprehend, the salt dissolves entirely, and the previous vision vanishes as if it were but a fleeting illusion. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Ling murmurs to himself, "Could it be that a sense of urgency washes over him once more?" Prompting him to quicken his pace as he rushes toward the clinic. A few minutes later, Ling pushes open the clinic's door. Though termed a clinic, it is merely a modest 2-story house on Hanswang Street. Its unremarkable gray exterior reminiscent of the homes in his rural hometown. Yet, this rough structure stands as one of the better establishments on Hanswang Street, at least providing 2 levels and shelter from the wind. It's you. Behind the wooden table, a man clad in a white lab coat, slightly turned to the side. "Are you here again to fetch medicine for your brother? Hasn't he been transferred to the hospital in District 2? This time, it is not Yin, but myself," replied Ling. Ling's brother had previously been hospitalized here and was quite familiar with Dr. Lin. He approached the table and took a seat, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. "Oh? Are you feeling unwell? My head feels rather uncomfortable. Is it a physical headache, or, recently, it seems I have been experiencing hallucinations. Psychiatry?" Dr. Lin raised an eyebrow, adjusting the black-framed glasses perched on his nose. "This is my area of expertise. Please elaborate on your condition." "Last night, I had a dream in which I found myself on a stage, with many spectators below. I could not discern their faces, yet they did not appear to be human. I was desperately running on stage, but I could never find an exit. Interpreting dreams is not within my purview, I understand." Ling took a deep breath, "But upon waking, I always feel as though they are still watching me." Hearing this, Dr. Lin's interest was piqued. "You fancy yourself being observed? It does not feel like mere fantasy. They seem to reside within my mind, seated in the audience, observing my every move, while I am but a performer. A tool to please them. You mean to say your life is a stage, and you are its sole protagonist? The sentiment is correct, but it is not as uplifting as you suggest. And the audience? Do they do anything besides watch you?" Ling paused, uncertain. "I wonder if it is merely my illusion. They seem capable of influencing the things around me." "Influencing reality? That sounds rather fantastical." As Dr. Lin spoke, he took a sip from his teacup, but suddenly his expression changed. "PFF." Dr. Lin spat a mouthful of crimson blood onto the floor. "Dr. Lin?" Ling gasped in shock. "What ailment has befallen you?" "No, that is not right." Dr. Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was not his own. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, his gaze fell upon the teacup at the edge of the table. Unbeknownst to him, the cup had filled with viscous blood. Dr. Lin's countenance darkened. He distinctly remembered brewing a bag of pu'er tea just a minute prior. During this interval, only he and Ling had been present in the clinic, and Ling had remained under his scrutiny, making it impossible for him to have switched the tea. That full cup of blood had appeared as if by magic. Ling, too, seemed to have realized something. His face growing increasingly pale. "Just as I mentioned," he rasped, perhaps they truly exist." Dr. Lin gazed at the cup of blood for a long while before slowly turning his attention back to him. "How long has this condition persisted?" "1 day." Ling paused. "Since I became aware, it has only been 1 day. And before you gained consciousness, what were you doing?" The image of himself staggering through the torrential rain last night suddenly flashed in Ling's mind. "I don't know. I cannot recall that. So, you are uncertain if this symptom began last night, and you possess no memories prior to it?" "Yes. Have you ever been possessed by calamity?" Dr. Lin adjusted his glasses. "Or let me rephrase, last night. Did you encounter the convergence of the Gray Realm?" Chapter 5. The Gray Realm. The convergence of the Gray Realm? Ling recalled that this term indeed existed within his memory. The original owner must have come across it somewhere. Please do not tell me you have forgotten even the gray realm. Dr. Lin stood up, pouring the blood from the teacup into the drain, and began to speak slowly. Before the great catastrophe, a hypothesis was proposed. Within this universe, countless parallel dimensions exist, each formed from the earliest cosmic birth, like the light released when a candle is lit, spreading in all directions. However, because the light is infinite, it extends toward all possibilities without ever intersecting. But after the crimson meteor streaked across the sky, everything became chaotic. The various dimensions were thrown into turmoil, and an unknown, eerie gray world began to overlap with our reality. After washing the teacup, Dr. Lin did not discard the water but placed it back on the table. Having exerted some force during the process, the surface of the water began to ripple. He tore off a piece of paper and placed it above the undulating water, and the rippling liquid began to saturate the paper, small, uneven droplets gradually soaking through its surface. Initially, only a small portion was converging, but as time passed, the area of overlap increased, and the substances and creatures of that world began to manifest in our realm. Indeed, most of what once belonged to humanity's habitat has been claimed by that world, leaving only 9 domains to shelter humanity and preserve the flame of existence. Because the sky of that world is gray, we have dubbed it the Gray Realm. When the Gray Realm converges with reality, a series of incomprehensible and bizarre events occur, even leading to the descent of creatures belonging to the Gray Realm, which we refer to as calamity. Generally speaking, among survivors who have encountered the convergence of the Gray Realm or been afflicted by calamity, 80% exhibit signs of mental instability, and most remain incurable for life. I suspect your current condition is related to the Gray Realm. Think carefully about whether you have encountered the convergence of the Gray Realm and been drawn into it. In response to Dr. Lin's inquiry, Ling endeavored to search the original owner's memories but ultimately found nothing, and no matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not remember any other details from last night. I do not know, he replied bitterly. Dr. Lin pondered for a moment, retrieving a piece of letter paper from his drawer and swiftly began to write. Your condition is no longer a mere mental illness. I am just an ordinary person and cannot cure you. However, I know someone who may be able to assist you in treating the aftereffects of Gray Realm contamination. After all, he is a true doctor. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Ling's eyes. Where can I find him? He resides in Aurora City, but he enjoys wandering to provide medical assistance. It is said that wherever there are difficult cases, he will go there, as this is their path to divinity. In any case, deliver this letter to the enforcers at the entrance of Aurora City, leaving your name and address. They will forward it for you. Within 3 days, that doctor will come seeking you. Thank you. Ling accepted the envelope, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. In truth, he had sensed something amiss when he saw the salt grains melting on the way here. The events transpiring within him seemed beyond the scope of mere illness. He had come to this small clinic partly because he had already traversed half the distance, and partly because he genuinely did not know where else he might find help. From Dr. Lin's words, it seemed this doctor possessed something special, even mentioning the path to divinity. Could it be that this world has its own unique system of human cultivation? Otherwise, according to Dr. Lin's description, humanity should have perished during the so-called Great Catastrophe and the convergence of the Gray Realm. Ling even suspected that the distorted scientific level of this world might also be related to the Great Catastrophe. No need for thanks. Do send my regards to your brother. Dr. Lin smiled faintly. He is still hospitalized in District 2. I will be sure to bring something for you when I visit next. Ling stood and bid farewell to Dr. Lin, pushing open the door as he departed. As his figure gradually faded beneath the flowing sky of Aurora, Dr. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. A performer, indeed. The first time I saw the screen in my dream, the audience's expectation level was at 29. When I attempted to flee for my life, it jumped to 30 on the way here. It regressed back to 27 just now. After Dr. Lin's prank, it rose back to 29. If the audience truly exists within my mind, and these numbers are not mere illusions, then what exactly influences the fluctuations in expectation levels? The cold wind howled as Ling wrapped himself in a thick cotton robe, walking thoughtfully toward home. The stage, the audience, the expectation levels. Each rise in expectation level seems to coincide with the occurrence of an event. Could these events be viewed as the plot on the stage? The more interesting the events happening around me, the greater their appeal to the audience, thus elevating the expectation levels. The screen indicated that when the audience's expectation falls below 20, the safety of the performer cannot be guaranteed. What specific dangers this entails, Chen-Ling did not know, but considering that the audience could interfere with reality to some extent, he might very well become their outlet for frustration, subjected to comedic tricks that could lead to his demise. Chen-Ling believed his reasoning was sound, yet to validate its correctness, he needed to take tangible action. Perhaps I should attempt to actively design the plot. Chen-Ling muttered to himself. Ling, have you had breakfast yet? Chen-Ling turned to see a middle-aged man at a street-side breakfast stall, towel wrapped around his head, enthusiastically calling out to him. Upon seeing him, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen-Ling's mind. Not yet, Uncle Zhao. Chen-Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked toward the stall. Come, let me prepare some soy milk and fried dough sticks for you. It rained heavily last night, and the humidity is high. You must eat something warm for breakfast. Uncle Zhao ladled a bowl of steaming soy milk and approached. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Chen-Ling reached into her pocket and pulled out 3 copper coins, handing them to Uncle Zhao, only to have them pushed back by the latter. Uncle, are you going to treat me to breakfast and still expect me to pay? Oh, come now, Chen-Ling, even though we have been neighbors for over a decade. We must keep accounts clear. You, my dear child, I do not want your money. When you have time, help our little E with his studies, and I shall deliver breakfast to you every day, Uncle Zhao replied. A broad grin revealing his yellowed teeth. Hasn't he already graduated? Does he still need tutoring? With his grades, he won't even secure a job placement. I plan to let him repeat the year. After all, he can't just keep doing odd jobs, can he? Oh, Chen-Ling, you are such a good girl, intelligent and filial. If one day Little E can achieve the same as you and become an enforcer, I would wake up laughing from my dreams, Uncle Zhao sighed, but alas, that boy is quite disappointing. Chen-Ling paused slightly, her hand holding the chopsticks hesitating. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Uncle Zhao, do you know why Zhao Yi's grades are so poor? Huh? Why? Just as Chen-Ling was about to elaborate, she fell into a long silence, eventually shaking her head. Forget it, Uncle. Pretend I never mentioned it. I promised him I would keep it a secret. No, please. Uncle Zhao's heart raced, and he hastily added a marinated egg to Chen-Ling's bowl, his anxiety palpable. Chen-Ling, I know you are a good friend to Little E, but there are some matters that I, as his father, ought to know a bit, right? I've raised him alone, working tirelessly day and night to provide for his education, also he can have a better future. If you know anything, you must tell me. We all mean well for him. Seeing Uncle Zhao's urgency, Chen-Ling felt a twinge of emotion. After a moment of inner conflict, she resolved, You're right, Uncle, as a friend. I cannot bear to watch Zhao Yi spiral downwards. Spiral downwards? What on earth is happening to him? He is in a romantic relationship. Huh? Uncle Zhao was taken aback. That boy has charisma? Chen-Ling took a bite of fried dough, her expression unchanging as she coolly uttered 3 words. With a boy. Chapter 6 Chen's Directing Principles Article 9. To create and develop a plot, the essence lies in establishing conflict. If the inherent conflict of the story is weak or unengaging, then fabricate a misunderstanding to propel the plot forward. Chen-Ling recalled a few principles she had surreptitiously compiled during her previous life as a director, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Audience expectation 3, current expectation 32. Upon seeing those 2 lines flash in the soy milk, Chen-Ling knew her guess had been correct. Uncle Zhao's expression was visibly stiff. He stared at Chen-Ling in disbelief, moving from confusion to shock, and finally succumbing to a profound silence. Uncle, I promised Little E I would keep it confidential, but you only have this one son, and you must be hoping he will carry on the family legacy. Moreover, he is always hanging out with another boy, which could seriously affect his studies. Chen-Ling sighed. Today, I even saw him sitting in that boy's car, smiling as if he were the happiest person alive. Uncle Zhao's body trembled slightly, his hands clenching into fists as his breathing grew heavier. All right, I understand now. He forced a smile that seemed somewhat sinister. Thank you. Chen-Ling, by the way, Uncle, I promised Little E I would keep this confidential, so you mustn't let him know I told you. Don't worry, I won't. After finishing her last sip of soy milk, Chen-Ling bid farewell to Uncle Zhao and left the shop. However, Uncle Zhao seemed oblivious. His head down as he rummaged through the store. A few minutes later, he emerged from a corner with a club the size of his fist, slowly taking a seat on the bench at the store entrance. A chilly wind swept through the street, tousling Uncle Zhao's sparse hair and the towel soaked with sweat on his forehead. He sat quietly, one hand gripping the club against the ground, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the end of the street. Resembling a general exuding fierce battle intent, though Chen Ling appeared to have left the street, she stealthily circled back through an alley, standing in the shade of a tree, perfectly positioned to observe the shop. Moments later, a rickety tricycle wobbled into view from the end of the road. Zhao Yi lounged with his legs crossed at the edge of the vehicle, 2 buckets of salt already emptied. Playing with the few copper coins he had just earned, grinning from ear to ear. Hey, earning money isn't that hard after all, brother E. It's easy for you to say. I'm the one who pedaled the tricycle all day. The boy in front stood up, panting heavily as he pedaled at We're brothers. There's no need to split it like that. Zhao Yi pulled out 2 copper coins from his palm and stuffed them into the boy's pocket. Here, this is for you. Not far away, Uncle Zhao watched as Zhao Yi casually touched the boy's waist, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Brother E, after a whole day of riding, you only give me 2 coins? The boy's eyes widened. Did you not receive 20 from the traffic bureau? Pedaling is labor, while salting requires skill. Of course, I should get more, Zhao Yi replied lazily, then leaped off the tricycle, squinting and waving goodbye to the boy. I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot tomorrow. If you dare not show up, I swear I'll beat you each time I see you. Got it? After saying that, he clenched the remaining 18 copper coins in his hand and strode proudly towards his family's shop. The boy riding the tricycle shot an angry glance at him, but with Zhao Yi's fierce stare in return, he immediately cowered, continuing to pedal home with his head down. The young bully of Han Shuang Street, Zhao Yi, was not someone anyone from the younger generation dared to provoke. Though the boy who pedaled the tricycle had been taken advantage of for a day, he could only swallow his grievances in silence. Dad, I'm home. Zhao Yi marched in confidently, clutching 18 copper coins. He had never felt so self-assured returning home. Yet, inexplicably, as he approached the shop door, an icy chill washed over him. The figure clutching the wooden club slowly rose, the atmosphere plummeting to a freezing point, as Uncle Zhao's furious gaze locked onto Zhao Yi, advancing towards him like a general brandishing a spear. Father? Zhao Yi instinctively took a step back upon seeing the club. It's you, isn't it? Uncle Zhao pointed at the boy who was pedaling away, his hand shaking from anger. You little rascal, not studying properly and sneaking around with this. If you were dating a girl, it would be one thing, but you chose a boy. A boy can't give you children. Can he carry on the Zhao family line? Are you trying to cut off your father's lineage? As Uncle Zhao raged, he swung the club wildly at Zhao Yi, who yelped in pain. Hearing Uncle Zhao's furious shouts, neighbors from half the street perked up their ears. They curiously gathered nearby, whispering among themselves as they pointed at the fleeing Zhao Yi, their faces reflecting shock. Audience expectation 1.1.1. As Zhao Yi cried out in distress, the numbers in front of Chen Ling began to dance. If she could once again enter the theater within her mind, she would see the dense crowd of shadowy spectators, watching this scene with keen interest, subtle smiles gracing their lips. The conflict was right, but the cast of characters was still lacking. Chen Ling's gaze fell upon the tricycle in the distance. Xiao Lu. Hearing Chen Ling's call, the bewildered boy on the tricycle turned around. Chen Ling, you're here too? How much did Zhao Yi give you for today's snow removal? 2 coins. Mentioning this made the boy's face flush with indignation. He promised me a bigger share for riding all day, yet he only gave me this little bit and threatened me to work for him again tomorrow. Dio, you want to take revenge on him? Chen Ling fixed her gaze on the boy's eyes, or rather, do you want him to never dare bully you again, even avoiding you in the future? Absolutely. Then let me teach you. While the two whispered conspiratorially, Zhao Yi was already panting heavily from the chase. Dad, please stop. I swear I'm not gay. Zhao Yi finally responded, desperately explaining, I swear, I only like girls, especially those with curves. The onlookers' mouths dropped slightly, their expressions contemplative. Uncle Zhao paused, his steps slowing. Then what is your relationship with that boy on the tricycle? We're just ordinary friends. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Just then, a boy burst through the crowd, rushing to Zhao Yi's side, arms wide open to embrace him, shielding him from the club with his back. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Uncle Zhao was also stunned. You. Zhao Yi felt his mind go blank. Before he could respond, the boy, with tears in his eyes, shouted at Uncle Zhao. "If you want to hit someone, hit me. Don't you dare touch my brother E." The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. Audience expectation 2.2.2.2. Chapter 7. Complete lockdown that afternoon. The sounds of screams echoed throughout Han Shuang Street without pause. Yet the architect of this chaos, Chun Ling, remained quietly propped up under the tree, eating snacks alongside the surrounding onlookers, all while keeping a keen eye on the fluctuations of audience expectation. At the outset, Uncle Zhao's strikes against Zhao Yi elicited a slight increase in audience anticipation. Yet after several attempts, this growth plateaued at a mere 48. After observing for a considerable duration, the anticipation inexplicably dwindled by 1, settling at 47. It appears the audience has grown somewhat weary of the spectacle. Surely, not all the viewers in my mind are mere thrill-seekers, Chun Ling mused. Through this experiment, Chun Ling had come to ascertain that audience expectation fluctuates in response to their own experiences. When events are sufficiently captivating, anticipation rises, but prolonged periods devoid of excitement lead to its decline over time. This raises the question: if he wishes to maintain anticipation at above 20, must he continually fabricate thrilling scenarios? Today, Zhao Yi instigated the altercation, and considering the other party's notorious reputation as a bully in Han Shuang Street, a mild reprimand seems justifiable. Yet, such antics cannot be a daily occurrence, can they? If this trend continues, would he not be destined to become a nefarious villain? The thought left Chun Ling feeling somewhat fatigued. Currently, his only glimmer of hope lay in the mysterious doctor from Aurora City mentioned by Dr. Lin. Perhaps he could rid him of some insidious calamity within, liberating him from this passive, thrill-seeking existence. Just as Chun Ling was lost in contemplation, a somber tolling of bells echoed from afar. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 peals resonated, seemingly penetrating the very fabric of space, reverberating in every corner of the world. Upon hearing the toll, the expressions of those in the vicinity shifted dramatically. Even Uncle Zhao, who had been pursuing Zhao Yi, halted in astonishment, gazing into the distance. 3 tolls of the disaster bell. An elderly man's face turned ashen. How could this be? The tolling of the disaster bell serves as a warning signal from the enforcers, indicating that traces of the Grey Realm's incursion have been detected in the district, signifying the arrival of a calamity. Was it not said that the Aurora Realm is safeguarded by its lights, making such intersections with the Grey Realm nearly impossible? In the past decade, calamities had scarcely appeared more than thrice. Where is this calamity now? Unknown. In any case, we must hasten home. It is unwise to be out. Upon hearing the 3 tolls, the crowd's faces turned a uniform shade of pale. Zhao Yi, who had just been chastised, collapsed to his knees in terror. The ground beneath them trembled slightly as Chun Ling turned to see a dozen swift steeds racing towards them. Each horse bore a rider clad in black and red uniforms, their expressions equally grave. Suspected high-risk calamity detected. The entire district is under lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or leave. Be vigilant for any suspicious signs in your surroundings, such as roads or structures that appear out of thin air, bizarre and mysterious creatures, or even humans exhibiting abnormal behavior. Should you witness anything unusual, report immediately to the enforcers. Everyone, please cooperate with the investigation. The voices of the enforcers echoed through Han Shuang Street and resonated in every corner of the district, accompanied by the lingering toll of the disaster bell, enveloping the world in an inexplicable tension. At this moment, no one harbored any interest in mere gossip. All were hastily retreating to their homes. Even Zhao Yi, after receiving a resounding slap, was dragged inside by his father amidst an onslaught of reprimands. Alone beneath a tree, Chun Ling prepared to head home when, suddenly, 2 lines of characters flickered among the fallen leaves. Audience anticipation 18. Current anticipation 65. Surprised by the sudden surge in audience anticipation, Chun Ling froze, and in the next moment, a chilling thought surged into his mind. They couldn't possibly be coming for me, could they? In the 3rd district, enforcer headquarters, dim sunlight filtered through the hemispherical glass dome, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the interior. A banner, spanning several meters, hung high at the center, its dark background adorned with 2 overlapping teal hexagrams, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the Arctic night sky. Beneath the banner, a dozen enforcers clad in black and red uniforms stood with solemn expressions, aligned in a row, facing the headquarters entrance. seemingly awaiting something. As the door opened, 5 figures cloaked in black trench coats emerged. Among them, Han Ming walked at the center, the hem of his coat etched with 4 silver lines, while the remaining 4 bore only 3. As they approached, all the enforcers stood at attention in unison. "What is the situation?" Han Ming inquired in a low voice. "The disaster bell has tolled, and the 3rd district is currently under complete lockdown, yet no trace of the calamity has been found." One enforcer hesitated before voicing a question. "Brother Ming, what does the destruction of the calamity pointer imply?" "The destruction of the calamity pointer signifies one of 2 scenarios." Han Ming replied calmly. "First, there may be a special calamity present, whose capabilities render the calamity pointer ineffective. However, such an explanation has thus far remained theoretical, as no such calamity has ever been detected. Second, there could be an invasion by a level 9 calamity, commonly referred to as world-ending calamity, whose residual energy exceeds the pointer's capacity, causing it to explode. World-ending? The faces of the crowd turned pale. There is no need to panic. Surely, you do not genuinely believe a world-ending event could occur? One enforcer beside Han Ming chuckled lightly. The world-ending calamity has the power to obliterate an entire human realm. There are only a handful of such entities in the Gray Realm. If a world-ending event were to transpire, not only the 3rd district but likely even Aurora City would be reduced to ashes upon its arrival. Upon hearing this, the group finally exhaled in relief. So, it should merely be a special calamity? Currently, that is the only explanation available. However, with the calamity pointer damaged, how are we to assess its threat level? It cannot be assessed. Han Ming shook his head. Unless it reappears, and we engage with it. Right now, the utmost priority is to deploy all personnel for a thorough search, to locate it before it inflicts harm. A thorough search, you say? But our manpower may be insufficient. In that case, let us temporarily summon the reserve enforcers. Was it not just a few days ago that the written examination concluded? Gather the qualified individuals and inform them that this is their practical test. Understood. Chapter 8. The Killing Game. Han Shuang Street. 2 disheveled figures stood at the threshold of their home, their faces riddled with uncertainty. This residence, once theirs, had now been overtaken by a being that had returned from the dead, or perhaps a thing. The mass grave had been tainted by the Gray Realm the previous night, so the entity lurking within was most likely a calamity masquerading as Chen Ling. What should they do now? Li Xiuquan swallowed hard. What can we do? Chun Tan took a deep breath. We go in, quickly gather our belongings, and flee to District 5 or 6, anywhere as far from here as possible. But what if it is still inside? What if we wake it? It has already left. Chan Tan stated confidently, observing the muddy footprints at the doorstep. Upon hearing this, the woman finally sighed in relief, unlocking the door, and the 2 hurried inside. Only take coins and valuables. Leave everything too cumbersome behind. I'll check the bedroom. You search the living room. Hurry, hurry. We still don't know when it might return. The 2 frantically rummaged through 2 burlap sacks, hastily collecting their possessions. The man opened a drawer, stuffing all the money into his pockets. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated briefly at the sight of the axe meant for self-defense, before shoving it into the sack as well. Their financial situation was far from prosperous, and valuable items were scarce, yet due to these very reasons, they found it difficult to relinquish the few possessions they had painstakingly earned. Li Xiuquan crammed 3 cotton garments into her bag, ensuring nothing was left behind before swiftly making her way to the living room. The 2 slung the sacks over their shoulders and prepared to depart. Li Xiuquan suddenly spoke up. What about Ayin? What if he returns? Then we head to District 2. After we bring him out, we can all escape together. Chin Tan replied decisively. He will definitely look for his brother. His brother is already dead. As Chan Tan spoke, he moved to open the door. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached their ears. Both figures froze in place. The door slowly creaked open, and a young boy walked in. Chun Ling, upon seeing the 2 with the burlap sacks, paused momentarily, confusedly inquiring, Dad, Mom, where are you going? Chun Tan and Li Xiuquan looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces drained of color. Simultaneously, a swift horse raced past outside, the enforcer's shouts reverberating through the street. Suspected high-risk calamity detected. The 3rd district is under complete lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or leave. Be vigilant for any suspicious signs in your surroundings, such as roads or structures that appear out of thin air, bizarre and mysterious creatures, or even humans exhibiting abnormal behavior. Report any anomalies immediately to the enforcers. The enforcers' voices gradually faded, leaving an eerie silence in the cramped house. Upon hearing the commotion outside, both felt their legs tremble, gazing at the boy before them in terror, as though he had transformed into a fanged demon from hell. Chen Ling's gaze fell upon the two burlap sacks, and recalling the enforcer's earlier warnings, he spoke reassuringly, "Do not be overly concerned. That calamity seems absent from this vicinity. The streets appear calm, do they not?" Chan Tan. Li Shouchuan. Chen Ling also felt quite helpless. Initially, upon hearing the news of an impending cataclysm, he did not think much of it. However, witnessing the skyrocketing anticipation among the audience, he suddenly sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. Zhao had endured a beating for an entire afternoon, managing to raise his anticipation level by just a few points, while the enforcers merely had to shout, and the anticipation surged to over 60. Based on Chen Ling's current understanding, this indicated that they had discovered some exceedingly thrilling entertainment. Unfortunately, this entertainment might very well be himself. Previously, Dr. Lin had mentioned the convergence of the Gray Realm and disasters. And coincidentally, he had traversed into this world the previous night, with the original owner's memories from that night now lost. All these clues combined suggested that this so-called disaster could only be him. Chen Ling speculated that what the enforcers were seeking likely resided within the minds of the audience. He had considered whether to confess to the enforcers, asking them to find a way to deal with the audience in his head. But judging from their attitude towards the disaster, the likelihood of being eliminated alongside it seemed far greater. In any case, it was best to try and weather this storm, observing the situation before making any moves. Seeing the two still tense and visibly anxious, Chen Ling sighed and voluntarily reached out to help Li Shouchuan with the sack. "Mother, where can you run to at this time? Both District 2 and District 3 have been sealed off, and there's no way out. Are we to sleep on the streets?" Upon hearing the first sentence, Li Shouchuan was momentarily stunned, but after processing the subsequent words, she managed to regain her composure and forced a laugh. "Yes. You're right, Dad. You should also relax a bit. Don't be too tense. If we escape, what will happen to a yin?" Chen Tan swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ling, searching for even a hint of peculiarity or malice on the latter's face. But he failed. Chen Ling's every action bore no resemblance to a disaster. He was indistinguishable from the Chen Ling in Chan Tan's mind. Yet, Chen Tan was acutely aware he was not Chen Ling. Chen Ling was dead. "You two sit tight for a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and fetch you some water," Chen Ling said. Noticing the pallor on their faces, he pulled out a chair from the table and then turned to enter the kitchen. Li Shouchuan and Chen Tan exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to sit down obediently. As Chen Ling poured water in the kitchen, he pondered how to ease the atmosphere and casually remarked, "By the way, Mom, that grilled sausage you left for me this morning was delicious. How did you make it?" "Grilled sausage." Li Shouchuan appeared bewildered. Last night, she and Chen Tan had gone to the mass grave. What sausage had she left? "The one on the cutting board," Chen Ling replied. Li Shouchuan's confusion deepened. She strained to recall, and finally, as if realizing something, her face turned as pale as a sheet. "When did you leave him a sausage?" Chen Tan asked in a hushed tone. "I didn't leave any," Li Shouchuan stammered, her voice quivering. "That cutting board originally had a bone-cutting knife on it. But when I was cleaning up just now, I noticed the knife is gone." Chen Tan's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Chen Ling, standing with his back to the two in the kitchen, continued speaking slowly. "That sausage smelled really good, but it seemed a bit tough. Mom, remember to grill it softer for me tomorrow." The living room fell into a deathly silence. Chen Ling poured the water and handed it to the two, only to find their faces even paler. "Are you both all right? Not feeling well?" Chen Ling asked, perplexed, as he sat across from them. "We're fine." Chen Tan took a deep breath, discreetly pulling the sack beneath his feet, his voice steadier now. "Ling. Do you remember what happened yesterday?" "Yesterday?" Chen Ling racked his brain for a moment, shaking his head, unable to recall. "What's wrong? Nothing." Chen Tan took a gentle sip of water, seemingly having made up his mind, and stared intently into Chen Ling's eyes. "How do you think that we treat you?" "Very well," Chen Ling replied matter-of-factly. "If you hadn't taken me in back then, I'd probably have frozen to death on the roadside. My biological parents abandoned me. It was you who raised me, working tirelessly to support my education. Everything I have is because of you. Everything I have is because of you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief crossed Chun Tan's eyes. Then, if one day, a yin fell ill, only your heart could save him, would you be willing to save him? Chun-Ling froze in that instant. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the question. Fragments of memories, shattered and buried, surged forth from the original owner's mind, and a sharp pain throbbed in Chun-Ling's head. He suddenly recalled that the original owner had seemingly heard similar words the previous night. Chun-Ling clutched his head, a pained expression surfacing. A yin is our biological child. Your mother sacrificed her health to conceive him. We struggled for 10 years to finally have this one child. A child that truly belongs to us. Now he is ill, and we cannot just stand by and watch him die. The shaman in District 2 said that as long as we procure a heart from a young person under 20, it could replace a Yan's failing heart. Yan has called you brother for so many years. You've been our beloved son for so long. Mom and Dad have never asked anything of you. But this time we implore you to save a Yan. Tell me, you will help, right? Chen Tan's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with pleading and hope as he looked at Chun-Ling. He appeared like a remorseful child awaiting forgiveness. In that moment, the fragmented memories buried in the downpour of last night gradually resurfaced for Chun-Ling. While enduring the throbbing pain in his head, he inhaled deeply and, in a hoarse voice, spoke. So it was you who killed him. Him? Does a yin know? He doesn't know. If he were to find out that the heart he is about to receive is yours, he would rather die than accept it. Chen Tan, shaken from the depths of his internal struggle and guilt, reached into the sack beneath his feet, slowly pulling out a sharp axe. Ling, you are already dead. You should not be here. Chen Tan's eyes turned red, tightly gripping the axe, his voice hoarse. No matter what occupies your body, I will set you free. A low rumble of thunder echoed across the dim sky. The glistening axe was raised high, and then swung down with force. Thud. A warm spray splattered across Chen Tan's face, crimson blood blossoming on the floor like a bouquet. Chun-Ling's body collapsed to the ground with a muffled thud, the axe embedding itself in his neck, nearly severing his head. His vacant gaze stared into the void, his face still marked by pain and confusion. He was dead, no heartbeat, no breath. His body grew increasingly cold, like a martyr fallen amidst a sea of vibrant red flowers. Chen Tan's chest heaved violently, his gaze fixed on the lifeless form, his shirt drenched in sweat. Dead, dead. Li Xiuquan slumped into the chair, her voice trembling. Dead. What about the disaster? Chen Tan paused briefly. I don't know. Li Xiuquan stared blankly at the corpse, suddenly saying, do you think it's possible that he is not the disaster, but rather that God has given us another chance at redemption? If that is the case, Chen Tan let out a bitter laugh, then we truly deserve to go to hell. Chapter 9. Dad. I'm hungry. It's also possible that the disaster was simply too weak. A single axe blow was all it took to end it. Li Xiuquan proposed another possibility. Chen Tan did not respond, instead gazing at the figure in the pool of blood for a long time before turning and retrieving a kitchen knife from the kitchen. What are you planning to do? I'm going to open his chest and see if the heart is still there. Chen Tan spoke hoarsely. At the very least, I need to know whether I killed a monster or a chance at salvation given by God. Kneeling beside Chun-Ling's corpse, he struggled to cut open the chest with the knife. Li Xiuquan, pale-faced, turned away and rushed into the kitchen, violently retching. A few minutes later, Chen Tan slowly rose to his feet. What did you find? Li Xiuquan asked. Empty. Chen Tan gazed into the hollow cavity of the chest, as if releasing a breath of relief. He had no heart. No heart? Then how did he? I don't know. Chen Tan paused. Whatever it was. It is now dead. What should we do with the body? Let us hide it in the cellar. Right now, the enforcers are everywhere. We can't get it out. Chen Tan dragged aside the corner of the living room table and opened the heavy wooden board beneath, revealing a narrow, dark underground space in an era without refrigerators. Utilizing the cellar's natural insulation for food storage was the best option. He was about to throw Chun-Ling's body inside when he paused at the sight of the gruesome wound on the neck. Go fetch a Yan's costume. Chen Tan instructed. No matter what it is, this is a Ling's skin. Without a coffin for burial, at least let him wear something decent. Mentioning the costume caused Li Xiuquan to tremble slightly. But last night, he returned wearing that outfit. It's just a piece of clothing. Chen Tan was about to argue, but, recalling the horrific scene when Chun-Ling came home last night, he chose not to press further. Fine, let us do it this way. Tan tossed Qinling's body into the cellar, placed the wooden board back, and pressed the table on top, thus bringing the matter to a close. Subsequently, Li Xiuquan commenced the grim task of cleansing the bloodstains from within the room. Although the sight filled her with an overwhelming sense of nausea, she pinched her nose and persevered. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed through the AI. Li Xiuquan's heart skipped a beat as she whipped her head around to glance at Chen Tan. Is someone here? Let's ignore it for now and pretend there's no one home, Li Xiuquan nodded, and the two held their breath in the living room, the only sound being the oppressive rhythm of the knocking. Yet, the knocking showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew more insistent, followed by a deep voice emanating from the doorway. Law enforcers demand entry. Open the door immediately. Upon hearing the term law enforcers, both individuals turned pale. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Tan shot a glance at Li Xiuquan, hastily donned a jacket with buttons askew, and made his way to the door. Creak. He opened the door a crack. Chen Tan sidestepped outside and closed the door behind him. What brings you, esteemed law enforcers? A light drizzle fell from the overcast sky. Two figures clad in black and red uniforms stood at the threshold, their expressions dark. Why did you take so long to answer the door? I was asleep and took a bit of time to dress, he replied with an awkward smile. The law enforcers glanced at his hastily fastened attire, their demeanor slightly relaxing. Is this the residence of Qinling? Yes. Where is he? He left the house this morning and has yet to return. When he arrives, please deliver this notice to him. One of the law enforcers produced a document from within his coat. The entirety of Zones 2 and 3 is under lockdown. All reserve law enforcers who pass the written examination are to assemble immediately. He is on the summons list. Report to the law enforcers' headquarters in Zone 3 by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, or he will be deemed to have forfeited his spot. Chen Tan's heart raced, yet he maintained a composed exterior as he accepted the notice, nodding, I shall certainly relay it. The two law enforcers turned to depart, and Chen Tan sighed in relief as he re-entered the house. As soon as he stepped inside, a jarring sound of metal scraping reached his ears, akin to sharp nails scratching against a chalkboard. Sending a shiver down his spine, at that moment, Li Xiuquan was huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing Chen Tan return, her nearly shattered gaze finally lifted, and she slowly extended a hand toward the kitchen. There, in the kitchen, a crimson figure stood with its back to them, head bowed as if engaged in some ghastly feast. Upon recognizing that silhouette, Chen Tan's mind went blank. It was a boy whose neck had been nearly severed, the gory flesh visibly healing at an alarming rate in his left hand. He clutched a kitchen knife, while his right wielded a bloodied axe, both being shoved towards his mouth, as if sensing Chen Tan's return. The figure clad in a scarlet theater robe slowly turned around. It was Qinling. Heartless and nearly beheaded Qinling, his cheeks were slightly puffed as he chewed on the remnants of metal and wood. His vacant eyes resembling those of a beast, eerie and chilling. Dad! A voice emerged from behind him. I'm hungry. Qinling had experienced a dream. It was an afternoon shrouded in dark clouds. As usual, he had just finished training at a martial arts arena in the outskirts. And with his forehead glistening with sweat, he pushed open the door to his home. That day was not his birthday, yet a cream cake sat upon the dining table. The flickering orange candlelight danced in the dimly lit living room, where two figures sat at the table, their eyes slightly reddened. The cake, worth 200 copper coins, was an expense their family could rarely afford. He was puzzled and inquired about the occasion, to which his parents informed him that it was the day his younger brother, a yin, was to undergo surgery. Hearing this, he felt joy, as his brother's congenital heart disease had long haunted their family. His parents had tirelessly sought help everywhere to cure him, but every clinic had been at a loss. A few days prior, his parents had said they found a hospital in Zone 2 and had sent a yin there, assuring him they had confidence in the treatment. Elated by the news, he devoured the cake, but soon his consciousness began to fade, and he collapsed onto the table. The last image he beheld was that of his mother, Li Xiuquan, covering her mouth, weeping profusely. I'm sorry, truly sorry. He heard his father's murmurs. A yin's illness requires a heart. You'll be willing, won't you? He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to respond, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Then he felt himself being placed into a bag, rain pattering on its surface. After what felt like an eternity, he was finally lifted onto a table. He sensed his chest being sliced open, something being extracted from within. Following that, he was clothed and transferred to an unknown location in the heavy rain. The earth gradually engulfing his body, plunging everything into darkness and silence. Eye in the abyss. Qianling's eyes suddenly snapped open. The spotlight above flickered to life, illuminating the scarlet figure lying center stage. After a moment of disorientation, Qianling propped himself up, shakily rising to his feet. Damn it! Why am I back here again? Qianling's complexion had paled slightly as his gaze instinctively fell upon the screen in the center of the stage. His pupils dilating in shock. Audience anticipation 1. Audience anticipation 1. Current anticipation 67. Connection to actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience anticipation -50. Current anticipation 17. Warning, warning. Audience begins to intervene in the performance. Chapter 10. The Audience Gulp. Chun Tan could not help but swallow hard. How is this possible? He rasped. Without a heart, and with his head severed, he can still move. Where did he get that costume? Didn't we leave him without it? I don't know. Li Xiuquan was utterly consumed by fear, her words tumbling out in a disordered frenzy. When he crawled out from the ground, he was already wearing this costume. It's the same costume we draped over him when we buried him last night. He is a ghost. He truly is a ghost. Here to claim our lives. Nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world. The scene before them was simply too bizarre. Qian Tan's legs trembled in terror, yet he mustered his courage, picking up a kitchen knife from the ground and lunging towards Qianling's face. He had killed Qianling twice, so he could surely do it a third time. Regardless of what dwelled within, it appeared less terrifying than the calamity that was rumored, granting Qian Tan a considerable measure of courage. The sharp kitchen knife sliced through the air. Just as it was about to make contact with Qianling, it abruptly halted midair. Qian Tan was taken aback, his hand gripping the knife with all his might. Yet it refused to advance an inch, as if an invisible hand had seized the blade, holding it fast in suspension. A peculiar giggle resonated from behind Qianling. In the next instant, the kitchen knife in Qian Tan's hand vanished into thin air, replaced by a slender red slip of paper. Qianling, with his vacant eyes, chewed and swallowed the axe and kitchen knife, staring intently at Qian Tan. He advanced slowly, mechanically repeating the same phrase in a raspy voice. Dad? I am hungry. Those simple 3 words sent chills down Qian Tan's spine. He had no doubt that in the next moment, Qianling would seize his head and force it into his mouth, chewing and crushing it. His bones would be no harder than the axe or kitchen knife. Run! Find the law enforcers! Qian Tan spun around and dashed towards the door. He knew that the situation was beyond their control. The only chance of survival lay in seeking the help of the law enforcers. Those omnipotent agents surely had a way to resolve the calamity. As for how the law enforcers would judge their premeditated murder and theft of a public official's belongings afterward, that was a matter for another time. After all, serving time in prison was preferable to losing one's life. Li Xiuquan, trembling in a corner, was jolted back to reality by Qian Tan's shout, scrambling towards the tightly shut door. Seizing the moment while Qianling's attention was diverted to Qian Tan, she reached the door and grasped the doorknob. Only to find it empty, Li Xiuquan looked down in confusion, only to discover that the doorknob had vanished. No, not just the doorknob. The entire door had transformed into an image on red paper, shifting from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. She could not open a door that was merely painted on paper. A cacophony of whispers surrounded her from all directions. As if the room were now filled with countless invisible figures, they gazed at the two, their crimson eyes brimming with mockery. Red slips of paper fluttered around Li Xiuquan, and in her daze, she glimpsed a series of grotesque faces. She screamed continuously, retreating, her eyes filled with purest terror. Finally, her vision rolled back, and she collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. Audience anticipation -1. Current anticipation 16. Meanwhile, Qian Tan felt the ground beneath him give way, and he fell heavily to the floor, stunned as he turned to see the entire surface transformed into a sea of red, undulating like waves. He stared blankly at the approaching figure of Qianling in red, and as a realization dawned upon him, he shouted in terror. It's true. What the law enforcers said is indeed true. You are the calamity. You are the calamity that has usurped a Ling's body. Upon hearing this, the crimson-clad Qianling halted his advance. The corners of his blood-red lips curled upward slightly as a pale finger was placed to his lips, signaling silence. Hush! Just as the endless red paper was about to engulf the altar of Qin, two resounding shatters of glass echoed from the side. Traces of calamity discovered at number 128, Han Frost Street. Damage assessment level 4. Immediate request for law enforcement support. Two figures clad in black and red uniforms burst through the window. One quickly scanned the room and spoke urgently. Received. Support is on the way. Please try to stall the opponent. A serious voice emanated from the walkie-talkie at one of the enforcer's waists. One enforcer chuckled bitterly. A level 4 calamity. How could we possibly hold it off? The sudden intrusion of the two enforcers drew a soft gasp from the audience in the void, as if they had discovered a more intriguing toy. The crimson-clad Qin Ling flicked his hand, and the fallen altar of Chun promptly succumbed to unconsciousness, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, gradually staining the ground beneath. Create distance. Preserve your lives. One enforcer swiftly retreated, drawing his weapon and pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Brass bullets sliced through the void, yet before they could reach the crimson-clad Qin Ling, they transformed into tiny red paper scraps. Dissipating in midair, Qin Ling gently raised his hand, and countless paper scraps surged forth from the wide sleeves of his costume, binding the two enforcers like serpents. The encasing paper twisted violently, as if contorted into a helix, before crashing heavily to the ground. Audience anticipation -1. Current anticipation 15. The form of Qin Ling gradually swelled, his costume forcibly stretching, as if countless human faces were about to burst forth from beneath his skin. Chaotic whispers filling the space. In mere seconds, he morphed into a monstrous being, adorned with writhing red paper tendrils, a multitude of scarlet pupils opening upon the scraps, completely obscuring any semblance of Qin Ling. It violently shattered the paper barrier and charged into the deserted street, the misty rain striking its form without a sound. It arbitrarily chose a direction, transforming into a crimson blur as it sped away. Almost simultaneously, a figure clad in black sliced through the dark clouds, swiftly in pursuit. Target calamity identified. Han Meng spoke calmly. Is it of world destruction level? A worried voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Judging by its aura, it appeared to be no more than level 5. Indeed, a calamity had descended last night, but the gauge had misjudged the opponent's energy intensity. Level 5 is still quite dangerous. Be cautious, Meng. Han Meng remained silent, trailing the red shadow to the desolate outskirts of Zone 3, then suddenly plummeting like a cannonball. Boom. The black meteorite crashed into the wilderness, unleashing an invisible shockwave. Shattered sand and debris sprayed in all directions, forcing the crimson figure to halt, the dense red paper tendrils swaying in the wind. As all eyes turned to the dust-filled area, a figure emerged, head bowed, igniting a thick cigarette, stepping forth slowly, the silver lines on the hem of his black coat faintly glowing. An ethereal domain unfurled, enveloping the red paper monstrosity. I am Han Meng, chief enforcer of the Aurora domain. Zone 3.1 hand held the cigarette, while the other drew a pitch-black handgun from his waist. Thumb disengaging the safety, the gravel in the domain trembled slightly, a chilling intent locking onto the red paper creature. His lips parted, his words seemingly imbued with a rhythmic cadence of some law. I uphold the justice of human civilization. To pass judgment on your death. Chapter 11, Judgment. The moment those words fell, Han Meng pulled the trigger. Click. The mechanism clashed, yet no bullet was fired. Simultaneously, the ground before Han Meng instantaneously disintegrated, soil and debris dissolving into the void, as if an invisible bullet had utterly shattered matter at the molecular level. This deconstructive bullet, within a fraction of a second, flashed before the red paper monster. Under this intangible force of deconstruction, the red paper tendrils suspended in the air were forcibly torn apart, revealing a circular wound with a radius of 1 meter. Completely penetrating the creature's body, through that massive circular wound, Han Meng could even glimpse the distant streets of Zone 3, this shot obliterating 2/3 of its form. Just as Han Meng prepared to lower his weapon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The red paper monster, with a gaping wound at its center, did not succumb to death. Instead, as if unfazed, it continued to extend more red paper, frantically spreading outward. Within mere seconds, it not only mended the central void but also ballooned to 3 times its previous size. Now, it resembled a colossal red sun made of paper, countless scraps twisting around it, suspended above the wilderness. Audience anticipation -1. Current anticipation 14. Han Ming's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately raised his gun skyward, pulling the trigger thrice in succession, the deconstructive power creating 3 gaping holes in the crimson sun. Drizzling rain cascaded through the 3 openings, striking Han Ming's solemn face, chilling him to the bone. Whoosh! A multitude of paper scraps surged down like a torrential red rain, in an instant turning the entire wilderness into a beehive of paper. Han Ming fired frantically, yet could only manage to tear a narrow escape route amidst this deluge, allowing him to survive. This is bad. Han Ming's back was already soaked with sweat. He felt acutely that he was no match for this calamity. For some reason, the opponent's aura seemed to swell further, leaping from the initial level 5 to the pinnacle of level 5, teetering on the brink of the terrifying level 6 at that moment. A hand draped in a theatrical robe extended from the paper monster, delicately and precisely pressing atop Han Ming's head. A light giggle echoed in Han Ming's ears, and the next instant, he was forcefully pinned down, his head crashing heavily against the ground. Boom. The earth cracked as Han Ming, at the point of impact, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, becoming as motionless as a lump of mud. The flames of battle had extinguished, the sky filled with red paper returning to the monster's form, while a thin drizzle fell upon the scarred earth. Just as the red paper creature was about to depart, the hand that had emerged from within suddenly gripped the red paper core, forcefully tearing at it, as if something was about to emerge from within. 5 minutes earlier. The audience began to intervene in the performance. Chen Ling felt a chill at the sight of the final line of text, abruptly raising his gaze toward the stage's forefront. Countless scarlet pupils continued to watch him from the darkness. Yet in a corner of the audience, several wooden chairs were now emptied. A portion of the audience had vanished. Thud, thud, thud. Shadows in the audience repeatedly stomped the theater floor, producing a rhythmic, dull sound in the confined space. It resonated like continuous thunder, their scarlet pupils fixated on Chen Ling, filled with anger and reproach. Thud, thud, thud. With their synchronized stomping, Chen Ling felt as though the stage itself was trembling, the spotlight above quivering slightly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Chen Ling comprehended the situation. Because he had been struck down by an axe in reality, the performance on stage had abruptly ceased. The interruption of the show had incited the audience's wrath. Yet they could not directly communicate with Chen Ling, resorting to this form of expression to convey their dissatisfaction and threats. So, I am not truly dead. Chen Ling stared blankly at his hands. Yet if his consciousness remained here, then who is controlling my body now? As if struck by a realization, Chen Ling turned to see a vast expanse of black curtains obscuring the latter half of the stage. He forcefully pulled aside a corner, a torrent of images flooding his mind. He saw himself transforming a dining knife into paper scraps, frighteningly Xiuquan and Chan Tan into unconsciousness, battling with the 2 enforcers. This sensation was peculiar, akin to sitting before a large screen, observing his own actions from a third-person perspective. Of course, at this moment, the protagonist was no longer him, but rather the audience usurping his body. The audience was intervening in the performance. Audience anticipation -1. Chen Ling caught a glimpse of the characters on the screen flickering, and the next moment, another batch of figures in the audience vanished without a trace. The lower the anticipation value dropped, the more audience members would intervene in the performance. As Chen Ling spoke, he lifted his hands, observing his form gradually becoming translucent, and simultaneously, my existence would also be gradually erased. Indeed, if the audience completely became the protagonists, what need would there be for him? Chen Ling's heart sank to the depths. He realized he had to act. Standing before the grand curtain, Chen Ling took a deep breath, tentatively extending his palm toward the flickering images behind. Either reclaim his body and once again become the protagonist, or die. Chen Ling's fingertips penetrated the curtain, as if touching a layer of barrier. Slowing his progress, this barrier was not impenetrably hard. Rather, it resembled a membrane, soft and possessing remarkable resilience. After several attempts, Chen Ling finally managed to force one finger through. There's a chance. Chen Ling's eyes brightened slightly. He exerted all his strength, pushing his palm through the barrier, followed by his forearm, then elbow. Just then, the characters on the screen flickered once more. Audience anticipation -1. As the anticipation value dropped to 14, yet another batch of audience members vanished. Chun-Ling felt that barrier growing increasingly rigid. He noticed his form becoming more translucent. A thought flashed through his mind. It wasn't that the barrier had become tougher, but rather, his body was growing weaker. Chun-Ling gritted his teeth, but could only gradually push his arm through the curtain, the speed reduced to merely a fraction of before, anxiety gnawing at him. At the current resistance, he estimated that if the anticipation value fell to around 10, he would no longer be able to penetrate this layer of curtain. Finally, through his relentless effort, one of his arms completely passed through the curtain. He observed Han Ming, struggling under the crimson rain, and after a moment's hesitation, he swiftly struck his forehead with a resounding slap. Harnessing the power of the red paper monster, he rendered him unconscious upon the ground. Thus, there would be no witnesses to his passage through the curtain and his return to reality. He inverted the curtain with his arm from the realm of reality, and with a forceful tug, he tore a narrow gap into it with his other hand. He pried it open, until it was wide enough to accommodate his body. Chun-Ling took a deep breath and plunged himself into the opening. Chapter 12. Chen Yin with a figure clad in a crimson theatrical robe, he emerged from the upper half of the red paper monster, suspended in midair. Sensing Chun-Ling's impending return, the red paper monster thrashed wildly, its form becoming increasingly translucent, akin to paper soaked by rain, growing ever thinner. Chun-Ling was ensnared, gliding low to the ground, swaying perilously, his head spinning in disorientation. The torn paper gap writhed as if attempting to swallow Chun-Ling back, while he strained to support his upper body, battling against the dizziness. At that moment, a drenched youth sprinted across the ravaged earth, drawing closer. "Brother!" A hand grasped Chun-Ling's arm, yanking him down forcefully. Chun-Ling felt a surge of strength, and his lower body detached from the paper as he tumbled through the chasm between the theater and reality, landing heavily on the ground. In the instant Chun-Ling broke free, the airborne paper monster melted away entirely, as if it had never existed. Lying on the muddy ground, Chun-Ling, draped in his vivid red robe, gasped for breath. The rain-laden clouds loomed ominously overhead, droplets cascading down his hair. Amidst the swirling chaos, Chun-Ling beheld a familiar face appear before him, anxiously shaking his body. "Brother, brother, are you all right?" The feeling of dizziness gradually receded, and as Chun-Ling focused, he was momentarily stunned. "Yin? What are you doing here?" The boy before him was none other than his younger brother, Chen Yin. Within the original owner's memories, there were only two things Chun-Ling took pride in throughout his life. The first was his achievement of becoming an enforcer through his own efforts. The second was having a brother like Chen Yin. This was not to say that Chen Yin was exceptionally intelligent or gifted. Quite the contrary, he struggled academically, often ranking at the bottom of his class. And his speech was often halting, making him one of the most vulnerable targets for bullying in school. Yet since Chen Yin wore his first pair of shorts, he had followed Chun-Ling everywhere, obediently doing whatever Chun-Ling asked of him. Even when Chun-Ling playfully buried him in sand as a child, nearly suffocating him, Chen Yin's first reaction upon being rescued was not to cry, but to smile foolishly at him. From that moment on, Chun-Ling took Chen Yin with him wherever he went, and no matter what he did, Chen Yin's trust was unwavering, though Chun-Ling was ordinary. In Chen Yin's eyes, he saw a version of himself that was extraordinary, a self that was admired. The drenched youth stammered. "After I woke up from the surgery, I waited in the hospital for you to come get me. Then, I heard outside that there was a world-ending catastrophe, and I became very worried about you. I took the opportunity while the hospital staff were distracted to sneak out, intending to find you at home. And then I saw you hanging from a monster. Wasn't Area 2 and Area 3 sealed off? How did you get here? It seems the enforcers are short-handed. They only sealed off the perimeters of Area 2 and Area 3, but there aren't many stationed between the two areas, so I managed to slip through." Chun-Ling shook his head, finally managing to sit up with great effort. He looked at the worried expression on Chen Yin's face. His emotions, a tumultuous mix, Li Xiu-chun and Chen Tan had conspired to murder him, all to transfer his heart to Chen Yan. To save his life, in a sense, it was Chen Yin who had caused Chun-Ling's demise. Yet upon further reflection, it was clear that Chen Yin was entirely unaware of any of this. He was merely a 15-year-old boy, who only knew that his parents mentioned a way to heal him, and thus obediently lay on the operating table. Even if he were cured, He would never know that the heart beating within him belonged to his brother. Contemplating this, Chun Ling looked into Chan Yan's eyes, which flickered with a hint of sorrow. "Brother, did you kill someone?" Chen Yan's gaze fell upon the bloodied Han Ming, his youthful face as pale as a sheet. "I didn't kill him," Chun Ling instinctively replied. "That wasn't me, it was." But before he could finish, he fell silent. He was at a loss for how to explain everything to Chen Yan. Chen Yan had witnessed him emerging from within the red paper monster. And now, with the gruesome wound on his neck and blood covering him, he looked anything but human. How could he tell him that a multitude of spectators resided within his mind? That he had just been possessed? Chen Ling's thoughts were in disarray. He inherited the original owner's memories and emotions toward his brother, and deep within, he felt a twinge of fear that Chen Yan, like their parents, would perceive him as a monster. Yet Chen Yan merely gazed at him quietly, his chestnut eyes devoid of any fear. After a moment of serious contemplation, he approached Han Ming, using all his strength to hoist him onto his back, and then unsteadily began to trek deeper into the desolate wilderness. "What are you doing?" Chen Ling was taken aback. The slender youth, carrying Han Ming, who weighed nearly twice his own weight, left deep impressions in the damp earth with each step. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, stumbling forward. "Brother, he is an enforcer that I know. Killing an enforcer is a grave offense. Once they discover it, whether or not it was you who killed him, they will come for you. I know. Brother," Chen Yan said softly, "I'll help you bury him." Seeing the resolute and earnest look in Chen Yan's eyes, Chun Ling's heart quivered slightly. He hesitated for a moment, and finally managed to articulate the rest of his sentence. "No, Yan. What I mean is, he isn't dead yet." "Chen Yan." The bewildered Chen Yan turned back just in time to see Han Ming's eyelids fluttering. Emitting a faint groan, as if he were about to awaken, he gasped, losing his balance and tumbling to the side, taking the unconscious Han Ming down with a thud and a daze. Han Ming's eyes gradually opened a crack. A crimson figure suddenly lunged towards him, raising a fist high and striking the back of his head. Bang! Just as Han Ming was on the verge of waking, he felt a sharp pain in his skull and promptly rolled his eyes back. Fainting once more, Chun Ling shook his stinging hand and exhaled deeply. That was a close call. He almost let this guy turn the tables on him. Moments earlier, Chun Ling had witnessed the entire confrontation between Han Ming and the red paper monster through the stage curtain. Though he was unaware of the peculiar ability that man wielded, he knew that without the red paper monster, he would undoubtedly be no match. "Let's go." After knocking Han Ming unconscious, Chun Ling glanced at the intensifying downpour and promptly pulled Chen Yan away from the scene. There was more than just Han Ming among the enforcers in Area 3. His presence could merely be attributed to his speed. If they delayed any longer, once the other enforcers arrived, escape would become impossible. Han Ming lay motionless in the pit, while the two youths gradually receded from view. The heavy rain washed over the ravaged wilderness, the muddy waters flowing forth to erase all traces, and mere moments later, a group of figures clad in black and red uniforms hurriedly approached. Chapter 13. The second, Judgment. The aura dissipated. The essence of calamity faded as well. Presumably, Ming Gu had succeeded. Han Ming was far too swift. Even if we attempted to claim credit, we couldn't catch up. Beneath the rain-soaked night, for figures swathed in black cloaks raced towards the battlefield, the remaining enforcers of Area 3. Their eyes swept over the desolate landscape, a sense of unease settling within them. What kind of fierce battle could have reduced this place to such a state? This calamity appears to be rather significant. As they spoke, their gazes shifted to the other side of the battlefield, where a bloodied figure lay on the ground, motionless as if deceased. "Ming Gu?" One enforcer immediately dashed forward, lifting the fallen Han Ming and anxiously checking for signs of life. The other three enforcers exchanged glances, an unusual glimmer flickering in their eyes. "Is he dead?" One of them inquired. He was the second in command of the Area 3 enforcers, Mahjong. "Not dead. He's still alive." A barely noticeable flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of the three, as two of them turned to Mahjong, who hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "What about the calamity? Why haven't we found the body? Has it fled?" Without a body, it must have escaped. The group immediately began to search the vicinity. With the relentless rain washing away all traces, the calamity that had recently battled Han Ming had seemingly vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated into thin AI art magu. Meanwhile, an enforcer clad in a black and red uniform hurriedly approached from a distance. "What's wrong? Why the rush?" Ma Zhong raised an eyebrow and asked. "We just received intel from Area 2. Last night, Area 2 also experienced a calamity attack, leaving half a street drenched in blood, with a total of 36 fatalities." "What?" Ma Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. "Was it the same one?" "Reports suggest that the one attacking Area 2 was a Level 3 calamity. So it shouldn't be the same .2 calamities emerging simultaneously in the same gray realm convergence. That's rather unusual," Ma Zhong pondered. "Were they eliminated?" "No. They said that after the calamity finished its slaughter, it retreated to the back mountain. It cannot be ruled out that it may have crossed the back mountain and entered the 3rd district. Meanwhile, the 2nd district hopes we can send some manpower. Their casualties are overwhelming, and the enforcers are overwhelmed." "Understood. I will take care of this matter." The enforcers carried the unconscious Han Ming, swiftly transferring him to the hospital, while Ma Zhong's gaze lingered on the battlefield's ruins and the silhouette of the back mountain. Shrouded in night, he pondered, at the same convergence point of the gray realm, 2 calamities. Quite intriguing. "Brother, are we not running?" As darkness deepened, the 2 youths traversed an uninhabited path, heading straight towards Frost Street. "Why should we run?" Chen Ling retorted. Qian Yin paused, scratching his head in contemplation, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. "Besides, even if we run, where can we go?" Chen Ling remarked helplessly. "The Aurora domain is only so vast, with 1 city and 7 districts. Ordinary individuals certainly cannot enter Aurora City, and between the other 7 districts, the 2nd and 3rd are sealed off. Then shall we just find a ravine to hide in? Hiding is futile. They will eventually seek us out. We cannot simply retreat." Chen Ling vaguely countered. In truth, he himself wished to find a place to hide, but he could not afford to. Although he had reclaimed the stage, the audience's expectations remained at a mere 20. If he did not do something soon to elevate their anticipation, he would risk being usurped and transformed into a monster. Qian Yin vaguely sensed that the logic was somewhat flawed, but he thought little of it. Since his brother said they could not hide, there must be a reason for it. Yin. Aren't you afraid of me?" In the darkness, Chen Ling turned to him. "You must have seen that I transformed into a monster." Chen Yin lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while. "Brother, becoming a monster is not so terrible, as long as you are still you." "How do you know I am still me?" "It's just a feeling." Chen Ling regarded him intently. In the shadows, the youth's expression was indistinct. "By the way, how is your body faring?" he inquired. "Typically, after a heart transplant, one must rest for an extended period. Right? Is it safe for you to be out like this?" That doctor seemed quite skilled. "I am recovering rapidly. Oh." Chen Ling suddenly pondered that this world appeared to possess extraordinary powers. Otherwise, in a place devoid of electricity, performing a heart transplant would be inconceivable. Perhaps there are methods for swift recovery as well? Chen Ling's gaze fell upon his smooth neck, as if recalling something. "By the way, where is the talisman I gave you?" "The one you usually wear around your neck." Chen Yin froze, reaching to touch his chest, discovering it was empty. "I don't know. It may have fallen off while I was running back. No worries. I will make you another one when we return." "Okay." Chen Yin spoke again. "Brother, aren't you going to wash up? If you walk out like this, you will frighten everyone." Chen Ling, taken aback, instinctively touched his neck, feeling the slick warmth of blood on his hands. Strangely enough, after emerging from the red paper monster, the wound on his neck had healed astonishingly quickly. In just half an hour, the flesh had knitted together significantly, though it still appeared a vivid crimson, making him resemble a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Reluctantly, Chen Ling sought out a nearby stream, removing his bright red theatrical robe to wash away the bloodstains. "Brother, there's something I've wanted to ask." Chen Yin queried, puzzled. "Why are you wearing my robe?" "I don't know." Chen Ling gazed blankly at the robe. He remembered that when he was struck down by the axe, he was not wearing this garment. Upon reflection, he had indeed draped himself in this red robe when returning home that night. From the words of Chen Tan and Li Xiuchun, it appeared to be the clothing they used to wrap his body after murdering him. But why had they not put it on him this time? How had the robe returned to him? Chen Ling found it perplexing and decided to set aside the thought. Ever since his arrival in this world, oddities had been proliferating. He had intended to burn this ominous robe, but upon seeing Chen Yan's pitiful gaze, he sighed and silently washed it along with the robe. Chapter 14. You are also a calamity. This robe indeed belonged to Chen Yin. 8 years ago, a small, dilapidated theater troupe came to the 3rd District, setting up a makeshift stage in the wilderness to perform a few plays, and 7-year-old Chen Yin became enamored with it. In this world, theatrical culture is not prevalent. The troupe worked tirelessly for 2 days to erect their stage, yet only 5 people attended. Among them were Qinling and Chen Yin, drawn in from playing in the wild, a passerby portering goods, and a beggar seeking alms from the troupe. The 5th was a teacher from the 2nd District, genuinely passionate about theatrical culture. Among the 5, only Chen Yin and the teacher attentively watched the entirety of the performance. Chen Ling fell asleep halfway through, the porter hurriedly left at the start, and the beggar rushed onto the stage during intermission to beg, only to be kicked off by a martial artist from the troupe, cursing as he departed. However, Chen Ling observed the light in his brother's eyes as he gazed at the stage. After that day, Chen Yin began self-studying drama. He somehow acquired 2 books and rose early every day to practice singing and transcribing scripts, even learning sewing to craft costumes. The robe on Chen Ling was hand-sewn by Chen Yin, with a tiny blue flower stitched into the hem. Here, take it back. After washing the robe, Chen Ling handed it to Chen Yin, who looked at his reflection in the water, noting that his wounds and bloodstains had nearly vanished. They cautiously walked along the path to the edge of Frost Street, gazing in the direction of home. There, the shattered house was completely cordoned off by police tape, with several enforcers in black and red uniforms moving about. On 2 stretchers at the entrance lay 2 bodies covered with white cloths. What's the situation? There's no saving them. One enforcer lamented, glancing at the white cloth. They were the couple whom Ming Gu had ordered to follow this household. They must have discovered something amiss and ventured in, ultimately sacrificing themselves in the struggle against the calamity. What about the couple? Are they dead too? No, the enforcer's gaze shifted to the doorway, where a man and woman were being assisted out by other enforcers. Their eyes vacant, faces ashen, trembling uncontrollably as if their souls had escaped them. They survived. Were they not the first to be attacked by the calamity? How did they survive? We suspect that although they were the initial targets, they did not resist. The 2 enforcers who drew their weapons provoked the calamity, leading to their demise. Are you saying that the calamity was toying with them? That is the implication. Are there any other leads? Almost none. The abilities of that calamity are exceedingly peculiar. It tore apart much of the house, leaving no valuable clues behind. We cannot even ascertain from which direction it entered. Frost Street is so large. Yet it just happened to invade this household. Is that mere coincidence? Difficult to say. Frost Street is located at the outermost edge of the 3rd District. Behind it lies the back mountain, and beyond that, the chaotic graveyard at the convergence of the Gray Realms, and then the 2nd District up pathwise. If that calamity crawled out from the Gray Realm, wreaked havoc in the 2nd District, then fled into the back mountain, and subsequently charged into this section of Frost Street, it would indeed make sense. The location of the incident in the 2nd District is also near the back mountain. Yes, these locations are not far apart, and they all align. The enforcer nodded slightly. Before they could speak further, a sharp, piercing scream erupted from nearby. Calamity! Calamity! Li Xiaochun suddenly broke free from the enforcers beside her, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. Staring at them with wide eyes while scrambling backward, "You cannot harm me! You cannot harm me!" As she continued to retreat, she collided forcefully with those supporting Chen Tan, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. He immediately curled into a ball, covering his head with his hands, muttering meaningless syllables, his gaze filled with fear. The enforcers exchanged glances, a hint of resignation crossing their faces. They were not overly surprised. Instead, they skillfully bound them with ropes and stuffed white cloths into their mouths to prevent disturbance, then proceeded directly to the headquarters of the 3rd District. Witnessing this scene, Chun Ling felt a sense of relief. Dr. Lin had mentioned that among survivors of Gray Realm convergences or calamity attacks, about 80 would experience mental instability, with most remaining incurable for life. It seemed this symptom had manifested in Li Xiaochun and Chen Tan as well. For Chen Ling, this was fortunate, as only 4 individuals had witnessed his transformation into a calamity. 2 enforcers had already been killed by the audience. If Li Xiaochun and Chen Tan were to divulge everything, he would be immediately wanted. Thankfully, now that both Li Xiaochun and Chen Tan had lost their minds, his identity would remain concealed, allowing him to continue walking the streets openly as Chen Ling. Of course, This was contingent on the enforcers not uncovering his identity in the future. Yet, it remains precarious. It would be prudent to devise a means to completely obstruct their investigation. Chunling harbors a distaste for risk, and even more so for having his fate grasped in the hands of others. His mind raced, seeking the most secure approach. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed past him. "Dad, Mom!" Chen Yin exclaimed, sprinting toward the two figures being taken away. His haggard face a portrait of anxiety. Chen Yin was oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He was merely a 15-year-old boy, and witnessing his parents being extracted from the ruins felt akin to the sky collapsing upon him. Chen Ling's gaze sharpened, instinctively reaching out to grasp Chen Yin, but after a moment's hesitation, he quickly stepped forward, following closely behind Chen Yin, calling out for their parents as well upon hearing their cries. The law enforcement officers turned simultaneously, spotting the two youths rushing toward them before lowering their heads to review their documents. The couple had two children, one aged 18 and the other 15. "We did not find any bodies in the house earlier. I was just about to send someone to search when you appeared," sighed one of the officers. "Poor children," they murmured among themselves. Chen Yin rushed to Li Xiuquan, poised to speak, when her pupils dilated sharply. Unbeknownst to her, she spat out the white cloth, glaring ahead as she shouted, "Disaster! You are a disaster! Do you wish to kill me too?" Chen Yin stood frozen in place. Chapter 15. It's you. Meanwhile, Chen Ling walked slowly to his side, his gaze cutting through the throng of officers to meet Li Xiuquan's. The instant she saw him, her pupils constricted once more. "Yes, you?" Li Xiuquan, in a frenzy, struggled to break free from her bindings, but was firmly held in place by the other officers. "You should be dead. You should have died long ago. Disaster! You are a disaster!" Her screams reverberated in the night. While Chen Ling remained quietly rooted in place, his eyes filled with complexity. "Yin," he softly called to Chen Yin beside him. "You wait over there. I will handle this." Chen Yin stared blankly at the frenzied Li Xiuquan, jolted back to reality by Chen Ling's voice. After a prolonged silence, he nodded. He retreated to a deserted corner, curling up with his arms around his knees, unable to suppress the tremors coursing through him. "What is happening? Why can't I keep my mouth shut?" An officer shot a glare at his colleague, promptly bending down to retrieve the white cloth and shove it back into Li Xiuquan's mouth. He then sighed heavily, offering reassurance. "Child, do not take this to heart. Your mother has lost her mind and does not know what she is saying. For public safety, we will send them to a psychiatric facility for stabilization treatment. There is still hope for them to regain their sanity. Of course, during this time, you may visit them at any moment." He exchanged a glance with the other officers, who instantly understood, hastening to transfer the couple to headquarters. Chen Ling observed the scene with a calm demeanor, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. These two individuals had raised the original host and subsequently taken his life. From the perspective of the original host, their grievances had long since been settled. Chen Ling inherited not only the memories of the original host, but also his emotions. He could vaguely sense that the original host bore little resentment. Largely, it stemmed from his genuine affection for his younger brother, Chen Yin. Had Li Xiuquan and her partner clarified everything to the original host, he would have willingly exchanged his life to bring his brother back. Unfortunately, the original host trusted them, while they did not trust him, simply because he was the child they had taken in. "You must be Chen Ling," a figure approached him. "Where have you been?" Chen Ling turned, appearing momentarily lost in thought before hoarsely replying, "Sir, what has happened here?" "I am the one asking you." He frowned slightly but, contemplating the ordeal this youth was currently facing, hesitated before adding, "A disaster intruded upon your home, frightening your parents. Fortunately, they did not resist. Rest assured, there is no immediate danger to their lives." "Oh." Chen Ling awoke from his reverie. "Today I took my brother to practice." "Practice what?" "Traditional opera." Chen Ling raised his hand, revealing a neatly folded opera robe cradled in his arms. Upon seeing this, the officer's vigilance relaxed somewhat. After all, it was uncommon for ordinary individuals to carry opera costumes when going out. Thus, he believed Chen Ling's claim of practice. However, he still proceeded to inquire, "Where did you practice? Was anyone there to witness it?" "It was in the desolate land at the east end of Hanshuang Street. No one saw us. My brother is too shy and does not dare to sing in crowded places. Otherwise, we would have practiced right at our doorstep." The officer nodded. "It's not safe outside lately. Do not wander about. If you notice anything suspicious, Remember to seek me out. I am Jiang Qin, and I patrol this neighborhood daily. All right, by the way, where is your brother? He was just frightened by Mom and is hiding over there. Chen pointed toward the dark corner of the wall, where a small figure was curled up, seemingly in tears. Jiang Qin glanced over and nodded slightly. Just then, as if struck by a thought, he asked, by the way, how many children do you have in your family? 2. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed. 2. Upon noticing the subtle shift in Jiang Qin's tone, Chen Ling's heart sank. Having been involved in performances for years, he was acutely sensitive to such nuances in dialogue. He immediately steadied himself, feigning innocence as he replied, What's wrong? The records indicate that you have 2 children. And you have confirmed this. However, last night we encountered your parents at the mass grave, and they stated they were there to pay respects to their son, if both of your sons are alive. Then who were they honoring? The atmosphere suddenly thickened. So that's what you meant. Chen Ling's thoughts raced, and a look of realization crossed his face. Many years ago, after their parents gave birth to a yin, they had conceived another child. However, at that time, their mother's health was poor, and the newborn succumbed to illness within days. They had to bury him on the back mountain. Every year on that child's birthday, they would go to pay their respects. When this event transpired, a yin was merely 2 years old, completely oblivious, and Chen Ling could only recall a vague semblance of it. The last sentence was a precautionary measure by Chen Ling to prevent Jiang Qin from separating him and Chen Yin for individual questioning. This way, even if Jiang Qin grew suspicious and sought to interrogate Chen Yin further, he could rationalize his inquiries. Naturally, he could also use his young age as an excuse to evade deeper scrutiny from the officers. A child who died young, and no wonder it wasn't recorded in the files. It turned out, Chen Ling had overthought the situation. Jiang Qin, the officer, did not possess such heightened vigilance. He nodded, jotting down a note before turning to leave. Chen Ling let out a sigh of relief within. He had not anticipated that on the very night of his return, Li Xiuquan and her partner would also visit the mass grave. Encountering the officers directly. It had nearly exposed them. Oh, right? Jiang Qin turned back once more. Chen Ling, is this never-ending? Just as Chen Ling felt his heart leap to his throat, Jiang Qin produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to him. This was found on Chen Tan. It's a summons for you from the officers. Report to headquarters tomorrow morning. Do not be late. After delivering his message, Jiang Qin departed for good this time. With the exit of the officers, Hanshuang Street fell silent once more. Chen Ling approached the dark corner of the street, his emotions a tumultuous blend at a yin. Chen Ling gazed at the downcast Chen Yin, unsure of what to say. Given the circumstances, even if Chen Yin were to remain oblivious, he would realize that the disaster that struck their home was himself. Though he had been usurped by an audience member at that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to explain this to Chen Yin. The usually eloquent Chen Ling found himself unusually at a loss for words. Brother, Chen Yin softly began, I'm tired. Chen Ling was taken aback. He had never expected Chen Yin would only utter these 3 words in the end. There was no anger, no questioning, no confusion. Chen Yin's chestnut-colored eyes looked at Chen Ling with the same clarity and tranquility as ever. Chen Ling stood in stunned silence for a long while, realizing he could not penetrate the thoughts of this youth. He gently bent down, running his hand through Chen Yin's hair. If you're tired, then sleep. I will stay by your side. The once warm home now bore 2 gaping holes, the living room a ruinous sight. If a thief or burglar happened to pass by, it would be an affront to their profession to not take advantage of the situation. Chen Yin returned to that familiar bed, silently curling up beneath the covers. Chen Ling settled beside him, leaning against the broken wall, slowly sitting down. Through the shattered roof, he could behold the endless blue auroras dancing in the night, as if soft satin ribbons cloaked the heavens. This was the first time Chen Ling quietly beheld the world's auroras. It felt as though, in that fleeting moment, all his chaotic thoughts evaporated, leaving behind only an eternal tranquility. Brother, are you cold? Chen Yan's voice drifted from beneath the covers. Not cold. Oh. Chen Yin fell silent. After a long while, only the sound of steady breathing lingered in the air, enveloping Chen Ling's ears. Time passed, and gradually, Chen Ling's eyes began to close. He drifted into slumber. Chapter 16. The Dance of Slaughter. Upon reopening his eyes, a familiar light filled his vision. Am I back again? Chen Ling adjusted to the brightness of the spotlight, his gaze slowly sweeping across the surroundings. An old stage, a black curtain, seats filled to capacity with an audience. He had returned to this nightmare once more. It appears that whether in slumber or in death, one invariably returns to this place. Through a series of experiences, Chen-Ling has arrived at this conclusion. Ever since he reclaimed control over his body, the audience members who had previously departed have returned to the theater. Although their gazes seem somewhat displeased, there is at least no indication of them taking action again. Chen-Ling's eyes naturally drift towards the central screen on the stage. Audience anticipation, 24. Historically, the moment he regained control, the anticipation level surged automatically to 20. After a battle of wits with the enforcers, the anticipation rose once more, ultimately stabilizing at 24. The last death had directly deducted 50 from the anticipation. If the next time I die, the anticipation falls below 50, what might transpire? Chen-Ling is uncertain of the answer, yet he speculates that if the anticipation were to turn negative, he would likely face complete demise. His body seized by the audience, never to rise again. Just as he intends to avert his gaze, he suddenly notices a small, trembling treasure chest appearing in the lower right corner of the screen. He distinctly recalls that this item was absent when he first entered the theater. Hesitating for a moment, Chen-Ling tentatively extends his hand and taps the chest. Dun 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 dun. At the instant his fingertip makes contact with the chest, an exhilarating melody erupts from the speakers on either side of the stage. The abrupt music startles Chen-Ling, and the next moment, several spotlights shift to illuminate him from behind. Turning to look, he finds a plain wooden table materializing in the center of the stage. It is an unremarkable wooden table, seemingly a bit worn, blending seamlessly with the wooden floor of the stage. The beams of light shine upon it. A piece of paper reflects a pallid glow. Chen-Ling strides directly towards the table, the spotlights converging until they unite. At the top of the paper, a few lines of small text are inscribed. Audience anticipation has exceeded 60 for the first time. Unlocking achievement, mostly positive. You have received an additional lottery chance. Upon usage, one skill from all characters in this performance will be randomly drawn for you to learn. Chen-Ling's gaze sweeps over the text, and before he can fully process it, the white paper abruptly vanishes, replaced by a series of cards laid out on the table. These cards vary in color, predominantly white and gray, with an occasional blue. The surface patterns range from simple to intricate. The more vibrant the color, the more sophisticated the design appears, suggesting greater value. In the next moment, these cards simultaneously flip over to reveal their uniform backs, then stack together at an astonishing speed, ultimately dispersing neatly across the table surface. Chen-Ling attempts to track the blue cards, but this bizarre shuffling technique is impossible to follow with the naked eye. The prospect of a lottery seems not everything in this theater is malevolent. Taking a deep breath, Chen-Ling randomly selects a card before him and gently flips it over. It is a blue card. After making his choice, all the other cards vanish simultaneously, while several lines of text materialize upon the blue card. Skill, Slaughter Dance, Affiliation, War God Path, Judgment, Path, Third Tier, Character, Han Ming. Upon seeing the name Han Ming, the silhouette of a trench-coated figure from last night's encounter with the crimson paper monster springs to Chen-Ling's mind. At this moment, a single thought occupies his mind. What a windfall! Among all the individuals Chen-Ling has encountered since his arrival, Han Ming undoubtedly possesses the highest combat prowess. Although Chen-Ling cannot comprehend the full implications of the War God Path's Judgment, Third Tier, there is no doubt that he has drawn the best option currently available. The blue card dissipates into nothingness, leaving Chen-Ling with a profound sensation of having gained something mysterious within himself. Grateful for the gift, Chen-Ling feels slightly embarrassed. In a sense, he has pilfered. No, learned this skill from Han Ming, making Han Ming his benefactor in a way. Yet, just hours earlier, he had thoroughly beaten his benefactor, striking him with a heavy blow. Surely that blow could not have killed his benefactor. Could it? A twinge of guilt stirs within him. The crimson disaster dances wildly above him, its terrifying pressure sending shivers down his spine. A slender hand protruding from the disaster presses down upon his head, as if the hand of a deity descending from the heavens, ruling over the world. On the hospital bed, Han Ming abruptly opens his eyes, nearly springing up. A sharp pain in the back of his head makes him wince, and the world before him sways, causing him to collapse back onto the bed. Menggu, a nearby enforcer, startled from dozing, quickly steadies him. Menggu, what are you doing? Don't move around too much, you might pull out the stitches. Lying on the bed, Han Ming gradually regains his composure and, in a daze, asks, "Where am I?" "The hospital," the enforcer replies. "What about that long hand out? No. What about the red disaster?" The enforcer hesitates. "It should have fled. When we arrived at the scene, we only found you lying there." Fragmented memories flood Han Ming's mind, and he instinctively reaches to touch the back of his head, wincing in pain. That disaster deity seems to favor ambushing from behind? What is the situation? Are there any other casualties? Not at the moment. After it fought with you, that disaster never reappeared. It seems you inflicted significant damage. Han Ming is about to claim that he didn't actually injure it at all. But after a moment's hesitation, he swallows the words "I" in front of his subordinates. He needs to maintain his image. "What time is it?" 6:50 to help me sit up. "Minggu, the doctor said you need to rest." "Rest my foot." Han Ming grits his teeth and stands up. That disaster is cunning. If left unchecked, it will surely lead to serious trouble. Cunning? The enforcer is taken aback. "Minggu, are you trying to say it's dangerous?" Although this enforcer is somewhat seasoned, it is his first time hearing someone describe a disaster with the word cunning. Dangerous, but even more cunning. Han Ming instinctively touches the back of his head. "Moreover, I suspect it may have truly merged with a human." "Merged?" The enforcer's expression changes dramatically. "Should we immediately notify Aurora City?" Hearing the latter part of the statement, Han Ming gradually calms down. "No, not yet. I need to investigate further. For now, this is merely my speculation, lacking any theoretical basis." "Then what should we do now?" "Let's head to headquarters first. The new reserve should be arriving soon. We can discuss the details on the way." "All right." Chapter 17. Policy. The morning sun bathes Chunling's face, causing his eyelashes to flutter as he slowly opens his eyes. He yes back. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, he exhales deeply. After the lottery, he wandered the stage for quite some time, yet still found no exit. It was only when the stage bell rang and the curtain rose that he automatically returned. The current anticipation level stands at 23, once again approaching the brink of life and death. Chunling reflects on the screen's characters from before his departure, murmuring to himself that he must act swiftly. Brother. The covers are pulled back and Chen Yin, rubbing his reddened eyes, sits up in bed. "Good morning, good morning." Chunling glances at the clock on the wall, pulls out the last few copper coins from his pocket, and hands them to Chen Yin. "I need to step out for a while. I'm not sure when I'll be back. You should eat something today." "Brother, where are you going?" "To catch myself." "Huh?" Chunling dons a cotton coat, tucking the envelope given to him by the enforcer yesterday into his pocket. He turns back to ruffle Chen Yan's hair. "Don't ask too many questions. Just wait for me at home." "All right." "Understood." Chen Yan obediently nods. After watching Chunling leave, he climbs out of bed and gazes at the two large holes at the entrance of their home, his brow furrowing in concern. "How am I supposed to fix this?" He glances at the few copper coins left in his hand, silently tucking them away. He then retrieves a heavy hammer and some wooden boards from inside the house, beginning to measure the dimensions. Just then, a figure appears behind the large hole, startling Chen Yan. It is a man clad in a woolen overcoat, a deep blue scarf wrapped around his collar, and silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, giving him an artistic and wise appearance. However, at this moment, as he gazes at the house reduced to two large holes, confusion flickers in his intelligent eyes. He opens his mouth to speak, but feels it would be impolite. So he attempts to knock on the door, only to find no door. After circling the house, he returns to the hole and looks inside. "Theo, you need something?" Chen Yin tilts his head. "Is Mr. Chen Ling home?" Upon hearing his brother's name, a glimmer of wariness crosses Chen Yan's eyes. He scrutinizes the man for a moment before asking again, "Do you need something?" The man removes his white gloves and pulls a letter from his coat pocket, holding it open in his hand as he calmly addresses the interior. "I have heard that Mr. Chen requires doctor. Therefore, I have come." The biting cold wind seeps into Chen Ling's collar, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Little brother, where are you headed?" "I can give you a ride." A lean, dark-skinned man pulls a rickshaw, hurriedly catching up to Chen Ling, revealing a broad grin filled with yellowed teeth. Chen Ling glances at him. "To the enforcer's headquarters. I'm quite familiar with that place. I just dropped off 2 people there. You're all going to be the reserves, right? Thus, I see that fate has brought us together. I shall charge them 10. And you 7. Will you accept?" "Never mind. Point 6. Let us settle on 6, for I cannot go any lower. I have no money." "No money?" The man furrowed his brow, casting a few disdainful glances his way before muttering under his breath as he walked away with the rickshaw. What kind of law enforcer is one without funds? How unfortunate, Chen Ling thought. That the quality of individuals in this world is truly deplorable. He rubbed his frostbitten hands together and instinctively quickened his pace towards the center of District 3. Before last night, Chen Ling had been pondering how to evade the law enforcer's scrutiny and avoid their attention once more. Now, he had found his answer. The solution lay in becoming a law enforcer himself. By stepping into their ranks, participating in all investigations of calamities, and creating diversions, he could ensure they never pinpointed his whereabouts. I shall become, I shall partake, I shall disrupt, I shall flee. This was Chen Ling's current strategy. He navigated through several streets until he arrived at a colossal edifice resembling a glass dome, finally pausing in his tracks. How grand! Chen Ling gazed upward at the dome, unable to suppress a sigh of awe. How much funding must have been required to erect such a structure? In this neighborhood, where two-story mud houses abound, the appearance of such an architecturally unique building is as conspicuous and jarring as an art gallery suddenly emerging in a rural setting from a previous life. At that moment, a few young individuals hurried past, clutching letters, making their way toward the headquarters. They exchanged polite smiles and nods. The total number of candidates passing the written examination in District 3 was approximately 70. And typically the elimination rate for the physical test is around 50%. Thus, only about 30 individuals are able to become law enforcers each year. Although this year's physical test has adopted a new format, the final elimination rate remains unchanged. In summary, every individual entering this building is, in essence, a potential competitor. Chen Ling stepped through the main entrance of the headquarters, and beneath the glass dome, several rows of individuals stood in orderly formation. Like Chen Ling, they were all clad in ordinary civilian attire, and at present, in groups of 10, each stood tall with chests puffed out, every muscle taut, resembling warriors poised for a summons. Chen Ling had arrived somewhat late, so he could only position himself at the edge of the last row. After he took his place, a law enforcer glanced over the list and nodded slightly. All are present. Another law enforcer picked up a prepared speech and was about to speak when the headquarters door was forcefully pushed open, and two figures strode in. Han Ming discarded a spent cigarette, but underfoot, the 4 silver stripes on his black trench coat gleaming. His calm gaze swept over all those in the waiting area, and an inexplicable air of oppression enveloped the hearts of everyone present. Except for Chen Ling. Chen Ling raised an eyebrow in astonishment, his gaze instinctively drawn to the back of Han Ming's head. He had struck him so hard yesterday, and he had recovered so quickly today. Is this fellow's head made of iron? It is Han Ming. It truly is him. He has also arrived. Who is Han Ming? He is the chief law enforcer of District 3, the only 4 stripes law enforcer in the district. It is said that he is a super genius, having ascended to 4 stripes at the age of 24. And he once crushed all concurrent law enforcers within Aurora City, a beacon of pride for our 7 districts. Crushing concurrent law enforcers in Aurora City? Is that true? If he is so formidable, why was he not absorbed into Aurora City? I do not know. It is rumored that he has a grudge against a certain powerful figure within Aurora City. I heard he is quite skilled. My mother is particularly fond of him. How old is your mother this year? Nearly 50, I believe. With Han Ming's appearance, the waiting crowd instantly began to murmur, and even the numerous law enforcers nearby unconsciously straightened their spines and adopted serious expressions. Han Ming stood beneath the dome, suddenly feeling a chill at the back of his head, as if someone were scrutinizing his weaknesses. He instinctively glanced back and found a group of candidates discreetly watching him. Upon meeting Han Ming's gaze, all the candidates lowered their heads, no longer daring to converse, and the entire headquarters fell into profound silence. I am Han Ming, the current highest officer of District 3. Han Ming adjusted his demeanor and slowly spoke. The next 3 days will be your physical assessment. Of the 72 of you, only 30 will remain. 30, that is an even lower passing rate than anticipated. Chen Ling pondered. This ratio also astonished the other candidates, who could not help but exchange glances filled with confusion. However, among these 30 individuals, 3 will receive early qualification to enter the ancient repository of arms. Upon hearing this statement, the entire headquarters erupted in commotion. Even the law enforcers standing by widened their eyes in disbelief. Chen Ling did not comprehend. Among the many candidates present, a significant portion also failed to grasp the meaning. Observing this, Han Ming casually began to explain. Do you know the difference between a law enforcer and a law officer? The crowd shook their heads. The distinction between a law enforcer and a law officer, though merely a single word apart, is worlds apart. This is not merely a difference in titles, but empowered. A law enforcer is simply an ordinary person bestowed with enforcement authority, while a law officer possesses a path to divinity of their own. It is rumored that before the Great Cataclysm, there existed 18 paths to divinity, each unique. However, as time has progressed and civilizations have declined, only 14 remain. These 14 paths are text, medicine, arms, yellow, green, craft, chess, drama, puppetry, witchcraft, power, divination, theft, and prostitution. Each path is said to lead to a divine position. If one traverses them all, they may transcend the mundane and ascend to godhood. In our Aurora domain, the law enforcers wield the path of arms among these 14 paths to divinity. According to the regulations governing law enforcers in Aurora City, every law enforcer, 3 years after their confirmation, is entitled to one opportunity to enter the ancient repository of arms. If they succeed in the trials within the repository, they may be selected by the path of arms and formally embark on this divine journey. Once one steps onto the path to divinity, Aurora City will change your status, promoting you from law enforcer to law officer. After hearing Han Ming's explanation, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. To traverse the path and ascend to divinity. This prospect is immensely alluring to a group of newly matured youths. Images of the monstrous red paper creature battling Han Ming last night flashed through Chan Ling's mind. Han Ming seemed to have unleashed some mysterious domain, becoming exceptionally formidable. Could that have been the power of the path of arms? Excuse me, is entry into their repository the only way to attain the path of divinity? A voice in the crowd timidly inquired. Theoretically, it is not. Han Ming shook his head. The key to embarking on the path to divinity lies in gaining the recognition of the divine path. If you possess exceptional talent in a particular path, or if the path deems you destined to walk it, it will naturally guide you. Such individuals are referred to as divinely favored. That I once encountered a youth from the South Sea domain. He began painting at 3 years of age, mastering it without a teacher. BY5. He effortlessly created a piece titled 100 Boats Competing in the Flow with Plain Rice Porridge on the Ground, earning the favor of the Green Path and becoming the youngest divine path holder in history. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet, those chosen by the divine path are exceedingly rare, as the vast majority must rely on entry into the repository to pursue their divine path. Of course, not all repositories are within the bounds of human domains. Several are located at the intersection of the gray realm and reality, making it extremely challenging for ordinary humans to access them. This has resulted in very few individuals successfully entering and passing the trials, and those aspiring to tread these divine paths must seek the route of divine favor, rendering such individuals exceedingly scarce. For example, the yellow path, drama path, theft path, and prostitution path. In summary, these 14 divine paths are the only extraordinary roads recognized by the human domain, and in the Aurora domain, the vast majority of individuals have only one choice, the path of arms. Only recognized by the human domain? Chun Ling interjected. So, there are paths that are not recognized. Han Ming regarded him for a moment before pausing, ultimately replying, Indeed, and quite a few. For instance, there are the fusionists who seek to relinquish their human identities and willingly merge with calamities. The cultists of the Red Sky sect who worship the calamity of the Red Star. However, you must never tread these paths. Should anyone embark on such a journey, the only outcome is to be hunted down by the entire human domain, and then exterminated. Upon hearing the phrase exterminated, Chun Ling's heart skipped a beat. If he was not mistaken, the audience within him was likely a calamity. Did that mean he had merged with calamity? Chun Ling was uncertain and dared not inquire. He suddenly felt that his earlier decision to refrain from seeking assistance from law enforcers was exceedingly prudent, if he truly counted as a fusionist. The law enforcer's first reaction upon discovering this would likely be to eliminate him along with the calamity residing within him. Gazing at the imposing figures of law enforcers not far away, Chun Ling felt beads of sweat beginning to form in his palms. Audience expectation 10, current expectation 33. 2 lines of text flashed across the void before Chun Ling's eyes, and he inwardly cursed the audience's perversion. Their joy is built entirely upon his life and death peril. However, despite the tension, Chun Ling was not overly fearful. After all, It was likely that even Han Ming would not anticipate that a fusionist would not only face the law enforcers without fleeing but would actively seek to blend in with them. Could those like the fusionists and the Red Sky sect truly grasp the path to divinity? Once again, someone posed a question. It is nearly impossible, Han Ming stated softly. No path to divinity would bestow blessings upon those monstrous beings who embrace evil. A flicker of disappointment passed through Chen Ling's eyes. As a traveler from another realm, he naturally yearned for powers that transcended the mundane world. To be honest, he had felt a surge of temptation when the topic of the divine path was mentioned earlier. However, if he were truly a fusion being, that path would be beyond his reach. Next, tasks would be assigned to each of you. Whether or not you remain here in 3 days depends solely on you. With that final remark, Han Ming turned and departed. The crowd began to murmur once more. Subsequently, several enforcers stepped forward to announce the tasks assigned to each individual. Zhang Lipong and Ye Yining were tasked with assisting in patrolling the Cold Cloud Street in District 3. Deng Feiliang and Gong Hong were to assist with patrolling Cold Snow Street in the same district. All present were merely reserves, lacking the capability to patrol independently, and could only assist the official enforcers with minor tasks. The initial names called were manageable, but as the list progressed, the assigned streets became increasingly obscure, eventually leading to individuals being dispatched across districts to support others in District 2. Wu Yudong and Chen Ling were assigned to assist in patrolling Ice Spring Street in District 2. Upon hearing his name linked to District 2, Chen Ling was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that Cold Frost Street in District 3 had yet to be patrolled, and he himself was a resident there. Why, then, was he being transferred to District 2? Although the two districts were not far apart, commuting would take at least 4 hours each day. This would surely consume all of his time, wouldn't it? The assessment commenced today, and everyone was granted 3 hours to prepare for their return home. After 3 hours, they were required to be on duty. Once the enforcers finished reading the list, they dismissed the crowd. Chen Ling felt an inkling that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Brother, are you Chen Ling? A slight and cautious youth approached him. Who are you? I am Wu Yudong, and I will be accompanying you to assist in District 2.0. Hello. Wu Yudong glanced around and lowered his voice, asking, did you bribe them? Bribe? Chen Ling was taken aback. You mean the enforcer who read the list? Ma Zhong, he oversees personnel transfers. Where we go and what we do is entirely at his discretion. Seeing Chen Ling's reaction, Wu Yudong sighed in resignation. By the looks of you, it seems you didn't bribe him either. No wonder we are the most unfortunate. This, Chen Ling finally understood. He recalled what the man pulling the rickshaw had said earlier on the way here. Without money, how can one be an enforcer? It seemed that enforcers were not particularly virtuous individuals. Chen Ling scoffed inwardly. Even the rickshaw puller recognized the nature of the enforcers, underscoring the severe issues within the organization. Where do you live? Cold Frost Street, number 128. What a coincidence. I also reside on Cold Frost Street, but at the other end. Brother, it seems we are kindred spirits. Once we reach District 2, let us help each other out. Wu Yudong exchanged a few words with Chen Ling before hurriedly returning home to gather his belongings. As Chen Ling finally exited the headquarters, a cold voice called out from beside the door, halt. Chen Ling paused, slowly turning his head to find Han Ming leaning against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His eyes fixed on him like those of a venomous snake. You are Chen Ling. Chapter 19. Testing. Yes, Commander Han. The moment he was called by Han Ming, a flicker of guilt flashed in Chen Ling's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. What do you need from me? A fusion being, daring to infiltrate the enforcer's ranks. You possess quite a lot of audacity. Han Ming spoke slowly now. Reveal your intentions. This statement struck Chen Ling like a thunderclap. He had been discovered? No, it was impossible. The entity he had encountered last night was the red paper monster, and throughout their encounter, he had never revealed his face. How could he possibly recognize me at a glance? Huh. Confusion filled Chen Ling's eyes. Commander Han, what are you talking about? Do you not comprehend my meaning? I do not. Where were you last night? At home, asleep, and prior to that, I was in the wilderness with my brother. Practicing opera. Your brother practices opera? What were you doing there? He is timid and needed my company. What piece were you rehearsing? Farewell, my concubine. What was the last line? What about the second to last line? I shall wait and see. Han Ming's questioning was extraordinarily swift, leaving no time for Chen Ling to respond. As he answered, cold sweat trickled down his back. By the last 3 questions, he nearly succumbed to the urge to flee. Chun-Ling had no familiarity with the dramas of this world and could only rely on the one he knew best from his previous life. He could only gamble, hoping that Han Ming was entirely ignorant of the theatrical arts. As for the lines, they posed no challenge for Chun-Ling. Having attended numerous performances of Farewell My Concubine in his previous life, he recalled the poignant moment when Xiang Yu discovered that Yu Ji had taken her own life with clarity. As it turned out, Chun-Ling's gamble paid off. After posing the final question, Han Ming fixed his gaze on Chun-Ling, his eyes seemingly piercing through to his very soul. After a few seconds of silence, Han Ming finally spoke. "Oh, perhaps I was mistaken. This fellow was certainly trying to deceive me. It seemed that the blow I dealt last night was too light." Chun-Ling inhaled deeply. "Commander Han, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Han Ming called out to Chun-Ling. "Which street were you assigned to?" "District 2. I Spring Street." "You'll not return home yet." "Proceed there directly." "Huh. Did they not say we had 3 hours to prepare?" "This is an order." The simplicity of Han Ming's 4 words left Chun-Ling utterly speechless. He and Han Ming locked eyes in the biting wind, their cotton robes and trench coats swirling as the world around them fell into a profound silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chun-Ling finally spoke. "Understood. It will take a maximum of 2 hours to reach Ice Spring Street in District 2. After 2 hours, I will confirm whether you have arrived." "Do you comprehend?" Chun-Ling gritted his teeth and replied, "My legs are fatigued, so it may take a little longer. I shall summon a rickshaw." Han Ming exemplified decisiveness to the utmost degree. He flagged down a rickshaw puller on the street, the very same man with whom Chun-Ling had conversed earlier, and instructed him to deliver Chun-Ling to Ice Spring Street punctually, assuring him that he would cover the fare. Thus, under Han Ming's watchful gaze, Chun-Ling reluctantly boarded the rickshaw and headed directly toward District 2. As Han Ming watched Chun-Ling depart, he crushed the extinguished cigarette but beneath his heel and scoffed. "Minggu, why are you targeting him?" Zhang Qin approached with curiosity. "Do you not find it peculiar?" Han Ming replied calmly. "On the night of the convergence in the Grey Realm, Li Shouchuan and Chen Tan braved the torrential rain to visit the potter's field, claiming to pay respects to their son. The following day, calamity coincidentally struck their household, resulting in the deaths of 2 enforcers trailing them, yet they were miraculously spared. Furthermore, during this incident, the Chen brothers were conveniently absent from home. With no alibi to account for their absence, however, the tribute to their son has already been rationalized. Many years ago, the couple suffered the loss of a prematurely departed child. You've missed the crux of the matter." "Huh." "The crux is not the act of paying tribute to their son, but rather that they undertook this pilgrimage in the midst of a once-in-a-decade storm during the auroral realm. Oh, you truly believe that a child, long bereft of emotional ties, warrants such a gesture?" This left Zhang Qin speechless. The tale of the prematurely departed child, along with the opera practice, was merely Chun-Ling's one-sided account, devoid of any corroborating evidence. Han Ming patted Zhang Qin's shoulder. "As enforcers, we must observe with our own eyes, not merely listen with our ears." "I understand." "Minggu. Then come with me to Cold Frost Street, number 128. "What is the purpose?" "Chun-Ling has already been dispatched. The remainder involves interrogating Chen Yin." Han Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic pounding of the hammer drove the nails deeper into the wall bit by bit. As the wooden boards were meticulously laid upon the wall, the once gaping hole was gradually repaired. Chen Yin wiped the sweat from his brow and secured the final plank in place before collapsing into a chair. Panting heavily, he glanced back toward the living room, where a man with silver-framed glasses was curiously examining the freshly affixed wooden boards, lost in thought. "I wish he would help a bit," Chen Yin muttered under his breath. In truth, Chen Yin had no desire to allow this man into his home, but he was, after all, a legitimate guest bearing his brother's handwritten letter. However, he had never heard his brother mention having friends in the Auroral City. Just as Chen Yin completed his task, the man slowly rose to his feet and approached the impeccably nailed wooden boards, exclaiming in astonishment, "How did you achieve this? Repairing a house isn't particularly difficult. My brother took me to build a wooden house when I was young, though it was for the birds." Chen Yin proudly lifted his chin. "I heard that the people in Auroral City are quite pampered. Surely you lack such craftsmanship." Just as the man was about to respond, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. "Enforcers are here for questioning. Open the door immediately." upon hearing those words. Chen Yan's complexion instantly turned pale. He was uncertain as to why the enforcers had unexpectedly come knocking, but his instincts warned him that their sudden inquiry at this juncture could only portend ill. Chen Yan's mind raced as he said to the man, "When the time comes, you shall answer the door and claim that no one is home." As soon as he uttered these words, he swiftly retreated into the bedroom to conceal himself, the enforcers. The man furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward to open the door. Behind it stood Han Meng and Jiang Qin. Upon seeing a stranger answer the door, Jiang Qin was taken aback and glanced at the doorplate, perplexed. "This is strange. We didn't go to the wrong place, did we?" Han Meng's gaze narrowed slightly as he recognized the man. "What are you doing here?" "I thought it was someone else, so it is you." The man's lips curled into a smirk as he adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, speaking leisurely. "I should have anticipated this. District 3 is your territory." Observing their immediate conversation, Jiang Qin leaned closer to Han Meng and inquired quietly, "Menggu, who is he?" Aurora City, the divine Dr. Chu Mu Yun. Chapter 20. The integrator he ought to return to find a yin. The rickshaw rattled along the gravel road as Chen Ling sat within, his expression exceedingly grave. He was at a loss as to which part of the plan had gone awry, prompting Han Meng to suspect him so swiftly, even going so far as to dig into his own pockets to send him away for a private inquiry with Chen Yin. The problem was, all routes were now blocked for him. Even if he turned back to seek out Chen Yin, aside from whether he could reach home faster than the enforcers, the moment he disembarked the rickshaw, Han Meng would soon be aware of it, and then it would be exceedingly difficult to clear his name. Henceforth, it all hinged on how Chen Yin would respond. However, Chen Ling had already devised a contingency plan. Should his identity be exposed, he would make an immediate escape from District 2, for it would take Han Meng some time to traverse from District 3 to As for Chen Yin. He was merely an ordinary person, blissfully unaware of his identity as an integrator. And he didn't even know what an integrator was. Even if he were to encounter trouble, he would not be implicated. "Brother, you still claim you have no money." The rickshaw puller turned back. "Even Enforcer Han Meng is covering your travel expenses. Your background must be quite remarkable." "Indeed, it is quite remarkable," Chen Ling mused, the image of Han Meng surfacing in his mind, a feeling of resentment rising within him. He then asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Soon, perhaps another 10 minutes, and no need to rush. Circle around this street a few more times." "Huh? Just run as I instructed. After all, you're being paid by the distance." Chen Ling scoffed. "Isn't he rich? Let me enjoy spending his money. Then I shall truly run." The man replied, "Head towards a crowded area. Let people see you, so he cannot shirk the bill." "Very well." The rickshaw puller complied, racing alongside Chen Ling, traversing the busiest streets of District 2 for over 10 laps. It was evident that the man was quite thrilled, as the extra distance would sustain him with fares for 2 or 3 days. When Chen Ling alighted, the rickshaw puller's grin reached his ears. As if he longed to bow to this benefactor right then and there. Yes, he was the only one forcibly dispatched. Wu Yudong would not arrive for several more hours, leaving Chen Ling to proceed alone to Ice Spring Street to meet with the enforcers patrolling there. Upon reaching Ice Spring Street, Chen Ling's brow furrowed. Yellow warning tape nearly sealed off the entire street, and the air still bore the scent of blood. The low, dilapidated buildings on either side stood empty, devoid of life, save for a few gruesome bloodstains splattered across the white walls, a sight both shocking and distressing. Chen Ling bent down to traverse the warning tape, stepping over the shattered stones, as if a savage beast had once wreaked havoc upon this street. "What is this?" Confusion flickered in Chen Ling's eyes. In the distance, silhouettes clad in black and red uniforms moved about, upon spotting Chen Ling crossing the warning line. They swiftly approached. "Are you from the reserve team of District 3? What brings you here so early?" Chen Ling presented his orders, shifting the responsibility onto Han Meng, claiming it was he who had urged him to depart promptly. The enforcer nodded. "It's good that you arrived early. We are in need of manpower. My name is Qian Fan, and I am currently in charge of Ice Spring Street's enforcement. You will be working with me for the next few days." "Understood." Chen Ling paused before asking, "Brother Fan, what transpired here? Haven't you heard?" Qian Fan replied incredulously, "The night before last, the very day of the Gray Realm convergence, a calamity invaded District 2 and slaughtered an entire half of the street." Chen Ling froze. "The night before last?" "Yes," Qian Fan confirmed. The enforcer Mahjong from your District 3 didn't inform you. During this Gray Realm convergence, it is highly probable that two calamities emerged. Point 1 of level 5. The other of level 3, the one that appeared in your District 3 was level 5, but its destructive capacity seems to be limited, resulting in minimal casualties. Our level 3, however, while not highly ranked, is truly vicious. Upon hearing this, Chunling's mind spiraled. He had always believed that the sole calamity in his mind was the only one that had escaped from the Gray Realm. Yet now, another had emerged. Had they captured that level 3? If they had, why would we need so many of us here? Qianfan sighed. After its rampage, that calamity vanished. However, some enforcers witnessed the direction it fled. It likely headed towards the back mountains. The back mountains. Chunling recalled that they lay between District 2 and District 3. It is peculiar that both calamities would vanish. Usually, when a calamity descends with such a commotion, it is swiftly apprehended. On one hand, they are large in stature, and on the other, they cannot contain their urges to kill. Yet this time, both calamities disappeared simultaneously, as if they had evaporated into thin air. A thought struck Chunling, and he casually inquired, I have heard of beings known as integrators? Integrators. Qianfan shook his head. Do you think merging with a calamity is a simple feat? To successfully integrate with a calamity and survive, one must meet 3 conditions. First, you must ensure that the calamity does not kill you. Just this one condition eliminates 99 of calamities, as most lack self-control. You could say that a human must incapacitate it to the brink of death. But then you face the next issue. You must guarantee your physique is compatible with it. This is utterly unpredictable that a human and a calamity are entirely different species. For them to blend is akin to casually picking up a stone and finding that the natural pattern on it fortuitously spells your name. Even if luck is on your side and you fulfill the first 2 conditions, you must also ensure that once merged, you won't be driven mad by the calamities will, to my knowledge. Most integrators are deranged and seldom survive beyond a few years. Chunling retorted. So, are you saying the probability of integrators emerging is virtually 0? Indeed, Qianfan affirmed. However, I have heard that some within the integrator faction are researching methods to increase the success rate of integration. I am unaware of their progress. Initially, Chunling had believed himself to be an integrator, but after hearing Qianfan's description, he began to doubt. His connection with the audience was entirely founded upon the theater, seemingly devoid of the merging process he described. Although these audience members did occasionally drive him to madness, simultaneously, a notion flickered through Chunling's mind. If he was not an integrator, might it be possible for him to carve a path uniquely his own? A path to transcendence? Chapter 21. The amulet. In any case, your task over the next few days is to scour this street for any remnants of calamity fur or other unusual items. Unusual items? The power of a calamity can alter the surrounding reality, with the specific effects varying from one calamity to another. Some calamities merely standing in place can distort everything nearby, while others might ignite flames. It is said that the more bizarre ones can manipulate humans. We refer to this influence as the calamity domain. The higher the level of a calamity, the greater the destructive capacity and range of its domain. Overall, we categorize all known calamities from levels 1 to 9, with each level possessing alternative titles to intuitively express their destructive force. For instance, a level 9 calamity is commonly referred to as world annihilation. World annihilation. Chunling was momentarily stunned. So a level 9 calamity truly has the power to obliterate the world. While it carries elements of exaggeration, it is not far from the truth. It is said that a world annihilation level calamity possesses the capability to completely eradicate a domain of humanity. Qianfan seemed to recall something and lowered his voice. Did you not know? What? In fact, the calamity that emerged from your District 3 the night before last was a world annihilation. Chunling's complexion drained of color. Haha, I was merely jesting, Qianfan chuckled, patting Chunling's shoulder. I heard that the calamity pointer in your District 3 indeed exploded. Generally, such phenomena only occur when a world annihilation descends. However, it seems implausible, doesn't it? It has been nearly a century since a world annihilation has manifested. And if it truly were one, District 3 would have been obliterated at the first opportunity, leaving no chance for the present tranquility. Thus, it is likely that a calamity with a domain merely influenced the calamity pointer's readings. Didn't the enforcement officer from Hanming engage with it yesterday? They confirmed it was merely a level 5 calamity, not an apocalyptic event, so there's no need to worry. Qianfan stood with his hands on his hips, a broad smile adorning his face. However, Chunling could not reciprocate the smile, as the architect of the beating of Hanming. Chunling was acutely aware of the true nature of the level 5 calamity mentioned by Qianfan. The level 5 calamity encountered by Hanming was not genuinely a level 5. It was simply due to the fact that at that moment, the audience anticipation level was precisely hovering between 14 and 15, and the corresponding audience that seized the stage represented the combat power of a level 5 calamity. Chunling distinctly remembered that the number of spectators who had fled at that time was less than 1% of the entire audience. What if the audience collectively fled? Would that not imply a complete apocalypse would descend? The thought sent a chill down Chunling's spine. He had considered the calamity among the audience might be formidable, but he never anticipated it to be this formidable. It was a super calamity capable of annihilation, a time bomb sufficient to obliterate the human realm. All right, you should get back to work. Qianfan spoke contentedly. Very well. Qianfan departed. Only Chunling remained alone in the desolate streets. He took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the fear within him, and lowered his head to begin searching among the rubble. Regardless of the audience's level, it seemed they were bound to adhere to the theater's rules. As long as Chunling maintained the audience anticipation level above 20, nothing would go awry. Audience anticipation level -1. Current anticipation level 32. The two lines of text etched momentarily among the rubble before vanishing in an instant. Ever since the undercover infiltrated the enforcement agency, the audience anticipation level had surged by 10 in one breath, yet over time, it continued to decline at a steady rate, the current pace. If he did nothing, it would plummet back to 20 in at most 36 hours. For the next few hours, Chunling meticulously searched through the ruins, yet found no traces of fur or remnants of the calamity realm. To be honest, Chunling was quite curious about the calamity that had fled alongside his own audience. Chunling, a voice called from a distance, and as he diligently searched for clues, he looked up to see his comrade. Wu Yudong, approaching. I heard you arrived early this morning. Wu Yudong, drenched in sweat, likely had traversed here on foot from District 3. How did you get here so swiftly? Didn't you go home? I didn't. Something came up that it related to your brother? Upon hearing this, Chunling abruptly lifted his head. What did you say? Oh, when I passed by your house earlier, I saw Commander Hanming there, claiming he was looking for your brother. Wu Yudong wiped his brow, unable to suppress a sigh. But brother, your family's conditions are even worse than mine. The house is riddled with holes? Chunling disregarded Wu Yudong's jest and pressed further. Did Hanming inquire about my brother? No, there was a tall man wearing silver-rimmed glasses speaking to him inside the house. I couldn't catch the specifics, but after a couple of exchanges, Commander Hanming left. Without entering the house, a tall man with silver-rimmed glasses? Chunling froze for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. He had completely forgotten about this. Previously, he had sent a message to the doctor in Aurora City, intending to have him heal himself. Yet, the events of the past few days had overwhelmed him, causing it to slip his mind. It seemed that the doctor had indeed arrived as promised to attend to his ailment. However, wasn't he District 3 under lockdown? How did he manage to get in? A flurry of questions raced through Chunling's mind. He was eager to return home and uncover what had transpired. I can't chat any longer. My task is to assist the survivors of Ice Spring Street, and there's a multitude of tasks awaiting me. Wu Yudong glanced at the time and hurriedly bid farewell to Chunling. Since Hanming had been diverted, there should be no opportunity to interrogate Chunyin. Home remained safe. Chunling pondered while swiftly making his way toward Qianfan and the others. The doctor represented an entirely unknown entity for Chunling. He dared not allow Chunyin to remain alone with the individual for too long. He needed to return home, and he needed to return immediately. Creak. Chunling stepped forward, crushing a brick amidst the debris, and glanced down to see a faint trace of red pressed beneath the fragments. Chunling furrowed his brows slightly, brushing away the debris, and the outline of the red object gradually became clear. Upon discerning its full form, his pupils constricted violently. It was a tattered talisman. In the corner of the talisman were embroidered two tiny characters. Chunyin. Chapter 22. Chu Mu Yun. Is it already this late? Chu Mu Yun sat at the entrance, glancing down at his pocket watch and letting out a long sigh. Where's my brother? Chunyin rested his chin on his hand, sitting beside Chu Mu Yun, equally gazing longingly at the street outside. The dim evening sun gradually sank below the horizon, and the blue aurora in the sky grew increasingly distinct. The two sat side by side, the cold wind seeping through the wooden slats, causing the oil lamp on the table to flicker uncertainly. Finally, at the end of the aurora-laden street, a figure gradually came into focus. He back. Chun Yin sprang up, waving at the distant silhouette. "Brother!" Qin Ling, dragging his weary frame, slowly approached home. He squinted at the two figures at the entrance, but still waved back at Chen Yin at the first opportunity. Chu Mu Yun was taken aback, standing up with his hands on his knees and offering a polite smile and wave. "You must be Mr. Qin Ling, correct?" Chu Mu Yun adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. "I am Chu Mu Yun, the doctor, from Aurora City." "Oh, hello." Qin Ling shook his hand. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not too long, really. Quite a while, actually." Chun Yin interjected. "Brother, you left early this morning, and he has been sitting here in the living room ever since." "He arrived this morning? Did you not offer him any water?" "I did, but he didn't drink any." Chun Ling shifted his gaze from Chan Yin to Chu Mu Yun, looking somewhat apologetic. "Dr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for making you come all this way and waiting for me for so long. In truth, my ailment has already improved. Perhaps I could treat you to dinner tonight and see you off tomorrow?" Initially, Chun Ling had sought the doctor out due to being frightened by the audience, but now he no longer perceived his situation as an ailment nor believed anyone could cure him. A calamity of apocalyptic magnitude cannot simply be resolved by any doctor, let alone with a mysterious theater capable of suppressing such an apocalypse. Chu Mu Yun's presence here might not only fail to heal him but, over time, might even lead to the discovery of the calamity residing within his mind. Chu Mu Yun appeared momentarily stunned. He regarded Chan Ling for a while, hesitating before speaking. "Well, Mr. Chan, in many cases, the human body does not recognize when it is unwell. You may feel fine now, but in reality, you are not. Perhaps you require me to conduct a thorough examination." "No, I don't need that." Chen Ling's rejection was resolute this time. He was well aware that he currently did not possess a heart. Allowing Chu Mu Yun to examine him? Wouldn't that be tantamount to exposing his true identity? Chu Mu Yun. Dr. Chu, I am immensely grateful for your long journey from Aurora City, but I truly do not require an examination or treatment at this moment. Chen Ling sensed that his demeanor might have been a bit too brusque and promptly added sincerely, "Very well then." Chu Mu Yun sighed, "However, I may not be able to leave at this time." "Why not?" "District 3 has been completely sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or exit, weren't you aware?" "Then how did you get in?" "I have a friend in the enforcement agency who facilitated my entry." Chu Mu Yun chuckled helplessly, "But you see, while getting in is simple, exiting is an entirely different matter. The enforcement agency's lockdown of District 3 aims to prevent calamities from escaping, as some calamities are small enough to hide in human backpacks or even within their bodies, or to merge with humans. In short, the difficulty of entering and exiting is not even remotely comparable." This fact was well understood by Qin Ling, who had already joined the enforcement agency's reserve team. Qin Ling found himself in a quandary. Chu Mu Yun had come all the way from Aurora City specifically to treat him, and he had not asked for any payment. One could even say it was charitable. Now that the doctor was here, and unable to return home, he certainly could not just turn him away and send him to wander the streets. "Brother, I feel he is not a bad person." Chun Yin interjected at the right moment. "Today, that enforcement officer Han Ming came, and he was quite fierce. It was he who helped me drive the others away." Hearing this, Chun Ling's eyes brightened slightly. "May I ask a question?" "You may." Chu Mu Yun nodded. "How did you manage to send Han Ming away today?" "Oh, I simply told him that no one was home and that it was quite impolite to intrude upon another's residence without the owner's permission. But he is an enforcement officer. Enforcement officers have the right to search private homes." Qin Ling found it hard to believe that such a tough character could leave so easily. "Did I spoke?" And he was inclined to listen. Chu Mu Yun replied nonchalantly, "A few years ago, I saved his life, twice. I understand." Chun Ling nodded. "Then, before District 3 is unsealed, you should stay here. However, I have a condition." "What condition?" "Without my permission, no form of inspection is allowed. Neither for my brother." "All right." Chu Mu Yun lightly adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and decisively agreed. When Qin Ling returned home, he discovered that the original opening had been sealed with wooden boards. Although a slight breeze still seeped through occasionally, it was a significant improvement compared to the four-sided exposure of the previous night. He glanced back to see Chen Yin with his hands clasped behind his back, his head slightly bowed, seemingly awaiting his praise. Thanks to you. Chunling ruffled his hair. Otherwise, we would have had to sleep outdoors again tonight. There are still some gaps that haven't been filled. Tomorrow, I'll go to the back mountain to get some clay to patch them up, Chen Yin said with a hint of embarrassment. Chu Mu Yun walked through the door and, upon witnessing this scene, smiled and remarked, "You two have a wonderful brotherly bond, of course." Chen Yin pouted. "You also bear a striking resemblance to each other." "Do we?" Chun Ling glanced at Chun Yin, noting that it wasn't too pronounced, considering we are not biological brothers. However, after living together for a long time, it is inevitable that we begin to resemble each other more. "I think you look quite alike," Chun Yin replied earnestly. By the way, that room over there is yours. The environment is rather rudimentary, so please don't mind it. Chun Ling gestured towards the room that originally belonged to Chen Tan and his wife. "No worries, I'm not picky." Chun Yin observed this exchange from the living room, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Following that, Chun Ling took it upon himself to prepare dinner for the three of them. After a day of labor and travel, he was exceedingly hungry. Fortunately, his past life as a corporate worker had honed his culinary skills, enabling him to sustain himself in this otherworldly realm. Half an hour later, the hot dishes emerged from the stove, their delightful aroma causing Chen Yin and Chu Mu Yun, seated at the table, to swallow in anticipation. "Mr. Chin, your culinary skills are quite impressive," Chu Mu Yun remarked after taking a bite of the potato slices. Unable to contain his admiration, "It surpasses most restaurants in Aurora City. Just call me Chin Ling while eating." Chin Ling discreetly scrutinized Chu Mu Yun. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he appeared to be a quintessential intellectual. Whether speaking or dining, he exhibited an elegance that instilled a refreshing sense of comfort, akin to a gentle breeze. This aura was something Chen Ling had never encountered in District 3 or District 2. Indeed, those who come from Aurora City are distinctly different. Suddenly, Chun Ling seemed to recall something. "Dr. Chu. How much do you know about the path of divine communication?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Mu Yun's eyes. "What? Are you also interested in the path of divine communication?" A bit intrigued, "And since I plan to become an enforcer soon." "Enforcer?" Chu Mu Yun nodded. "So you intend to pursue the war god path?" "That should be the case. Enforcers can only follow the war god path, right?" "Who said that?" Chu Mu Yun chuckled lightly, stating that among enforcers, or rather, among the majority of law officials, most indeed follow the war god path, as it is the only known path of divine communication in the Aurora realm. However, there are also law officials among the enforcers of Aurora City who tread other divine paths. They too can become enforcers. I lack any remarkable talents, so perhaps I won't even have the opportunity to become a divinely favored one. Chen Ling sighed, likely having to wait until 3 years after becoming an enforcer to take a chance at the Warpath Ancient Repository. "Brother, who says you lack talent?" Chun Yin promptly set down his chopsticks, earnestly stating, "You are so amazing. There must be many of those divine paths clamoring for you." Chen Ling offered a bittersweet smile. The truth is, from his past life onward, he had always been an inconspicuous droplet lost in the tide of mediocrity. His parents had indeed pressured him to learn various arts during his childhood, but he had never mastered any of them, forgetting all as he grew up. His academic performance was mediocre, and his physical fitness was poor, categorizing him as an ordinary person who might know a little about many things, but ultimately was nothing substantial. This lifetime's Chen Ling was no different. The weight of 2 lifetimes of ordinariness led him to believe he lacked the potential to be chosen by the divine path. Talent is indeed an unpredictable matter. Chu Mu Yun thoughtfully replied, "Some individuals might possess certain talents that remain undiscovered. Perhaps at the right moment, they will manifest. Then, how can one discern if they possess talent for the war god path?" "It's simple." Chu Mu Yun's smile faded, and in an exceptionally indifferent tone, he stated, "You will know by killing. 1 kill isn't enough. Try 10, or even 100. If after 1,000 kills the war god still has not favored you, then you can be certain you lack that talent." Chen Ling's chopsticks froze midair, and the living room fell into a profound silence. "Just a joke?" Chu Mu Yun laughed, as if ice and snow had melted. A warm breeze once again sweeping across the dining table. "If one does not kill, then the only option is to enter the ancient repository. 3 years may seem long, but you are still young. You can wait. Killing." Chen Ling gazed down at the bowl of rice, recalling the night when the red paper monster killed 2 enforcers, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. Chun Ling was an ordinary person. Even though he had slain countless foes in video games in his past life and had seen plenty of blood-soaked films, when faced with the prospect of taking a life, he found himself paralyzed by fear. He could not cross that internal boundary, that line established by reason and compassion. What is that path anyway? Chun-Ling remembered the dance of slaughter he had drawn from Han Ming, which was associated with the judgment path of the war god. But he was unclear about what the path really entailed. You know about the path? Chu Muyun looked at him in surprise. Tio put it simply, if becoming a deity is likened to climbing a mountain, then aside from the main road, there are also paths. The divine path is the main road, while the path is an extension unique to each individual based on their character and talents. For instance, Han Ming, being rather stubborn and possessing a sense of justice, embodies the judgment path. Correspondingly, the abilities he acquires upon ascending different ranks may also differ from those of other paths, being more tailored to his personal traits. Chun-Ling contemplated, how many paths might exist within a single divine path? It's hard to say. Some divine paths have many followers, and naturally, more paths will emerge from exploration. For example, the War God path, as far as I know, has 7 distinct paths, but for some lesser-known divine paths, there may be hardly any paths at all. Dr. Chu, are you also a possessor of the path of divine communication? Chun-Ling recalled Dr. Lin's evaluation of him and inquired with curiosity. Yes, Chu Mu-Yun readily admitted. I walk the divine healer path. The divine healer path? Is the ancient repository of medicine also in the Aurora realm? The moment he posed this question, Chun-Ling realized, astonished, you are a divinely favored one? Chu Mu-Yun smiled without a word. Although Chun-Ling had suspected that Chu Mu-Yun followed the divine healer path, he had not anticipated that the other party was a divinely favored one. Wasn't this supposed to be quite rare? How did I stumble upon one so casually? What does it feel like to become a divinely favored one? Chun-Ling couldn't help but ask. Chu Mu-Yun pondered for a moment. Well, it's somewhat difficult to describe. It's like suddenly feeling a sense of transcendence, as if a gaze from the void is directed towards you. Then the surrounding environment shifts, and a path leading to the void appears before you. The divine path? Is it a genuinely existent road? Not an illusion. It is real, at least in that moment. However, before you step onto it, it will float above, swaying continuously, resembling. Chu Mu-Yun struggled to find the right words. Like a ribbon? Chen Yin, who had been silently eating, suddenly interjected. A ribbon? Chun-Ling looked at him in surprise. Yes, a ribbon. Chu Mu-Yun's eyes lit up as he continued, and then the moment you step onto it, it solidifies and vanishes. Though you cannot see it, it will always remain within you. Chun-Ling looked at Chen Yin in confusion, who merely shrank his neck and whispered, I just said that based on his description. I was just throwing it out there. All right then. Chun-Ling sighed, hoping that one day he too would step onto the divine path. After finishing their meal, Chen Yin voluntarily rolled up his sleeves to wash the dishes, while Chu Mu-Yun retrieved a book from somewhere, sitting by the oil lamp and reading by its faint glow, occasionally frowning or appearing puzzled. Lost in thought, as night deepened, the three of them retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Chun-Ling was the last to leave. He extinguished the candle on the table, and as the flame flickered, darkness enveloped the room. His gaze turned towards Chen Yan's room. Chun-Ling slowly approached Chen Yan's door, pulling a broken protective charm from his pocket, just as he was about to knock when his fingers froze mid-air. After waking up from surgery, I waited in the hospital for you to come get me. Then I heard outside that a world-ending, level disaster was invading, and I became very worried about you all. I sneaked out while those people at the hospital weren't paying attention, intending to go home and find you. And then I saw you hanging on a monster. It seems the enforcers are short-staffed. They only sealed off the areas outside District 2 and District 3, but there aren't many stationed between the two districts. So I slipped over. Brother, aren't we running? Brother, becoming a monster isn't such a big deal, as long as you remain you. That doctor seems quite skilled. I recovered very quickly. I don't know. Perhaps I lost them while running back. The words of Chen Yin incessantly flickered through his mind, while Chen Ling's fingers tightened their grip. He gazed at the peace talisman in his hand, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Ever since he had discovered this talisman amidst the ruins of Ice Spring Street, Chen Ling's heart had been in turmoil, even after a 2-hour trek back. His thoughts were consumed by this very matter. Upon reflection, there were numerous inexplicable occurrences since Chen Yan's appearance. The timing of his emergence, the location. It all seemed too fortuitous. Could a youth who had just undergone a heart transplant truly traverse the enforcer's blockade and walk for over 2 hours to reach the back mountain? Or perhaps he was no longer human. Chapter 24. Poker wait, why did I use also? Chen Yin is simply Chen Yin, not some other entity masquerading in his guise. This is a certainty for Chen Ling. Given that the gray realm has manifested simultaneously, and the audience can merge with oneself, why then, could the other calamity that descended not merge with humanity? Yet all of this remains mere speculation on Chen Ling's part. The truth may only be revealed by directly questioning him. Just as Chen Ling hesitated about whether to knock, the door swung open from within. Brother. Chen Yin rubbed his eyes. What are you doing? I have a few questions to ask you. As Chen Yin was about to respond, he glanced at the room of Chu Muyin across from them and pulled Chen Ling inside. Shutting the door behind them. Yin, I'll ask directly, Chen Ling said earnestly, locking eyes with him. The bloodbath on Ice Spring Street. Was it you? Chen Yan's body jolted, and upon seeing the fragments of the peace talisman in Chen Ling's hand, he silently lowered his head. Yes. Witnessing Chen Yan's unambiguous admission, Chen Ling, who was prepared to further persuade him, momentarily froze. It really was you? Chen Ling inquired once more. So, you have also merged with the calamity? I don't know. When I came to, I was already standing there. You lost a portion of your memory as well? Yes. Chen Ling's brow furrowed slightly. He believed that Chen Yin would not deceive him. And moreover, he himself was in a similar predicament. An inexplicable crossing over, the sudden presence of the audience in his mind, and by the time he awoke, he was already back home. However, the intersection of the gray realm was not in the back mountain. You should have still been undergoing the operation. Why were you affected as well? I don't know. Chen Yin shook his head again. I only remember the doctor administering anesthesia, and when I regained consciousness, I was on Ice Spring Street. I was terrified, so I hid in the back mountain, and when I emerged, I saw you crawling out from that monster. Hearing this, Chen Ling finally connected the dots. Yet, the question of why Chen Yin was affected by the gray realm's intersection remained unresolved. Could it be that after the calamity invaded Zone 2, it just so happened to encounter Chen Yin on the operating table? And then merged? Chen Ling did not fully comprehend this merging process and could think of no further explanations. Understood. Chen Ling nodded. For the next few days, stay at home, don't go anywhere. Understood. I'll handle the other matters. Chen Yin hesitated. What's wrong? I was hoping to check on Mom and Dad. Chen Ling paused, and after a long silence, spoke softly, let me clear your name first, and once the storm has settled, I'll take you to see them. All right. Okay. Chen Yin nodded obediently. Stay away from that Chu Muyin for the next few days. Do not let him come near you, and speak to him as little as possible. Understood. If Han Ming comes to find you with questions, just respond like this. Okay. After giving his instructions, Chen Ling turned to leave. Chen Yin gently locked the door, returning to the hard wooden bed. He turned his gaze towards the window. In his chestnut brown eyes, the reflection of the vast blue aurora danced. Suddenly, at the edge of the aurora-laden sky, a crimson glow flickered to life, resembling a vermilion star. It's coming again. Chen Yin murmured to himself, as that vermilion star grew increasingly brilliant. A dreamlike pathway extended from the void, connecting directly to the head of Chen Yan's bed. That pathway floated and swayed between the star and him, akin to a delicate satin ribbon. Lying on the bed, Chen Yin calmly observed this divine pathway, perceiving it as an olive branch extended by a deity. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand and grasped the fluttering ribbon, and then he crushed it with force. Bang! A barely perceptible sound echoed in Chen Yan's ears as he crushed the divine pathway with a single hand, transforming it into a cloud of dust that dissipated into the void. Simultaneously, the vermilion star in the sky dimmed rapidly. He rejected divine favor. Chen Yin opened his palm, revealing a fragment of the divine pathway, about the size of a thumbprint, resting quietly in his hand. Resembling vermilion glass, he casually opened the drawer of his bedside table, tossing the piece of vermilion glass inside before closing and locking it. Within the dark drawer, over 30 identical pieces of vermilion glass faintly shimmered. In the early morning, Chen Ling rose early to wash up. Without a kind soul to reimburse his fare today, he had no choice but to walk to Ice Spring Street, which would take over 4 hours round trip, necessitating that he rise earlier and return later than other reserve enforcers. To his surprise, Chu Muyin seemed to have risen even earlier. As Chen Ling entered the living room, he saw Chu Muyun seated at the table, dressed in a casual shirt and knitted vest, engrossed in an ancient medical text, occasionally adjusting his glasses. It was as if he were not sitting in a drafty, dilapidated living room, but rather in an elegant CAF in Aurora City. Upon noticing Chen Ling's arrival, he smiled and set down his book. "Good morning." "Morning," Chen Ling replied absent-mindedly before hastily heading out to the Zhao's breakfast shop across the street for a meal. Ever since he had tipped Zhao Shu off last time, he felt a twinge of guilt, so he visited their establishment every morning to help bolster their business. As for Zhao Yi, he had been grounded by Zhao Shu for a week and had yet to step outside. After Chen Ling left, Chu Muyun slowly set down his book. He stood up and walked directly to Chen Ling's room, his footsteps silent upon the old floorboards, like a ghost. Chu Muyun approached Chen Ling's bedside, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. He donned white gloves and pulled out a pair of tweezers from his pocket, collecting several strands of hair and tiny flakes of skin scattered across the pillow, depositing them into a brown empty vial. After completing this task, he quietly exited the room, his hand waving lightly, a breeze sweeping across the floor to erase any trace of his presence. He did not return to his own room, but instead exited the house, traversing several streets until he reached the entrance of a dilapidated convenience store. Dingling, as he pushed open the store door, a crisp bell chimed. "What would you like to buy?" A woman seated at the counter yawned lazily, casually inquiring, a thread of hope. Upon hearing this response, the woman's gaze instantly froze. The previous laziness vanished entirely, replaced by cold, piercing eyes as she scrutinized Chu Muyun, slowly speaking. "Present your identification." Chu Muyun raised his fingertip slightly, a white playing card magically appearing in his palm, which he flipped onto the table. The woman revealed the face of the card. "Spade 7, code word." She spoke again. Chu Muyun replied nonchalantly. "Human civilization shall never extinguish." Chapter 25. Bowing Spade 7, she asked, "What is your request?" "I require a quiet room." "Reason?" "To investigate a suspected merger, conducting a calamity-level assessment experiment." "Merger?" The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is there a possibility of absorption?" "The target can be ruled out as a member of the merger faction, but there is a tendency towards enforcers. Whether they possess absorption value will depend on my assessment." "Understood." The woman retrieved a key from the bottom of the cabinet. "The quiet room is on the second basement level." Chu Muyun accepted the key and opened the dark door to the basement, his form vanishing in a flash. The woman stepped out from behind the counter, discreetly observing her surroundings before flipping the "Open for Business" sign at the door to closed eye in the darkness. Chu Muyun lit an oil lamp, gradually descending the narrow staircase. The dim yellow light sank lower, revealing a space of about 10 square meters at the bottom of the stairs. Chu Muyun bent down and placed the oil lamp in the center of the room, then took out the brown vial and poured its contents onto the ground. Removing his glasses, a brilliant blue glow emanated from his eyes, a powerful pressure forming a whirlwind that stirred within the space. Diagnosis. Commencing. Ice Spring Street. Chen Ling moved through the shattered ruins, meticulously searching. He felt immensely fortunate to have been assigned to this location and tasked with uncovering clues. If Chen Yin had left any traces here, he would be the first to know and the first to sever any leads. Had yesterday's peace talisman not fallen into his hands, but rather into the possession of another enforcer, the consequences would have been dire. However, the reality proved that Chen Yin had left nothing else behind. Chen Ling spent the entire morning turning Ice Spring Street's ruins upside down, and aside from various bloodied remnants, he found nothing else, not even a trace of the calamity domain mentioned by Qian Fan. Chen Ling couldn't help but speculate about the calamity within Chen Yin. What abilities did it possess? Just as he pondered, a figure approached from the distance. Wu Yudong. Chen Ling recognized the newcomer and was momentarily taken aback. Wu Yudong was also present on Ice Spring Street, which was not entirely unexpected. However, the issue lay in the fact that he now bore a metallic crutch under one shoulder, with one leg encased in a plaster cast, and his body was marred with wounds and bandages. His left eye was bruised, filthy as though he had just crawled out of a trench. Upon hearing Chen Ling's voice, Wu Yudong, who had been looking down, finally revealed a glimmer of light in his eyes. "Chen Ling," he managed a bitter smile. "I thought I would never live to see you again. What happened to you?" "I no longer intend to be an enforcer." Wu Yudong raised his head to gaze at the distant aurora, a flicker of sorrow and desolation passing through his bruised eyes. "What transpired?" Ling recalled clearly that when she departed yesterday, he had been filled with eagerness to fulfill his mission. How had he transformed into this state by today? Enforcers, Ice Spring Street. None of them are worth a dime. Ling, do you know what sort of individuals reside on this street? Debtors, cultists, fugitives, illegal arms dealers, drug traffickers, organ traders. I went to gather information from the survivors on this street yesterday, only to be met with mockery and scorn. They kicked me into the restroom and forced me to clean toilets. When I refused, they broke my leg. Wu Yodong's voice grew increasingly tremulous, as if he were recalling some painful memory, the veins in his neck bulging. They did this on purpose. The enforcers of District 2 know precisely what kind of place this street is. None of them are willing to come, instead seeking help from District 3. I have no idea what kind of bargain they struck with Mahjong, but he transferred personnel from the reserves of District 3. He knows we are newcomers, impoverished and powerless. If not us, who else would he transfer? If we put it nicely, we are here to provide support. If we put it harshly, we are nothing but offerings given to the enforcers' upper echelon. I stake my life on it. The upper echelons of the enforcers must be involved in the underground dealings of Ice Spring Street. Why? My parents sacrificed everything to put me through school. I became an enforcer through my own merit. What right do they have to insult me like this? Wu Yudong roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Yet even at this juncture, he dared not raise his voice too loudly. For the enforcers of District 2 were not far off. Under the watchful gaze of the lion, even the most furious ant must suppress its rage in silence. Wu Yodong's chest heaved violently, as if he were on the verge of confronting either Ice Spring Street or the enforcers. But as a voice rang out, he trembled once more. Wu Yudong. Ling, what are you discussing? Qian Fan, clad in a black and red uniform, approached with his arms crossed, curiosity etched on his face. Wu Yodong's complexion turned ashen. Wu Yudong, did you not claim you would no longer be an enforcer? Qian Fan continued, voluntarily withdrawing from the enforcer examination means there is no turning back. For individuals like you, this should be an opportunity to alter your fate. Have you truly made up your mind? Or that if you believe there are areas in which the enforcers are lacking, you could voice your concerns, and we might discuss it further. Wu Yodong's expression shifted multiple times, caught between hesitation and resolve. But under Qian Fan's scrutiny, he ultimately shook his head. No, I voluntarily withdraw. What a pity. Ling regarded Wu Yudong, her emotions entangled. Wu Yudong could passionately denounce the enforcer's transgressions to her, yet before them, he dared not utter a word. Yet, it would be unjust to label Wu Yudong as cowardly, for even if he renounced his role as an enforcer, he would still have to exist in District 3 or other major regions of the Aurora Domain, where enforcers were omnipresent. For all who inhabit the Aurora Domain, the enforcers are akin to deities. Wu Yudong cast one last deep glance at Ling before lowering his gaze once more. Struggling with the weight of his cheap crutch, gritting his teeth, he limped toward District 3, his figure gradually receded, diminishing into a speck of fine dust, scattered at the end of the road. Ling understood that from this moment onward, Wu Yudong might never lift his head again. Alas, I actually think he is quite commendable, hardworking and possessing great potential. Qian Fan sighed as he observed Wu Yodong's departing silhouette. By the way, now that Wu Yudong is gone, his position will be left vacant. From today onward, you shall take his place. Ling was taken aback, turning to glance at Qian Fan, who smiled and locked eyes with her eye in the sunlight. His smile resembled that of a demon. Chapter 26. Are you prepared to answer my questions? After stating this, Qian Fan departed. Ling stood rooted to the spot, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the image of Wu Yodong's bowed head. Her fists clenching slightly, Wu Yudong bowed his head. What of her? In her previous life, Ling might have been no different from Wu Yudong, for only by lowering one's head could one carve out a path in society. But this time, Ling slowly turned her gaze toward the remaining segment of Ice Spring Street inhabited by survivors, her expression chillingly resolute. You want me to bow my head? Ha! District 3 in the basement? A chilling gale erupted from the void, howling as it struck Chu Mu Yun. The kerosene lamp on the ground swayed violently before extinguishing, plunging the entire basement into a suffocating darkness. Chu Mu Yun let out a muffled groan as he fell heavily to the floor. He looked up in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, at the instant he activated the Eye of Reversion, It felt as though he glimpsed pairs of crimson eyes peering from the depths of the void. Merely that single glance sent tremors through his path of divinity. What is this? Chu Mu Yun stood frozen for a long while before suddenly snapping back to reality. He scrambled to his feet and dashed up the stairs. Returning to the convenience store. What is wrong with you, Black Spade 7? Upon seeing Chu Mu Yun's frantic and disordered appearance, the woman furrowed her brows slightly. I saw it. Saw what? World annihilation. The woman was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. That guy is a world annihilation disaster. Chu Mu Yun asserted with conviction. Impossible. The woman immediately shook her head. No one can merge with world annihilation. Not even the current leader of the merger faction. I did not misinterpret, Chu Mu Yun retorted firmly. Its gaze even instilled fear in my divine path. We must promptly inform the Red King and the Gray King. Chu Mu Yun approached the counter, grabbed paper and pen, and began to write furiously. If this is true, then we are in for serious trouble. The woman quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Even if the Red King and Gray King come together, we might not be able to deal with it unless the Lord of Aurora joins us. Hearing this, Chu Mu Yun's fingers paused. What is it? The woman inquired. A world annihilation level disaster possesses the power to exterminate an entire human domain. Chu Mu Yun slowly turned to face her, madness flickering in his eyes. Then, what if we kill it and release world annihilation? Would that mean we no longer need to execute that plan? The woman was left speechless. But that is a world annihilation. Are you insane? As she spoke, she shook her head, almost forgetting that all of you formal members are, by nature, lunatics. I merely mentioned it in passing. Chu Mu Yun adjusted his glasses. Regaining his composure, we should consult the Gray King and Red King first. After completing the letter, Chu Mu Yun handed it to the woman. She glanced at him and said, by the way, were you not supposed to conduct an evaluation for him? Is that still happening? It is then, as the recommender. What is your rating for him? S. Chu Mu Yun's expression turned unprecedentedly serious. Extremely dangerous. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed, causing the numerous enforcers of District 2, who had been leisurely sipping tea, to pause in surprise and turn their heads in confusion. Who could be visiting at this hour? I have no idea. Qian Fan replied as he opened the door to the tea house. Chen Ling stood quietly outside the door, and upon seeing it open, she smiled and waved to the enforcers inside. These enforcers were originally supposed to be responsible for Ice Spring Street, yet they were now huddled here, sipping tea, leaving all matters to Chen Ling and Wu Yudong, which spoke volumes. It now seemed evident that Wu Yudong's claims were indeed accurate. This group of enforcers was colluding with the individuals on Ice Spring Street, opting not to conduct investigations, only dispatching 2 newcomers, merely performing a facade of duty. In this manner, should the headquarters of Aurora City inquire later, they could claim insufficient personnel, stating that the matter of Ice Spring Street was solely handled by Chen Ling and Wu Yudong, thus shifting the blame while simultaneously maintaining good relations with Ice Spring Street. Truly a 2 birds with 1 stone scenario. Upon seeing Chen Ling, the enforcers immediately lost interest, their heads bowed as they resumed their tea, showing no inclination to engage with her. ITSU? What brings you here? Qian Fan asked. Surprised to see Chen Ling. I have some matters regarding my work that require clarification from you esteemed individuals. What matters? My task is to inquire with the survivors of Ice Spring Street for information regarding the disaster. Correct, indeed. And if they refuse to cooperate? At this question, Qian Fan let out a cold laugh internally while maintaining a patient facade. If they refuse to cooperate, then you must find a way to make them comply. We are enforcers, after all, with the authority to enforce, so, may I use force? Certainly. Chen Ling couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the other law enforcers inside the room. Now I understand, she nodded. If they refuse to cooperate, I will drag them over for your judgment. My lords, that's good to hear. Hurry along, your assessment concludes tomorrow, and today you must complete your tasks. As Chen Ling departed, Qian Fan closed the door behind him, and a series of unrestrained laughter erupted. This kid truly has a head of iron, even more foolish than that Wu Yudong. Did you hear? He still intends to resort to violence. Has he really not inquired about what kind of place Ice Spring Street is? Sigh. He hails from a poor background. How could he have access to so much information? Let us not ridicule him. Let us have some tea. The faint laughter drifted through the crack of the door and reached Chen Ling's ears, yet he remained unfazed. A tea that moment. His attention was entirely captured by the notifications flashing before him. Audience Anticipation 1.1 Chun Clan Directorial Principles, Article 13. In situations where conflicts are already evident, one may appropriately heighten emotional climaxes through character relationships, thereby intensifying the audience's emotional engagement and enhancing the satisfaction derived from the original conflict's eruption. Even incorporating subsequent conflict climaxes. Of course, Chun-Ling could directly create chaos on Ice Spring Street, but that would render the conflict rather simplistic, and the audience anticipation would not significantly increase. Thus, he opted to involve the law enforcers. Chun-Ling traversed the half-destroyed expanse of Ice Spring Street and arrived at the location with the most survivors, the Black Axe Tavern. This establishment was typically the favored gathering spot for the residents of Ice Spring Street. Now that half the street lay in ruins, it had become a temporary abode for some. Just yesterday, Wu Yudong had been humiliated here. However, Chun-Ling was not Wu Yudong. One hand clutching a survey form and the other pushing open the tavern door. A sharp creak resonated as the entire tavern fell into an eerie silence. Countless cold, menacing gazes converged upon Chun-Ling at the entrance. "Greetings, I am Law Enforcer Chun-Ling. Are you prepared to answer my inquiries?" Chapter 27. Response. After a brief moment of silence, the tavern erupted into raucous laughter. Just when one kid leaves, another arrives. "Officer Ma truly shows sincerity. What do you mean? If you hadn't gone so crazy yesterday, that kid would never have fled. He was such a simpleton. It would have been better had he stayed and entertained us longer. But this one appears even better than the last. He looks quite decent. Let us hold back a bit today. Old Xian said if we let this one escape, there will be no one left." Escape? This time, there's no way he's getting away. A gaunt man slowly rose, his deep-set eyes staring at Chun-Ling like a zombie. "Not bad, quite young. Looks healthy. The parts on him should fetch a good price. Bone Blade, you've gone too far. This won't end well for you." The gaunt man, dubbed Bone Blade, sneered. The patrons in the tavern scrutinized Chun-Ling at the door, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts assessing their prey. Chun-Ling stood there, seemingly oblivious to their words. He took out a pin from his pocket and tapped it against the form. "Bone Blade, is it? Let us begin with you. On the night of the massacre at Ice Spring Street, where were you?" Seeing the youth daring to inquire, the patrons exchanged bewildered glances. After all, Wu Yudong had been rendered speechless in the same situation just the day before. Was this kid truly reckless, or merely foolish? Bone Blade narrowed his eyes, standing upright and slowly approaching Chun-Ling. "Where was I?" He blew on his black fingernails, then his pale fingers, resembling eagle claws, lunged toward Chun-Ling's neck. "I was in your mother's bed." In the blink of an eye, a glint of cold light flickered in Chun-Ling's eyes. His right hand, gripping the pin, swiftly stabbed forward, the pin tip piercing Bone Blade's palm, in excruciating pain. Bone Blade let out a shriek. Before he could react, a hand rapidly enlarged in his vision, then forcefully slammed his head down onto the ground. Divine Path of Arms, Judgment, Pathway, Third Stage, Dance of Slaughter. Bang! Wood splintered and crimson flowed. The patrons barely had time to register the scene before Bone Blade was smashed into the floor by the youth's single hand. The heavy cotton coat billowed slightly, and the entire tavern plunged into silence. "Assaulting a law enforcer is a grave offense," Chun-Ling stated coolly. He slowly straightened up, dusting off his blood-stained hands, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Audience Anticipation 2. Audience Anticipation 2. Audience Anticipation. After a brief, stunned silence, the patrons finally regained their senses, their astonishment and shock overshadowed by a wave of rage. 3 of them immediately drew firearms, aiming at Chun-Ling. Damn it, a tough nut? Chun-Ling had anticipated their weapons. The instant they drew their guns, he overturned a nearby table. The massive tabletop flipped in midair, causing a flurry of bodies to scatter to the sides, plunging into chaos. Simultaneously, Chun-Ling ducked beneath the table and swung a bottle at the nearest gunman's face. Crack! The bottle shattered, sharp shards slicing across the man's cheek, leaving behind streaks of crimson. Chun-Ling followed up with an elbow strike, knocking him unconscious. In an instant, 2 gunshots erupted from a distance, the whistling bullets soaring toward Chun-Ling. In the dim light, Chun-Ling moved with an agility akin to a specter, his heavy coat billowing as 2 bullets tore through it. Yet not a single one grazed his flesh. This was Chun-Ling's first usage of Dance of Slaughter. His most vivid sensation was that his body felt weightless, like a ghost eye in the cramped chaos of the tavern. He navigated effortlessly. As long as he could anticipate the gunman's movements, he could evade the bullets. Of course, this was contingent on the number of armed assailants being manageable. Upon dispatching the first gunman, the remaining two felt the instinctual dread of being preyed upon by a beast, their eyes desperately trying to track Qinling's position. However, with Qinling continuously appending tables to obscure their view, this was nearly impossible. A whistling sound rushed past his ear, and the next moment, a heavy blow struck his head, rendering him unconscious. Qinling swiftly neutralized another gunman, seizing his weapon and firing repeatedly at the several knife-wielding brutes charging at him. Bang, bang, bang. Blood blossoms erupted on their legs, and they howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. The cacophony of wails, curses, gunfire, and the clatter of falling furniture echoed throughout the tavern. In just 30 seconds since Qinling entered, 13 out of the original 14 patrons had been incapacitated. Qinling casually discarded the spent handgun, stepping over the body of a man with 4 broken ribs, whose scream pierced the air. Unhurriedly, he made his way to the only intact chair in the room and sat down. Barkeep, a glass of whiskey. Qinling kicked the man again, eliciting another scream. Charge it to his account. The one-eyed bartender, standing behind the counter throughout the commotion, finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Qinling. Operate a tavern on Ice Spring Street and become a favored haunt of many residents. This one-eyed proprietor was no ordinary individual. Having traversed the 7 districts and encountered numerous people, he had never before witnessed a young man as decisively ruthless as Qinling. Is this a preparatory seat? If you told me this fellow was a law enforcer, I'd believe it. The one-eyed bartender prudently tucked away the revolver he had been secretly clutching, lowering his head to retrieve a glass and begin pouring whiskey. Name. Qinling crossed his legs, placing the form on his lap, speaking nonchalantly. Silence enveloped the tavern. No one responded as I said, name. He kicked the man on the broken ribs. Li Meng. Li Meng. The man quickly capitulated. On the night of the calamity. Where were you? I was right here in this tavern. Did you see the appearance of the calamity? I think I might have. I had just stepped out to relieve myself when I saw it pass by on the street. It should have been humanoid. The man trembled as he recounted the truth. Qinling fell silent, rising to collect the whiskey from the counter, gently swirling it. The crystalline ice clinked against the glass. Then, he lifted the glass and began pouring it over the man's bloodied wounds, drop by drop. The gut-wrenching screams resonated through the street. I swear it's true. It's all true. Do you understand? In the absence of concrete evidence, reporting merely based on I think in it should be constitutes slander. Qinling's eyes narrowed slightly. I'll ask you once more. Did you see it? I truly. As the whiskey continued to pour over his wounds, the man trembled uncontrollably. No, I didn't see anything. Chapter 28. He is clocked out upon hearing this. Qinling finally set the glass down, inscribing a note on the form. No witnesses. He then requested a new glass of whiskey and approached the next resident of Ice Spring Street. Name. Sun Lao Lu. Did you see the calamity? Sun Lao Lu, witnessing the plight of the burly man moments ago, swallowed hard, not having seen it. Qinling nodded and proceeded to the next individual, observing Qinling single-handedly incapacitate everyone and then calmly inquire. A singular thought surged through the minds of Sun Lao Lu and his companions. Is that person surnamed Ma setting me up? Wasn't it said that those dispatched here were merely fledgling substitutes? Considering his earlier ghostly evasion skills, he seems hardly different from an enforcer. Or could it be, he is, in fact, an enforcer? Is it possible that the events on Ice Spring Street have been exposed? And that the one surnamed Ma intends to seize this opportunity to eliminate us all and subsequently clear his name? The more they pondered, the graver their expressions became, as they collectively fixed their gaze on Qinling. Fearful that once he completed his inquiries, he would draw his weapon and execute them one by one, Qinling methodically recorded everyone's testimonies, affixing their fingerprints in a composed manner. For those already rendered unconscious, he simply noted them as having no witnesses and forcibly pressed their fingerprints. He then sought out the proprietor for a length of coarse rope, binding all their hands together, before pushing open the tavern door. Thank you for your cooperation. Until tomorrow. The youth clad in a tattered cotton coat stood at the threshold, offering a slight smile to the tavern's occupants before turning to depart. The disheveled tavern fell into an eerie silence. They survived? After an indeterminate period, Sun Laolu snapped back to reality, his back drenched in cold sweat. He turned to the proprietor. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and help us untie these ropes. Did you all hear any gunshots just now? In the tea house, one enforcer hesitated to speak. No, we didn't. Did you mishear something? Qian Fan casually replied while shuffling mahjong tiles. Rest assured, those individuals from Ice Spring Street are still reasonable. At most, they might resort to knives. But pulling guns and making a scene would be detrimental for everyone involved. Indeed. That lad named Qinling, will he still be around today? Hard to say. His sales are superior to Wu Yodong's. But if that group were to be more ruthless, TSK, if someone were to lose their life, wouldn't it be difficult to explain over in District 3? What difficulty could there be in explaining? A poor youth from Han Shuang Street. I've heard his parents were so terrified by the calamity that they went mad. Even if he were to die here, they could just find a place to bury him. And who would know? Who would come to stir trouble? Don't worry, District 3 is Ma Ji's territory. He will manage it well. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking echoed once more. TSK, who could it be now? Qian Fan rose with irritation. Exasperated by the incessant interruptions. Likely that lad has realized something is amiss and has come to inform us. Hasn't he been long since he left? Wouldn't he have just circled the door and returned? Would he? Amidst the murmurs, Qian Fan opened the door, only to find Qinling standing there, his brow instantly furrowing. What do you want again? Have I not clarified matters with you? This is my work report. Qinling withdrew a form from his pocket, about to hand it to Qian Fan, when he suddenly noticed a bloodstain and a fragment of skin on the corner of the form. With a flick of his finger, he sent it flying away, wiped it clean, and then smiled as he presented it to him. Qian Fan was taken aback. The other enforcers inside, engaged in mahjong, were equally stunned. Qian Fan accepted the form, scrutinizing it with suspicion before chuckling. Little Qian, I understand this work may pose a challenge for you, but you can't just stamp your handprint and pass it off as legitimate. I haven't misled anyone. Qinling replied earnestly. They are right inside the tavern. If you don't believe me, you can go ask them. Qian Fan's brow furrowed even tighter as he scrutinized Qinling. Momentarily uncertain whether he was jesting or serious. No, that group couldn't possibly be so compliant in answering his inquiries. This lad, has he perhaps resorted to leveraging his charm to win them over? But that would be far too swift, wouldn't he? I'll go take a look. Qian Fan stood up immediately, preparing to exit, when suddenly he recalled something, turning back to say, you should be aware that falsely reporting task results will result in disqualification from the examination. Correct? I am aware. Qian Fan placed a cigarette in his mouth, defiantly striding toward the tavern, while the other enforcers exchanged glances and curiously followed suit. As numerous enforcers departed, Qinling lowered his gaze to the mahjong table, where several lines of characters flashed by. Audience expectation. The Black Axe Tavern. Can you move a bit faster? In the chaotic tavern, cries of anguish rose and fell. Sun Laolu, among the less severely injured, glared at the proprietor, who was sluggishly cutting the ropes, and couldn't help but curse. The proprietor shot him a cold glance, warning, speak again, and I'll kill you. Why weren't you so firm earlier? That lad is an enforcer. What good would it do for us to be firm? He truly is an enforcer. Sun Laoyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? Many years ago, while I was dealing drugs in District 3, I was pursued by an enforcer. His agility was identical to that of that young man. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would never have escaped to District 2. The proprietor paused for a moment. Do you know who that enforcer was? Who? The chief enforcer of District 3, Han Ming. Sun Laolu stood frozen in place. Creak. The tavern door swung open. Qian Fan stood at the entrance, gazing at the scene of devastation within the tavern, as well as the bloodied, barely conscious residents of Ice Spring Street. Disbelief etched across his features. This? Qian Fan stood at the threshold like a statue. Is this the work of that lad? The arriving enforcers were equally taken aback. Qian Fan stepped into the tavern, carefully stepping over the lifeless bodies and the moaning giants, while those still conscious glared at the enforcers with eyes ablaze with fury. Qian Fan? Sun Laolu gritted his teeth. You son of a bitch! I'll kill you! Qian Fan frowned. What are you cursing about? Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered rang out. The proprietor had somehow approached, gun barrel aimed at Qian Fan's forehead. The other enforcers gasped in shock, simultaneously drawing their weapons and training them on the proprietor as well as the struggling patrons of the tavern. The blood-soaked atmosphere in the tavern suddenly grew tense. "What do you intend to do?" Cold sweat beaded on Qian Fan's forehead as he spoke in a lowered voice. "Don't forget, we are in a cooperative relationship." "Cooperative? You send that fellow to cause chaos and then speak of cooperation to me?" Sun Laolu spat angrily. "I have no idea what is going on. Chunling is merely a substitute." "Nonsense substitute." Sun Laolu pointed at the wailing crowd. "Do you dare tell me again that this is a substitute?" Qian Fan was rendered speechless. "Where is Chunling?" He turned to another enforcer. "He seems to have left." "Left? Yes. He said he was off duty." Chapter 29. The Danroll Sigh. What a loss. Chunling walked along the mountain path home. Glancing down at the holes punctured in his cotton coat, his eyes filled with sorrow. During the examination period, substitutes received no wages. Thus, a torn garment went unreimbursed, which meant that during his work period, he had unjustly suffered a loss of clothing. This only compounded the difficulties faced by a family already devoid of income. Nonetheless, today he had still made some gains. Current expectation: 40. Ever since being directed by Qian Fan to replace Wu Yudong in conducting investigations, the audience's expectation had steadily increased. It rose by 5 during the visit to the tea house to find enforcers, and surged by 10 after he stormed through the tavern. Originally, Chunling believed that the enforcer's return to the tavern would yield further expectation. But it turned out otherwise. It seemed that only by personally witnessing events could he boost audience anticipation. Chunling felt he was beginning to grasp the pathway to rapidly acquiring expectation. After walking along the mountain path for over 2 hours, he finally returned to Han Shuang Street. Just as he was about to enter his home, he heard a clear, melodious voice resonating from within. The young nun, aged merely 18, in the bloom of youth, had her head shaved by her master. Each day, she burned incense and changed water in the Buddhist hall, observing several disciples playing beneath the mountain gate. He gazed at us, and we gazed at him, he with us, we with him, both sides holding much concern. Hearing this excerpt of opera, Chunling's brow lifted slightly. This segment, titled Si Fan, is a classic moment in opera. Renowned in his previous life due to the illustrious film Farewell My Concubine, which Chunling had heard numerous times. However, he was astonished to discover that the operatic repertoire in this world was identical to that of his former life. What surprised him even more was how remarkably well Chun Yin sang, with an exceptionally solid technique. Even the famed performers he had seen in theaters in his past life paled in comparison. Logically speaking, without a distinguished teacher, it should be nearly impossible to reach such a level. As Chunling pondered, he walked through the door to find Chu Mu Yun in the same position as before, diligently engrossed in a book. "You haven't moved an inch all day, have you?" Chunling couldn't help but ask. "That I have moved. I took a stroll this morning to get some fresh air." Chunling nodded. "Has a yin disturbed you?" "Not at all. That's good." Chunling settled down at the table, casting her gaze towards the bedroom where Qian Yin was practicing his eyebrow makeup in front of the mirror while vocalizing. With a complex expression, she spoke. "A yin has had an interest in traditional opera since childhood, but alas, the 3rd district is too small for anyone to teach him. Our family also cannot afford a tutor. Traditional opera. Indeed, few understand it these days." Chu Mu Yun glanced towards the bedroom. "To my knowledge, there are hardly any who comprehend it in Aurora City." Chun Yan's singing gradually diminished as he seemed to sense Chunling's return. Immediately rushing into the living room, excitement radiating from him as he asked, "Brother, do I look good in my makeup?" Chun Yin blinked, the apricot-colored eyeshadow gracefully fading towards the sides, soft and elegant, with his eyes brightened by the bold strokes of dark eyeliner, making them appear exceptionally spirited. Chunling recognized this as the makeup of a Danroll, though due to Chen Yan's self-taught nature, it differed significantly from what was seen in her previous life. Nonetheless, it remained a visage utterly flawless and captivating. "You look splendid," Chunling sincerely replied, "though there seems to be a slight detail that is amiss. If time permits, I shall help you refine it further." "Brother, do you understand traditional opera makeup?" Chen Yin inquired with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Just a little," Chunling responded. "Brother, do you think I can perform at the New Year's Gala when I return to school?" "Of course, our family has the only one in the 3rd district who can sing opera. When the time comes, don your costume, apply your makeup, and when you sing, your classmates will undoubtedly be astonished." Chun-Ling chuckled lightly. Does he still have to attend school? Chu Mu-yun queried in surprise. Indeed, Chun-Ling nodded. He has just entered the first year of high school, but he fell ill shortly after enrollment. Now that he has recovered, he should be able to join the new batch of freshmen. Brother, what should I sing then? If you are the sole performer, Si Fan would be quite fitting. Then I shall practice more. Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he donned the large red opera robe, dashing back to his bedroom to resume his practice. After all, Chen Yan was merely a 15-year-old, an age ripe with the desire for friendship and attention. In his school days, Chun-Ling had often fantasized about stepping onto the stage with a guitar, showcasing his skills before countless teachers and students. Unfortunately, he could not play. Yet for Chen Yan, the prospect of merging his passion with performance was exhilarating. No need to rush, Chun-Ling chuckled helplessly. Let's tidy up a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Seeing this, Chun-Yin obediently assisted Chen-Ling in washing vegetables. That moment, he caught a glimpse of 2 large holes in Chen-Ling's coat. His eyes narrowing slightly. Brother, what happened to your clothes? His tone suddenly turned serious. It's nothing. Just got snagged, Chen-Ling replied. Chu Mu-yun, who had been reading, turned to look, his eyes narrowing behind the lenses. Were you shot? Chen Yin exclaimed, jolting his head up. No, I wasn't hit, Chen-Ling reassured him, sensing Chen Yan's gaze. They fired too slowly. I managed to dodge. I'm unharmed. Chu Mu-yun scrutinized him, then nodded slightly, confirming there were indeed no injuries. Brother, who shot at you? Chen Yan asked coldly. It was. Chun-Ling hesitated, about to mention Ice Spring Street, but seeing the chilling intensity in Chen Yan's eyes, he ultimately said, just a couple of small thugs. They've already been apprehended by the enforcers. He knew Chen Yin was a fusionist, and was aware that it was Chen Yin who had wreaked havoc on Ice Spring Street that night. If he were to utter those 3 words, he feared Chen Yin might venture back to massacre that street again. It was known that the enforcers had likely taken control of that area. And should Chen Yin return, he might very well encounter the judicators. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's expression softened, and he silently gathered up the torn coat. I will mend it for you, he stated. Chen Yin had sewn his opera robes himself, so repairing a piece of clothing was no challenge for him. They had guns. How did you manage to win? Chu Mu-yun fixed his gaze on Chen-Ling, seemingly trying to peer into his soul. They had guns but couldn't use them. They missed multiple shots, hitting only my clothes. Why do you ask? Chen-Ling replied, naturally not disclosing his possession of the Dance of Slaughter, as it pertained to the theater and the audience. It's nothing. Chu Mu-yun withdrew his gaze, staring thoughtfully at the cover of a book, lost in contemplation. After dinner, the trio returned to their respective rooms, enveloped by the night, with only the azure aurora silently undulating. As Chen-Ling fell into slumber, his consciousness drifted into the theater, where a deathly silence blanketed the dim room, and a figure slowly approached. It was Chu Mu-yun, the lenses reflecting a pale glimmer under the aurora. His cold eyes fixated on the sleeping Chen-Ling, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing within. He raised his right hand, gripping a short knife like the cold moon, slowly lifting it. Chapter 30. Good night, however. Just as his hand reached halfway up, it froze. A beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds, perfectly illuminating the wooden floor beneath him. The light danced, slowly revealing 2 characters. Go back. Beneath these characters lay an image of a playing card, a gray joker, a gray king. The instant he saw this card, Chu Mu-yun's pupils constricted, and he immediately lowered his arm, the short knife slithering back into his sleeve, vanishing from sight. A gray-black cloud drifted in with the wind, obscuring the hazy moonlight, and the line of characters faded as if they had never existed. Chu Mu-yun cast one last deep glance at the sleeping Chen-Ling before turning to leave. As he gently closed the door behind him, the room plunged into an eerie silence. Moments later, from the corner of the room, Chen Yin, clad in his nightgown, stepped out cautiously. The boy's crimson eyes were fixed intently on the direction of Chu Mu-yun's bedroom. In his hand, a bloodied boning knife that he had somehow acquired, the door to Chu Mu-yun's room fully closed. The boy's eyelids drooped, and when they opened again, the chilling murderous intent had been buried deep within his gaze. The ethereal aurora swirled outside the window as Chen Yin subtly turned to glance at the peacefully sleeping Chen-Ling. Brother, good night, he murmured softly. With that, his form silently glided through the wall, returning to his own room. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the enforcers in the 3rd district, in an office. Brother Ma, We have news from Ice Spring Street. A three-striped enforcer hurriedly approached. Emma Zhong raised an eyebrow. What news? The enforcers there have been speaking rather harshly. The enforcer hesitated. Emma Zhong inquired. Why is that? Is it because the blockade has not yet been lifted? No, they claim you have acted unjustly, failing to uphold your end of the bargain while sending people to insult them. The enforcer added that it was the reserve team you assigned to support Ice Spring Street. Apparently, the Black Axe Tavern's crew was beaten up, and the boning knife is ready to explode in anger. Reserve team? Ma Zhong echoed in confusion. Who were they? One is named Wu Yudong, and the other is Chun Ling. Wu Yudong has been so frightened by that group that he voluntarily withdrew from the enforcer examination. The one who did the beating was that Chun Ling I seem to recall. Is he not the child from Frost Street whose parents were driven mad by disaster? Yes, that's him. Can he really beat up the crew at Black Axe Tavern? I don't believe it either, but that's the fact. The enforcer paused for a moment before cautiously asking, Brother Ma, do you think he might have received divine favor? Ma Zhong did not respond, furrowing his brow as he lit a cigarette. The enforcer quickly produced a lighter to ignite it. Could it be that the 3rd District is about to gain another enforcer? Ma Zhong exhaled a puff of smoke. Currently, there are 5 enforcers in the 3rd District, 3 of whom are on our side, but if another one appears, that would be troublesome. The enforcer murmured, he has beaten up people from Ice Spring Street, so he must know some things. It will likely be difficult to bring him to our side. Rather than allowing him to grow and become Han Ming's ally, we should take action against him first. The enforcer's eyes narrowed, his hand brushing against his neck. Emma Zhong scoffed. Chong Lin, your perspective still requires honing. The enforcer named Chong Lin was taken aback. Am I wrong? Yes, but your vision is limited. Ma Zhong flicked the ash from his cigarette, stating coolly, even if this brat has received divine favor, he is still merely at the 1st tier. It will take a long time for him to pose a threat to us. Rather than targeting him, it would be wiser to choose another target. To fundamentally resolve the issue. Are you suggesting? Han Ming. Before Han Ming arrived, the 3rd District was our domain. Our enterprises were among the largest in the 7 districts. Even now, Ice Spring Street is only half our scale, but ever since this brat parachuted in as the head enforcer of the 3rd District, he has purged the area, cutting off our revenue streams, forcing us to re-establish connections in Ice Spring Street. Emma Zhong's gaze grew increasingly frosty as he stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. He is the head enforcer of the 3rd District. Normally, we have no opportunity to act against him, but that is no longer the case. What makes it different? In what circumstances would a 4-striped enforcer die in the 3rd District? Chong Lin pondered for a moment, as if a realization dawned upon him, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Disaster. Each district's head enforcer holds an important position. Should anything happen, Aurora City will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. In the ordinary course of events, we were unable to move him, but now there exists a ready-made culprit, Point One, who fortuitously materialized in District 3, having previously bested Han Ming in direct confrontation, and then vanished without a trace. Ma Zhong coldly remarked that eliminating Han Ming, while fabricating a scenario of mutual destruction through a calamity attack, would not only resolve this pressing internal threat, but also justifiably lift the blockade on District 3, promptly reinstating trade with District 2. Consequently, the fury brewing on Ice Spring Street would also subside. However, what if, after everything concludes, that calamity reemerges? Who can attest that the one that appears later is indeed the same as the current one? Chong Lin momentarily paused, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, it is Ma Gu who possesses such cunning. Now that Han Ming has been injured by the calamity, his strength diminished compared to before. As long as we arrange things properly, his demise is inevitable. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Ma Zhong's eyes, summoning Lao Tao as well, so we can deliberate thoroughly. Oh, by the way, what about Chen Ling? Ma Zhong's eyes gleamed with determination. We must ensure he does not re-establish contact with those on Ice Spring Street, to avoid further provoking them. Let's find a pretext to have him join the enforcers. Once we deal with Han Ming, we will be his direct superiors. At that point, won't we have the freedom to act as we please? Understood. Good morning, brother. Chen Ling pushed open the door, only to find Qian Yin seated in the living room. Smiling as he turned to greet him. Up so early? Chen Ling inquired, astonished. I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up early to rehearse my lines, Qian Yin replied, holding up a handwritten script with earnestness. Chen Ling nodded, intending to wash up and head out when Chu Muyun also emerged from his room. Today it's your turn to sleep in Dam, Chu Muyun casually acknowledged, his eyes slightly darkened, indicating he too had spent a sleepless night. Is your exam concluding today? Chu Muyun seemed to recall something. Yes, today is the last day. Good luck, brother. Chun Yin made an encouraging gesture. You will definitely become an enforcer. I hope so, Chun Ling smiled. After yesterday's events, his expectations of becoming an enforcer had significantly waned. For ordinary individuals like him and Wu Yudong, achieving such a position through sheer effort seemed an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, he had clashed with the group from Black Axe Tavern, effectively making an enemy of Ma Zhong, the enforcer of District 3, who would undoubtedly hinder his ascension. Yet even if he could not become an enforcer, harvesting some expectations on Ice Spring Street could also be quite rewarding, Chun Ling mused. Chapter 31. Extinction, a combined chapter. As Chen Ling pondered, he stepped outside, and a flurry of white snowflakes danced before his eyes, causing him to momentarily pause and gaze upwards. As it's snowing. Beneath the azure aurora, snowflakes descended like floating down, and Chen Ling reached out to catch one. The octagonal crystal gradually melted in the warmth of his hand. The aurora realm was unlike any other, devoid of seasons, only an eternal winter. Chu Muyun slowly stepped out of the house, also extending his hand to catch a snowflake, his brow furrowing in confusion as he spoke. But isn't this snowfall a bit sudden? Is it sudden? Chen Ling asked. Just a few days ago, we experienced an unprecedented torrential rain, and now it suddenly begins to snow. It feels as though the weather patterns in the aurora realm are becoming increasingly chaotic. Chu Muyun pondered, frowning deeper. Brother, the snow is falling quite rapidly. Chen Yin, donning his theatrical robe, dashed onto the street, standing amidst the increasingly dense snowflakes, his chestnut eyes filled with delight and anticipation. At this rate, we'll have enough to build a snowman by tomorrow. Observing the red-clad youth reaching out to catch snowflakes, a gentle warmth blossomed in Chen Ling's eyes as he chuckled. Do we not build one every year? Haven't you had enough? This time is different. Chun Yin insisted earnestly. This snowfall is substantial. Perhaps I could build a dozen of them. If we construct a tall platform, I could practice my performance atop it. With the snowman as my audience, am I not a sufficient audience for you, brother, who performs with only one audience member? Chun Yin pouted. What if I get stage fright when I perform at school? Indeed, Chun Ling laughed softly, gradually raising his gaze to the sky. Then let this snow fall continuously. If it keeps falling, it could become a disaster. Chu Muyun adjusted his glasses, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a woolen coat from inside. I need to step out for a bit. Chen Ling and Chen Yin exchanged glances. Will you return for dinner? Yes. As Chu Muyun's figure gradually faded into the distance, Chen Ling glanced at the time. I should also be off. The mountain paths are treacherous in this snow. Wait. Chen Yin seemed to recall something, swiftly returning inside to retrieve the cotton coat he had mended overnight, thrusting it into Chen Ling's hands. Brother, I've fixed it for you. Be careful on the mountain today, and avoid getting into fights. Chen Yin spoke with an unusual seriousness. Chen Ling examined the coat carefully, finding it virtually undamaged, perfect as ever, and couldn't help but compliment, truly, our Yin possesses remarkable skill. Chen Yin beamed with a grin. I'm off. Chen Ling waved as he made his way toward District 2. The snow, just as Chen Yin had hoped, continued to fall more heavily. By the time Chen Ling reached halfway, the accumulated snow submerged the soles of his shoes, the icy water seeping through, chilling him to the core. He rubbed his hands together, pressing forward against the falling snowflakes, murmuring to himself. Could it truly turn into a snow disaster? After walking for quite a while, the streets grew increasingly desolate, yet the enforcers, hastily traversing by, became ever more numerous. Dressed in black and red uniforms, they galloped rapidly toward a specific direction, not even casting a glance at the passing Chen Ling. The swirling snowflakes were whipped into his face by the gusts, and he wiped his face, puzzled as he gazed toward their vanishing figures. What is happening? Chen Ling was unaware and had no interest in investigating. As long as the direction they headed was not Frost Street, he had no concern for their destination. After approximately 3 hours, Chen Ling returned to the familiar Ice Spring Street, where the ruins had been mostly cleared away. The desolate half of the street, now blanketed in white snow, appeared even more lifeless. Just as he intended to seek out Qian Fan and the others for today's assignment, several figures approached briskly, waving enthusiastically at him. Chen Ling, my brother. It was none other than Qian Fan and his companions. Lord Qian, Chunling courteously added the honorific, as he had not completely severed ties with Qian Fan and the others. A semblance of politeness was still necessary. What is today's task? Task? There's no need for a task today. Qian Fan waved his hand grandly. In light of your exemplary performance yesterday, the higher-ups have decided to grant you a spot as an enforcer. You can head home today and report to the District 3 headquarters tomorrow. Chunling was taken aback. He had imagined countless possibilities during his journey, such as being ambushed by the people of Ice Spring Street seeking revenge upon arrival, or Qian Fan and his group completely severing ties and creating numerous difficulties for him, or being informed that his enforcer position had been revoked, forcing him to return home. Yet he never anticipated being directly accepted. Impossible. Could it be that Ma Zhong truly recognized his strength and wanted to recruit him? Chunling had only encountered Ma Zhong once and did not know him well. He found it challenging to decipher the man's intentions. From now on, we will be colleagues, Qian Fan smiled, patting Chunling's shoulder as if they were longtime friends. There may have been some misunderstandings between us previously, so please don't take offense, Chunling. Yes, Chunling, please feel free to visit District 2 and play cards with us anytime. You are always welcome. Almost forgot, there's also this. Unlike previous years, this exam is different. Although you are on standby, you have indeed assisted us. The formal enforcers, for 3 days. Therefore, the higher-ups have decided to grant you a stipend. While the amount is not substantial, the journey ahead is long. The salary for enforcers is quite generous. Qian Fan pressed a small tube of oiled paper into Chunling's hand. The latter, astonished, peeled back a corner to glance inside. 10 silver coins. Chunling's heart raced. In this world, a single silver coin equated to the purchasing power of 250 copper coins, and copper coins were comparable to the currency in his past life. This small tube of oiled paper translated into an astonishing 2,500 yuan. Though it wasn't an enormous sum, it was noteworthy that Chunling had only worked for 2 days. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and his companion at the road bureau had toiled for an entire day and only earned 20 copper coins. The stipend for merely 2 days on standby was already so high. One could only wonder how exorbitant the salary of a formal enforcer must be. Chunling regarded them deeply, reflecting on how often respect and courtesy are reserved for the powerful. Just yesterday, they had forced Wu Yudong out. Had it not been for his possession of Dance of Slaughter, he likely would have met a similar fate. And now, they could only wear smiles before him. For he had acquired the qualification to stand on equal footing with them. Chunling did not perceive himself as a protagonist of a triumphant narrative, unable to act solely on a surge of passion to eliminate these hypocritical individuals on the spot. Such actions would amount to declaring war on the entire enforcement system of the Aurora realm. His home remains on Frosty Street, and he has a younger brother who is about to return to school. In his pursuit of the path of the war god, he still requires the identity of an enforcer, and no matter how one contemplates it, he ought to take the tide as it comes and let this matter conclude here. Thank you all very much. Chunling spoke softly without raising his head. Chunling, be careful on the icy roads. Take your time going home, Qian Fan replied with an unyielding smile. By noon today. The list of those officially promoted should be made public. Keep an eye out on your way home. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Chunling responded with indifference, uttering a couple of curt replies before turning to head home. As Chunling departed, the warm smiles of Qian Fan and the others gradually faded, replaced by coldness and disdain. This Chunling truly knows no bounds, sneered one of the enforcers. Once Brother Ma's affairs conclude, the 3rd district will undergo a transformation. Let us see how far he thinks he can leap. Has there been any news from Brother Ma? No idea. Considering the time, it should be soon. Just as the few were conversing, a figure hurriedly approached from afar, slipping and nearly tumbling in the heavy snow. He's dead. What do you mean dead? The chief enforcer of the 3rd district, Han Ming, is dead. He stood up, exclaiming loudly that news had come from the 3rd district, stating he fought alone against 2 calamities, ultimately perishing together. Enforcer Ma Zhong has assumed the chief position temporarily and has ordered the immediate unsealing of the 3rd district, with the 2nd district to follow suit. Upon hearing this news, the eyes of the crowd instantly brightened. It's done. Is it confirmed? Han Ming is really dead? Qian Fan inquired once more. The news from the 3rd district claims so, delivered personally by Brother Ma's trusted aide. Qian Fan immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a joyful smile. With the fall of this mountain named Han Ming, our lives will become much easier. The business on Ice Spring Street can finally operate. Go, gather Bone Knife and their crew, and find some more dancers and prostitutes. Let us have a feast with fine wine and meat. Let them know who they should follow for a good life. Understood, brother Fan. Chin Ling, clutching 10 silver coins, leisurely traversed over the back mountain, the falling snow dusting his black hair with frost. He had just spent 2 hours walking from the 3rd district, stayed for merely 5 minutes, and was now heading back the same way. By the time he returned to Frosty Street, it would likely be noon. Nevertheless, he had garnered good news and acquired 10 silver coins, sufficient for him to procure a few new garments for himself and Qian Yan, and to find someone to seal the leaks in their home, sparing them from freezing in the winter snow. His expectations remained high. A few stable days awaited him. Chun Ling glanced at the characters flickering in the snow and murmured to himself. However, he mused that compared to when he had just crossed over, things truly had improved significantly. Ever since he reclaimed his body from the audience, they had not interfered with the matters around him for quite some time, and everything seemed to be developing in a better direction. He walked through the snow for a long while, until the accumulation reached above his ankles, finally returning to Frosty Street. Just as he prepared to head straight home, his peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby snack shop about to close. Intrigued, he slowly came to a stop. "Boss, how much for that cake?" Chin Ling inquired, pointing at a delicately crafted cake displayed in the window. 200 copper coins. The owner glanced up and, upon realizing it was Chin Ling, raised his eyebrows slightly. "Ah, it's you, Chin Ling. What brings you to buy a cake all of a sudden?" Being neighbors on Frosty Street, the shopkeeper recognized Chin Ling, but given his family's circumstances, he had never before entered the shop to make a purchase. Go be honest, there were very few households on Frosty Street that could afford a cake priced at 200, let alone a 50 copper mini cake. "That I've passed the martial examination." Chun Ling smiled. "I thought I would celebrate a bit. My brother has never had cake before." "You've officially become an enforcer," the shopkeeper said in surprise. "Then indeed, it calls for a proper celebration. How about I charge you 150? "Thank you, boss." "No need for thanks. Frosty Street will still rely on you in the future." The owner wrapped the cake, tying it with a festive red ribbon, and handed it to Chin Ling with both hands. After receiving the cake and completing the payment, Chun Ling walked directly home. Just a few steps in, he heard several enforcers rush by, exclaiming, "The calamity has been eradicated. The 3rd district is unsealed. The calamity has been eradicated. The 3rd district is unsealed." As the enforcers' voices receded, some residents of Frosty Street began to emerge from their homes, all feeling a sense of relief. Since the disaster bell had tolled, the 3rd district had been sealed for 5 days, and anxiety had permeated the air. Now that the calamity was vanquished, their lives could return to normal. With this in mind, they suddenly found the heavy snowfall to be quite agreeable. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Chun Ling felt a jolt of shock. The calamity has been eradicated, but I'm still here. Could it be a yin? Instinctively, Chun Ling quickened his pace, hurrying home, but as he reached the doorstep, he realized his worries were unfounded. There, squatting at the entrance, was the familiar figure of a boy in red, intently rolling snowballs, carefully stacking them to outline the shape of a snowman, only for his hands to slip, causing the snowballs to collide and shatter into pieces. Qian Yin sighed, catching sight of Chen Ling approaching from a distance, his furrowed brow instantly relaxing as he exclaimed with delight, "Brother, why are you back so early?" "I passed the assessment ahead of schedule, so I returned a bit early." Chen Ling sighed in relief, smiling as he spoke. He was unaware of what transpired among the enforcers or which calamity they had eliminated. As long as he and Chen Yin were safe, nothing else mattered. "You passed?" Chen Yan's eyes widened. "Brother, you're really an enforcer now?" "Yes." Chen Ling stepped into the house, placing the cake on the table, beckoning him. "This is a rare opportunity. I bought a cake for us to celebrate together." Upon hearing the word cake, Chen Yan's eyes instantly lit up. He dashed into the room, his flowing robe stirring up a flurry of snowflakes, and plopped down eagerly at the table, curiously watching Chen Ling unwrap the package. "Brother, is this cake very expensive?" "Not at all," Chen Ling chuckled, pulling out a handful of silver coins and spreading them across the table. "Now, I have some money. In the future, our family will be even better off." "So much money?" Chun Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "This will last us a long time. Just in time for you to start school. This solves the tuition issue as well." Chun Ling unwrapped the package, revealing a large cream cake on the table. For Chen Ling, the The craftsmanship and ingredients of this cake were incomparable to those from his previous life. But for Chen Yin, it was something he had long gazed at longingly from the display window. Chen Yin couldn't help but swallow hard. Brother, should we wait for Dr. Chu? No need to wait for him. Who knows when he'll be back? Just save him a piece, Qinling said as he took out several complimentary candles and inserted them into the cake, igniting them one by one. The orange candlelight flickered within the room, illuminating the faces of the two boys against the backdrop of the swirling snow outside at a yin. You blow out the candles. Can't we blow them out even if it's not a birthday? Chen Yin asked. Of course. Just remember to make a wish before you blow them out. Okay. Chen Yin immediately clasped his hands together, bowing his head solemnly under the candlelight, resembling a devout worshipper. Chen Ling had no idea what wish Chen Yin made. He only saw him open his eyes afterward, smiling at him, his chestnut-colored eyes clear as water. What wish did you make? Chen Ling inquired. I can't say. If I do, it won't come true. That is true. Just then, a cautious voice called from outside. Is Chen Ling home? As the two were speaking, a figure carefully approached the door, gazing into the house from beneath the heavy snowfall. Wu Yudong. Chen Ling recognized the figure leaning on a cane, raising his eyebrows in surprise. What brings you here? Come in and talk. Wu Yudong smiled sheepishly and stepped into the house. He glanced at the cake and candles on the table, his eyes filled with envy. I just saw the list posted on the street. You've been promoted, yes. Congratulations, Wu Yudong said with a bittersweet smile. I thought you would be forced out like me, but unexpectedly, you truly succeeded. Hearing those words, Chen Ling detected the underlying bitterness and helplessness in his tone. Brother, who is he? Chen Yin asked, curiously observing Wu Yudong. This is Wu Yudong, a friend I went to Ice Spring Street with these past few days. Wu Yudong was taken aback. A friend? Chen Yin pondered. Then we should give him a piece of cake too, right? Of course, we should. Do you want to cut it, or should I? No rush. The candles haven't been blown out yet. As Chen Ling spoke, he waved to the bewildered Wu Yudong beside him. Yudong, don't just stand there. Come sit down and enjoy a piece with us. Okay. Wu Yudong slowly sat down at the table, his expression odd as he looked at Chen Ling, then glanced at his side. Chen Ling, yes? May I ask a question? What is it? Since just now, who have you been talking to? Chen Ling was taken aback. A sudden, bone-chilling wind swept through the room, extinguishing the burning candles. Chapter 32. The Outlaw. Audience Anticipation 20. The remnants of the snowman melted in the silence, and after the candlelight faded, Chen Ling's face turned pale as paper. Chen Ling stammered. I was talking to my brother. Where is your brother? Wu Yudong glanced at the vacant seat beside him. In this room, were there not just the two of us? Chen Ling turned her gaze towards the opposite chair, which had become desolate without her noticing. In a fleeting moment, the fading specter of a smiling youth lingered in her memory. Beads of sweat, like pearls, cascaded down Chen Ling's forehead as her back dampened with perspiration. Her bewildered, hollow eyes quivered incessantly, akin to a slumberer awakening from a nightmarish reverie. No, it cannot be. Chen Ling abruptly stood up, the legs of the table screeching against the floor in protest. How could it possibly be just the two of us? Chen Ling's voice escalated suddenly. My brother was just here. Earlier, he was outside building a snowman, and this morning he bid me farewell at the door. It was he who mended my winter coat. She forcefully removed her coat, pointing at the flawless patch. Look, this was fixed by a yin. I cannot sew to save my life. Furthermore, all these wooden planks on the wall, he repaired them too. We still have a doctor residing with us from Aurora City. He has seen a yin as well. You can ask him if you doubt it. I understand now. Wu Yudong appeared taken aback by Chen Ling's fervor, his voice faltering as he stammered. I merely wanted to inquire, because I noticed you were talking to the air just now. It was quite alarming. I was not speaking to the air. Chen Ling pointed at the void across from her. Her bloodshot eyes fixated on Wu Yudong. My brother was sitting right there. You must have seen him when you entered, did you not? I truly did not see anyone. Wu Yudong felt aggrieved, observing Chen Ling's peculiar demeanor. He hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Chen Ling, have you recently encountered some misfortune? Chen Ling froze in place. So, you two have merged with calamity? I do not know. When I awoke, I was already standing there. You two have lost a portion of your memory? Yes. But the convergence point of the Gray Realm is not in the back mountain. You should have been in surgery at that time. Why were you affected as well? I do not know. All I remember is the doctor administering anesthesia, and when I woke up, Familiar dialogues echoed in Chen Ling's ears. A vague sense of realization began to dawn upon her as her pupils constricted. No, something is amiss, Chen Ling murmured. Something is indeed wrong. Chen Ling, are you all right? The back mountain? Chen Ling suddenly lifted her head, staring intently at a certain direction, and dashed out of the house like a madman, leaving behind her recently discarded winter coat, clad only in a thin shirt as she plunged into the heavy snowfall. Just as her figure vanished at the end of the street, Chu Mu Yun arrived at the doorstep. He cast a quizzical glance towards the direction Chen Ling had departed, preparing to enter, only to find Wu Yudong standing solitary in the living room, his brow furrowing in concern. Who are you? I am a friend of Chen Ling. Beneath his silver-rimmed glasses, his eyes narrowed instantly, radiating a menacing aura. What did you just say to him? I did not say much. I merely found it peculiar that he was talking to himself. So I asked him who he was speaking with. And then, Chu Mu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced again at the direction Chen Ling had taken. Do you realize what you have done? Chu Mu Yun's voice resonated ominously. Wu Yudong met Chu Mu Yun's gaze. A shiver coursed through him. He had never encountered such a chilling, frenzied stare. Overcome with fear, he staggered back a step, tripping over a chair and collapsing to the floor. Chu Mu Yun took a deep breath, stepping into the house, gently closing the door behind him. The drafty entrance obscured the light and snow outside, casting the living room into dimness as the figure clad in a wool coat approached Wu Yudong slowly. He adjusted his glasses, and beneath his genteel facade, an unmasked ruthlessness emerged, akin to a ferocious beast confined within a human shell, shedding its disguise to reveal its bloodthirsty fangs. Do you understand how rare it is to find a fusion being maintaining a delicate balance between madness and normalcy? Serving as a valuable subject for research? Do you realize how much effort I exerted to ensure he remained unaware of his abnormalities, playing along with him? Do you comprehend the kind of monster you might unleash? Wu Yudong was petrified, his limbs already impaired. He wished to flee but found it impossible, inching backward painfully. I do not know. I truly do not know, he spoke in a tone bordering on desperation. I have guarded this place for 3 days, preventing anyone from approaching Chen Ling in this house. Yet you chose to barge in. Why? Chu Mu Yun suddenly lifted a corner of a chair, crashing it down on Wu Yudong's head with a resounding thud, bang. A dull echo reverberated through the room as Wu Yudong fell unconscious. A gaping wound opened on his forehead, crimson blood gushing forth, quickly pooling into a crimson puddle. Chu Mu Yun showed no signs of relenting, fixating on the seemingly lifeless Wu Yudong on the floor, raising the chair again and again to strike him. Why? 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 Scalding blood splattered across the wool coat, a streak of crimson creeping up the lenses of his silver-rimmed glasses. Chu Mu Yun's demeanor transformed from genteel to that of a frenzied executioner. Unleashing his wrath in the unnoticed shadows, as the chair came crashing down repeatedly upon the limp body of Wu Yudong, his breath gradually fading, bang. With the final strike, the chair splintered, and as Chu Mu Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving violently, he adjusted his blood-stained fingers on his glasses, his deep blue eyes fixated on the bloodied puddle beneath him. Time eluded him as he stood there, his madness slowly receding, a sharp scalpel resting within his palm. Meanwhile, the figure stumbled through the snow, making its way to the back mountain. His thin clothing was soaked in sweat, the heat and cold intertwining upon Chen Ling's body. He crossed the deserted yellow caution tape, navigating through snowdrifts marked with wooden signs, as if searching for something. This was the origin of it all, the very place where truths lay buried, the graveyard. Chapter 33. Memory. Chen Ling had never been here. Aside from being dragged here to be buried in his inherited memories, he had no recollection of it. Yet, inexplicably, as he set foot on the soil of the graveyard, an unusual sense of familiarity washed over him. This familiarity was not singular, but dual. He gazed at the mounds of snow-covered graves before him. Fragmented memories surged within his mind, as if two starkly contrasting recollections converged here. One belonged to Chen Ling, the other to Chen Yin. Guided by instinct, he weaved through the graves, as if in search of something, and finally halted before a mound of earth devoid of any markers or signs. He stared blankly at this earth mound for a long time, kneeling amidst the thick snow, the pale whiteness swirling before his eyes, and in that daze, the memory belonging to Chen Yin became increasingly vivid. Name: Chen Yin. Age: 15.id 39180. On the cold surgical table, Chen Yin responded cautiously. A blinding light shone down from above, rendering him unable to open his eyes, only perceiving indistinct figures moving around the surgical table. It has been confirmed that at such a tender age, afflicted by such an illness as K. When will the surgery commence? Just a moment, the heart has yet to arrive. If we miss it, we won't be able to cover for it. With the prices of hearts skyrocketing on the black market, those parents truly managed to procure the heart we requested? Procure my foot. They are a family of paupers. Even selling their house wouldn't suffice. Then where would the heart come from? Heh, you do not know? What? They plan to use their eldest son's heart to save this youngest son. Is that true? There is no need for that, is there? That couple was diagnosed years ago, believing they could not conceive. So they adopted a child from the streets, intending to raise him to support them in old age. But who would have imagined that a few years later, they inexplicably conceived again, giving birth to a youngest son, and the couple, once resigned to their fate, was overjoyed, immediately treating him like a precious gem. If it were you, would you choose a street child or a long-awaited biological son? Tisk. Upon hearing this exchange, Chen Yin, lying on the surgical table, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He struggled to sit up, staring at the two conversing, his pallid face awash with shock and disbelief. You were saying, whose heart is it? Your brother's. The sterile-clad scalpel casually blew on its nails. What? Did your parents not inform you? Otherwise, do you think, with your family's meager funds, they could possibly find a suitable heart for you? Brother. Chen Yin remained in a daze on the surgical table until the two doctors beside him began to push him back down. Only then did he snap back to reality, frantically resisting. I do not want that. I do not want to. I refuse the surgery. Chen Yan's voice cracked with desperation. I do not want my brother's heart. Let me go. The heart is already on its way. Whether you want it or not is beyond your control, I implore you. Please inform my parents and tell them I no longer wish to have a heart. I do not wish to return to school, nor to take the stage to perform. I want nothing at all. Just let them spare my brother, I beg you. Lie still. Lie still. Little did Chen Yin know where he found the strength, as he forcefully broke free from the grip of two adults, abruptly leaping off the operating table and stumbling towards the surgical door. At that moment, the surgical door swung open, revealing a figure entering, clutching a mysterious metallic box. Chen Yin collided with him and fell to the ground. The heart is in hand, the man stated. Quite impressive. That couple appeared to be cowards, yet their efficiency is rather commendable. Bone Knife, astonished, accepted the metallic box, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Chen Yin sat dazed on the ground, his vacant pupils reflecting the shadow of the metallic box, his lips and complexion ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, I don't want it. A syringe gently pierced his skin. Bone Knife crouched behind Chen Yin, his slanted eyes narrowing, like a serpent. You don't want it? As the liquid from the syringe was slowly injected, Chen Yin felt his head growing heavier, consciousness ebbing away like a receding tide. Just before he succumbed to complete unconsciousness, he vaguely sensed someone lean close to his ear, whispering like a demon. You didn't truly believe we would transplant the heart to you, did you? Chen Ling abruptly awakened. The cold wind swirled with snowflakes, howling through the mass grave. His brows and hair were dusted white by the snow, the biting chill seeping through his clothing, penetrating his very bones. Yet, despite this, he was unable to stop the cold sweat from pouring down his body. Audience anticipation 5. A yen. He stared blankly at the mound of earth buried beneath the heavy snow, trembling as he raised his hands to begin digging. His palms scraped away layer upon layer of ice and snow, turning red from the cold, revealing the frozen, solid ground beneath. At that moment, he nearly ceased to think, his mind consumed solely by the lonely mound of earth and Chen Yan's struggling visage. He delved deeper into the soil. A second memory surged uncontrollably into his mind. Damn, why is it raining so heavily? Be careful, the mountain is muddy. Don't slip. Why must we come here to dispose of the body? Wouldn't it be better to find a spot near Ice Spring Street? Fool, if we bury it near the street, the wild dogs will eventually catch the scent. Once discovered, the enforcers will have to dig it up, and once they do, an investigation will ensue. Qian Fan said this mass grave is filled with bodies. Disposing of a body here won't attract attention. If we take this job, do we still have to share with Qian Fan's crew? The business from Ice Spring Street has to split 3 ways with the enforcers. Otherwise, why would they help us? 3 ways? That's extortionate. Has this kid been completely drained of value? Kidneys, liver, corneas, bone marrow, blood. Bone Knife has stripped everything he could. Now this kid is nothing but an empty shell. You should have seen how he was when he was on the operating table, a pitiful sight. What a shame we don't know where that couple buried his brother. Otherwise, we could dig him up and harvest more. 2 figures clad in raincoats struggled through the downpour along the mountain path, carrying a black cloth bag, arriving at the mass grave. They sought a clear spot, placing the black cloth bag down, each retrieving a shovel and skillfully beginning to dig. Once the depth was deemed sufficient, they casually tossed the black cloth bag into the hole like refuse. Chapter 34. The Clown. All done, time to go. The 2 patted the mud off their clothes, confirming the pit was completely covered before turning to leave. The torrential rain poured over countless desolate graves, dark red blood mingling with mud cascading down the cliff. Moments later, 2 more figures in raincoats trudged up from below. Right here, they carried glass oil lamps, scanning the surroundings without noticing the dark red mud flowing in the shadows, heading straight towards the freshly dug pit. They placed their cloth bag on the ground, took out their shovels, and began to excavate slowly beside the dark red pit. A yin will be all right, won't he? The rain pattered against their raincoats, creating a rhythmic sound as the woman's hands, pale and trembling, clenched tightly within her sleeves, her voice hoarse. He certainly will, the man, digging, spoke in a deep voice. The heart has been delivered. The operation should have commenced. Tomorrow, we will be able to visit him in District 2. Hearing this, the woman's expression softened slightly. She glanced at the black cloth bag at her feet, her eyes filled with guilt. It's just poor A Ling. This matter must remain buried in our hearts. What if Yin asks about his brother upon his return? We will say he has been accepted as an enforcer and assigned to District 7, and cannot return. Will he believe that? The man remained silent, merely inserting the iron shovel into the earth and forcefully lifting a large mass of soil. Let it be buried like this, he said. Together, they tossed the black cloth bag into the pit, covering it bit by bit. The woman hesitated for a moment, picking up a wooden plaque, seemingly wanting to write something, but was stopped by the man. What are you doing? After all, he is your son. Let us erect a marker for A Ling. No. If we erect a marker here, what if the enforcers or others see it? Then I said, from now on, this matter must remain hidden in our hearts. The woman fell silent for a long time before discarding the wooden plaque. Seeing this, the man gently reassured her. It's all right. When he wakes up tomorrow, everything will be behind us. They shared one last glance at the land before turning to vanish into the rain. The heavy rain washed over the dark red soil, as if attempting to cleanse their hatred and grievances. 2 solitary graves separated by a thin layer of sandy earth, connected in their own way. Just as everything was about to subside into silence beneath the storm, a strange grayness began to spread from the void. The gray realm, converging at a yin. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Qian Ling's eyes as he frantically clawed at the dirt until his fingertips were blurred with blood. He did not comprehend what transpired after the convergence of the gray realm, nor why he was the only one to survive. No, Qian Ling did not truly survive. He merely transformed into himself. But in this moment, it no longer mattered who he was. The world played a cruel joke on Qian Ling, allowing him to perish at the hands of the Qian Ten couple who raised him. Yet, concurrently, the world played an even greater joke on the Qian Ten couple. Qian Ling's vision blurred with tears, his mind racing with the frantic memories of the past days. The convergence of the gray realm, a figure struggling to rise from the mass grave, the wound on his chest gradually healing. Countless crimson eyes opening behind him, the rainwater on the ground forming a line of characters. Audience anticipation, 17. A shattered talisman lodged in the crevices of his nails swayed gently in the wind. The second calamity striking Ice Spring Street perhaps never existed at all, for from the very beginning, it was Qian Ling himself, or rather, his own rationality slipping away when the anticipation dropped below 20. He was manipulated by the audience, slaughtering half of Ice Spring Street, until the audience was satisfied, leisurely making his way towards District 3. No, it cannot be like this. Qian Ling murmured, it's impossible that I was alone from the very beginning. On the mountainside, he washed the opera robe by the stream and handed it to Chen Yin. But when Jiang Qin questioned him, the opera robe inexplicably reappeared in his arms. The Chan Ten couple, taken away by the enforcers, stared through Chen Yin's body, fixated on him, shouting and cursing. On Cold Frost Street, enforcer Jiang Qin followed his finger, glancing into the darkness of the street corner, but only saw a vague silhouette. Chu Mu Yun stood at the entrance of a dilapidated house, holding a letter, addressing the empty room. I heard that Mr. Chen needs a doctor, so here I am. The deserted room was being repaired. The torn cotton overcoat was mended, yet throughout it all, no one ever spoke to Chen Yin. All of this seemed to suggest that Chen Yin once existed, like a ghost beside him, or perhaps merely a bizarre delusion of his own. Chen Ling continued to dig, the soil below gradually oozing blood. Just as he was about to continue, a hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Immediately after, a bright red opera robe was gently draped over him, shielding him from the swirling snow. Chen Ling froze. He looked up to see the familiar youth crouching before him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Brother, please stop digging, I beg you. Don't dig any further. All right, Yin. Chen Ling stared at him, the bloodied and muddy hands reaching up, seemingly wanting to touch Chen Yan's face. And he did. Yin, are you alive? Chen Ling's voice trembled. You are alive, aren't you? Chen Yin glanced at the blood-soaked earth, lowering his head, unable to meet Chen Ling's gaze. I am already dead, brother. But you are clearly here. I am here because of your strength. Chen Ling was momentarily taken aback. Me? What power do I possess? Before the words could escape my lips, a surging blizzard engulfed Chen Ling's vision. In the next instant, Chen Yan's figure vanished once more, as if he had never existed at all. Audience expectation 5. Current expectation 63. Chen Ling's gaze involuntarily fell upon the two lines of characters that emerged from the snow, and a flicker of realization caused her pupils to constrict. The audience possesses the power to influence reality. Ever since my crossing, they have repeatedly affected the occurrences around me. The water stains in the kitchen, the pranked Dr. Lin, the gnawed bone knife. But since Chen Yan's appearance, they seem to have refrained from meddling in my life. Therefore, the emergence of Chen Yin in my eyes is, indeed, a production of the audience. It is you. With bloodied hands clenched tightly, Chen Ling glared furiously at the void before her, the veins in her neck bulging with intensity. It is you who made me see him. It is you who made me accustomed to him. From the very beginning, you treated him merely as a prop, to deceive my emotions, only to later destroy it with your own hands. You have long awaited this moment, have you not? Audience expectation 5. Another line of small text appeared, igniting the suppressed fury within Chen Ling. She abruptly sprang up from the snow, her red attire howling in the storm, resembling a furious lion. Are you satisfied now? Have you had your fill of this performance? Is it to your liking? Did you enjoy my portrayal? Damn you all. Chen Ling envisioned, in that dim theater, countless crimson eyes peering through the curtain, watching her converse with Chen Yin these past few days, witnessing her promise to perform at the New Year's Eve party at school. Observing Chu Muyun lost in thought nearby. They orchestrated everything. They know everything. They watched as she poured her emotions into her performance on stage, the corners of their mouths in the darkness betraying a sinister smile. She felt like a clown, a jester lost in a false performance, a mere source of amusement for others. Her chest heaved violently, the flames of rage threatening to consume the snow. She frantically searched the snow for a blade or a gun that could end this absurd existence. She refused to be a clown, even less a tool for the amusement of the audience. At that moment, her foot slipped, and several items tumbled from her pockets, falling onto the pristine snow, reflecting a silvery gleam. 9 silver coins. The very reward that Qian Fan had handed to her with a smile this morning. At the sight of these coins, Chen Ling's pupils contracted, halting her frantic search, a flicker of clarity surfacing amidst her rage, soon morphing into an even more potent hatred. She stood in silence for a long while, bending down to pick up each silver coin. Well then, Chen Ling's voice was hoarse as she slowly raised her head, directing her gaze towards the direction of Area 2, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented murderous intent and madness. You wish to witness a grand spectacle, then I shall present you with another performance. Chen Ling smiled, her grin amidst the swirling snow resembling that of a demon. Chapter 35. Lost Area 2. Ice Spring Street. At the end of the street stood a mansion spanning hundreds of square meters. Bustling with life. Numerous torches flickered throughout the estate, and beneath the heat wave, the falling snow dissolved silently before it reached the ground. This place, typically uninhabited, seemed like an abandoned estate, yet only a select few knew that this grand residence, capable of purchasing half of Frost Street in Area 3, belonged to Mahjong. In this moment, the mansion was transformed from its former desolation. Melodious music flowed endlessly, women's playful laughter mingled with men's hearty roars. As if it were a paradise of bliss, Brother Ma's mansion is truly remarkable. After lying dormant for so long, it is a pity indeed. Qian Fan, clad in the black and red uniform of the enforcers, sat in the front row, squinting as he watched the scantily clad women dance, unable to suppress his admiration. What a pity, Brother Ma's place in Area 3 is even larger than this. Another enforcer beside him raised his glass to clink with Qian Fan's, draining the fine wine in one go. How enviable! When will I be able to acquire a mansion like this? With Han Ming dead, no one can disrupt our business. In a few years, each of us will have one. Ha 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 ha. Come, let us drink to that. By the way, hasn't Brother Ma arrived yet? He is on his way. Said he wanted us to enjoy ourselves first. Qian Fan nodded, about to say something more when Bone Knife, with a woman draped over his arm, cheerfully approached Qian Fan. Come, let us toast to our boss Qian. We've had our misunderstandings before. I hope you'll take good care of our future business dealings. You jest, Bone Boss. This time, Brother Ma is treating, and I am merely here to enjoy the festivities. Qian Fan chuckled, yet business matters surely demand sincere cooperation and mutual benefit. Well said, mutual benefit. The 19 residents of Ice Spring Street present rose to clink glasses with Qian Fan. Among them were arms dealers, drug traffickers, and those involved in the flesh trade. Yet at this moment, they all laughed so benignly that one might mistakenly believe they were attending a gathering of business magnates. Boss Qian, how did that batch of goods fare a few days ago? Bone Knife seemed to recall something, lowering his voice with a grin. That heart and those organs. Were they of satisfactory quality? Quite so. Qian Fan nodded slightly. The buyer was very pleased. A buyer willing to purchase all the organs in one go is a rare find. That batch of goods, it went to Aurora City, didn't he it? Upon hearing the words Aurora City, Qian Fan's eyes narrowed as he leisurely spoke. Bone Boss, in this line of work, it's best not to pry into matters that should remain undisclosed. Be cautious, or you might invite trouble. Ha 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 ha. My apologies for my boldness. I shall drink to my folly. Bone Knife downed his drink in one gulp, his gaze drifting towards the alluring dancers on stage, his hands sliding down the shoulder of the woman beside him, carelessly toying with her amidst her playful protests. Speaking of which, every time it's the same few performances. Is there nothing else? What else would you like to see? I've heard that performances in Aurora City include singing, skits, magic, and operas. Why is it that here, we only have dancing? You mention Aurora City. In Area 3, where would one find such variety? To gather so many dancers and musicians is already quite an accomplishment. How dull! Bone Knife's cheeks flushed with the effects of alcohol. He abruptly pushed away the two beauties in his embrace and strode to the center of the stage, disrupting the formation of the dancers, who looked at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, the musicians playing the rhythm abruptly ceased their performance. Don't stop. Keep dancing. Bone Knife's body pressed lightly against one of the dancers from behind, his hands slithering over her body like serpents, ultimately seizing her wrist, controlling her dance like a marionette, twisting grotesquely on stage. The dancer's face turned pale with fear, yet she dared not resist, merely allowing Bone Knife to manipulate her body. While the other dancers glanced at Qian Fan below the stage, feigning normalcy as they resumed their synchronized movements. The rhythm continued, the music resumed its gentle flow. Ha 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 ha, Bone Knife, your dancing is atrocious. Allow me to take over. No, I think he is doing quite well. Keep dancing, keep dancing. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought you had a talent for dance? Give everyone a pole dance. The crowd of Ice Spring Street residents burst into laughter, as if they had stumbled upon a delightful diversion, elevating the already lively atmosphere to new heights. Just then, a figure pushed open the door of the mansion amidst the falling snow and walked forth. What is this? Has Brother Ma finally arrived? The crowd turned to look, only to be taken aback. It was not Mahjong who appeared, but a youth draped in a bright red theatrical robe. He silently traversed the stone path of the courtyard, the swirling snow streaking his hair with gray eye in this pale world. That flash of crimson was striking and fervent, as the onlookers recognized the face of the newcomer. The expressions of most inside the house shifted dramatically, memories surfacing, eyes filled with resentment and malice. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with the enforcer beside him before rising from his seat. "Chen Ling, my dear brother, what brings you here?" A warm smile spread across his face. "How unfortunate. Just as you departed, the border between Area 2 and Area 3 was lifted. We thought to host a celebration to rejoice. And I was just saying that we should have kept you here this morning to join us. Come, since you're here, sit down and have a drink." Chen Ling did not respond, calmly crossing through the snow-laden courtyard. Muddy soles leaving deep impressions as he stepped inside. "No need," he replied coolly. "I have come to retrieve something." "Retrieve something? What have you left behind?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Ling advanced past the banquet, step by step ascending the stage. His gaze was unwaveringly locked onto Bone Knife. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the great enforcer Chen." The inebriated Bone Knife sneered, releasing the dancer in his grasp and pushing her aside. "Why, dressed like that, are you here to put on a show for us?" Now that Han Ming is deceased, Ma Zhong reigns supreme in Districts 2 and 3, while Gu Dao and others doubt that Chen Ling would dare to court death. At this moment, both Districts 2 and 3 belong to them. Ha ha ha. Come, let him perform. Dressed as he is he preparing to sing? Which play will it be? The crowd, emboldened by their fearlessness, raised their wine glasses, their gazes towards the crimson-clad Chen Ling filled with scorn. Qian Fan's brows furrowed tighter. He sensed something was amiss. "Chen Ling, if you've lost something, just tell me, I will find it for you. I lost a heart." Chen Ling fixed his gaze intently on Gu Dao's face and also, "My brother's life die in the next moment." A hand pierced through Gu Dao's chest in an instant. Chapter 36. "Who da can punish me?" Vivid scarlet blood splattered across the backdrop of the stage, and the rhythmic beats of drums and strings on either side abruptly ceased. All present were momentarily stunned, their pupils dilating, as the overwhelming scent of blood suppressed the alcohol coursing through their veins. They sprang to their feet, disbelief etched across their faces. Gu Dao slowly raised his gaze from his bloodied chest to Chen Ling's visage, as if realization dawned upon him. "You art that kid's brother?" A torrent of blood surged from his throat, rendering his voice incoherent, his expression one of sheer terror. "Though you enjoy extracting the hearts of others." Chen Ling's cheeks were flushed with blood, his eyes alight with profound hatred and madness. "Today, I shall extract yours cleanly as well. Hand me the knife." Chen Ling raised his hand towards the void behind him. Suddenly, a sharp dagger at the waist of a stunned resident of Ice Spring Street began to tremble violently. It was as if an invisible hand grasped the hilt, yanking it from its sheath and hurling it towards the center stage where Chen Ling stood. The audience eagerly participated in his performance. Chen Ling seized the dagger and, in a flash, plunged it into Gu Dao's chest, driving it downward through the bloodied hole he had opened with his own hand, instantly disemboweling him. Gu Dao's mouth gaped open uncontrollably, the excruciating pain forcing a howl from his lips, yet the blood gushing from his throat clogged his airway, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds of agony. Blood mingled with entrails flowed from the gash, and Gu Dao collapsed limply to the ground, desperately trying to shove back the remnants of his insides. But after a few feeble attempts, his movements gradually ceased. He was dead, and his pupils reflected the blood-soaked stage and all that he once was. More so, terror and helplessness. Chen Ling gazed at Gu Dao, kneeling lifelessly before him. His expression remained largely unchanged. It was his first time killing, yet perhaps due to the surge of hatred and adrenaline, he felt little beyond a faint nausea. He failed to notice that at that moment, amidst the swirling snow, a black star faintly glimmered in the heavens above. "Chen Ling, have you lost your mind? As an enforcer, you have no reason to kill indiscriminately. You shall face retribution." Qian Fan's pupils dilated in shock as he shouted. On the blood-drenched stage, the figure clad in red slowly turned. The youth's cheeks were still stained with hot blood as he clutched the dagger. Gazing down at the terrified crowd below, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and madness. At that moment, the backdrop behind him glimmered with a dense array of blood, resembling countless scarlet eyes opening in the darkness. sitting in the void of the audience, observing everything. Audience anticipation 5. Suddenly, with a faint sound, all the torches within the courtyard extinguished simultaneously. Punish me? Chun-Ling chuckled softly, lifting his fingertip to dab into the hot blood on his cheek, tracing a crimson arc at the corner of his eye. The visage of Qian Yin, once adorned in red, overlapped with that of Chun-Ling, transforming his entire aura into something otherworldly and sanguine. He was the wraith Chun-Ling, as well as the specter Qian Yin, performing alone under the gaze of apocalyptic calamity. Why, what right do you seek to punish me? Who among you can punish me? In the next instant, the figure clad in red vanished from the stage. A dagger simultaneously sliced through the void, so swiftly that none present had time to react, followed by a muffled gasp as blood sprayed from the neck of a resident closest to the stage, who fell to the ground. Li Meng, Sun Lao Lu, and others were taken aback, having faced Chun-Ling before and knowing well the terror he embodied. Most crucially, they had come to celebrate, with hardly anyone armed. At most hiding a couple of cold weapons. Even when armed in the tavern, they had failed to eliminate Chun-Ling. How could they hope to now? The red specter darted through the crowd, ruthlessly reaping lives, and with each life claimed, Chun-Ling grew increasingly adept, seemingly overcoming the shadows of his past misdeeds. Amidst the blinding snow, a bloody and bizarre slaughter unfolded within the courtyard. Meanwhile, 100 meters away from the courtyard, the attention of the god of war was drawn. Chu Mu Yun stood beneath a snow-laden tree, his gaze fixed on the distant courtyard, astonished by the brilliance of the boi and the art of killing. Not solely the god of war. From the void, a man cloaked in shadows began to take shape. Have you not noticed? The stars of the god of witchcraft are responding as well. God of witchcraft? Chu Mu Yun was taken aback. What connection did he have with the god of witchcraft? Why would it be stirred? I do not know. But do you not find it odd? What? A fusionist? How could they provoke the attention of the divine path? Moreover, he is a fusionist of the apocalyptic caliber. There is nothing strange about it. He merely caught their gaze, as if his innate talent was noted by the divine, yet he has not truly attained divine favor. The divine path is not meant for monsters, I see. However, this lad is indeed mad enough, ruthless enough. Your discernment is commendable. Chu Mu Yun smiled faintly, choosing silence. Yet trouble would soon find him. Why? I can sense it. The shadowed man paused momentarily. That enforcer named Qian Fan carries the scent of a sacrificial artifact. Within the courtyard, as Chun-Ling struck down, 7 or 8 residents of Ice Spring Street fell in succession. Without firearms, these residents opted to flee en masse, but their speed paled in comparison to Chun-Ling, who wielded Blood Dance. They scarcely reached the front courtyard before being hunted down. Fangu, what should we do? An enforcer exclaimed urgently. He must have obtained divine favor, stepping into the divine path. Qian Fan recalled Chun-Ling's earlier display of summoning the dagger out of thin air, his expression grave. Damn it. Which divine path has he chosen? Does that mean he is effectively an enforcer now? Another enforcer's face turned ashen. How could we possibly contend with him? Where is Magu? It's too late. If this continues, not only will Ice Spring Street face total annihilation, but we may not survive either. A ruthless glint flashed in Qian Fan's eyes as he reached into his bosom, producing an object wrapped in black cloth. As he gradually unwrapped the cloth, a severed finger bone emerged into the air. Chapter 37. Divine favor descends a sacrificial artifact? The 2 enforcers beside him gasped in shock, their eyes wide, as the finger bone was exposed to the air. An inexplicable heat spread both inside and outside the house, and the swirling snow was repelled beyond the courtyard, as if an invisible barrier had been erected. Grasping the finger bone, Qian Fan gazed at the distant figure draped in red, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. This sacrificial artifact was something he had purchased 2 years ago in the black market of District 5, at the cost of nearly his entire fortune. It was said to have originated from the corpse of an enforcer tainted by the convergence of the Grey Realm. For years, this artifact had been his trump card for survival, never once deployed. But this time, he had no choice. Seize him! Qian Fan bellowed, plunging the finger bone into his palm. As blood poured over the bone, it seemed to come alive, voraciously consuming Qian Fan's flesh. Meanwhile, a shadow flickered across the surface of the bone. The ground, buried beneath snow, suddenly trembled. Ling felt a flash before his eyes as the snow beneath him erupted violently, and a pale, rib-like protrusion shot up from the earth, piercing through his shoulder like lightning. Even though Ling had vaguely discerned the trajectory of the rib, its sudden appearance left him with no time to react. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively sidestepped, avoiding a fatal blow. The agony of flesh being pierced surged through his shoulder, momentarily halting his movements, followed by the emergence of a second and third rib. Ling's form was already pierced by the first rib, leaving little room for evasion. He could only awkwardly shift his body to brush past the ribs, but this only diminished his range of motion further. With the appearance of the fifth rib, Ling found himself completely ensnared, like a prisoner confined within a cage of bones, unable to move. What on earth is this? Ling glared at the finger bone in Qian Fan's grasp. His expression darkening as flesh and blood were incessantly devoured by the finger bone. Qian Fan's figure had shrunk by half, resembling a malnourished scavenger, yet as the ribs ceased to appear, his form also stopped diminishing. Upon witnessing this, Qian Fan immediately extracted the joints from his body, trembling as he carefully reinserted them into the oil paper, a faint smile emerging at the corners of his pale lips. Judging by the results, this expenditure was indeed worthwhile. It equated to a destructive power on par with the second tier of divine path. Seeing Qian Fan so effortlessly subdue Ling, the other two enforcers felt a chill run down their spines. And under their gaze filled with admiration and fear, Qian Fan slowly moved his body, stepping into the courtyard. How about it? Qian Fan sneered. Was it satisfying to kill just now? Bodies lay sprawled in disarray, fallen in the courtyard snow, their blood staining the ground a dark crimson. Ling, imprisoned within the skeletal cage, coldly regarded Qian Fan before him, his face, grotesque and blood-soaked, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. Is it truly remarkable to receive divine favor? Even if you are a prospective enforcer in the end, you still fell into my hands. Kid, I don't care what grievances you have with Bingquan Street. Your fate is sealed. Do you have any idea how many people's interests you've harmed? Qian Fan slowly drew out his gun, the dark muzzle aimed at Ling's forehead, his gaunt face suffused with resentment as he spoke. This was bad. He must not be allowed to kill Ling. Observing this scene, the shadowy man outside the courtyard's gaze darkened, and he prepared to intervene. Wait. Chu Mu Yun suddenly interjected, his eyes glinting with an unusual light behind his glasses. The situation felt amiss. The shadowy man paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Inside the courtyard, with the gun pointed at his head, Ling remained unmoved, his gaze tranquil as an abyss. Just as Qian Fan was about to pull the trigger, two stars in the sky suddenly blazed brilliantly, their majestic divine light akin to colossal pillars descending from the heavens, enveloping Ling within the skeletal cage. Boom. The surging divine aura rippled through the void, forcibly pushing Qian Fan back several steps, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He stared in astonishment at the two divine pillars descending from above, his eyes wide with disbelief. Divine favor? How can this be? Hadn't he already received divine favor? The black one represented War God Path, and the purple one was Shaman God Path? The other two enforcers were equally astonished. To be simultaneously favored by two divine paths. What kind of monster was this young man? Amidst their bewildered gazes, Ling, drenched in blood, slowly raised his head to gaze at the two stars radiating like satin ribbons above him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had prepared himself to die once more. After all, his expectation value was already sufficient. Even in death, he would likely be resurrected directly. Yet he never anticipated that he would invoke divine favored. Moreover, it was two paths, speaking of which, when he had slain the bone blade, he did experience an inexplicable sensation. Not one of joy or disgust, but rather a feeling as if he were destined to perform such acts. According to what Chu Mu Yun had previously said, this was his first kill, which attracted the War God Path's attention, marking him as a peerless genius of the War God Path. However, Ling could not comprehend what the second purple star represented. Just as he was pondering, a third star in the heavens began to glow slowly. It was a crimson star, shimmering like translucent glaze in the sky, its satin-like divine light piercing through the void. Joining with the divine light of the other two paths to envelop Ling was taken aback. Another divine path. The simultaneous descent of three divine paths. How could this be possible? Wait, which divine path does this star represent? It feels unfamiliar. Qin Fan and the other two were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the two individuals outside the courtyard were equally taken aback. Crimson like vermilion, resembling glaze, it couldn't be mistaken. This was Theater Godpath, the shadowy man mused. Theater Godpath? That is exceedingly rare. Chu Muyan frowned slightly, but what connection did he have with Theater Godpath? Is he particularly adept at acting or singing? As far as I know, that's unlikely. However, the brother he imagined certainly is. The simultaneous descent of 3 divine paths would ordinarily mark him as a top-tier genius, but alas. The shadowy man shook his head. It was a pity he was a fusionist, destined to be unable to ascend the divine path. With the emergence of 3 divine paths, someone from Aurora City would undoubtedly have noticed and would surely send someone over. No need to wait for Aurora City. The shadowy man slowly turned his gaze toward a certain direction in the storm, where an enforcer was already approaching, drawing near. I must prevent him from interrupting this. Chu Mu Yun turned to leave. No need. Why? Someone has already gone to intercept him. Chapter 38. Divine Paths retreat in the boundless snowstorm. A figure clad in a black trench coat advanced steadily. The black boots left a series of footprints in the snow, blood trailing from the hem of his coat, dotting the ground like a fine, elongated red thread. Sparks ignited as flint met steel. And he took a deep drag of a coarse cigarette, slowly exhaling. The cleanup is nearly complete. Only a few remnants remain. This time, let's deal with them all at once, he muttered to himself. The soiled hem of his trench coat shimmered with 4 silver patterns. At that moment, 2 stars flickered to life in the gray-white sky, their ethereal divine light descending upon the distant courtyard. Upon witnessing this, his brows arched slightly. Divine favor? Judging by the direction, it should be Ma Zhong's residence. Among those remnants, there's actually a divine favored one. As he continued to muse, yet another star ignited, the 3rd divine favor cascading down. The simultaneous favor of 3 divine paths? His astonishment swiftly morphed into shock. What kind of anomaly was this? Without realizing it, he quickened his pace. The snow fell in a swirling dance, the cold biting through to the bone, the outline of the distant courtyard appearing hazy. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. His frown deepened, and no matter how he walked, the courtyard remained obscured, showing no signs of clarity, like a mirage in the snow. Finally, he seemed to sense something amiss and turned to glance behind him. Unbeknownst to him, all traces of his previous footprints had vanished. The cold wind wailed in his ears, and in the white expanse, it felt as though he was the only one left in existence. Who? He called out coldly. His voice was swallowed by the swirling snowflakes, as if devoured by some monstrous entity. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Playing tricks, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he gripped the handle of his gun at his waist. An invisible domain suddenly unfurling. He closed his eyes, the cigarette at the corner of his mouth burning silently, as if he were intently sensing something. Suddenly, he jerked the gun up, aiming at a certain direction beside him, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang. The force of deconstruction tore through the void, shattering every snowflake in its path, and simultaneously, everything around him ignited as if it were paper. The earth, the sky, the snowflakes, and the distant outline of the courtyard. He felt as though he were encased in a giant cocoon, and with the sound of that gunshot, the cocoon shattered. The surrounding sense of unreality ebbed like a tide, and the distant courtyard became clear once more. Oh! A soft gasp echoed from the trajectory of the bullet. He turned to look, only to see a boy with a white paper mask squatting in the snow, one hand holding a twig, his eyes peering through a clumsily punched hole in the paper, staring at him in astonishment. In the snow before the boy, a large circle had been drawn with the twig, and now the man's figure was trapped within this great circle. However, where the man had just fired, a gap had been opened in the circle. I thought you'd take a few more minutes to notice. The boy shrugged. Seems I underestimated you. Truly worthy of the legendary genius enforcer. Who are you? Han Meng furrowed his brow, staring at him. He could sense that the aura emanating from this boy was even stronger than his own. He must have already stepped into the 5th tier. Yet he was only 25 now. The boy before him appeared to be merely 15 or 16. A 15 or 16-year-old at the 5th tier. He had never heard of such a genius in the Aurora domain. IVE covered my face. How could I tell you who I am? The boy pointed to the white paper covering his face, then, seemingly feeling a bit stifled, casually poked a hole at the nose position and continued in a languid tone. At your age, how is your brain not functioning properly? Han Ming's expression darkened. Do you know what punishment awaits for obstructing an enforcer from carrying out their duties? An enforcer? Is that impressive? The boy chuckled lightly, drawing a square pattern in the snow with the twig, which instantly appeared beneath Han Ming's feet, enclosing him within. Once you manage to step out from within, I'll concede you possess some skill. Perhaps a tenth of my prowess. A smile emerged on the boy's face beneath the white paper. Han Ming looked down, only to find that beneath his feet in the snow, a massive playing card had appeared. Clubs 8. The instant he laid eyes on the card's face, Han Ming seemed to realize something, his pupils constricting suddenly. Twilight Society? In the courtyard, Chun Ling stared blankly at the third star that had ignited. A look of confusion in his eyes. He did not recognize this star, nor did he understand why it had drawn him, if the act of killing had invoked the attention of the war god path. Then what about the other two paths? Chun Ling found himself in a quandary, ultimately deciding to cease his contemplation. For him, the pressing question was which divine path to embark upon. Once he set foot on a divine path, he would gain access to extraordinary powers. Perhaps one day, he could rely on his own strength to free himself from the spectators. A single individual cannot traverse multiple divine paths simultaneously, just as one cannot split oneself to walk two roads at once. As Chun Ling surveyed the three divine paths before him, he hesitated not for a moment before making his choice. After all, among the three divine paths, he was only familiar with the path of the war god. Moreover, the impression left by Han Ming's dance of slaughter was indelibly etched in his mind. He even believed that the path of the war god might be the most adept at combat among all divine paths. Just as he was about to choose the path of the war god, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the void behind him, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly opened, resembling a writhing sea of shadows. The spectators began to interfere with the performance. Thud, 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 thud. Within the theater, countless audience members, engrossed in the spectacle, began to stomp on the floor simultaneously, creating a dull roar that echoed like continuous thunder. Countless gazes were cast from the theater toward the three stars in the sky, and at that moment, world-ending power radiated from the crimson eyes, as if an invisible, formless super beast was silently roaring at the three stars. They rejected the divine paths. They intimidated the divine paths. In the next instant, the three stars in the heavens trembled violently. The divine radiance enveloping Chun Ling shattered inch by inch, as if a celestial path was collapsing from its very foundation. The divine paths were afraid. They beheld the monster lurking behind Chun Ling. The very entities that had once favored him now began to fear his existence, unwilling to allow that monster to tread upon their roads. Just as no one would willingly invite a ferocious tiger into their home. Thus, they severed their divine paths, retreating from his brilliance. The divine radiance surrounding Chun Ling disintegrated, the celestial pathways swiftly receding. In that moment, whether it was Chun Ling or those present, including Qian Fan, they were all rendered speechless. Chapter 39. Despair. What is happening? One enforcer stood dumbfounded. Divine favor. Can it be revoked? If the simultaneous descent of the three divine paths offering divine favor was within their comprehension, the current situation had utterly surpassed their understanding. After all those years of living, they had never heard of anyone receiving divine favor only to have their divine path severed, as expected. Outside the courtyard, the shadowy man nodded slightly. After enduring such dire straits to obtain divine favor, he could only watch helplessly as it retreated. What a pity! Chu Muyun, having spent considerable time at Chun Ling's residence, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Chun Ling's yearning for the divine paths. What a pity! The shadowy man cast a peculiar glance at him. There were countless individuals in the world who possessed divine paths. Yet only one had merged with a world-ending calamity while retaining their sanity. He was already a unique existence in this world. What was there to lament? Chu Muyun shook his head, opting for silence. Within the courtyard, Chun Ling stared at the rapidly retreating divine paths, frozen in place. He had been forsaken by the divine paths. That had been perhaps the only hope in this world that could have liberated him from the spectator's control. He was oblivious to the reasons behind this occurrence, but sensed the divine path's trepidation. Turning to glance behind him, He vaguely discerned pairs of eyes gradually fading into the void. Once again, it was you. Chun-Ling let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, it was something I should have anticipated. The moment I tread upon a divine path, it signifies a possibility of escaping your grasp. How could you allow that to happen? You would prefer that I remain forever on the stage, a marionette for your amusement. Chun-Ling's smile grew increasingly grim, and in his blood-stained eyes, deep despair emerged. Even the divine paths retreated in the face of the spectators' intimidation. As an ordinary person, he could hardly conceive of a way to extricate himself from them. Rather than live as a puppet for eternity, Chun-Ling would choose death. The divine favor washed away like a receding tide. Clad in crimson, Chun-Ling was left alone upon a mound of bones, laughing in desperate madness. "Come on, Qian." Chun-Ling laughed maniacally. "Did you not wish to kill me? Go ahead, shoot at my head. Remember, to truly kill me, you must fire twice." Qian Fan, momentarily dazed, finally regained his senses and, looking at the seemingly deranged Chun-Ling, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Although unsure of what had transpired, "Since you have lost your divine favor, then await your demise." He raised his gun once more, aiming at Chun-Ling's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang. This time, no miracle transpired. The bullet pierced through Chun-Ling's skull, instantaneously claiming his life, shattering half of his head. Blood and brain matter splattering upon the ground. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Qian Fan and the others gazed at the remains of Chun-Ling, now reduced to half a head. Their racing hearts finally finding solace. It was not that they were timid. It was simply that everything about Chun-Ling had been too bizarre, so much so that they questioned whether he was even human and whether he could die at all. But now, regardless of what he was undeniably dead. This fellow was far too uncanny. Qian Fan holstered his firearm, spat upon the ground, and turned to enter the house. Just as he pivoted, he noticed the other two enforcers standing beneath the eaves, their eyes wide with terror. "What are you doing, Fan?" Fanji. One enforcer stammered, raising a trembling hand. He. Qian Fan furrowed his brow, following the enforcer's pointing finger to glance back, and his pupils constricted in shock. There, the crimson corpse propped upon the bones was bizarrely straightening its body, the drooping half of its head slowly lifting, shattered skull and flesh writhing frantically. The remaining eyelid abruptly opened, revealing a blood-red eyeball glaring at Qian Fan. "Qian, did I not tell you to shoot twice? One shot cannot kill me. You cannot kill me." The disjointed vocal cords ground against each other, emitting a sound that sent chills down their spines. In that moment, even the seasoned Qian Fan and his companions were left dumbfounded. Nearly collapsing to the ground, Monster. One enforcer cried out in terror. "He is not human. It's a monster. Fire! Quick, fire!" Chun-Ling roared in madness. "Shoot at the other half of my head. Come on." This surreal scene unfolded before the three, causing Qian Fan's hands to tremble. "I understand now. I see you," Qian Fan exclaimed, as if a realization had struck him. "You are the calamity that descended that night." Upon hearing this, the other two enforcers awoke from their stupor, their faces paling further. They were genuinely terrified. It was known that the two calamities that crawled out from the Grey Realm were one of the 3rd rank and one of the 5th rank, either of which was beyond their capacity to confront. Gritting his teeth, Qian Fan drew his gun once more, unsteadily aiming at the crimson-clad monster ensnared within the bones. At this juncture, he had no choice but to fire. However, just as he pulled the trigger, his handgun felt as if something had gripped it, the barrel twisting into a contorted mass. Qian Fan felt an immense force collide against his chest, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing through the door of the courtyard and landing heavily on the ground. The other two enforcers stared wide-eyed, fixated on the void ahead, yet could not discern any assailant. There was nothing there. But in Chun-Ling's eyes, it was a different story. A familiar boy clad in crimson stood amidst the swirling snow, slowly turning to face him. His eyes were brimming with tears. "Brother," he spoke, "brother, you cannot die like this. You cannot simply resign yourself to fate." Chun-Ling's head was gradually repairing itself. The crimson eye gazed blankly at Chen Yin, the madness receding slightly. He rasped, "Resign myself to fate. What else can I do? Continue to amuse them? What significance does that hold? But if you die now, everything will be lost." Even if I do not die, I possess nothing. Chun Ling murmured, even if I survive, they will incessantly meddle in my life. If they can conjure one of you, they can conjure another, a third point one day. They will drive me to madness, brother. As long as you are alive, there will always be hope. Will there not? Hope. Chun Ling gazed into Chen Yan's bloodshot eyes, remaining silent for a long time before suddenly laughing. I understand now. Chun Ling turned to look behind him, his bloodshot eyes seemingly fixated on something. You are afraid. You know that if I die once more, I will perish completely. You fear that if I die, there will be no one left to perform for you. So you conjured his likeness to deceive me into living. Is that not so? Brother, you grant me an ethereal hope, and watch as I desperately pursue it, only to let that so-called hope shatter just as I am about to reach it. Is this what you desire? Brother, you wish to control my life, to toy with my mind. You are deluding yourselves, brother. A furious roar interrupted Chen Ling's fierce tirade, and he turned to see Chen Yin, tears streaming down his face. Standing there, his gaze filled with supplication. Brother, I am real. You must believe me. Everything I say is true. Chen Ling stood in a daze for a long while, a struggle and anguish etched upon her face. A yin, I know, I merely... Chen Yin inhaled deeply, wiping away the tear stains at the corners of his eyes, a newfound determination glimmering in his gaze. Brother, you are not without hope. His hand delved into his bosom, retrieving a cloth bag, and as the opening was untied, beads of vermilion glass tumbled forth. They severed the path. I shall continue it for you. Chapter 40. The twisted path of the divine drama one by one. The vermilion glass beads fell upon the snow, radiating divine brilliance, resembling scattered stars upon the earth. This is... Chun Ling was momentarily stunned. Brother, do you know that red star represents drama? Chun Yin lifted his head, gazing at the divine path retreating into the heavens, and spoke slowly. From the day I began to self-study drama, I would occasionally sense its presence. It wishes to take me away, but I do not wish to depart. Each time it recedes, I leave behind a fragment of it, hoping that when I have gathered enough, I might take you, along with our parents, to the place it guides us, to see what lies at the end of drama. Yet, regrettably, I have only amassed 36 pieces in the end. Now, I can no longer go. Chun Yin smiled wryly, slowly gathering all the vermilion glass in his hands and forcefully waved it toward the retreating divine path. In the next moment, countless divine lights erupted from these fragments of the divine path, weaving rapidly in the air, reassembling into an ethereal ribbon-like divine path, chasing after the retreating one. Brother, you must live. What lies at the end of the path of drama? Will you go see for me? The two segments of the divine path collided in midair, dazzling divine radiance illuminating the heavens. The divine path of drama reconnected. The vermilion stars in the sky had not anticipated that their divine path could be forcibly retained, the divine brilliance trembling in the air, as if attempting to pull it back. At the other end of the divine path stood the young Chun Yin, quietly resolute. Although his physique appeared frail and slender, in the realm of divine drama, he was immensely powerful, transcendent, and as steady as a mountain. He firmly anchored the starting point of the divine path before Chen Ling. The divine path had forsaken Chen Ling, but Chen Yin had not. What had transpired? Outside the courtyard, the shadowy man and Chu Mu Yun simultaneously stared in shock at the sky, beneath the vermilion stars. A fragmented road was rapidly being restored. Why had the divine path of drama been fixed? Had it chosen Chen Ling? How could this be? Even the usually composed and wise Chu Mu Yun could not help but widen his eyes. The two scrutinized the area surrounding Chun Ling in the center of the courtyard, yet found no anomalies in their line of sight. There was nothing to be seen. Wait, something feels off. What is amiss? That divine path of drama is not right. It has been distorted. I have never seen a divine path like this before. What happens if one treads upon a distorted path? If a road's signs have been altered? Who knows where its final destination lies? Heaven? Or perhaps hell? You mean? Hurry and stop him. He must not tread upon that twisted divine path. Two figures rushed toward the courtyard. Chen Ling stared blankly at Chen Yin, who stood upon the divine path, unsure if it was an illusion, but his form seemed to be gradually fading. The Yin. Chen Ling's pupils constricted, summoning an unexpected strength. He pulled his shoulder inch by inch from the skeletal cage. sharp bone tips tearing through flesh, crimson blood dripping down his arm, pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. He gritted his teeth, yet could not suppress a howl, and after several seconds, he finally broke free from the cage. Stumbling toward Chen Yin, he reached out to grasp Chen Yin, but could only pass through the void. Previously, he could touch Chen Yin. Brother, this time I truly must depart. A gentle, pure smile unique to youth appeared upon Chen Yin's face. This path is unlike any other divine path of drama. It will render your life winding and fraught with difficulties, but it may also liberate you from those burdens. Where will you go? Chen Ling's face was ashen from blood loss. Back to where I ought to be at the same time. It will become the cornerstone of your divine path. Chen Yin took a step back, fully revealing the divine path before Chen Ling's eyes. His form nearly faded away, leaving only a voice that lingered in Chen Ling's ears. Tread upon this path, and the world shall belong to your brother. Chen Ling, stop right now. You cannot walk that path. Chu Mu Yun's voice urgently called out, but Chen Ling seemed oblivious. Clad in a resplendent red drama robe, he stood at the beginning of the divine path, slowly raising his right foot, and then stepped upon it. Thud. The moment his foot landed, the ethereal divine path solidified instantly, transforming into a blood-red staircase ascending toward the heavens. In the next moment, this celestial staircase rapidly diminished beneath Chen Ling's feet, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. That distorted divine path seemed to have disappeared, or perhaps it had already taken form beneath Chen Ling. Chu Mu Yun and the others arrived at the scene, leaving only Chen Ling standing alone with his head bowed. Chen Ling, did you not hear me calling you just now? Chu Mu Yun frowned and stepped forward, about to say more, when he suddenly halted. What is it? The shadowy man inquired. Chu Mu Yun's voice rang out again. The shadowy man paused for a moment, turning to look at Chu Mu Yun, only to realize that the latter had not spoken at all. What is it? Then, his own voice echoed from ahead. The two simultaneously turned to face forward. A piercing cold wind swept across the snow, and the young man clad in red drama robes, with his back to them, twisted his neck in a strange manner. Chen Ling, did you not hear me calling you just now? What is it? Chen Ling, did you not hear me calling you just now? What is it? Chen Ling, did you not hear me calling you? The voices of Chu Mu Yun and the shadowy man intermingled as they emanated from Chen Ling's throat, while simultaneously, his face continuously shifted between the two of them. Yes, shifting on Chen Ling's visage. It was as if there were a calendar-like mask that could be torn away at will. With each utterance, he transformed into the corresponding individual, and with the next phrase, a layer would be automatically torn away, revealing yet another countenance. Eyes, stubble, moles, voice. Every detail perfectly replicated, and the two watched in horror as Chen Ling's face perpetually cycled through their own features. What has happened to him? The shadowy man asked in bewilderment. Generally speaking, stepping upon a divine path signifies ascending to the first tier, and with each tier ascended, one automatically masters a corresponding path skill. His appearance is likely a result of the first tier skill of the divine path of drama. The first tier skill of the divine path of drama is face-changing. Block 7 informed me that most first-tier skills awakened from the divine path of drama are 1,000 faces, an extension of the basic disguisability of an actor. The description closely resembles Chen Ling's current condition. Then why does he seem so disoriented? His divine path has been distorted, and the skill awakened should also be twisted, if I am not mistaken. He has been backfired by his own skill, so that is it no wonder he was mimicking our speech earlier. But he has stopped now. Chu Mu Yun observed the suddenly silent Chen Ling. Frowning as he spoke, I suddenly have a bad feeling. The shadowy man was about to ask what the feeling was when Chen Ling raised his head once more. A layer of skin was torn from his face. Above Chen Ling's neck, a massive black handgun barrel locked onto the two. Chapter 41. Beneath the skin witnessing Chen Ling's head transform into a gun barrel, both Chu Mu Yun and the shadowy man were left in disbelief. Bang! Chen Ling's vocal cords mimicked the sound of a gunshot. A blinding flash erupted from the barrel, and the two figures standing in front quickly regained their senses, swiftly dodging out of the way. They sped across the snow for dozens of meters before halting. Turning to look back, they found that no bullets had been fired from the barrel. Only sparks continued to erupt from the muzzle, as if simulating the act of firing a gun. This, the shadowy man asked in confusion, did Block 7 ever mention if 1,000 faces could transform into a gun barrel? No. Chu Mu Yun shook his head. Thousand Faces is a disguise ability. It can only change appearances, but he seems capable of transforming objects as well. That's utterly monstrous. Could this be the power of that twisted divine path? But immense power usually comes at a greater cost. Chu Mu Yun gazed calmly at the red-clad figure in the snow, who fancied itself a gun barrel, his expression somewhat complex. Bang, bang, bang. The gun barrel that Qin Ling had become fired continuously into the void, as if he were a soulless automaton, until his gun barrel caught sight of the terrified Qian Fan and the others beneath the courtyard. He suddenly halted. Was he still capable of rational thought? The shadowy man queried in astonishment. One could say, instinct. Chu Mu Yun replied coolly, the instinct for revenge. Meanwhile, Qian Fan and the others, now in the gun's crosshairs, turned pale once more. They had just witnessed Qin Ling reconstructing the divine path, tearing through his own body, and then transforming into a crazed figure shooting wildly. The successive cognitive shocks had nearly brought their minds to a standstill. Damn it, why don't you just die? Why are you still alive? Qian Fan roared, raising his gun once more, pulling the trigger repeatedly at the crimson-clad monstrosity. Bullets pierced through Qian Ling's body, splattering blood in their wake. Even though his form had transformed into that of a weapon, the resilience of his flesh had not significantly augmented, as if he merely donned a new skin. In the next moment, a layer of skin was once again peeled away from Qian Ling's face. The once massive, bizarre gun barrel vanished, replaced by a figure resembling a Danjiao performer, with eyebrows like hooks and a visage reminiscent of the deceased Chen Yin, almost to the point of uncanny similarity. The vibrant red theatrical robe glided gracefully over the snow, a singular scarlet in a pallid world, the Danjiao performer fixating her gaze upon Qian Fan and his companions, her lips parting slightly. Suddenly, Chun Yan's melodious and piercing voice echoed through the courtyard. The young nun, just at the tender age of 18, in the prime of her youth, had her hair shorn by her master. Each day, she tended to the incense and water in the Buddhist hall, observing several disciples frolicking beneath the mountain gate. The theatrical tones lingered, the figure in red leaving behind a wisp of shadow. Vanishing in an instant, Qian Fan felt a flash before his eyes. A hand was severed by a dagger, and he let out a shriek as his firearm slipped from his grasp, falling into the snow. He instinctively reached into his bosom to retrieve another sacrificial tool, but a glimmer of cold light flashed, and his other hand too was effortlessly severed. He gazed at her, and she returned his stare. Beneath the apricot-like eye makeup, a pair of hollow pupils fixated on Qian Fan, nearly touching his face. Qin Ling, I realize my mistakes. Qian Fan's features contorted in agony, fighting desperately, yet fear consumed his heart. Spare me, and I will give you all my money. I swear I will never. PFF. A sharp blade pierced through Qian Fan's chin, silencing his pleas abruptly. He and she, bound by mutual concern. Qian Fan's body fell stiffly into the snow. As the Danjiao performer slowly withdrew the dagger, her gaze shifting to the last two enforcers remaining in the courtyard. They gasped in shock, devoid of any will to resist, turning to flee towards the courtyard's entrance. Simultaneously, the Danjiao performer glided lightly over the ground, her wide sleeves fluttering like butterfly wings, the dagger's cold gleam tracing elegant arcs through the snow, two splashes of blood following in its wake. She gradually came to a halt as the final two bodies collapsed. The entire courtyard was drenched in blood, the figure in red standing amidst the carnage, blood dripping from the blade like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Time slipped away, and the visage of Qian Yin faded, restoring Qian Ling to his original appearance. He stood alone in the sea of blood, the dagger gently falling to the ground, and as a gust of cold wind swept by, he crumpled to the earth like withered grass, lying supine. At long last, the chaos had subsided. Chu Mu Yun and his companion approached from afar, gazing at the unconscious Qin Ling, letting out a long sigh. A world-ending level calamities fusioner has embarked upon a twisted path of divinity. Henceforth, he is destined to be an anomaly. The shadowy man spoke slowly. An anomaly, is that not a good thing? Chu Mu Yun replied with a smirk. The Twilight Society embraces the unconventional. Are you truly certain you wish to incorporate him into the Twilight Society? It is not my decision. Chu Mu Yun retrieved an envelope from his coat pocket. Pinched between his fingers, on its cover was emblazoned a red Joker card. It was the Red King. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the void, shattering the snow-laden sky. Several kilometers away in the wilderness, a boy, idly twirling a stick, suddenly looked up in astonishment. The center of the snow. A grotesque fissure spread wildly, Han Ming's hands emerging from the crack, gripping its edges and pulling with all his might. The plum blossom ate, shattered with a resounding crack, and Han Ming's body surged through the void, his black trench coat smeared with dirt and blood. A pitiful sight. He actually broke through? The boy gasped. Covering his mouth, or rather, the large hole representing a mouth on the piece of paper. Han Ming's chest heaved violently, as if the recent exertion had drained him significantly. His eyes locked onto the seated boy without hesitation. Raising his gun, "Do not be so agitated. I admit I underestimated you earlier. I did not expect genuine talent to exist within the Aurora domain." The boy rested his chin on his hand. "Are you Han Ming? Would you like to join our Twilight Society?" "Not interested." Han Ming's voice was as frigid as ice, a filthy organization comprised of lunatics and executioners, daring to appear brazenly in the realm of humanity? "TSK, it seems you harbor deep prejudices against us. This is a fact. An intangible domain unfurled around Han Ming. The Human Covenant Article 139 states that in any domain, should a member of the Twilight Society be discovered, they are to be placed on the highest priority extermination list, surpassing even fusionists and fire usurpers. You are archenemies of the human realm. Oh, not say such things. We have not committed any heinous acts," the boy retorted. "Displeased? Is that so?" Han Ming scoffed, "including the extermination of an entire human domain." Chapter 42. Secret Eye. The boy raised an eyebrow, about to speak when a beam of light shot skyward from the courtyard behind them. "Thus, the world bears significant prejudice against us." The boy waved his hand dismissively. "I shall not discuss this further. One day you will understand." Han Ming's eyes narrowed, and he immediately pulled the trigger. The deafening gunshot rang out. The fierce wind lifting the hem of his coat, the annihilating bullet pierced through the boy's body, leaving behind a gaping void the size of a head. However, as the bullet passed through, not a single drop of blood was shed. The boy's figure began to fade, resembling a bleached canvas. "Han Ming, is it? I shall remember you, until we meet again." The boy's form grew increasingly flat, within mere seconds transforming into a two-dimensional sketch. Swept by the cold wind against Han Ming's face, Han Ming furrowed his brow, retrieving the sketch and observing the boy, adorned with a white paper mask, sitting cross-legged, extending a hand to give him the middle finger. In a fit of rage, he tore the sketch into shreds. "The Twilight Society has appeared in the Aurora domain. This is troublesome." Han Ming took a deep breath, glancing towards the courtyard, and strode forward. Unimpeded, Han Ming soon arrived at the courtyard entrance, forcefully pushing the door open. The piercing creak revealing a scene of carnage, the ground littered with corpses, 9 silver coins scattered across the blood-soaked earth. The Ice Spring Street celebration claimed a total of 22 lives, none survived. Chun-Ling slowly opened his eyes. He beheld the spotlight above, shielding his eyes with his hand, yet did not immediately rise. He lay on the stage floor, tranquil as a corpse. Within a mere few hours, he had endured so much. The disappearance of Chen Yin, the brutal truth, vengeful wrath, the illusion of salvation he thought he could grasp. Followed by despair, and then a flicker of hope. All of this left Chen-Ling numb and hopeless. He yearned for this to be but a dream, awakening to his mother calling him for breakfast. Hurriedly donning his clothes and badge to continue his life as an actor in the theater. Alas, awaiting him was still that eerie, desolate theater. After a long while, Chun-Ling finally sat up slowly, gazing at the myriad of crimson eyes before the stage, his emotions a tangled mess. Even if he had embarked upon the path of the theatrical deity, would there truly come a day when he could escape this audience? Or was he merely becoming more entertaining in their eyes? Chun-Ling had no answers, yet at the very least, he now possessed a feeble reason to persist. Rising from the floor, he walked to the large screen at the center of the stage. A series of characters flashing before his eyes. Audience Anticipation 1. Audience Anticipation 1. Audience Anticipation. Current Anticipation. 77. Connection with actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience Anticipation -50. Current Anticipation. 27. These were the fluctuations in anticipation that transpired within the courtyard. And after Qian Fan shot himself, he had already lost connection once. deducting 50 of the anticipation. Yet perhaps due to the anticipation remaining above 20, not a single audience member fled, as long as the total anticipation was controlled. Even in death, the situation would not devolve into the previous body's usurpation. It was akin to a second chance at life. However, raising the anticipation above 70 would not be an easy feat. Chen Ling's gaze fell upon the corner of the screen, where the bouncing treasure chest icon reappeared. He lightly tapped with his fingertip, and stirring music erupted in succession, accompanied by the stage lights. When Chen Ling turned to look, another table had appeared at the center of the stage. Detection of audience anticipation exceeding 70 for the first time. Unlocking achievement, special praise. You have been granted an additional lottery chance. Upon use, a random skill from all characters in this performance will be selected for you to learn. Chen Ling approached the table, various cards of differing colors and patterns materializing before him. As before, most were white and gray, but the number of blue cards had increased compared to the last time. New characters must have emerged, bringing their skills along. With a flick of his finger, the multitude of cards flipped over simultaneously, their backs flashing at an astonishing speed, and moments later, they settled into an orderly arrangement in the previous encounter. Chen Ling drew Han Ming's Slaughter Dance, which dramatically altered his fate. This time, will Lady Luck continue to smile upon him, granting him a skill card capable of overturning the tide of battle. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ling raised his fingertip and tapped upon one of the cards. The card flipped over, revealing a flash of blue before his eyes. Skill, Secret Eye, Affiliation, Divine Healer Path, Blood Slaughter, Route, First Stage. Character, Chu Mu Yun. The instant Chen Ling beheld the information on this card, his eyes narrowed slightly. Drawing Chu Mu Yun's skill card was within Chen Ling's expectations, yet the prominent words, Blood Slaughter, elicited a wave of doubt within him. Was this path truly aligned with the Divine Healer Path? As Chen Ling absorbed the card, the methodology of Secret Eye materialized in his mind. Unlike the Slaughter Dance of the War God Path, Secret Eye leaned more towards being an auxiliary skill, designed to assist the user in capturing, analyzing, and discerning intricate details. A proficient doctor can gauge the severity of a patient's condition through their demeanor, and a psychologist can even ascertain a person's thoughts through micro-expressions, predicting their future actions. Secret Eye elevate such abilities to their pinnacle. As Chen Ling completed the drawing of the ability, the cards on the table simultaneously vanished, yet the table itself remained steadfast. What could this mean? Approaching the table, Chen Ling discovered an additional new sheet of paper atop it. The paper bore several lines of small text. Congratulations on completing the play. Initial chapter, Heartless. The highest audience expectation for this play. 78. You have earned one designated lottery draw. Upon usage, you may select a character from all those appearing in this performance to randomly draw their abilities, with the probability of obtaining rare skills correlated to the overall audience expectation of this play. After perusing the text, a series of pages suddenly materialized under the spotlight, revealing countless lines of writing. Who am I? Boom! Pale lightning flashed through the inky clouds, rain cascaded violently, and the wrathful storm drenched the muddy earth. Chapter 43. The First Play. Chen Ling's gaze swept over the initial lines of text, and as the pages turned, he encountered many familiar scenes and phrases, as if everything he had experienced over the past days had been compiled into a script, meticulously documented. It's you, behind the wooden table. A man clad in a white coat slightly turned, here to fetch medicine for your brother again. Hasn't he transferred to the hospital in District 2? Ling, you are already dead. You should not be here. Chen Tan's eyes were bloodshot, gripping the axe tightly, his hoarse voice uttered, regardless of what occupies your body, I will set you free. The deep rumble of thunder reverberated through the dim sky. Do not fear. Brother. Chun Yin whispered, I buried him for you. Greetings, I am Enforcer Chen Ling. Are you prepared to answer my questions? Rather than live as a mere puppet, Chen Ling would prefer death. Monster. Monster. An enforcer screamed in terror. He is not human. He is a monster. The final line was a descriptive passage. He stood alone in a sea of blood, the dagger slipping softly to the ground. As a gust of cold wind swept by, he collapsed to the earth like withered grass. Upon reading this, Chen Ling felt a chilling tingle run down his spine. Although he had long been aware of being watched, it was only now that he truly sensed the eerie nature of it all. Most crucially, what Chen could see was solely his own role, with all events occurring in his absence obscured by thick, black lines. Even he, the protagonist, did not possess full access to the script, based on my personal experiences, crafted into a play. Chen murmured to himself, as the last line concluded. The pages bound themselves together in the void. Resting in Chen hands, the cover prominently displaying several lines of text. The first play, initial chapter, Heartless, starring Chen, other cast, Chun Yin, Han Ming, Chu Mu Yun, Chun Tan, etc. Simultaneously, in the corner of the stage, a wooden bookshelf materialized out of thin air. Chen gazed deeply at the script in his hands, and after a long pause, he stepped towards the bookshelf. He placed this script in the leftmost slot of the first row, the words Heartless on the spine facing outward, clearly visible. Just as Chen prepared to turn and proceed with a second designated lottery draw, a familiar voice resonated beside him. The intermission has ended. Please continue the performance. The black curtain slowly drew back, and Chen consciousness detached from the theater, drifting into the void. Have you awakened? As Chen opened his eyes, Chu Mu Yun's voice drifted from nearby. The warmth of the heating system filled the room, and Chu Mu Yun had already shed his woolen overcoat, donning a shirt and waistcoat, quietly seated by the window, engrossed in a medical book, before he could utter another word. A dagger flashed like lightning, poised against his throat, the chilling intent extinguishing the candlelight in an instant, in the dimly lit room. Chu Mu Yun's eyelids fluttered as he regarded the figure in red before him, slowly speaking. It seems that the divine path indeed influences your character. Is your killing intent so heavy? You are fully aware that a yin is an imitation, yet you feigned nonchalance for so many days. What is your objective? A fierce light flickered in Chen eyes. I am a doctor. I have come to District 3 to treat you. Chu Mu Yun closed the book, stating, if I harbored any ill will towards you, you would have perished countless times already. Chen fixed his gaze on Chu Mu Yun. How much do you know? Quite unfortunately, everything. Everything amounts to what? What do you think? A smile played at the corner of Chu Mu Yun's mouth as he slightly leaned towards Chen. I am quite curious. How is it that you manage to maintain your composure while merging with a world-ending calamity? Or rather, how are you balanced? At these words, Chen pupils constricted sharply. Ever since their first meeting, when Chu Mu Yun had made every effort to stay close, the latter must have sensed something amiss. In the following days, he had been observing Chen, even indirectly probing into Chan Yan's traits. This man, donning silver-rimmed glasses and appearing genteel, was, in fact, the most inscrutable of all. Yet Chen had not anticipated that the moment he spoke, he would unearth his identity as a merger, as well as the level of the audience. What do you intend to do? Chen countered. Are you planning to split open my mind for a glimpse? Hand me over to the enforcers? Or leverage this to coerce me into doing something for you? To be honest, I am quite intrigued by the first option. Chu Mu Yun shrugged, yet regrettably, my superior forbids it.as for the second point. That is even less likely. If I were to accompany you to the enforcer headquarters, I would be the first to be captured. Your superior? Chen keenly seized upon this detail. Are you not the divine healer of Aurora City? Who is your superior? The director. The title of divine healer is merely a guise I adopted to infiltrate Aurora City. Then what is your true identity? Have you heard of the Dusk Society? Chen shook his head. The Dusk Society is a secret organization established outside the Nine. No. Now it should be 8 domains of humanity, with all members numbered by the face value of playing cards, covertly infiltrating major human domains to conduct clandestine activities. That does not sound like a righteous organization. No, we are indeed a righteous organization. Chu Mu Yun adjusted his glasses, smiling, yet in the eyes of the world, our justice represents absolute evil. I apologize, but I have no interest in joining a cult. Chen had heard countless tales of such cults or pyramid schemes in his past life, which merely indoctrinated individuals with distorted ideologies to control their thoughts. Even in this life, bearing the burden of calamity, he had no intention of falling into depravity. Thus, we are not a cult. Merely our ideologies conflict with this era. Chu Mu Yun patiently explained, and moreover, our compensation is quite substantial, roughly 10 times that of becoming an enforcer. 10 times. Chen glanced at him in surprise, then shook his head, but money holds little significance for me. Even with wealth, one must have a life to spend it. Had it been in his previous life, upon hearing of such a tenfold salary, Chunling would likely have been tempted, but circumstances had changed. His foremost goal now was to escape the control of the audience, rendering everything else inconsequential. We possess ample resource channels. Should you encounter obstacles while ascending the divine path, you may seek assistance from other members. Are your members numerous? Currently, there are about 20 or so still alive. Perhaps we should return to discussing our justice. Chapter 44. Interrogation. No need. Chunling sheathed the dagger, taking a deep breath. I shall consider it for now. Chu Mu-yun slowly leaned back against the chair, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. He made no effort to retain the other party, simply speaking calmly, no problem. Whenever you have made up your mind, feel free to come to Xiaofang's grocery store to find me. I will be here waiting for you all day. Chunling stood up, ready to leave, when Chu Mu-yun pulled out a small silver square from his pocket and handed it to him. What is this? Chunling inquired. A gift from my superior, Chu Mu-yun replied nonchalantly. Through it, you may gain a deeper understanding of us. Chunling accepted the small square, examining it thoughtfully for a moment before nodding slightly. All right, thank you. And take care of your mental state. Do not let the distorted divine path affect you. The road you tread is quite perilous. Chunling offered no response, having noticed that since embarking on that path, his emotions had grown somewhat peculiar. He needed to calm down and contemplate. Exiting the room, Chunling ascended the staircase, eventually arriving at a small convenience store. A woman slumped over the counter glanced at him briefly before returning to her slumber. He recognized Xiaofang's grocery store, even though it was quite far from Frosty Street. The items sold were remarkably inexpensive. In the past, he occasionally brought Chun Yin here to purchase things during the new year. He never expected this place to be a stronghold for Chu Mu-yun's organization. Chunling had no intention of conversing with the woman, so he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The heavy snow had not ceased with the conclusion of the first act. It continued to fall in a flurry, blanketing the ground. The accumulation now surpassed his ankles, making walking increasingly cumbersome. Chunling assessed his direction and headed straight towards Frosty Street. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to return. There was nothing left for him there. Yet, aside from Frosty Street, where else could he go? He did not know that the small house on Frosty Street was the only sanctuary he had in this world. Even if that sanctuary had not left him with any fond memories. Chunling, a voice called out as he approached his home. Wu Yudong strode towards him with vigor, gliding effortlessly through the snow. Chunling, where have you been? Are you feeling better? What brings you here? Chunling asked, astonished to see Wu Yudong, who just hours ago had been using a cane and appeared barely able to move. Now looking vibrant and full of energy, I came to thank the divine doctor. Wu Yudong exclaimed excitedly. That man living in your house is extraordinary. I remember talking to him, and suddenly everything went dark. When I woke up, my leg was healed. The doctor at the clinic said I would need to rest for at least half a year and that I might be left with lasting issues. But he healed me in an instant. I had suffered from an injury while doing heavy labor, and whenever it rained or was overcast, my knees and joints would ache, but now, I feel nothing. And the most astonishing part is that I feel like I've grown taller. Chunling scrutinized Wu Yudong, noticing that he indeed appeared taller previously. Wu Yudong's head barely reached his chin. Now, he was nearly at his nose. Chu Mu-yun, so impressive? He has already left. Chunling paused momentarily before adding, and most likely, he will not return. Wu Yudong looked momentarily stunned, disappointment evident on his face. All right then, I shall head back. After watching Wu Yudong depart, Chunling returned to his doorstep, just as he was about to push the door open when his hand halted midair. He gazed at the old doorframe, narrowing his eyes as a glimmer of insight flashed in his pupils. The acute observational ability granted by the secret eye instantly pinpointed the minuscule snow stains on the doorframe. No, someone entered the house while I was away. And they likely have not left. Chunling cautiously withdrew his arm and silently retreated 2 steps into the snow. Just then, a voice emerged from within the house. Good observation. Come in. It was Han Ming's voice. As deep as ever. You do not think you can avoid returning home for the rest of your life, do you? Realizing his movements had been exposed, Chunling frowned. After a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed the door open. What are you doing in my home? He asked, fixing his gaze on Han Ming, who was seated at the dining table. Investigation. How is this any different from a thief breaking in? The enforcers possess the authority to enforce the law and conduct investigations. Do I really need to explain this to you? Han Ming lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Do you not think that merely because I entered to investigate, I couldn't burn your house down if I wished? What would you do then? Qinling's gaze grew increasingly frigid. However, I truly did not expect you to know Chu Mu Yun. How did you come to know him? Is that any of your concern? I am currently questioning you in my capacity as the chief enforcer of District 3. Qinling, mind your attitude. Han Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, an inexplicable pressure suddenly enveloping the living room. Qinling stared at him for a long while before slowly speaking. Dr. Lin from the clinic at the corner referred me to him. Why seek out a doctor? I was feeling unwell at the time. Feeling unwell necessitated consulting Chu Mu Yun. Are you truly unwell? Or has your mind been tainted by the gray realm? Han Ming's gaze sharpened. Akin to a hawk that perceives the innermost thoughts, Qinling felt a jolt of panic. In Han Ming's presence, he suddenly felt as if he had nowhere to hide. On the night the calamity occurred, you spoke with Jiang Qin, mentioning that your brother was lurking at the corner. However, today, while investigating Ice Spring Street in District 2, I discovered your brother, Qian Yin, had been stripped of all his organs and met an untimely demise days ago. So, who was the brother you referred to that night? I searched the entire house and found traces of only 2 inhabitants. You and Chu Mu Yun. Yet why are there 3 bowls in the sink? Who was the 3rd bowl for? Before coming here, I spoke with Wu Yudong. He mentioned you were alone in the house lighting candles, and then, enough. Qinling abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with fury. Yes, I am insane. All right. My mind is unhinged. I can see a yin. I feel he is right beside me. Just recently, he was outside making a snowman. Inside, he was blowing out candles with me. He said he wanted to go back to school. To perform at the New Year's Eve gala. To me, he is a living person. He is just an ordinary child. He fell ill. He wants to get better. He dreams of one day standing on stage performing openly. What wrong has he done? Han Ming, as you aggressively interrogate me here, where were you when those people on Ice Spring Street killed my brother? When they colluded with the enforcers, causing one ordinary person after another to perish? Where were you? What about your investigative authority? Your enforcement authority? Han Ming's body trembled violently. Qinling's chest heaved with emotion as he stared intensely into Han Ming's eyes. Han Ming's originally calm gaze slightly contracted. Unconsciously avoiding Qinling's stare, he sat there quietly, head bowed, resembling a statue. Chapter 45. The USB drive time passed, and Qinling finally calmed down, coldly stating, Chief Han Ming, if your questioning has concluded, please leave my home. Han Ming did not speak further. He silently rose and walked towards the door as he pushed it open. Swirling snowflakes danced into the room, and his 4-patterned black coat fluttered gently. He paused for a moment. Turning back to look at Qinling, whether you believe me or not, I have always fulfilled my duties. If you truly feel this world lacks justice, perhaps you should become it yourself. You passed the martial test as the top candidate for the reserve list and are now a formal enforcer. You can report to headquarters tomorrow. Furthermore, you are also qualified to enter the ancient military path. With that, he stepped into the heavy snow, his black coat gradually disappearing at the end of the street. Qinling's gaze swept across the empty room, his expression complex. After Han Ming departed, he too left the house, making his way towards the back mountain. The forgotten graveyard. Qinling sat slowly in the snow, holding the uncut cake. Yin. I have come. He looked at the uneven pit he had dug, speaking softly. The delicate snow clung to the boy's temples, resembling white hair. He removed the candles from the cake one by one and inserted them into the snow. You have already made your wish, so once he light the candles, I will cut the cake for you. Qinling took a plastic knife from the packaging and carefully divided the cake into 2 portions, placing one neatly before the pit and taking his own portion from the box. Snow and ice danced upon the surface of the cake, and as Qinling took a bite, he could not tell whether it was cream or ice shards. As he chewed, he spoke indistinctly a yin. Do you know? This world is truly a disgrace. This cake is so poorly made, yet it costs 200 copper coins. In my original world, a cake for 200 would be far larger and much more delicious. If I had the chance, I would love to take you back. Although I, too, am a wage slave, I earn enough for you to eat and drink without worry. But speaking of which, if you came back with me, you would undoubtedly have a better life than I do. You are good-looking, and your singing is delightful. If you became a short video blogger, you would effortlessly gather hundreds of thousands, even millions of followers, undoubtedly becoming a true inheritor of national style. Ling's face reddened in the biting wind as he bit into the cake with fervor, his gaze directed skyward. However, there are indeed some commendable aspects here. The auroras are breathtaking, whether during the day or at night. Yet, what is the value of beauty? Merely surviving requires all my strength. The path you have laid out for me appears formidable, yet it seems it may also take a toll on my psyche. Is this what you refer to as adversity? Han Ming urged me to join the enforcers, but the calamity of world destruction that clings to me is akin to a ticking time bomb. Once it erupts, I will become the target of scorn. Given this, does my joining that society not represent a leap to the opposite side? Rather than allowing them to discover and capture me, would it not be wiser to position myself against them from the outset? A Yind, how should I proceed on the path ahead? Ling murmured to the pit. Just then, an object slipped from his pocket and fell into the snow. Ling picked it up. It was the silver square that Chu Mu Yun had given him earlier. Icy to the touch under the biting cold wind. Ling recalled that Chu Mu Yun had mentioned that through this object, he might gain a deeper understanding of them. But how does one utilize this? He fumbled with the silver square in his hand for a while, and with a gentle push of his fingertip, a silver sliding cover detached from the main body, revealing a segment of silver metal adorned with several square holes. Resembling a standard USB drive? Ling stared in astonishment at the USB drive in his hand, his mind swirling with confusion. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had assumed its technological level was akin to that of the Republic era back home. Kerosene lamps, rickshaws, melting snow with salt, and antiquated firearms. Yet upon seeing this USB drive, he was suddenly flabbergasted. Should this object even exist in this world? Where would computers come from in this realm? Without computers, where would this USB be plugged in? One question after another flashed through Ling's mind, and driven by some inexplicable impulse, he placed the USB drive into the snow beneath him. In the next moment, a string of deep green code materialized automatically on the surface of the snow. Number 129439, reading. Read complete. Ling's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears as Ling abruptly opened his eyes. As if awakening from a nightmare, cold sweat soaking his back, he realized he had left the graveyard and found himself in a small, square space, the sound of a toilet flushing gradually fading, replaced by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Bro, are you done yet? I can't hold it anymore. Ling snapped back to reality, his gaze swiftly scanning his surroundings. The restroom? Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not the dilapidated toilet of his home on Hanswang Street, but rather a clean, bright, modern restroom, with the sensor lights above and the Toto toilet behind him evoking a strong sense of familiarity. Have I returned? A look of bewilderment filled Ling's eyes. Bro, hurry up and put on your pants. If you don't, I'm really going to burst. The man's voice outside was filled with urgency. Ling immediately pushed open the restroom door, and a man in a polo shirt beamed with delight, slipping into the stall and slamming the door shut, followed by a series of contented groans. Ling glanced around, instinctively quickening his pace to exit the restroom. The first thing that caught his eye was Haiti. Next to it were KFC, Muji, Zhouheya, and Denyang Dumplings. As he beheld these familiar brands and the bustling crowd in the mall, Ling's pupils constricted slightly. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he dashed through the crowd, pushing past the multitude of curious gazes until he burst out of the mall. The moment he laid eyes on the towering skyscrapers, a singular thought consumed his mind. He had truly returned. Am I merely dreaming? Ling clutched his head, murmuring to himself, no, if this were a dream, why did I wake up in a restroom just moments ago? I was in the graveyard, speaking with a Yindot, and then I plugged the USB drive into the snow, and then, was it that USB drive? As Ling muttered to himself, the large screen of the building across suddenly flickered, interrupting with urgent news. This morning at 9, a crimson meteor passed closely by Earth, and simultaneously, minor earthquakes erupted across the nation. In a mere 3 minutes, hundreds of buildings collapsed, including the Meishan Grand Hotel, Jiangkou Football Stadium, and the Beijing Grand Theater. According to incomplete statistics, the death toll has exceeded 2,000. Chapter 46. The Secret of the Dusk Society. The Beijing Grand Theater? Isn't that the very theater where I worked? Ling recalled the day he was struck by a chandelier and transported here, which was supposedly during an earthquake. So I have actually returned? Meanwhile, a group of pedestrians halted, pointing at the screen. A crimson meteor? Now that you mention it, I think I saw it this morning. It zipped by in an instant. Sigh, why didn't it collide with Earth? Hurry up and let the world end. I really don't want to go to work anymore. What's this minor earthquake about anyway? I didn't feel a thing this morning. Surely, it can't have focused solely on those few buildings, right? The news said it was due to a magnetic pole shift. Whatever, it didn't affect me. As the news segment concluded, the building's screen returned to advertisements, and the crowd merely lingered briefly before turning away. Only Chen-Ling remained standing there, lost in thought. A crimson meteor. Could it be that my journey across realms is somehow linked to this meteor? A bus rushed past Chen-Ling, snapping him back to reality. He noticed the red sign reading Route 33 on the bus and suddenly remembered something, charging towards the vehicle just before the doors closed. A fleeting shadow darted across the sidewalk as he hurriedly boarded the bus. Hey, not bad. You move pretty fast. The elderly driver rubbed his eyes. I didn't even see how you got here. Are you a sprinter? Chen-Ling finally realized, looking down at his hands, his brow furrowing deeper. Killing dance. Did I bring it back with me? Young man, scan your code. The driver said as he started the bus, indicating the payment machine with his chin. $2. Chen-Ling rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had no money. Scan to pay? What money? And no phone either. Saying this made Chen-Ling feel like a primitive man emerging from the Stone Age. Oh dear, why trouble the poor kid? I just broke a couple of bucks while grocery shopping. Let me pay for him. A middle-aged woman with curly hair in the front row fished out 2 coins from her pocket, clinking them as she dropped them into the box. Thank you, auntie. Chen-Ling expressed his gratitude politely. Young man, are you a performer? I love watching shows. Which role do you sing? Hearing the auntie's question, Chen-Ling suddenly realized he was still wearing that glaring red opera robe, making him stand out even more on the bus. I just sing casually. Chen-Ling replied awkwardly. The bus was already packed, so he grasped the handrail, swaying slightly with the bus's movement while exchanging casual banter with the auntie. As the bus passed one stop after another, Chen-Ling's heart began to race. He glanced at the name of the next stop and slowly made his way to the back door, ready to leap off as soon as the bus came to a halt. Across the station was a residential complex. Chen-Ling removed the conspicuous opera robe and walked straight into the community, effortlessly navigating the path until he reached a small high-rise. Seeing the building intact, Chen-Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. This was his home. His greatest fear had been that the earthquake's reach would extend here, leaving his parents to suffer the same fate as his own. Thankfully, everything appeared to be safe. As Chen-Ling entered the building, he was met with an unsettling sight. White mourning cloth hung everywhere. His heart sank, and he immediately took the elevator to the 9th floor. As the elevator doors opened, the sound of crying greeted his ears. Kaiyun, please stop crying. If you keep this up, what will happen to your health? Indeed, if a Ling were still alive, seeing you like this would break his heart. A Ling was such a good child, but fate is truly. Sigh. Chen-Ling stood frozen in the elevator, his gaze penetrating through the partially ajar door. Witnessing a group of relatives surrounding a middle-aged woman, offering consolation, he recognized them. They were his relatives from Beijing. A multitude of aunts and uncles gathered here, and the woman at the center was none other than his mother. In her arms, she clutched a black and white photo, her tears flowing freely. The figure in the photo was Chen-Ling himself. 2 relatives stood in the corner, whispering, "Where's his dad?" Still at the hospital, discussing a Ling's funeral arrangements. They said to let Kaiyun come back first to sort through his belongings. Did you see a Ling's body? I did. The relative nodded. Poor child, his head was crushed. They said it was from the chandelier. At the hospital, Kaiyun held a Ling's hand and cried for over an hour, but eventually, his dad had to pull her away. Sigh. Heaven truly has no eyes. Let us go and persuade Kaiyun. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first arrange for Aling's final rites. Indeed. Chen-Ling stood within the elevator, resembling a statue as he observed the unfolding scene. He contemplated stepping into the elevator, yet felt lost as to how he would explain himself upon encountering his relatives and mother. His mind was in disarray. Just then, the elevator doors slid shut automatically, as the metallic doors gradually sealed. The front door of the Chen residence was pushed open, revealing numerous relatives supporting Kaiyun as they emerged. Bang! The elevator doors closed, perhaps triggered by someone below pressing the button, and the cabin began its slow descent. Mom. Only at that moment did Chen-Ling, his lips pale, manage to hoarsely utter that word. He gazed at his reflection on the metallic doors, and the image of his mother weeping on the ground resurfaced in his mind, causing him excruciating pain. He inhaled deeply, as if resolving to act, and frantically pressed the button for the 9th floor. He longed to see his mother. However, the elevator continued its relentless descent. Meanwhile, familiar deep green characters emerged in the void. ID 129439 time limit exceeded. Transmission interrupted. Boom. The elevator cabin plummeted rapidly. Mom! Amidst the swirling snow, Chun-Ling abruptly sat up from the ground. He gasped heavily, his pupils involuntarily dilating as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was still in the mass grave. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Chun-Ling regained his composure and couldn't help but curse. Just a moment ago, he had nearly believed he had truly returned, only to open his eyes and find himself still in this wretched place. His gaze fell upon a USB drive lying in the snow. Through it, you may come to understand us a little better. What exactly is the organization that Chu Mu Yuan is part of? Why do they possess a USB drive? How could they even send him back to his previous life? Chun-Ling, supporting himself with his hands, couldn't help but clench them tightly. He took a deep breath, grasped the USB drive in his hand, and turned to dash down the mountain. The Xiaofeng General Store, by the counter. A woman languidly stretched, observing the dimming twilight outside, and remarked, "He may not come." "No, he will," Chu Mu Yuan replied with certainty while diligently perusing a book. "Why are you so certain? Over the years, many have declined the invitation from the Twilight Society, haven't they?" The Red King said he would come. And he will undoubtedly do so. As soon as Chu Mu Yuan finished speaking, the door of the general store was forcefully pushed open. Chun-Ling stood outside in the heavy snow, his chest heaving violently, as if he had sprinted from a fart. "We need to have a serious conversation." He raised the USB drive, articulating each word deliberately. Chapter 47. Reversal of Times. Chu Mu Yuan was not the least bit surprised by Chun-Ling's arrival. He smiled slightly, dragged a chair from the small shop, and gestured for Chun-Ling to sit down at tea. "Seems you have finally found the patience to hear me out regarding our justice. I'm all ears." Although Chun-Ling was eager to learn everything about the USB drive, he trusted that since Chu Mu Yuan had given it to him, an explanation would follow. Thus, he patiently awaited Chu Mu Yuan to begin from the beginning. "How much do you know about the Great Catastrophe?" Chun-Ling recalled what Dr. Lin had previously mentioned, that a crimson meteor had streaked across the sky, causing the gray world to intersect with this one, impacting it. And that calamities would emerge, but that was all at this point. Chun-Ling suddenly remembered seeing the crimson meteor on the news in the USB drive. It dawned on him, and he stared in shock. "Wait, is the one on the USB drive the world before the Great Catastrophe?" "Precisely." Chu Mu Yuan cast a surprised glance at him, seemingly taken aback that Chun-Ling had deduced it so quickly. "What you just mentioned is what most people in the 9 realms know as the Great Catastrophe. But the reality of the Great Catastrophe is far more profound." "What do you mean?" "According to legend, the world before the Great Catastrophe was prosperous and thriving, where humanity could harness the power of science to achieve many feats, such as soaring into the skies, resurrecting the dead, cities illuminated as brightly as day, constructing virtual worlds within reality, and even departing this planet to explore the more mysterious and unknown universe." As Chu Mu Yuan spoke, he observed Chun-Ling's expression, noticing that the latter displayed no signs of surprise, prompting him to ask, "Aren't you astonished?" "Huh. Is what I've said not enough to astonish you?" "Like everyone else in this world, no." In this era, Chu Mu Yuan had grown up here and had never witnessed the technological advancements before the Great Catastrophe. For them, all that the legends depicted was but a fabrication, akin to modern individuals listening to myths. "Oh, quite fascinating." Chun-Ling nodded expressionlessly. "Isn't it just airplanes, medical advancements, electric lights, games, and spaceships? Such things are commonplace for someone living in a modern city like Chun-Ling." However, if what he referred to as his previous life was indeed the world before the Great Catastrophe, then did it not imply that he had not traversed worlds, but rather traversed time? In any case, 379 years ago, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky, and since then, human material civilization began its regression. Chu Mu Yuan spoke with familiarity, as if reciting a well-known script. Humanity's most cherished technological achievements were the first to collapse: lithography machines, spacecraft, and the superweapons capable of annihilating the world. Are you implying that human civilization is regressing? Indeed, The people before the Great Catastrophe discovered that they could no longer produce new technologies, as if the fundamental scientific principles underlying them had all ceased to function. Even if they perfectly assembled each component, indistinguishable from before, it simply would not operate. As time passed, an increasing number of things became non-functional: phones, computers, high-speed trains, and large-scale power plants. Panic spread through human society. They were unaware of how far material civilization would regress. In such fear, they began to turn on one another. Wait. Chun Ling interrupted Chu Mu Yun. The regression of material civilization should be a dilemma faced by all of humanity. Why did they not unite to overcome the challenges, but instead resort to mutual destruction? They did unite, but it proved futile. Chu Mu Yun paused briefly, and I mentioned that they possessed a certain superweapon capable of annihilating the world, but not every nation had access to it. Once these weapons became inoperative, and all technological civilizations regressed to the same level, the original balance of power would be shattered. The strong nations would no longer be strong, and the weak nations would no longer be weak. To safeguard their status, resources, and wealth, these powerful nations would choose to launch all superweapons and eradicate the weaker nations lacking such weapons. Chun Ling seemed to grasp something. World war? Chun Ling was well aware of the significance of nuclear weapons to powerful nations. If they were the first to realize that all countries' technological levels would regress to the same starting line, they would inevitably initiate war, for losing their weapons meant losing their deterrent power. And other nations would undoubtedly covet their oil, wealth, and other resources. What you said is fundamentally correct, but powerful nations do not only attack weaker ones, they also turn against each other. Because if technological levels were to regress severely, then human resources would become the true determinant of a nation's survival. To balance the strength of each nation, they must weaken the population of countries with differing stances as much as possible. The crystallization of human civilization accumulated over centuries ultimately devolved into a mere killing machine in the tide of regression. Chun Ling remained silent for a long while before slowly stating, the convergence of the gray realm was not the fundamental reason for the Great Catastrophe. It was humanity's self-inflicted destruction. After that great catastrophe, the world lay in ruins, and the survivors believed they had established a new order, only to find that mere days later, the gray realm began to merge with reality. Pollution from the unknown world corroded the earth, and the ferocious calamities slaughtered living beings, delivering a devastating blow to a human society already on its last legs. After that, there were no longer distinctions between nations. The survivors gathered to establish 9 bases. Eventually, they mastered methods to resist the convergence of the gray realm, and the 9 bases gradually expanded to become the present 9 realms. That's how it is. Chun Ling exhaled deeply. Wait, if what Chu Mu Yun said is true, then does it not mean that his parents would also perish in the Great Catastrophe? Not only his parents, but all the relatives, friends, and colleagues he knew would be swept into this catastrophe. And how many could survive? Those standing on the street watching the news at that time would never have imagined that the world was on the brink of a tremendous upheaval. Chun Ling's eyes trembled slightly. Now that he knew everything that transpired in that era, he understood that nearly everyone he cared for would perish, yet he felt powerless. That era was nearly 400 years ago. Knowing it all, what could he even do? You tell me all this, and then what? Then, it is the sole purpose of our Twilight Society, as well as the justice we believe in. Chu Mu Yun pointed toward the door outside. What do you think about the Aurora Realm? In Chun Ling's mind, the figure of Wu Yudong, limping and pulling a rickshaw, immediately surfaced, along with the disdain of the man towards the enforcers, the sinister and arrogant crowd of Bingquan Street. And the enforcers who colluded with him for profit. It was all a chaotic jumble. Ultimately, he could only muster these 2 words. What if I told you that, compared to other realms, the Aurora Realm is already quite favorable? Chun Ling was taken aback. The Twilight Society is a gathering of a group of pitiful souls rejected by society. In the eyes of the world, we may be seen as madmen, failures, or executioners. Our only commonality is a profound despair for this era. Thus, we come together, and then what? Chun Ling inquired. The dusky sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, casting half of Chu Mu Yun's face into shadow. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Reverse the era, restart the world. Chapter 48, Wuxiang. Reverse the era. Restart the world. Chun Ling understood each of these 8 words individually, yet when combined, their meaning eluded him. It is the literal meaning, Chu Mu Yun replied slowly, to reverse everything from the Great Cataclysm until now, allowing human civilization to return to the very day the Red Star descended. Are you suggesting a regression in time? Not regression, but a restart. There is a significant difference between the two. Chen-Ling gazed at Chu Muyun in disbelief. Is this truly achievable? Haven't you already witnessed it? Chu Muyun gestured towards the USB drive in Chen-Ling's hand. Our experimental result. Instantly, Chen-Ling recalled the moment he inserted the USB into the snow, traversing back to his past life. Without a doubt, that was the world he once inhabited, the very era when the Red Star had just fallen. And the Twilight Society had perfectly replicated it, encasing it within this USB drive. How did you accomplish this? The notion of restarting the world seemed utterly fantastical to Chen-Ling, yet he was an eyewitness to it. This process is quite intricate. Despite our efforts thus far, we have only completed this 2-hour archive, but we have discovered a method. One day, we will allow this archive to replace history, restarting the world. But if the world can truly be restarted, then you should represent justice. Why are you wanted by the 9 major human realms? Why not ally with them? Chen-Ling retorted. Chu Muyun chuckled, adjusting his glasses, and calmly replied, "You will understand in due time." Chen-Ling fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "I have already conveyed to you the fundamental principles of the Twilight Society." Chu Muyun's gaze fixed on Chen-Ling. "Now, you must make a decision. Will you join us, becoming the highest-level wanted criminal among the 9 major realms, living a life of perpetual upheaval, scorned and feared by the world, or will you depart?" Chen-Ling's eyes flickered. After a brief pause, he slowly raised his head and spoke resolutely, "I will join. Reverse the era, restart the world." For others, the Great Cataclysm is merely a phrase in history, but for Chen-Ling, it signifies the annihilation of all that he holds dear. He despises this world, this era. He yearns to return to where he belongs, to honor his parents and live a stable life. Above all, he wishes to alter the course of history, ensuring that his father, relatives, and friends can live well. He longs to go home. Upon hearing these 3 words, Chu Muyun smiled slightly. He retrieved 3 playing cards from his pocket and laid them on the table. Spade 6. Heart 6, Club 6. What is this? Joining the Twilight Society signifies a complete severance from one's past for many of our members, including their names, families, and identities. They represent themselves through the faces of playing cards. And you may choose one as well. Why are they all 6? The number signifies seniority. The earlier you join, the larger the number. For your cohort, it starts with 6. Chu Muyun shrugged. Actually, 6 isn't bad. I joined a few years before you and only have 7. Then why are there only 3 suits? What about diamonds? 2 months ago, a new member joined, and he chose diamonds. Very well. Chen-Ling's gaze swept over the 3 playing cards, instinctively brushing his hand against his chest. Beneath the skin, it felt empty. I choose heart. Heart 6. Chu Muyun raised an eyebrow, nodded, and pushed the playing card towards Chen-Ling. Thus, I officially welcome you to the Twilight Society. Heart 6. The woman who had been silently seated in the corner began to clap at this opportune moment. Chen-Ling cast her a peculiar glance. The woman yawned and turned her head away. Is she also a member of the Twilight Society? What card does she hold? She lacks a divine path and possesses no other abilities. She is merely an ordinary person, thus only a peripheral member. Generally responsible for message transmission, there is one in almost every realm and city. And what about you? Spade 7. Chen-Ling nodded. He gazed at the Heart 6 in his hand, suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of unreality. He had merely drawn a card from a small shop and had become a wanted member of the Twilight Society among the 9 major realms. Just a few hours prior, he was convinced it was a cult. There are only 3 copies of that archive within the Twilight Society. The Red King and the Gray King each have one. And this one will be temporarily entrusted to you, but it can only be accessed once a month, or it will damage the contents within. What should I do next? Chen-Ling inquired. Do I need to report somewhere? Complete paperwork and find a dormitory? Chu Muyun shook his head, speechless. The Twilight Society is a community, and the management of members' personal behavior is quite lax. You may do as you wish, as long as you complete tasks promptly when assigned. And disguise yourself well to avoid detection by the human realms. Speaking of disguise, you should be the most adept at it. Me? Haven't you embarked on the theater path? Assuming various roles should be your forte. Chu Muyun stated matter-of-factly. Moreover, your skills appear to be even more extraordinary than those of a typical theater path practitioner. The theater path. Skills. Chunling seemed to recall something, his fingers brushing against his chin. In the next moment, he tore off his entire face. In the astonished gaze of the woman, two identical Chu Mayans sat opposite each other. Indeed, this is it. The left Chu Muyun nodded, stating that upon advancing a level in the divine path, one automatically acquires a corresponding skill, which varies based on individual choices of path. You have embarked on a distorted divine path, and your skills should be unique as well. I see. The right Chu Muyun looked down at his own body, noting that even his attire and voice had changed. Had the woman not been informed of their seating arrangement in advance, she would not have been able to discern which was the true Spade 7. As far as I know, the first level skill of the typical theater path is called Thousand Faces, allowing for free alteration of face and voice, but not objects, yet you can accomplish both. Chu Muyun paused. Are you not going to name this skill, given that you are the only one on this path? Thousand Faces. Chunling pondered for a moment, then declared, if so, my skill shall be called Wuxiang. Formless and formless, forms arise from the heart. Your divine path is quite peculiar. Although the ability is formidable, the side effects are also apparent. If nothing unexpected occurs, each time you advance, you will experience short-term mental confusion. This is something to be especially cautious about. Mental confusion. Did I experience that during my advancement? Chunling could not recall the process of becoming a gun barrel and slaughtering during the banquet. Chu Muyun briefly described it to him, then glanced outside at the dim night sky and slowly rose. It is about time. I must take my leave. Where to? Back to Aurora City. I have tasks waiting there. As he spoke, Chu Muyun took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chunling. What is this? This is your task, Chu Muyun replied earnestly, a mission personally assigned to you by the Red King. Perhaps only you can accomplish it. Chapter 49. The Price of Progress. When Chunling emerged from the Xiaofeng General Store, night had already fallen. Chu Muyun waved goodbye and walked directly towards Aurora City, while Chunling stood at the shop's entrance, watching him depart before heading in another direction. The heavy snowfall had ceased, but what followed was the bitter cold of melting ice and snow. Chunling walked along the deserted snow-covered path, his breath visible in the darkness, his right hand rubbing the USB drive in his pocket, his eyes shining with unprecedented brightness. Restart? Chunling took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the darkness. Armed with a clear objective, the shadows cast by the audience seemed to dissipate significantly. What of the actors on stage? What of being interfered with in life? Unless you kill me, I will certainly return. Even if it means dying, I must die on the path home. Before that, however, he must grow rapidly and conceal his identity as a member of the Twilight Society. Becoming an enforcer seemed like a favorable choice. The Twilight Society does not oppose members joining other organizations. In fact, it encourages it, as this means members can better hide themselves and even assist others through their position. I have participated. I have caused chaos. I have fled. Indeed, this policy has proven to be quite astute. Chunling chuckled self-deprecatingly. Upon returning home, he ignited the kerosene lamp on his desk, the warm orange flame illuminating the desolate room, while the cold wind seeped through the crevices of the wooden walls, producing a mournful hum. Chunling took a seat at the table and extracted the envelope from Chu Muyun, meticulously reading it by the light of the flame, infiltrating the ancient treasure of the military path, stealing fragments of its foundation. Chunling raised an eyebrow in surprise. The letter detailed a partial map of the ancient treasure, with a specific area marked in red. If all went as expected, it was precisely what the Red King desired him to procure. Chunling finally understood why Chu Muyun asserted that he was the only one capable of completing this task for the entire Twilight Society. For he alone was the enforcer, and having just passed the assessment with flying colors, he possessed the qualifications to enter the ancient treasure of the military path. Moreover, he also wielded the skill Wuxiang. Apart from Chunling, it was inconceivable for anyone else to gain access to the ancient treasure. Yet, why did the Twilight Society seek the fragments of the military path's foundation? As he continued reading, the Red King did not elucidate this matter in the letter. He merely informed Chunling that a member of the Twilight Society would rendezvous with him, coordinating his movements and providing cover. After contemplating the contents, Chunling, after a moment's thought, surrendered the letter to the flame. The paper curled as the bright firelight illuminated his face, dancing silently in the darkness. That night, after Chunling fell asleep, he did not enter the theater. He dreamt a dream. He found himself back in the era before the Great Cataclysm, standing at the familiar threshold of home, watching his mother clutching his memorial portrait. Weeping inconsolably, Chun-Ling felt his heart twist in agony, even though his chest felt achingly hollow. "Mom, I am not dead," Chun-Ling murmured as he stepped out of the elevator, yearning to embrace the family member he cherished the most. "Mom, I am still alive. I want you all to live." Just as his foot was about to cross the threshold of the elevator door, the elevator plummeted violently. A powerful sensation of weightlessness enveloped Chun-Ling as he flailed helplessly within the cabin. The elevator shaft appeared to stretch infinitely, and in the endless descent, he could only watch his home recede frantically into the distance. Thud. Chun-Ling fell to the ground. It was an endless abyss of darkness. The lights of home seemed to have transformed into distant stars, twinkling in the unreachable firmament above. Chun-Ling stood amidst the shadows, like an ant cast down into an abyss, reaching out his hand in a futile attempt to touch the starry sky. Just as despair began to take hold, a blood-red path extended from beneath his feet, stretching towards the stars he could not reach. That was his way home, twisted, eerie, crimson road. Along its sides, countless pairs of scarlet eyes watched him. Filled with mockery, that moment, Chun-Ling stood on the first step, eager to ascend to greater heights, but as he prepared to take the next step, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he could not place his foot upon the next step. Chun-Ling froze. He looked down to find a crooked line of small text inscribed on the stone step beneath him. "Complete a performance involving at least 50 participants, and ensure that no one survives after the performance concludes." The moment he read these words, his confusion deepened. Turning to glance behind him, he suddenly discovered another line of small text on the steps he had already traversed. "Lose the one who loves you most, and become that person." The surface of this line of small text was crossed by a line, as if it had become a completed performance checklist trodden beneath his feet. Chun-Ling seemed to grasp something, and he looked back at the twisted path leading to the firmament, fear dawning in his eyes. This was a living road, a monstrous road. In the next moment, everything around him shattered into fragments. At midnight, Chun-Ling awoke with a start, his face pale as he lingered on the bed for a moment before rushing to his desk, seizing paper and pen, as if terrified of forgetting. He swiftly recorded the words from the next step. "Complete a performance involving at least 50 participants, and ensure that no one survives after the performance concludes." Was this the price of advancing on the twisted path? Or perhaps not a condition? Chun-Ling murmured to himself. He understood that what he had just experienced was far from a simple dream. His failure to enter the theater after falling asleep today was itself an anomaly. Perhaps this dream was a hint from his own divine path? Or was it Yin? This path was unlike others. It would twist and contort his life. Chun-Ling recalled the words spoken by Chen Yin before he stepped onto the twisted divine path, falling into deep thought. Others' divine paths likely lacked such conditions akin to a price. Otherwise, Chu Mu Yuan would have warned him today. Thus, were these small words on the steps unique to his twisted divine path? Was this what Chen Yin referred to as twists and turns? Chun-Ling gazed at the line he had inscribed on the paper, his expression somewhat complex. Yet now, he had embarked on this path. And this path would be his sole means of escaping the audience, as well as his only choice for returning home. But even so, how was he to complete this horrific performance involving at least 50 participants? Chun-Ling sat before his desk, pondering for quite some time, until he seemed to have an epiphany. He slowly pinned 4 words at the end of the sentence. "Ancient treasure of the military path." Subsequently, he inscribed a question mark. The pen tip hovered over the final of the question mark, the inky blackness spreading across the paper, and Chun-Ling sat there like a statue, motionless. The aurora surged in the sky outside the window. Yet Chun-Ling remained oblivious, unaware that within the grand theater of his mind, countless shadows seated in the audience were subtly curling their lips in a semblance of a smile. Chapter 50. Attentive in District 3. The Enforcer Headquarters. Chun-Ling, is it? An enforcer meticulously verified Chun-Ling's identity before handing him 2 sets of black and red uniforms along with an enforcer's badge. After changing into his attire, Chun-Ling partook in lunch at headquarters, and in the afternoon, he took an oath of office in the plaza, followed by speeches from the leadership. This entire process made Chun-Ling feel increasingly as though he had returned to a modern society. Even after nearly 400 years post-cataclysm, some habits of humanity had endured. offering glimpses of the civilization that once thrived before the disaster. The only surprise for Chen Ling was that the speaker was not Han Ming, but rather another two-stripe enforcer he had scarcely encountered. Where was Commander Han Ming? Why wasn't he the one speaking? Enforcers nearby voiced their questions. Did you not know? I heard that the enforcer in District 3 revolted a couple of days ago. That Ma Zhong, along with 2 other enforcers, plotted against Commander Han Ming and ended up being killed in retaliation. Really? Is that true? Of course it's true. ITS said that night, Commander Han Ming was furious and executed Ma Zhong and the others on the spot before any formal documents could be issued from Aurora City. He also eliminated over 50 enforcers with whom they had ties. Did you not notice that a significant number of enforcers are absent today? Wow, killing so many people in one go. Isn't that tantamount to severing District 3's own arm? Commander Han Ming is so ruthless? Now, in District 3, there are only 2 enforcers left. One is Commander Han Ming, and the other is this Shirenjia on stage. This Shirenjia was personally promoted by Commander Han Ming. And though he is merely a 2-stripe enforcer, his background is quite clean. However, I've heard that because Commander Han Ming did not report promptly and took matters into his own hands, Aurora City is quite upset and may deal with him during this period, though that's why he hasn't made an appearance. Alas, what a pity. Hearing the conversation beside him, Chen Ling raised his brow slightly. He suddenly recalled Han Ming's words from the previous afternoon in his home. After a long silence, whether you believe it or not, I have always been fulfilling my duty. If you truly feel that this world lacks justice, why not become it yourself? Previously, Chu Muyin's assessment of Han Ming also indicated that he possessed a strong sense of justice. It seemed that Han Ming indeed had some substance. After Shirenjia concluded his speech, he began assigning tasks to the newcomers and outlining the streets each would be responsible for patrolling. As the only enforcer to emerge from Frost Street this year, Chen Ling was naturally assigned to patrol Frost Street. After Han Ming had purged the enforcers in District 3, the internal situation had indeed become much cleaner. As Chen Ling contemplated this, he strode out of headquarters, making his way directly to Frost Street. As an enforcer on his first day, he needed to patrol his designated area, allowing the residents to familiarize themselves with him. This also served as a form of announcing his authority, a rule within the enforcer ranks. Ever since he donned this uniform and exited the enforcer headquarters, passers-by on the street would avoid him, not daring even to make eye contact. Commander, care for a peach? An elderly voice called from beside him. Chen Ling turned to see a frail old woman pushing a wooden cart laden with peaches, her voice hoarse. No, thank you. Chen Ling waved his hand in refusal. Commander, do try one that I brought these from District 4 this morning. They are both delicious and inexpensive. She grasped Chen Ling's collar, her murky eyes filled with pleading. Following her form, Chen Ling noticed a bundled infant nestled among the peaches in the fruit cart, shivering as the cold wind swept across the ground. Just take a bite. If you don't like it, it's free. She selected the largest peach from the cart, carefully wiped it with her clothing, and extended it towards Chen Ling. Chen Ling refrained from eating, for he was uncertain whether the peach concealed anything else within, such as poison. The mere thought startled him, as he realized how he had changed. The man he once was would not have hesitated. Had it been the person he was before the great calamity, or even just yesterday, he would have surely offered his assistance, even if it were merely to purchase a few peaches as an act of kindness. This was his compassion and his steadfastness, yet now, those qualities seemed to be fading little by little. Chen Ling exchanged a brief glance with the elderly woman before finally inquiring, "How much for these peaches?" "1 copper coin per pound," she replied. "Please, give me 2 pounds. With a stoic expression, Chen Ling retrieved 2 copper coins from his pocket and handed them over. The old woman immediately accepted the coins with both hands, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, before selecting the largest peaches from her cart and placing them into a deity. In that moment, Chen Ling suddenly spoke again. "The child has a fever. You should take him to get some medicine." Possessing the secret eye, Chen Ling could see that the infant on the cart was not well, prompting his warning. The old woman paused, her eyes reflecting a struggle between guilt and concern for the child. But she said nothing. Instead, she quietly selected 2 more peaches for Chen Ling. Though she did not weigh them, he could ascertain with his naked eye that these 2 bags contained far more than 2 pounds. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." She expressed her gratitude repeatedly before pushing her cart onward. Upon encountering the next passerby, she hurried to them, earnestly asking, "Sir, would you like some peaches?" There from the 4th district, the cold wind turned her and the baby's faces rosy, yet it did not weaken her frail form. Chun-Ling sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had only purchased 2 pounds purely because he had but 2 copper coins left in his pocket. The silver coins he had received from Qian Fan had long since been lost in the blood-soaked grounds of the estate. As he stepped onto Frost Street, he noticed several people discreetly standing at their doorsteps, gazing in his direction. Upon seeing Chun-Ling approach in his uniform, they began to whisper among themselves, "Oh, it's Officer Chun-Ling." The first shop on the street was the cake shop that Chun-Ling had frequented before. The owner immediately donned a flattering smile upon seeing him. "Officer Chin, you look quite dashing in that uniform." "Li, how are you?" Chun-Ling replied as he approached the entrance, surveying the residents of Frost Street. "What is happening here?" "Well, everyone has come out to see you." "To see me?" "Yes. The officer who was responsible for patrolling Frost Street was reportedly killed by Officer Han Ming. Today marks the day the new officer takes office, and everyone wishes to see who will have authority over this street from now on." When the list of officers who passed the evaluation was announced, everyone guessed it might be you. "After all, you are one of us here on Frost Street. And look, you have indeed arrived." Upon hearing this, Chun-Ling finally grasped the situation and nodded slightly. "Officer Chun-Ling." Li, the owner, glanced around before retrieving a small bag wrapped in oiled paper from the counter and handing it to Chun-Ling. "This is a little token of appreciation from our shop. Please accept it. If you ever crave cake, just let me know, and I will personally deliver it to your home." Chun-Ling narrowed his eyes as he unwrapped the oil paper, revealing 2 silver coins still bearing the scent of cream. His brow immediately furrowed. Noticing Chun-Ling's frown, the perceptively owner felt a pang of anxiety and hastily explained, "Officer Chun, this month has brought heavy rain, snow, and calamities, and my shop has hardly made any profit. Next month, I assure you, we will do better." Gazing at the 2 silver coins in his hand, Chun-Ling began to understand the whispers he had overheard from the residents of Frost Street. Just as he was about to speak, several figures emerged from nearby shops. "Officer Chun-Ling, I'm from the tailor shop across the street. Just call me Xiao Su." "Officer Chun-Ling, do you remember me? I previously repaired the plumbing at your home. My hardware store is right next door. Here's a little something for you." "Officer Chun-Ling, you are truly handsome. Do come by our shop sometime? We have plenty of lovely ladies there." It seemed that upon seeing Li, the owner, take the initiative, the other shopkeepers eagerly followed suit, each beaming with smiles, extending their oiled paper bags toward Chun-Ling. From the weight of the coins, it was evident that they had conspired beforehand, with each shop offering 2 silver coins. Except for the middle-aged woman who invited Chun-Ling to visit her shop, who stuffed 5 coins into his hands and gave him a knowing look. In mere seconds, the number of silver coins in Chun-Ling's possession had swelled to nearly 20, if converted to the currency before the great calamity. This would amount to 5,000 renminbi, an astonishing sum for merely stepping onto the street. In that moment, Chun-Ling suddenly comprehended why an officer like Ma Zhong could afford such luxurious properties in the 2nd district. If an ordinary officer could so openly exploit his position to gain such benefits, what staggering profits must Ma Zhong, the powerful officer of the 3rd district, be raking in? Moreover, his interests extended into the darker territories of Ice Spring Street. From the residents' reactions, it seemed that such dealings were commonplace in the Aurora domain. "I'm afraid I cannot accept," Chun-Ling firmly declared, shaking his head. Upon hearing these 5 words, the expressions of the crowd paled, and they exchanged cautious glances before tentatively speaking. What do you mean?" "I mean I will not accept," Chun-Ling replied directly, placing the coins on the cake counter and turning to leave, continuing down Frost Street. The shopkeepers' faces grew increasingly grim, and with a determined resolve, they pulled out more coins from their pockets, hastily stuffing them into their oiled papers before rushing after him. "Officer Chun-Ling, our revenue this month has indeed been poor. Please show us some mercy and let us off the hook." "Yes, Officer Chun-Ling, we are all neighbors on this street. Please, have some consideration. If you don't accept this money, we won't feel secure if another officer comes by. We won't have anyone to protect us." Their voices grew softer, yet Chun-Ling's understanding sharpened. They were not merely offering him money. It was a form of protection money. They wished to continue their businesses in the 3rd district. And without protection, it would be impossible. If he refused their coins, their sense of security would diminish even further. They assumed Chun-Ling's refusal stemmed from their offer being too meager, to accept or not to accept. Chen Ling's eyes narrowed, an idea suddenly surfacing in his mind. Are you testing the officers? He spoke coldly. The moment those words left his mouth, the other shopkeepers were left speechless. What do you want? Just name a number and I, Chen Ling, have never been interested in money. What do you desire then? Just tell us, and we will prepare it immediately. Chen Ling slowly reached into his bag and retrieved a peach, offering it to Li the owner. I want this. An identical peach. Bring me a cart of them. With that, Chen Ling turned on his heel and departed. If these shopkeepers were wise, they would investigate where to procure such peaches. Easily finding the old woman selling them just down the street. In this way, they would pay her for the peaches while simultaneously satisfying their own needs, ensuring their peace of mind. Yes, this plan is flawless. Chen Ling mused as his figure receded into the distance. The shopkeepers' gazes fell upon the peach in Li's hand. Two of them suddenly weakened at the knees, collapsing onto the ground. He said we should bring him this peach? The burly hardware store owner, towering at 6 feet, was now pale and trembling, his lips turning blue. He calls this a peach. At that moment, in Li's hand, a vivid red heart gradually came to a halt. Audience expectation 2. Seeing this line materialize in the snow, Chen Ling was momentarily taken aback. Why had the audience's expectations suddenly risen? Furrowing his brow, he replayed all his recent actions in his mind but could not pinpoint where he had increased their expectations. Could it be that the audience was simply stirring up trouble again? As Chen Ling pondered, he continued deeper into Frost Street, where more shopkeepers approached him, eager to establish connections. Without hesitation, he distributed the peaches from his bag, informing them that he would only accept those before turning to leave. The effect of handing out peaches seemed to exceed Chen Ling's expectations. Each time he distributed them, the shopkeepers ceased their pursuit, likely heading off to find their own source for peaches. Audience expectation 2. Audience expectation 2. Audience expectation. As he observed the rising expectation values, Chen Ling's brow tightened further. He sensed something was amiss and looked down at the bag in his hand. Only one peach remained, smooth and succulent, exuding a delightful fragrance. Chen Ling held the peach for a moment, scrutinizing it without discovering any issues, and so he cautiously took a bite. Sweet. Meanwhile, across the street, a household peered at Chen Ling through their window, and the mistress of the house fainted at the sight. Finishing the peach in just a few bites, Chen Ling realized he had nearly traversed the entirety of Frost Street. Noticing the hour was late, he made his way directly toward his own alley. As he approached his doorstep, he noticed that the Zhao's breakfast shop diagonally across had drawn down its metal shutter. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. For at this hour, even if Uncle Zhao were not operating, he would typically leave the door ajar to prepare ingredients for the following day. Chen Ling did not dwell on it further and proceeded home, changing out of his black and red uniform to sit on the eaves at his entrance. Time slipped by, and as he gazed at the deserted street, he fell into contemplation. Why had no one arrived to deliver the peaches yet? Chapter 52. The Enforcer of the Demonic Realm? At this moment, within a certain shop on Han Shuang Street, a gathering of several proprietors huddled together, their brows furrowed as if the world was on the brink of collapse. Did he truly demand peaches that are identical? One proprietor ventured cautiously. Indeed, he mentioned it to me as well. When he handed over that heart, it was still dripping with blood. I nearly fainted from fright. Do you understand? But where on earth are we supposed to procure human hearts for him? Surely he doesn't expect us to conduct a live sacrifice or something, right? This is truly bizarre. The last enforcer, though tyrannical, could be appeased with money. But Chen Ling, what does he want with human hearts? Today, my neighbors claimed they witnessed Chen Ling sauntering down the street, casually devouring a heart. Upon hearing this, all eyes widened in horror, their minds conjuring the image of Chen Ling, grinning malevolently while tearing at a heart. The temperature in the room plummeted. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, and the more timid proprietors trembled visibly. Enjoys eating human hearts? Isn't that the sort of thing only demons do in tales? If he doesn't relish them, why would he carry such a bag of hearts around? So where does he acquire his human hearts? Wait, the more we discuss this, the stranger it becomes. Uncle Zhao, who had been silently sitting in the corner, could no longer hold his tongue. I know Ling well. I watched him grow up. He's a good kid. He can't be as sinister as you all claim. Have you simply misinterpreted the situation? Impossible. We are many, and we all witnessed it. Should we report this to the enforcers? Are you mad? Report to the enforcers? Chen Ling himself is an enforcer. Do you wish to be publicly disemboweled by him? The proprietor who had suggested the report shivered and fell silent. Then what are we to do? We can't truly provide him with human hearts. Can we? The chatter among the group grew frantic, a palpable atmosphere of panic and confusion enveloping them. In the end, no one spoke further. They merely lowered their heads in silence, contemplating whether to relocate. But even if they were to move, where could they go? Could they afford homes in other streets? How about this? An elder proprietor began slowly. Offering human hearts is certainly out of the question. Xiao, aren't you a butcher? Perhaps you could procure some pig or chicken hearts and deliver them to him. See how he reacts. Pig or chicken hearts? Would that suffice? What if it doesn't? We can't acquire the kind of peaches he desires. Let's assess the situation first. Above all, we must avoid provoking him. I have a foreboding feeling that he is far more ruthless than any enforcer we have encountered before. Understood. Chen Ling waited until nightfall, yet still no peaches arrived. What could possibly have gone awry? Does buying a few peaches truly take this long? He was utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to rise and close the door to rest, a figure approached his threshold. Upon seeing the person's visage, Chen Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Director Han Ming? What brings you here again? Today, Han Ming was not clad in his black trench coat emblazoned with 4 symbols, but rather in casual attire. Perhaps due to this, Chen Ling felt no sense of oppression emanating from him, as if an ordinary young man stood before him. I have come to deliver documents. Your quota for the ancient repository of military Dao has been approved. Han Ming pinched a piece of paper between his fingers and spoke calmly. What is this? You want to invite me in for a moment's respite? After a brief hesitation, Chen Ling stepped aside, allowing him entry. Had it been before, he would never have permitted Han Ming inside, but having heard certain matters at headquarters today, his perception of Han Ming had shifted. Han Ming naturally took a seat at the table, glancing at the neatly stacked enforcer uniforms beside him, casually inquiring. How does it feel to be an enforcer on your first day? The authority of an enforcer exceeds my expectations, Chen Ling replied coolly. I find myself unaccustomed to it. That is quite normal. Many who ascend to the role of enforcer are often intoxicated by the sudden influx of power and benefits, leading them to moral decay. Yet you have not succumbed. I did not misjudge you. How do you know I have not? Han Ming surveyed the still drafty room, choosing not to respond out of course. Being overly lenient is not ideal either. It may lead the populace to believe you are easily intimidated. You must establish a sense of authority. Before Han Ming could finish, a figure on a bicycle passed by Chen Ling's home. Perhaps due to the slickness at the entrance, he stumbled and fell with a thud. Cursing under his breath, he prepared to ride off, but upon noticing the house and Chen Ling within, his expression shifted dramatically. I apologize, Director Chen Ling. I disturbed your rest. I am truly sorry. Without further ado, he knelt on the ground, banging his head 3 times in rapid succession. Then, scrambling to his feet, he fled the alley as if escaping a predator. Leaving his bicycle spinning idly at Chen Ling's doorstep, Han Ming remained silent for a long moment. Your authority is certainly well established. Chen Ling recognized the man who had just fled in panic. He was the shopkeeper he had encountered earlier that afternoon, who had even delivered a peach to him. Yet he could not fathom why the man had reacted as if he had seen a ghost. Let us address the matter at hand. Han Ming extended the documents to Chen Ling. Tomorrow at noon, assemble at the headquarters of District 3 with several other enforcers, as preparations are underway for our journey to the ancient repository of military Dao. Is it so soon? Merely 2 to 3 days had passed since the conclusion of the martial examination, and he had only just donned the enforcer's uniform. Yet he was already being dispatched to the ancient repository? Ordinarily, the opening of the ancient repository occurred 3 months later, but this year was an exception. Han Ming paused momentarily. Yesterday, Districts 5 and 6 experienced a large-scale convergence of the Gray Realm, unleashing a 5th-tier calamity, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the enforcers in those districts. Another convergence of the Gray Realm? Chen Ling exclaimed in disbelief. Was it not said that such occurrences are rare within human territories? Historically, yes. However, recently the Aurora Realm has exhibited some abnormalities. Chen Ling recalled that Chu Mu Yun had mentioned similar sentiments before. The unprecedented torrential rain from earlier had caused a convergence at the mass graves. and the recent continuous snowfall had triggered a large-scale convergence in Districts 5 and SIX. It seemed that every chaotic celestial phenomenon incited such events. It related to celestial phenomena? Chen Ling inquired tentatively. Perhaps. Han Ming appeared to ponder something, his eyes narrowing. Moreover, the Dusk Society has made an appearance. Upon hearing the name of the Dusk Society, Chen Ling's interest piqued, and he feigned nonchalance as he asked, "The Dusk Society? What is that?" Chapter 53. The Tribunal, a fervent and malevolent organization that champions destruction. Wherever they appear, calamity and misfortune are sure to follow. Is it truly that severe? You have yet to witness them. Though the members of the Dusk Society are few, each is a lunatic. Han Ming recalled his own experience of being toyed with by Plum Blossom 8, his eyes growing colder. Did they orchestrate the events in Districts 3, 5, and 6? Chen Ling began to probe indirectly. That is unlikely. Han Ming shook his head. They lack the capacity to summon the Gray Realm actively. That is the domain of the Scarlet Heaven sect. What then calamities and misfortunes have they brought upon the Aurora Realm? Chen Ling endeavored to keep his tone as innocuous as possible, striving not to raise Han Ming's suspicions regarding his probing for information about the Dusk Society. However, Han Ming, being astute, seemed to catch on to the subtlety. He scrutinized Chen Ling for a long moment, refraining from answering his question, instead stating gravely, "Chen Ling, it is best that you harbor no curiosity about this organization, nor engage with them in any capacity. They are exceedingly dangerous and adept at brainwashing. You only need to remember, should you encounter a member of the Dusk Society, the further away you stay from them, the better. Do you understand? Alas, a newly initiated member of the Dusk Society sits right before you." Seeing that Han Ming had reached this point, Chen Ling refrained from further inquiries, calmly nodding in acknowledgement. In any case, Districts 5 and 6 had suffered catastrophic losses, with incomplete statistics indicating that over 3,000 lives had been lost in this disaster, compounded by the annihilation of the enforcers, rendering these two districts nearly defunct. Even if Aurora City urgently dispatched enforcers to fill the void, manpower remained insufficient. Thus, they expedited the opening of the ancient repository of military Dao to facilitate a swift recovery? Precisely. Enforcers are granted one opportunity to enter the ancient repository 3 years after their formal appointment, with a chance of being selected by the Divine Path as enforcers. Accelerating the opening of the repository means they can quickly recruit a new batch of enforcers, albeit only at the first tier. This time, the total number of enforcers dispatched from the 7 major districts, combined with those sent from Aurora City, amounts to 70. You will need to traverse the frozen sea by boat to reach the furthest edge of the Aurora Realm, where the ancient repository lies. Simultaneously, 3 enforcers from Aurora City will lead the team, tasked with ensuring your safety. What is the nature of the ancient military repository? The ancient military repository is vast. Yet the area designated for your trials occupies only a small fraction. You will discern the specifics upon your arrival. Han Ming glanced at the time and remarked coolly, "It is getting late. Rest early to conserve your strength. Moreover, should you encounter any incidents within the repository, do not be overly apprehensive. You are an enforcer of District 3. Even if you stir up trouble, I shall shield you. Do not bring disgrace upon our district." Upon hearing this, Chen Ling paused momentarily, and before he could inquire further, Han Ming turned to leave. Chen Ling pondered over Han Ming's final words, sensing an implied meaning. Perhaps this was the true purpose of his visit today? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and lay down on the bed, his consciousness gradually drifting into slumber. Damn it, why can't I just have a peaceful dream? Chen Ling opened his eyes to the glare of the overhead spotlight, sighing inwardly. After last night's dream, he almost believed he could forego reporting to the theater every night and enjoy a restful sleep. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself back again. Chen Ling rose from the stage and walked directly to the screen, clicking the treasure chest button in the corner. After completing the first act last time, he still had a designated character lottery opportunity yet to be utilized. And now, as he was about to embark for the ancient military repository, acquiring an additional skill for self-defense could only be advantageous. As the stirring music began to play, Chen Ling turned to the table, watching as countless cards fluttered before settling neatly face down on the surface. Please write the name of the character you wish to draw on the paper. A line of small text appeared on the paper. Holding the blank sheet, Chen Ling hesitated for a moment before ultimately inscribing 2 characters, Han Ming. Given that it was a designated character, he naturally chose the one with the highest potential. And among those nearby, only Chu Mu-yun and Han Ming were divine path holders. Compared to Healer's Path, War God's Path was undoubtedly more adept at combat, at least. That was his belief. Furthermore, with Chun-Ling already possessing a Dance of Slaughter, acquiring a skill from the War God's Path would complement it perfectly, if possible. Chun-Ling even wished to replicate an entire Judgment Path. Thus, he would be considered a practitioner of both the drama and War God's Paths. As the name Han Ming appeared on the paper, all other cards vanished from the table, leaving 12 cards aligned in a row, representing all the skills Han Ming possessed, with one card gray and unselectable. According to Chen Ling's knowledge, Han Ming was a 4-pattern enforcer, corresponding to the 4th tier of the War God's Path. Among these 12 cards, only 4 were blue Divine Path skill cards. The others appeared to be ordinary skills, such as culinary tracking. The unselectable card was likely the Dance of Slaughter that Chun-Ling already possessed, a probability of 3 out of 11. No. The screen indicated that the total audience anticipation from the previous act would provide a boost. Chun-Ling rubbed his hands together, hesitating for a moment before ultimately choosing one of the cards. Skill. Judgment Court, Affiliation. War God's Path, Judgment, Path, 4th tier. Character, Han Ming. Here it comes. Upon seeing this skill, Chun-Ling's mind instantly conjured the image of Han Ming battling the red paper monster, shattering its form with 3 shots. If all went as expected, this would be one of the core skills of the Judgment Path. As Chun-Ling absorbed the card, all related information regarding this skill flooded his mind. Unlike the Dance of Slaughter, this was a domain-type skill, consuming the user's mental energy upon release. Speaking of which, whether it was Formless or Secret Eye, Chun-Ling experienced no burden while using them. However, utilizing Dance of Slaughter for merely a few seconds would leave him utterly fatigued. Skills of the 1st to 3rd tiers were based on physical attributes, while those of the 4th tier and above required mental energy. Chun-Ling pondered thoughtfully. He wondered if his current 1st-tier mental capacity could support a single use of Judgment Court, Chapter 54K 18 After Awakening. Chun-Ling glanced at the time, which aligned with his expectations. He walked on foot to the headquarters of the District 3 enforcers, and upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Chun-Ling, you finally arrived. Jiang Qin checked the list. Now we have everyone. Chun-Ling recalled Jiang Qin, the enforcer who had spoken to him the night the red paper monster destroyed the room, offering assistance should he ever need it. He was one of the few enforcers who left a good impression on Chun-Ling. Chun-Ling's gaze swept to the side. Apart from himself and Jiang Qin, there were only 2 others, both familiar faces from the group undergoing the martial trials. Commander Jiang, is it just the 4 of us going? Chun-Ling inquired, along with the other 2 from the reserve list, who were the top 3 from this year's enforcer examination. According to Han Ming's agreement, they were naturally qualified to venture into the ancient military repository, yet it was expected that other veteran enforcers would accompany them as well. Yes, just us. Jiang Qin shrugged. There were originally 5 or 6 of my peers, but a couple of days ago, their collusion with Ma Zhong was exposed, and they were dealt with by Menggu Chun-Ling. Thought the situation in our District 3 is already quite fortunate. Look at the enforcers from Districts 5 and 6. They are either dead or incapacitated, and together they barely muster 5 individuals. Jiang Qin remained notably optimistic, tucking away the personnel list as he led Chun-Ling and the others outside. Commander Jiang, how are we supposed to reach the ancient military repository? One of Chun-Ling's contemporaries asked. Chun-Ling recalled his name as Zhong Yaoguang. The ancient military repository lies in the frozen sea at the northern border of the Aurora realm. To get there, we must take a boat from the port, Lindong Port. That's quite a distance. Taking the train there is actually quite feasible train? Chun-Ling was taken aback. He had assumed this era lacked such technology. However, upon further reflection, if it were a steam train, it indeed wouldn't require advanced science. Yet, during his time in Frost Street, he had never heard of anyone utilizing it. Oh, Chun-Ling, you've never been on one? The first time you do, you'll be utterly astonished. It's quite remarkable. I haven't either. The tickets for that are rather pricey. The other silent individual finally chimed in. No worries. This time, Menggu will cover the ticket costs. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. The 4 followed Jiang Qin all the way to the border of District 3, where a straight iron track stretched from the distant snowfield, leading to a small, dilapidated platform before them. Technically, it was more of a shelter constructed on the ground, with a few stone steps, beside which stood a modest ticket booth marked prominently with the number 3, for the majority of residents in the Aurora realm. Particularly those from the 7 districts, there was little demand for train travel. Most people could spend their entire lives within their neighborhoods, lacking the notion of touring other districts. The development of the 7 districts was largely uniform, with little variation from one to another. The laying of railway tracks was primarily to facilitate the transportation of goods between Aurora City and the 7 districts. Thus, the simplicity of the station's setup was entirely reasonable. Jiang Qin approached the ticket booth and, after a brief wait, returned with 4 tickets. "Let us wait a moment. The train will arrive in about 10 minutes. Our timing is just right. This train only runs once a day, and missing it would be disastrous." The 4 stood on the platform, the desolate wilderness surrounding them, with only the ticket booth and themselves braving the cold wind. With the snow just beginning to melt and the platform exposed to the elements, they instinctively huddled together, anxiously watching the distant end of the track for the arrival of their savior train. "How about you, Chen Ling? Are you cold?" Jiang Qin's concerned voice broke the silence. "You seem to be dressed rather lightly." "Not cold." Chen Ling shook his head. "If I were, I could grab a coat from my suitcase. We'll need to enter the ancient military repository later, so don't catch a cold on the way." Without waiting for Chen Ling's response, Jiang Qin knelt down and opened his hardshell suitcase, rummaging through it. "Really, it's unnecessary." Chen Ling quickly waved his hands. "I have good physique. I can withstand the cold." Before he could refuse, Jiang Qin pulled out a deep brown overcoat and, without further ado, wrapped it around Chen Ling this time. "I'm the team leader of District 3. You'll listen to me." Jiang Qin patted his shoulder. "Even if you catch a cold on the way, it's fine. I brought 4 doses of cold medicine, which should suffice." "Thank you." Chen Ling, swathed in the thick, wind-proof coat, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and no need for thanks. Jiang Qin stood beside him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Chen Ling, some things aren't quite as you perceive. Menggu is a good person. He just has a tough exterior and lacks warmth while working, reluctant to clarify misunderstandings with others. I've long sensed the schemes of Ma Zhong and other enforcers from District 3, but we lacked evidence. Moreover, Ma Zhong has backing in Aurora City, and without proof, Menggu is powerless against him. Regarding your brother, we are truly, truly sorry." Jiang Qin gazed at him earnestly, his eyes devoid of any insincerity. Chen Ling hadn't anticipated such a sudden revelation, and he fell into silence amidst the cold wind. "I suspected as much. If Ma Zhong lacked any backing, he would not be able to develop the black market industries in Districts 2 and 3 with such unchecked audacity. Meanwhile, Han Meng is merely a law enforcement officer marginalized by Aurora City, and toppling the formidable faction led by Ma Zhong is no simple task for him. This time, it was Ma Zhong who sought his own demise, attempting to assassinate Menggu, which provided the pretext to uproot them entirely. However, even so, Menggu faced disciplinary action from Aurora City. Jiang Qin sighed deeply. "Do you know? If it weren't for the large-scale convergence of the Gray Realm in Districts 5 and 6, Menggu would have been imprisoned long. It is merely due to the severe shortage of personnel in Aurora City that he has not been dealt with yet. Nevertheless, he has been suspended." "Imprisoned? Isn't he the victim?" Chen Ling furrowed his brow. "Many in Aurora City harbor disdain for Meng Jai in this era. Those who are excessively righteous and principled seldom meet with favorable outcomes." Just as Jiang Qin finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. "The train has arrived," Zhong Yaoguang exclaimed. "So soon?" Jiang Qin turned to glance at the clock in the center of the platform, noting it had arrived 10 minutes early. As the thunderous rumble drew closer, a colossal black iron beast, exhaling vast clouds of steam, slowly approached the platform along the snowy tracks. Zhong Yaoguang nudged Chen Ling with his elbow, grinning mischievously. "What do you think? Spectacular, isn't it?" Chen Ling raised an eyebrow but remained silent. K18, indeed. "It is this one," Jiang Qin remarked, glancing at the ticket and nodding slightly at the train's number. It seemed they had arrived quite early. As the train gradually came to a halt, a conductor emerged, placing a board between the stone steps and the train door. "Those heading to Winterport, please board." The conductor's call dispelled any hesitation among the crowd, and they boarded the train in an orderly fashion. With the blast of the whistle, the train slowly departed along the tracks, eventually fading from sight against the snowy horizon. A few minutes later, a figure emerged from the ticket booth. Upon surveying the deserted platform, a slight smile crept across his lips, He then dragged a blood-stained black cloth bag from beneath the counter and walked away into the distance. Clang, clang, clanged, the black steel train traversed the snow, coming to a gradual stop at the platform. A conductor peered out of the train, glancing around before stating, "This station is empty. Let's go." The steam's roar echoed once more as the train gradually vanished from sight, leaving the black locomotive's top adorned with 3 prominently painted red characters. K-18, Chapter 55. The Thief of Faces. Chen-Ling and his companions stepped into the carriage. This train comprised 6 carriages, 5 of which were dedicated to freight, leaving only 1 for passengers. Upon entering, they noticed 4 individuals clad in similar law enforcement attire seated together. Presumably, they belonged to the same batch heading to the ancient military repository. "A 3. Here," Zhong Yaoguang said, locating their seats according to the markings and settling by the window. "What a pity. Had I known, I should have brought some fruits or snacks to alleviate the monotony of the journey." "If you wish to eat, I have some," another colleague offered, producing a bag of sunflower seeds from his bag. "Thank you." Chen-Ling had no interest in sunflower seeds, for since boarding, he had observed condensation forming on the window, revealing 2 lines of characters. Audience expectation value 7, current expectation value 36. Something fell off. Each time he noticed the inexplicable rise in audience expectation, Chen-Ling felt a tension coursing through him, as it often signified that something was about to occur. "Chen-Ling, want you have some?" Zhong Yaoguang extended the sunflower seeds toward him. Chen-Ling narrowed his eyes. This time, he did not refuse but accepted the seeds, crushing them in his hand and watching as they scattered onto the floor. "Not poisoned," Chen-Ling mused thoughtfully. Zhong Yaoguang's eyelids twitched. "Chen-Ling, even if you don't want to eat, there's no need to go to such lengths. You could have just said no." From their meeting onward, Chen-Ling's demeanor had been perpetually icy, seemingly unwilling to engage with them. To be honest, Zhong Yaoguang did not mind this attitude, as everyone comes from different backgrounds. However, Chen-Ling's actions were beginning to feel excessive. "Enough noise. Let us be quiet for a moment." Chen-Ling was currently frowning, meticulously searching for any discrepancies, entirely disinterested in banter. The expectation value had surged suddenly after they boarded, indicating that there was certainly something amiss on this train. "Chen-Ling, you..." All right, stop the fuss," Jiang Qin interjected at the appropriate moment. "We are all colleagues from District 3. What is there to argue about over such trivial matters?" "Chen-Ling is tired. Let him rest for a while." "Zhong Yaoguang, aren't you bored? How about the 3 of us play some cards?" With Jiang Qin's suggestion, Zhong Yaoguang, though displeased, refrained from commenting further. Since Chen-Ling was unwilling to socialize, he decided to leave him be. Fine. Jiang Qin seemed prepared, producing a deck of playing cards from his bag, and began playing with Zhong Yaoguang. Chen-Ling's gaze swept across half the carriage, even with the enhancement of secret eye. He found nothing amiss. Moreover, his limited knowledge of trains in this era made it difficult to glean any useful information. Thus, Chen-Ling's attention turned to the 4 law enforcement officers at the adjacent table. "Which district are they from?" he suddenly inquired. "Districts 5 and 6, Jiang Qin replied, glancing at their uniform numbers, confirming that only 4 had arrived, just as listed. Seemingly sensing Chen-Ling's scrutiny, the 4 law enforcement officers turned to look at him. After a brief exchange of glances, they redirected their gazes, calmly gazing out the window. Chen-Ling recalled that since boarding, he had not heard any of them utter a single word, not even casual chatter amongst themselves. Frowning, Chen-Ling sensed something was amiss, yet could not quite articulate it. "Where is Winterport located?" "On the border of Districts 1 and 2. Winterport is likely farther from the other larger districts. Other than traveling by train, they have no means of arriving here." Chen-Ling's mind raced, yet questioned what this train only contained them and the officers from Districts 5 and 6. Jiang Qin paused. "Perhaps District 7 is too far. They took a train yesterday, and District 4. Districts 5 and 6 chose to depart today. It's illogical for District 4 not to board this train." "Where are their people?" Zhong Yaoguang remarked. "We boarded the train. Why concern ourselves with whether District 4's people have boarded?" Chen-Ling disregarded his words, feeling as though he had grasped something significant. "Commander Jiang, how many people from District 4 are present this time?" "About 10, I believe." As the two conversed, Zhong Yaoguang, growing impatient from waiting, propped his head up with one hand and glanced out the window. "Huh? What's wrong?" his companion inquired. "Am I seeing things?" Zhong Yaoguang rubbed his eyes, widening them to peer outside. Where are the tracks? Upon hearing this, everyone froze momentarily. Chun-Ling quickly turned to look outside. The flurry of loose snow was whipped up by the wind from the steam train, rendering the outside world a blank expanse of white. At some point, the tracks that the train had been traveling on had vanished from sight. Everyone, please remain seated and refrain from moving about. A female conductor approached with a black basket filled with snacks and fruits for sale. She reached into the basket with a smile, asking, "May I offer you something?" Zhong Yaoguang and the others were momentarily taken aback, about to respond when Chen-Ling's voice suddenly rang out, "Be careful, bang!" The deafening sound of a gunshot resounded within the carriage as a bullet pierced the basket, striking Zhong Yaoguang, who was closest. In the next instant, Zhong Yaoguang's bewildered head exploded, splattering red and white all over the companion seated beside him, transforming him into a gruesome sight. This sudden turn of events left both him and Jiang Qin in shock. And immediately after, the conductor pulled the trigger once more. But almost simultaneously, a swift kick toppled the basket, sending it flying. Bang! The second gunshot rang out, the bullet embedding itself into the train's metal surface, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Jiang Qin, being an experienced officer, reacted swiftly, rushing in front of the female conductor and delivering a powerful right hook to her temple, sending her crashing into a nearby seat. In a flash, he drew his gun from his waist, aiming it at the female conductor, only for another bullet to come flying from afar. This time, it was fired by the 4 law enforcement officers from Districts 5 and 6, who sat calmly in their seats, squinting at Chen-Ling and his companions with mocking gazes. The bullet pierced Jiang Qin's palm, eliciting a pained scream as his handgun fell to the floor. Meanwhile, figures appeared at both entrances of the carriage. One was a middle-aged man dressed as the train conductor, and the other was a male attendant. Both fixed their cold, disdainful stares on Chen-Ling and his group. Sneering, "Good reflexes, but unfortunately, you won't be able to escape. Number 17, if you don't act soon, that kid's blood will be cold." The female conductor, who had been knocked down by Jiang Qin, slowly rose to her feet, casting a venomous glance at him. She then approached Zhong Yaoguang, who had been shot in the head, and placed her palm over his face. A flicker of grayish light passed through, and Zhong Yaoguang's skin and features vanished, leaving behind a bloodied visage with hollow eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. In the next moment, the female conductor's face contorted violently, gradually morphing into Zhong Yaoguang's likeness. She had stolen Zhong Yaoguang's face. Witnessing this, Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. The thief of faces, you are arsonists? Chapter 56. The thief of faces, you guessed correctly. The train conductor raised an eyebrow, lamenting the absence of a reward. How dare you hijack this train? Jiang Qin remarked, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Do you even know where this train is headed? To Lindong Port, the ancient repository of military strategies. The conductor approached the female attendant, who had transformed into Zhong Yaoguang, casually tossing her white gloves into the pool of blood, chuckling, "Otherwise, what reason would we have to steal your faces? So, your objective is the ancient repository of military strategies." Jiang Qin's spirit jolted. He swiftly picked up a handgun and fired repeatedly at the conductor. "Break the window and run." Bang, bang, bang. At the moment the gunfire erupted, Chun-Ling drew a short knife from his sleeve, shattering the nearby window with the hilt, sending glass shards and the howling cold wind spiraling into the train. Without hesitation, he leapt out. While Jiang Qin delayed, Chun-Ling had already surmised his intentions. With the adversaries outnumbering them and both ends of the carriage blocked, there was no escape but through the broken window. Jiang Qin moved with equal speed, shattering the glass beside him, darting out in the opposite direction of Chen-Ling. As for the other companion, his wits were not as sharp. It was only after Chen-Ling and Jiang Qin had already escaped that he realized what was happening and hurriedly made for the window. This brief pause allowed a bullet to accurately pierce his skull, causing him to falter and collapse. The conductor observed the shattered windows on either side with a grim expression. He exchanged a glance with the male attendant and calmly stated, "I will pursue that seasoned enforcer. You pursue the rookie?" Understood. Both figures promptly vanished within the carriage. Another attendant stepped forward, placing a hand over the face of the deceased enforcer, gradually transforming into his likeness. "The enforcers from Zone 3 are intriguing," remarked the 4 enforcers seated by the window. "Unlike those fools from Zones 5 and 6, who disappeared without a trace, offering no experience whatsoever, "It was that rookie who discovered the clues," replied the enforcer across from him. "He doesn't seem ordinary either." "Number 13 won't miss, will he?" "Miss? What nonsense are you talking? Number 13 is already at the second tier of Thief's Path. That rookie hasn't even reached the divine path. How could he possibly miss?" "True enough. Enough chatter. Come help me clean up the bodies. The blood is everywhere. It's disgusting." Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Chun-Ling crouched atop the train, observing the figure that dashed into the snow like a headless fly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, he was not fleeing at all. Although the principal eluded him, this train could travel across snow without tracks. Recklessly jumping down would surely lead him to be outpaced by the train on flat terrain, especially while being pursued. Therefore, he feigned escape through the broken window, instead gripping the train's edge below the window and quietly climbed back onto the roof. The most dangerous place was also the safest. Chen-Ling advanced along the train's roof, bending low as he moved towards the rear. The train comprised 6 carriages, the last of which was an absolute blind spot. Once the train distanced itself from the pursuers, he could disembark silently and depart. The arsonists, could their target also be the ancient repository of military strategies? Chen-Ling pondered everything that had transpired moments ago. Could it be that they were also after the divine path? Chen-Ling was not well versed in the arsonists, but judging by Jiang Qin's reaction, it seemed that every member of this organization possessed the thief's path. They aimed to steal the identities of rookie enforcers to infiltrate the ancient repository of military strategies, which was rather similar to his own plan. The enforcers from Zones 5 and 6 must have been completely eradicated. Including the attendants and the conductor, there were exactly 8 individuals, and no wonder they only allowed enforcers from Zones 3, 5, and 6 to board. They had calculated the numbers. He wondered if Jiang Qin would manage to escape. Chun-Ling traversed through the cargo compartment, now quite distant from the passenger carriage, and with the tumultuous wind and snow, he likely found himself in a blind spot. Just as he prepared to leap down from the carriage, a figure scrambled up from the far end, panting heavily. "I wondered why I couldn't find you. You're quite adept at hiding, aren't you?" The male attendant, drenched in sweat, glared at Chen-Ling with a venomous gaze. Chen-Ling remained silent. Audience anticipation 3. This is troublesome. It seems this antagonist is rather clever. Without hesitation, Chen-Ling drew his gun, aiming at the attendant, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot was drowned out by the roar of the train and the howling wind. Simultaneously, the attendant let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of dodging as he slowly advanced through the last carriage towards him. The bullet had already left the chamber, yet a gray blur flashed past, and he remained unscathed. Chun-Ling's brow furrowed immediately. Through his secret eye, he observed the bullet vanish just as it was about to make contact. Following that, a crisp clink echoed from the ceiling of the carriage. The vanished bullet had somehow fallen from the attendant's palm, striking the steel surface of the train and rolling away without a trace. Chun-Ling watched as the figure approached, pulling the trigger once more. Bang, bang, bang. The succession of gunshots rang out, yet not a single bullet could touch the attendant's body, as if they vanished into thin air. "You think a gun can harm me?" the attendant sneered. "Kid, the power of the divine path is not something an ordinary person can withstand." With a casual flick of his hand, several bullets fell from his grasp, uselessly dropping into the snow. Just as Chen-Ling was about to act, the attendant raised his hand and grasped at the void. The gun in Chen-Ling's hand instantly disappeared. The next moment, the weapon was in the attendant's possession, the black barrel aimed at Chen-Ling's forehead. Surprise flickered in Chen-Ling's eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed a skill of the divine path beyond the military divine path. The opponent seemed capable of stealing anything in his vicinity, including the speeding bullets and the gun he held. "Is this the power of the thief's path? Have I gained insight?" The attendant appeared to relish the astonishment on Chen-Ling's face, smiling slightly. "Then it is time to depart." Bang! A burst of orange fire erupted from the muzzle, and a bullet was instantaneously discharged. Almost simultaneously, a blur darted past, the deep brown coat slicing through the wind and snow. Leaping halfway across the carriage, the cold gleam of a short knife aimed directly at the attendant's throat. "Now you've seen eye in the wind." Chun-Ling spoke calmly. "You too should be on your way." Chapter 57. Blood handprint. The attendant's pupils constricted suddenly. Just as Chen-Ling's short knife was about to slice his throat, a gray flash swept past, leaving his palm empty. Chun-Ling's windstrike grazed the attendant's neck, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, and he stumbled back a step, retaliating by thrusting the short knife at Chen Ling. I forgot he could steal weapons, with both hands empty. Chen Ling could only dodge helplessly. This brief moment allowed the attendant to distance himself, precariously regaining his footing atop the train. How is this speed possible? The attendant gaped at Chen Ling. You two have mastered the divine path? Realization struck him, his expression shifting rapidly. No, you're not an ordinary rookie enforcer. Who are you? A member of the Scarlet Sky sect? Or a member of the Twilight Society? With his identity exposed, Chen Ling no longer feigned ignorance. He had to eliminate this individual quickly. The opponent knew too much. Even without weapons, Chen Ling could still engage in unarmed combat, relying on the lethal techniques he had learned from Han Meng. Chen Ling changed his pace, rapidly closing in on the attendant, who, having suffered once, seemed wary of Chen Ling's proximity, continuously using his gun and knife to maintain distance. As Chen Ling drew closer, the attendant had no choice but to retreat. Soon reaching the end of the last carriage, nearly having nowhere to escape. The deep brown coat billowed atop the train, steam mingling with the snow, gradually enveloping the two figures. Meanwhile, a narrow tunnel loomed ahead at an alarming speed. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow, barely a head's height taller than the train. Both combatants, caught in their fierce struggle, caught sight of the approaching wall and felt a simultaneous jolt of alarm. At the moment they were about to collide with the tunnel, Chen Ling reached for his chin and tore at it forcefully. A piece of facial skin flew into the air. Buzz! The train thundered through the tunnel like a cannonball, the compressed air emitting a deep rumble as chaotic light and shadow blurred past. Moments later, light once again illuminated the train's roof, and the attendant clumsily rose from the dented cargo compartment. Damn it, that was close. Just before he nearly collided with the tunnel, he had used his skill to steal the mud and sand from the cargo compartment, causing the tarpaulin below to suddenly collapse, allowing him to evade disaster by hiding within. Struggling to regain his balance, he spotted a blood-red cheetah lurking just a few steps away, its scarlet eyes fixed intently upon him. A cheetah! Upon seeing this creature, his pupils constricted sharply. He had no time to ponder why a cheetah had appeared out of nowhere on this train before raising his gun to shoot. Just then, the scarlet figure dashed across the train's roof like lightning. Its sharp claws sliced through his wrist, causing the gun to tumble from his grasp, followed by his hand, in the next instant. The cheetah lunged at his neck and face, its piercing screams resonating in the wind and snow, soon drowned out by the roaring train. Clang, clang, clang. Time slipped away unnoticed until the cheetah finally came to a gradual halt. It rose to its feet, transforming into the outline of a human. He lifted his hand and gently wiped the scorching blood from his cheek. The vivid crimson revealed Chen Ling's calm yet repressed visage. A mask concealing the madness within. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he casually scooped a handful of snow from the car roof and rinsed his mouth, spitting it out shortly after. This technique proved unexpectedly effective, he murmured to himself. This was his first encounter with an opponent wielding divine skills. Although he emerged victorious in the end, the adversary's peculiar abilities left an indelible impression on him. However, he surmised that the man before him possessed no more than second-tier strength. The first-tier skill pertained to the theft of objects, while the second-tier skill allowed for the theft of faces. Yet, strictly speaking, neither of these abilities bore any offensive capabilities. A thief remains a thief. In terms of direct combat prowess, they fall short of a soldier. Chen Ling gazed at the disfigured corpse, hesitating for a moment before bending down to strip it of all its clothing. Kicking the slick body beneath the car, where it was swiftly crushed into fragments by the steel wheels, he then crumpled the attendant's uniform and tossed it over the nearby cliff, watching it vanish from sight. Apologies, but the foundation of the soldier's path cannot simply be relinquished to you. The arsonist and his target were both relics of the soldier's ancient lore. Although he was merely first tier and alone, Chen Ling had no intention of conceding so easily. He planned to take a risk this time. The arsonist was an enemy, yet if utilized wisely, he might become a potent weapon. Chen Ling glanced at the passenger compartment, and a plan surged to life in his mind, his eyes once again glinting with madness. In this moment, Chen Ling felt acutely aware that his distorted divine path was rejoicing. His hollow chest was throbbing, and every cell in his body awaited the dance between life and death. He understood that this twisted divine path was reshaping his very character. but the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Audience anticipation 12, current anticipation 61. Which do you think will return first, number 13 or number 8? In the compartment, Zhong Yaoguang sat alongside another fellow trainee, casually munching on sunflower seeds while speaking. It should be number 13. After all, the enforcer leading the team from Zone 3 looks quite spry. I think I heard gunfire earlier, near the rear of the car. Someone must have met their end. I have a feeling it's number 8, given that he is 3rd tier and has learned that skill. Killing isn't a challenge for him. That makes sense. Just as the group chatted, a figure clad in a deep brown coat floated gracefully to the door of the compartment, stepping in with the falling snow. It was indeed number 13 who returned first. Zhong Yaoguang chuckled. What took you so long? That kid pretended to escape, but actually hid on the roof of the car, causing me to run around in circles before I finally found him. I am exhausted, Chen-Ling cursed under his breath as he casually made his way to his seat. Quite clever. It's evident he was the first to notice us, replied another enforcer. Here, have some seeds? Chen-Ling picked up a couple of seeds, munching on them while surveying the compartment. The other one hasn't he been captured yet? He asked nonchalantly. Jiang Qin fled at the same time. If he chose his path wisely, he might have a chance to escape. Chen-Ling didn't care about the others' fates, but he hoped Jiang Qin would survive. As he looked at the thick, deep brown coat he wore, a hint of worry crept into his heart. Not yet, not sure of the situation. I'll go check it out, Chen-Ling said, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he stood and walked towards the door. No need for that. Just then, a figure entered the compartment, approaching him slowly. Upon seeing that person, Chen-Ling's pupils slightly contracted. It was Jiang Qin, covered in blood, dragging a corpse across the compartment, stopping right in front of Chen-Ling. The body in his grasp was another Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin raised a blood-stained hand and patted Chen-Ling's shoulder, stating, the theft was successful. Well done. With that, he brushed past Chen-Ling. Chen-Ling stood in a daze for a long while, his gaze dropping slightly to see a shocking crimson handprint on his deep brown coat. Chapter 58. The Master Thief. The black iron beast surged through the snow, and within the solitary compartment, 8 enforcers sat in their respective places, perfectly replicating the scene from when everyone boarded the train. We are nearing Winter Harbor. Number 8 glanced out the window and spoke calmly. The first phase of the plan has been successfully completed. Next comes the most crucial part. The arsonist who replaced Jiang Qin, number 8, seemed to be the leader among the 8. As he spoke, the others, who had been leisurely chatting and cracking seeds, fell silent. Chen-Ling, who had been feigning sleep, slowly opened his eyes. At Winter Harbor, we will rendezvous with enforcers from other districts and 3 escort enforcers from Aurora City. According to our intelligence, one of these escort enforcers is 5th tier, while the other 2 are 4th tier. The disparity in strength between us and them is too great. We absolutely cannot confront them head-on. We must conceal our identities well. Before our arrival, I have provided each of you with a brief overview of the personalities and backgrounds of the characters you are to impersonate. It is imperative that you adhere to that disguise and refrain from causing trouble. Understood? What if the other enforcers initiate contact with us? Chen-Ling suddenly interjected. Then we must endure. Number 8 paused for a moment, emphasizing that this mission is of utmost importance and cannot afford any errors. Upon hearing this, the other arsonists visibly bristled, yet eventually nodded in agreement. Number 8, do we really need to be this cautious? Zhong Yaoguang asked, puzzled. Didn't they say a master thief would be coming to escort us? The master thief is a 7th tier powerhouse. There are only 5 of them in total. With him around, what do those escort enforcers amount to? Chen-Ling's heart sank. Master thief, 7th tier? Although Chen-Ling did not fully grasp the significance of the master thief's title, he understood the implications of the term 7th tier. People often say the path to divinity has 10 tiers. Thus, this so-called master thief is merely 3 steps away from divine status. So far, the most formidable divine wielder Chen-Ling had encountered was Han Meng, who was only 4th tiered, a master thief. Is that for real? Another arsonist's eyes lit up. Which one is it? Red, yellow, blue, white, or black? White. Number 8 replied calmly. The master thief is by Yi. Chen-Ling could distinctly feel the collective breath of the group grow heavier. Upon hearing that name, their eyes began to glimmer with excitement. While Chen-Ling didn't fully understand, he immediately followed suit, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing. With him around, what do we have to fear? We could simply wreak havoc in the soldier's ancient lore, Couldn't we? Someone among the group suggested. Wreak havoc in the soldier's ancient lore? Do you think the soldier's path is a mere playground? Number 8 shot him a glance. Among the 14 divine paths in the world, the ancient lore of extreme slaughter is not something one can simply invade with a master thief. The group fell silent. No one in the world can forcibly breach the soldier's ancient lore. To obtain fragments of the soldier's path's foundation, one must take advantage of divine trials. Otherwise, what are we to do? If something were to go awry before entering the soldier's ancient lore, such as if the 3 leading enforcers encountered trouble, Aurora City would immediately seal off the soldier's ancient lore, preventing any of us from entering. Therefore, before we enter the ancient lore, we must all keep a low profile. Understood. In the name of the end thief, Silver King, may this journey proceed smoothly. Number 8 stood at the center of the compartment, his fingertip touching his forehead in reverence as he spoke. In that moment, the expressions of all present turned solemn, as if participating in a ritual of faith, each mirroring his gesture. In the name of the end thief, Silver King, may this journey proceed smoothly. End thief. Silver King? Chen-Ling mimicked the others while mentally noting this title. It sounded as though it referred to a deity of the thief's path, akin to the faith of the arsonists. Sitting in his seat, Chen-Ling gazed out at the approaching harbor, lost in thought. Once again, it was the Aurora City enforcers and the master thief of the arsonists. He wondered if the members sent by the Dusk Society to receive him could be relied upon. The train came to a slow stop in the wilderness, over 10 kilometers away from Winter Harbor. This train had not been documented, so it could not stop at the station. Number 8 found an abandoned factory warehouse to conceal it. And then they proceeded on foot. As the group drew closer to Winter Harbor, the surrounding shops and pedestrians grew more numerous, bringing a sense of liveliness to the streets. Hot oil sticks, tea eggs, roasted sweet potatoes, fresh tofu pudding, extra. The latest news from the Aurora Daily. Districts 5 and 6 have suffered severe damage after the disaster, and there is a possibility of merging the 2 districts, reducing the 7 districts of Aurora to 6, plus the number 1 scandal. The 3rd young master of the Aurora City Star Chamber is marrying a renowned courtesan, only to discover after consummation that she is actually his long-lost aunt. Little brother, give me a copy of that newspaper about the 3rd young master marrying his aunt. Coming right up. The boy's bright voice echoed along the street, instantly drawing a crowd of passers-by eager to buy newspapers. Chen-Ling noticed that the other arsonists perked up their ears, seemingly unable to resist the urge to purchase a copy. Don't complicate things. Number 8 shot them a glance. The group shrugged off their curiosity. Newspapers, magazines, toys, playing cards, care for some? A languid voice chimed in from the side. Chen-Ling turned her head and caught sight of a dilapidated grocery stall, where a woman languidly sat, calling out while idly toying with a deck of playing cards. On the cover of the box, a clear image of the Heart 6 was visible. A thought flickered through Chen-Ling's mind as she glanced at the throng moving towards the harbor. Yet she did not halt her steps. Instead, she lightly averted her gaze and continued forward with the crowd. The group of 8 crossed the street and arrived directly at the harbor, where numerous figures clad in enforcement uniforms had already gathered, encircling 3 officers in trench coats. Just as the 8th individual had mentioned, the coats displayed 1 5-stripe and 2 4-stripes, distinctly visible. Greetings, I am Jiang Qin, the leading enforcer from Zone 3. The 8th individual stepped forward, respectfully addressing the 3 officers while presenting several documents. The enforcers from Zones 3, 5, and 6 participating in the military trial are all present, totaling 8 individuals. One of the 4-stripe officers scanned the group, picking up the documents to meticulously verify each name. When they joined the enforcement ranks, images had been recorded at headquarters, and now the officer was cross-referencing the photos, inquiring and comparing with a keen gaze that felt as sharp as a blade against the faces of the gathered. Ultimately, he gave a slight nod, marking off their names on the list. By the way, how did you arrive? The individuals from Zone 4 have yet to arrive by train. How did you get here first? The officer suddenly inquired. We took the train yesterday, the 8th individual replied with a faint smile. They mentioned they had never been to the Winter Harbor, so we came a day early to take a look. Unexpectedly, we ran into friends from Zones 5 and 6 along the way. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Another enforcer from Zone 5 nodded. All right then, you may engage in some light activities around here until the individuals from Zone 4 arrive. And then we can board the ship, but do not stray too far. just within 200 meters. Understood. Upon hearing this, the other few enforcers exchanged cautious glances and timidly asked, Commander Jiangqin, may we go buy a newspaper? Go ahead. The group promptly turned and walked away. Chun-Ling, with her hands in her pockets, silently followed behind them. Chapter 59. The meeting. Chun-Ling walked approximately 50 meters before abruptly turning and slipping into a nearby public restroom. She had naturally seen the rendezvous information provided by the grocery stall, yet given the size of Winter Harbor, it was impossible for her to approach the stall owner directly under the watchful eyes of the 3 officers and the 8th individual. To connect with the mysterious member of the Dusk Society, she needed to employ a more discreet method. Chun-Ling trailed behind a fortunate boy, and just as he was about to enter a stall, she delivered a swift blow to render him unconscious, then quickly dragged him inside and shut the door. When the door reopened, she had transformed to resemble the boy, adjusting her somewhat disheveled collar. Chun-Ling stepped out of the restroom and walked directly towards the grocery stall. Newspapers, magazines, toys, playing cards. Is there anything you need? Nothing. I'm off work now. Hello. I would like to write a letter to my mother. Just as the woman yawned, a youthful voice suddenly broke in. She looked down to see a pair of innocent, large eyes gazing up at her with a pitiful expression. Little one, we don't. My mother has a heart condition, and I want to give her some hope. Before the woman could respond, the boy continued, I only have $6 left. Can I send it? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through the woman's eyes, and she immediately smiled, pushing paper and pen towards him. But of course, you can write it here. Thank you. The boy swiftly picked up the pen and wrote on the paper. The fire thieves have infiltrated the ranks. The thief Saint Baiyi is lurking in the shadows, seeking support. After finishing the last word, he folded the paper and handed it to the woman. At that very moment, several enforcers hurried past him, heading towards the harbor. The enforcers from Zone 4 have arrived. The boy noticed and cast a deep glance at the woman before promptly heading back to the restroom. This woman was not a member of the Dusk Society, but served a similar role as the grocery shop in Zone 3, merely acting as a conduit for information. Although he had not directly encountered the member who came to assist, he was confident that the woman would relay his message. Thus, the Dusk Society would be prepared. And while it might not guarantee the dispatch of a member capable of subduing the thief Saint Baiyi, at the very least, it would ensure his safe retreat. With this thought, Chun-Ling felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. She returned to the restroom, reverted to her original appearance, and then calmly made her way to the gathering point. Meanwhile, the woman at the grocery stall scanned her surroundings with vigilance, carefully pulling the paper beneath the table and slowly unfurling it, only to freeze in place on the large sheet. There were only 2 blood-red characters. Die. The woman. Audience Anticipation 5. At the instant Chun-Ling saw those words, her heart skipped a beat. The surge in audience anticipation could only spell trouble. This was a lesson she had learned from her accumulated experiences. She attempted to survey her surroundings for any clues but found none. No assassins. No danger. She even circled the ship for a while, fearing someone might secretly breach the hull. With the arrival of the Zone 4 enforcers, the 3 officers summoned everyone to assemble, boarding the ship in order of their respective districts. There are quite a few from Aurora City. Almost half, Zhong Yaoguang remarked upon seeing a large group of enforcers gathered together. That's normal, replied another fire thief nonchalantly. Aurora City is the heart of the Aurora domain, monopolizing 80% of the resources. Initially, the 7 districts were designed to serve as outer factories for Aurora City. It is quite generous of them to allocate so many spots to the 7 districts. Chun-Ling followed their gaze and saw a large crowd of enforcers waiting by the ship, preparing to board, at least 30 individuals at a glance. They engaged in conversation, not sparing a glance at the enforcers from the other 7 districts. Conversely, the enforcers from the other districts cast envious looks in their direction. In fact, one could discern a striking difference in demeanor between the enforcers from Aurora City and those from other districts. Their every gesture exuded an air of confidence, making the others appear as if they had accidentally donned the same outfit as bumpkins. Amidst the many enforcers from Aurora City, 3 stood out particularly. They were conspicuous not because of their uniforms, but because they wore no enforcement attire. One was dressed in black, another adorned in luxurious jewels, and the last held a folding fan, leisurely fanning himself in the cold wind. They stood at the forefront, and no one dared to encroach upon their space. Even the three officers from Aurora City made a conscious effort to maintain their distance. "Who are those three?" a fire thief inquired curiously. "The one in black attire is likely Lu Xianming. His father is one of the 5 7-stripe enforcers from Aurora City, wielding considerable power. The one with the fan is Pu Wan. I heard their family hails from a scholarly lineage in another domain." "A scholarly lineage? What are they doing in the military trial?" "Who knows? And the one adorned in jewels? He's..." Zhong Yaoguang hesitated for a moment. As if he had just realized something, he picked up the newspaper he had just purchased, his eyes widening. "Now I understand why he looks so familiar. He is Yin Shizai, the 3rd young master of the Starry Commerce Association." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chun Ling narrowed her eyes and deliberately raised her voice, feigning shock as she spoke. "Is he the one who sleeps with his aunt?" "Quiet down." The leading 8th individual frowned. "Don't stir up trouble." At the same time, Lu Xianming in his black attire glanced over at Zone 3, speaking languidly. "Yin Shizai, your illustrious deeds have already reached beyond Aurora City in terms of notoriety. We certainly cannot compare to you." Yin Shizai's expression darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at the individuals from Zone 3. "Damn it, upon my return, I will bring the Aurora daily to its knees. These backstabbing dogs. Then you had better truly step onto the divine path. Otherwise, even if you return, you will be cast out of your family." "What am I afraid of? With Brother Pu here, I refuse to believe I cannot tread upon the divine path." "All right, let us board the ship." As the enforcers from Aurora City were the first to board, others followed suit. Compared to the numbers from the other districts, the combined 8 from Zones 3, 5, and 6 appeared somewhat meager. Once the headcount was confirmed, an enforcer nodded slightly, signaling for the ship to set sail. Amidst the blaring of the ship's horn, it gradually moved towards the center of the frozen sea. As soon as Chen Ling boarded, an unyielding voice called from the center of the deck, "Hey, you!" Chen Ling turned to find Yin Shizai standing there, his expression grim, beckoning her over. "Yes, I mean you. Come here." Seeing Chen Ling being summoned by Yin Shizai, the most anxious individuals were not Chen Ling herself but the surrounding fire thieves, who suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile flickered in Chen Ling's eyes. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 60. Chen Ling's plan. The biting cold wind from the frozen sea swept across, chilling the hearts of the fire thieves. Since boarding the ship, the enforcers had automatically divided into small groups, scattered across the deck. The 8th individual had originally intended to avoid the group from Aurora City to prevent any unforeseen complications, yet it seemed the other parties still had their sights set on them. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming and Pu Wan, standing nearby, turned their gazes towards this scene. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chun Ling finally took a step forward, slowly approaching Yin Shizai, who was surrounded by numerous enforcers from Aurora City. "What is it?" He spoke in a nonchalant tone. "What is your name?" "Enforcer from Area 3. Chen Ling." Yin Shizai scrutinized him from head to toe. "That overcoat of yours is quite nice. Take it off and give it to me." "On what grounds?" Chen Ling countered. As these words escaped his lips, a palpable tension filled the air, unmistakably indicating that the young master was irate and sought to reclaim his lost dignity at Chen Ling's expense. Yet Chen Ling was evidently not one to be trifled with. "Give him the coat. Give him the coat. Don't stir up trouble. We're about to enter the ancient repository. We mustn't provoke any issues." The hearts of the surrounding enforcers raced, silently praying for calm. Yin Shizai casually extended his hand, and one of the enforcers behind him promptly produced a thick stack of silver coins and handed it over. Tossing it carelessly, clink, dozens of silver coins scattered, landing on Chen Ling, before falling to the ground like refuse. "Is this sufficient?" Yin Shizai casually blew at his nails, speaking leisurely. "If it's not enough, I could always add a leg of yours." "How about that?" Before he could finish his taunt, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Yin Shizai froze. "Not enough." Chun Ling gripped the gun with one hand, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous slant, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered. "How about adding your life to the deal?" The enforcers around. Audience anticipation 5. Current anticipation 71. Chilling wind swept across the deck, and in the next moment, the onlookers finally snapped out of their astonishment. The dozen or so enforcers standing behind Yin Shizai were taken aback and immediately drew their weapons. Countless gun barrels were aimed at Chen Ling. Should he dare to fire, he would undoubtedly be riddled with bullets. Meanwhile, Lu Xinming and Pu Wan, standing at a distance, shared expressions of shock. They had considered the possibility of Qinling resisting, after all. Not everyone is a pushover, but they never imagined that after merely 2 sentences from Yin Shizai, the other party would draw a gun without hesitation, surrounded by so many enforcers from Aurora City. Threatening the life of the 3rd young master of the celestial merchants? Was he insane? At that moment, number 8 felt as though his heart nearly stopped. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to press down on the gun in Qianling's hand. Glaring at him fiercely, Qianling remained expressionless. You. Yin Shizai's face turned ashen. It was the first time in his life he had been so ruthlessly threatened. Don't you have any idea who I am? You dare to point a gun at me? Number 8 took a deep breath, lowering his stance, and apologetically addressed Yin Shizai. I sincerely apologize. Qianling has just been promoted to enforcer. He is quite young, and may not be aware of your status. Qianling. This person is the 3rd young master of the celestial merchants in Aurora City. You should be aware that they control 90% of the resource channels across the 7 districts, and 60% of the shops within Aurora City belong to them. Moreover, they are the largest sponsors of the enforcers' headquarters, responsible for paying the enforcers and even the officers. Do you understand my point? Number 8 glared at Qianling, almost biting out these last words, especially the latter half. The celestial merchants are the wallets of all enforcers, including the 3 enforcers escorting them. They possess the authority to terminate their journey at any moment. If you dare to harm even a hair on Yin Shizai, everyone from Area 3 will lose their qualification to enter the ancient repository. Hearing number 8's flattery, Yin Shizai's expression finally softened somewhat. After all, Area 3 is a rural place, and it is understandable for a young enforcer not to grasp the weight of his status. The more ignorant, the more reckless and crude. Just as Yin Shizai was about to speak, the gun muzzle was raised again. Yin Shizai, was it? Qianling calmly began. Was it this hand that threw money at me just now? In the midst of the astonished gazes of those around, Qianling did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang. Unlike the last time, Qianling's action was swift, without any warning whatsoever. Everyone assumed that upon realizing Yin Shizai's identity, he would be taken aback and abandon any notion of resistance. Who would have thought that he would dare to fire? Yin Shizai watched in horror as the gun was aimed at his eye, followed by the sound of the trigger being pulled. He screamed in terror, losing his balance and falling flat on his back. A bone-chilling wind swept across the deck, and Yin Shizai felt as though half of his soul had been scared away. He stared blankly at the unresponsive gun muzzle, remaining dazed for several seconds before coming to his senses. There were no bullets in the chamber. The deep brown overcoat danced lightly in the wind as Qianling slowly lowered his gun. A hint of mockery flashing in his gaze as he looked at the disheveled Yin Shizai on the ground. Qianling, what are you doing? Number 8 stared at him in disbelief. The people of Aurora City were merely fortunate. A bunch of fortunate fools. Commander Jiang, isn't this what you told me? Qianling spoke languidly. Number 8 was momentarily stunned. He fixed his gaze on Qianling's face, and after an indeterminate amount of time, he hoarsely inquired, Are you attempting to rebel? No, you are not. The latter part of his sentence remained unspoken. However, all the hidden enforcers seemed to sense something, their eyes on Qianling flickering with hesitation and astonishment. Commander Jiang, are you going to punish me? Qianling met Number 8's gaze calmly, his eyes narrowing into a subtle arc. On this ship? Number 8 was taken aback. To outsiders, this dialogue undoubtedly appeared as a conflict between enforcers from Area 3. Only the hidden enforcers could discern the underlying implications. Either Number 13 intended to rebel, although this possibility was slim, or the man before them was not Number 13 at all, but Qianling himself on that train. Everyone believed Number 13 would surely eliminate Qianling. After all, one was a formidable thief at the 2nd level, while the other was merely an ordinary individual who had just become an enforcer. How could an ordinary person possibly turn the tables on Number 13, especially while daring to bear the opponent's name, playing a dual identity game all the way? It seemed utterly impossible. Yet, this very scenario unfolded. Qianling looked at Number 8 with calmness, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He was well aware that his identity as an enforcer had been exposed among the hidden enforcers, but he was unperturbed. This was the vessel heading toward the ancient repository, filled with countless enforcers and 3 officers. Even if the enforcers were aware of his identity, they would undoubtedly refrain from taking action, let alone exposing him. Maintaining his hidden identity within the ranks of the enforcers, smoothly entering the ancient repository, and executing a counterattack at the very last moment, was indeed a commendable strategy, but it lacked allure for Chen Ling. Since this was a performance, he sought to elevate the audience's anticipation as much as possible, crafting more intriguing points of conflict. Chen Ling harbored an even more audacious plan. Chapter 61. The Ancient Repository. Audience Anticipation 3. You dare to toy with me? Yin Shizai's back was drenched in cold sweat. He regained his composure and felt utterly infuriated. He thought he had danced on the edge of death, only to discover that it was merely a jest played by Chen Ling. In that instant, his life had been toyed with by Chen Ling. You actually dare to fool me? How dare you? Yin Shizai staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with rage. Kill them for me. Swish! In the next moment, the many enforcers surrounding Yin Shizai simultaneously drew their guns, forming a circle of fire aimed at Chen Ling and number 8. A bunch of country bumpkins. They dared to mock me? Yin Shizai seized a gun from a nearby enforcer, thrusting the barrel against Chen Ling's forehead. What do you have to contend with me? With a single command, half the ship will come to kill you. And you? He abruptly turned the gun towards number 8. Yes, I was just fortunate in my birth. With a single word, I can have you country bumpkins reincarnated. What do you say? Number 8. Number 8 was entirely dragged into this by Chen Ling. His mind was already cursing. He had painstakingly brought a few enforcers, stolen the identities of enforcers from 3 major districts, and hidden his identity all the way here, solely to avoid trouble and blend into the ancient repository. Yet the appearance of Chen Ling had thrust them into the eye of the storm. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Young master, are we really going to shoot? One of the more composed enforcers from Aurora City cautiously inquired as Yin Shizai nearly went mad. What is there to fear? Can't this young master handle a couple of country bumpkins? Everyone, fire. Wait. Just as Yin Shizai was about to issue the order, 3 figures clad in black trench coats hurriedly approached. The 3 enforcers had been in the cabin discussing the upcoming itinerary when they heard the commotion outside, and upon stepping out, they realized chaos had ensued. Put down your weapons. Do you all wish to forfeit your entry into the ancient repository? Officer Wu Wen spoke coldly. The crowd exchanged glances, silently lowering their weapons. Officer Li, what do you mean by this? Yin Shizai furrowed his brow. They provoked me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. He emphasized the phrase acting in self-defense with great importance. Young Master Yin, please do not make this difficult for us. If a life is lost on this ship before entering the ancient repository, we must turn back, as mandated, and submit to an investigation by the enforcers' headquarters of Aurora City. Upon hearing these words, the fury in Yin Shizai's eyes was somewhat subdued. Indeed, this was a directive issued by the Bureau of Law Enforcement, and had it been elsewhere, a murder would have been just a murder. However, this vessel, en route to the ancient battlefield of Bingdao, held extraordinary significance for the Aurorian realm. Nevertheless, Yin Shizai remained unwilling to relent. He fixed his steely gaze upon Chen Ling and her companion, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Noticing this, a 4-patterned enforcer leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Young Master Yin, exercise restraint for now. It would be wiser to take action once we are inside the ancient site. It is commonplace for 1 or 2 to perish each year within the Bingdao ancient repository. We cannot afford to lose a life aboard this ship. Yin Shizai cast him a sidelong glance. His demeanor visibly calming, he glanced at Chen Ling and her companion, conceding, very well, I shall deal with them once we enter the ancient site. With Yin Shizai refraining from further aggression, the group of fire manipulators finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, they sensed that upon entering the Bingdao ancient repository, their plans might not unfold as smoothly. Number 8 cast a penetrating look at Chen Ling, who flashed a benign smile in return. Yet, for reasons unknown, this smile sent a chill through Number 8's heart, as the ship glided across the Cerulean Sea. Immense ice floes began to emerge around them, the biting cold seeping into their very bones. Despite donning heavy garments, the frigid air was relentless. Concurrently, at the horizon's edge, a darkened firmament gradually materialized. Even though it was still afternoon, the sunlight above the frozen sea began to wane, and the murky waters, laden with thick ice, flowed ominously past the vessel. This realm was visibly succumbing to darkness. Standing on the deck, The passengers gazed up at the sky, most of whom had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Including Chun-Ling, a black sky over a frozen sea? This marked the second time Chun-Ling had beheld such a grand supernatural occurrence since arriving in this era, the first being the aurora. However, even the omnipresent auroras within the Aurorian realm failed to penetrate this blackened sky, as if an invisible barrier existed, isolating all light from this domain. The young enforcers exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their concern. The domain of the god of war, the four-patterned enforcer spoke slowly. Since the dawn of humanity, we have traversed thousands of years. From the moment we began to gather in communities, human civilization was born. From the primitive acts of gathering firewood and hunting, to the intricacies of modern civilization, the concept of profession has woven through the fabric of humanity. The paths of divinity, including medicine, war, and craft, are manifestations of our collective divinity within the vast river of human civilization. The god of war's ancient repository embodies the tangible expression of this divinity, encapsulating millennia of human endeavors along a singular path. The Bingdao ancient repository, in essence, serves as the vessel of all conflicts and wars since humanity's inception. Do you see that sword? The crowd followed the direction of his finger, holding a colossal black sword that pierced the heavens, standing majestically like a mountain. It appeared to descend from the firmament, thrusting into the earth, its presence formidable. Even from the deck, they could only glimpse half of its blade, the other half vanishing into the inky sky above, beyond mortal sight. Beneath this sword lay the Bingdao ancient repository. Are we to venture beneath that sword? Indeed, but only to the outermost regions. The repository is vast, and you will only have access to a minuscule portion. The enforcer paused. The god of war's path, validated through conflict, offers you no opportunity for bloodshed within the Aurorian realm. Yet, within the manifestations of the ancient battlefield of the Bingdao repository, you may indulge in unrestrained slaughter. When you resonate with the essence of blood and fire, gathering sufficient killing intent, you may attract the foundational essence of the god of war, granting you the chance to tread upon the path of divinity. The crowd stared in awe at the approaching celestial sword, their minds overwhelmed with astonishment. The ship thrummed, the cold wind howled, and the garments of the passengers rustled violently in the gusts. Chapter 62. In the name of the King of Silver, seeking resonance. Gathering killing intent, is this the key to attracting the essence of the god of war? Chun-Ling etched those 8 words into his memory. He suddenly recalled the moment he received the god of war's gaze in his courtyard. Seemingly in a similar state, a profound hatred consumed him. Standing before the bone dagger, he had never taken a life before, yet he plunged a dagger into another's flesh. The killing intent that surged within him had nearly engulfed the entire courtyard before it subsided. However, the difference lay in the fact that he had been directly bestowed with divine insight from the stars, representing the god of war in the firmament, while those entering the Bingdao repository would acquire their divinity from its foundational essence. In terms of efficacy, the latter could not compare to the former. Before entering the repository, there are 2 rules you must remember. First, you may freely slay all beings manifested within the Bingdao repository, as they are but projections of ancient killing intent. However, you must not harm one another. The manifested beings can regenerate, but if you die.it is final.at this, he glanced at Yin Shizai and added. Of course, if you happen to perish at the hands of a manifested being during a skirmish, it would be considered an accident. Regardless, prioritize your own lives. Second, once you enter, the repository will automatically seal itself and will not reopen for 24 hours. During this time, you cannot exit at will. Once again, I stress. In the event of an emergency, prioritize your own life. Each year, enforcers are sent into the Bingdao repository, yet fewer than 1 in 10 ever tread upon the path of the god of war. Not reaching this path is inconsequential, but should one perish here, everything is lost. Every word from the enforcer served as a reminder to the group to temper their fervor, minimizing needless casualties within the repository. Meanwhile, Chun-Ling felt a piercing gaze upon him. He turned to find Yin Shizai, flanked by numerous enforcers, casting a cold smirk in his direction. The other 7 fire manipulators similarly regarded him with furrowed brows, their eyes glinting ominously. Chun-Ling disregarded their glares, his deep brown coat fluttering in the wind as he stood at the ship's bow, contemplating the approaching Bingdao repository. Before long, the vessel arrived at the base of the celestial sword. Docking before a grand portal. There were no walls, no paths. That black door stood solitary against the frozen sea. Behind it lay endless void. We have arrived. The four-patterned enforcer glanced at the time. Crossing through that door signifies your official entry into the Bingdao repository. The ship will await you here in 24 hours. The group exchanged glances, then moved to the edge of the deck, gazing at the solitary black portal standing before the abyss, momentarily uncertain how to proceed. Just then, Lu Xianming, who had remained silent, stepped forward, leaping onto the railing and catapulting himself through the black portal, disappearing entirely. Lu Xuanming's decisiveness startled the others, prompting more to follow suit. Taking a deep breath, they leaped from the ship into the doorway. Qinling, is it? Yan Shizai perched one foot on the railing, sneering at Qinling. I will be waiting for you within the repository. With that, he too leapt down, vanishing from sight, followed closely by the 7 fire manipulators. As the others nearly finished their exodus, only Qinling remained, dwarfed beneath the colossal celestial sword. Akin to an insignificant insect. 3 enforcers in trench coats stood behind him. Go on, the 5-patterned enforcer spoke slowly. Even if you choose to withdraw now, once ashore, Yan Shizai will find a way to eliminate you. His influence is far greater than you realize. Seeing Qinling hesitate, they presumed his fear. After all, anyone with sense would know that once inside the repository, Yan Shizai would unleash all his power to hunt him down. Entering this ancient site was tantamount to a death sentence for him. After a prolonged silence, Qinling slowly turned his head. He flashed a faint smile at the 3 enforcers. Who said I intend to withdraw? Leaning back against the railing, he gently tilted himself backward. His form gracefully plummeting from the ship, disappearing into the black portal. Audience anticipation 3. Current anticipation 77. As darkness enveloped Qinling, the next moment he opened his eyes, he found himself standing upon a precipice. The enforcers who had entered the repository before him now stood before him, forming a semicircle, seemingly awaiting his arrival. They regarded Qinling with a mixture of emotions: regret, sympathy, schadenfreude, and pity. Anyone who witnessed his altercation with Yan Shizai aboard the ship knew Qinling was doomed. This was the inevitable consequence of provoking Yan Shizai. Ultimately, he was but a fledgling enforcer from Zone 3. How could he possibly contend with someone wielding such power? Among them, there were also enforcers from other regions who mostly felt sympathy for Qinling. After all, even if they were to take his place, they would not fare any better today. Yet, they could not stand up and speak on his behalf. Their only solace was that it was Qinling whom Yan Shizai had targeted, and not themselves. Amidst the crowd's blockade, Qinling's expression remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze towards the figures at the periphery, including number 8 and others. The few fire usurpers exchanged glances, seemingly disinclined to intervene in Qinling's affairs, lost in their own thoughts. You truly dare to enter. Should I call you arrogant or courageous? Yan Shizai, surrounded by numerous enforcers, spoke languidly, his gaze towards Qinling as cold and piercing as ICE.as. He raised his right hand. The more than 10 enforcers from Aurora City simultaneously drew their weapons. A multitude of dark gun barrels aimed at Qinling, leaving him no avenue for evasion. Yan Shizai was resolute in his intent to kill Qinling here. The bullets sat poised in their chambers, with a dense web of fire before Qinling and an endless abyss behind him. He had nowhere left to retreat. Qinling's hand moved towards his waist. The moment he drew his gun, tension surged through the crowd, and Yan Shizai instinctively clutched the sacrificial vessel in his pocket. As Pu Wen stepped protectively beside him, the aura of the divine book quietly emanating. Simultaneously, all the armed enforcers instinctively prepared to pull the trigger. Yet, amidst the palpable tension, Qinling slowly pressed the gun barrel against his own mouth. A smile crept onto his face, his lips curling uncontrollably, madness glimmering in his eyes. Did you think that if I died, everything would end? Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he raised his right hand and gently touched his forehead, like a devout believer addressing the void. Usurp the heavenly path, seize the universe. In the name of the God of the end, Silver King. You shall all perish here. Bang! Qinling pulled the trigger. In the instant the bullet pierced his throat, his face flickered, transforming into that of the No. 13 fire usurper he had just slain, before helplessly tumbling into the abyss behind him. Fire Usurper. Chapter 63. The prelude to chaos as Chen Ling committed suicide before the crowd. The world fell into a deafening silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded, gazing at the vacant edge of the cliff, their thoughts momentarily frozen. He killed himself? Yin Shitsai was stunned for quite some time, believing him to be tougher than that, only to end up taking his own life. Something fell off. Did you see that? His face transformed into another person the moment he was shot. I saw it. What does it mean? I found it strange from the start. How could a minor enforcer from the 3rd District be so audacious as to confront young Master Yin? So, he wasn't Chen Ling at all. He was a fire usurper. Just as the crowd began to murmur among themselves, Pu Wen suddenly spoke up, his expression grave. Usurp the heavenly path, seize the universe. The god of the end, Silver Kinged. This is the faith of the fire usurpers. Fire usurpers. At the mention of those 3 words, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Is it that evil organization wanted by all human realms? Have they infiltrated the Aurora realm as well? I have heard that every member of the fire usurpers possesses the ability of the god of theft. They can easily steal anyone's face and blend into the crowd. They take pleasure in robbing others of everything. Identity, wealth, memories, emotions, family. It is said they can even steal divine paths. So the one who just died was not Chen Ling, but a fire usurper among us? They infiltrated the ancient vault of martial Dao. The atmosphere of horror spread rapidly among the crowd within the enclosed ancient vault, as they exchanged anxious words. Meanwhile, the fire usurpers themselves were in a state of shock. They had initially thought that Chen Ling had killed number 13 and then disguised himself as a fire usurper to infiltrate their ranks. But after Chen Ling was shot, he clearly transformed back into No. 13? So, number 13 did not fail? The one who did all that was indeed number 13 himself? He betrayed us. But what was his motive? All the fire usurpers felt their minds spinning, exchanging bewildered glances, seeing only confusion reflected in each other's eyes. He just said that we would all die. The previously silent Lu Xinming suddenly spoke up. If it were Chen Ling who had uttered those words, the crowd would find it laughable, given he was merely a powerless enforcer from the 3rd District. But if those words came from a fire usurper disguised as Chen Ling, the implication would be entirely different. At this moment, as everyone reflected on Chen Ling's words, expressions, and smiles before his suicide, a chill ran down their spines. But he is dead now. Can he still kill us? One of the enforcers spoke hoarsely. On what basis can you be sure that only one fire usurper has infiltrated our ranks? The moment this question was posed, everyone's hair stood on end. The hearts of the fire usurpers sank to the pit of despair. The fire usurpers infiltrating the ancient vault of martial Dao must have grand designs. Do you truly believe they would send only one person? Lu Xuanming's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. From another perspective, if he were the only one, why would he actively provoke Yin Shitsai? Inviting us to attack him? Wouldn't that be a sure way to expose his identity and seek death? Are you suggesting that he was deliberately trying to draw our attention away to hide his accomplices? That doesn't make sense either. Once he died, we would know that a fire usurper had mixed in. Wouldn't that make it easier to expose his allies? Could it be that a rift has formed among the fire usurpers? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but I still feel something is amiss. Chen Ling incited the killing intent of the Aurora City enforcers, leaving the fire usurpers utterly bewildered, and then this mysterious young man, standing at the eye of the storm, simply took his own life, leaving them with an endless array of enigmas. Yin Shitsai's expression darkened considerably. He had initially thought that by entering the ancient vault, he would be able to vent his frustrations on Chen Ling, yet he never anticipated that he would end up feeling even worse. So, there truly is a fire usurper among us? He gritted his teeth and asked. Who is it? The crowd exchanged glances, their gazes toward one another now tinged with wariness and hesitation. According to Lu Xuanming's earlier statement, any one of them could potentially be the one who was swapped out by a fire usurper. If I remember correctly, that Chen Ling should have come on the same transport as the enforcers from the 3rd, 5th, and 6th districts, who would seem to have realized something. There were only 8 of them combined, making them the most fitting candidates for a swap along the way. Swish, everyone abruptly turned their heads to look at number 8 and the others. Moreover, they had arrived a day early. An enforcer from the 4th district quickly added. They are very close to Winter Harbor, especially the 3rd district. Upon reflection, it seems unnecessary for them to arrive a day early. Even if they were here for leisure, Encountering enforcers from the 5th and 6th districts along the way would be too coincidental. Speaking of which, during the boat ride, Chun Ling's conversation with their 3rd district captain was quite peculiar. The 7 fire usurpers felt increasingly anxious as the crowd's dialogue progressed, acutely aware of the fear and suspicion reflected in the gazes directed at them, prompting others to hastily distance themselves, some even displaying murderous intent. Damn it! What is this? The 7 fire usurpers now felt like crying without tears. They had been discreetly disguising themselves among the enforcers, doing nothing wrong, yet suddenly their identities were about to be exposed, and with Chun Ling dead, all leads were severed, as their identities were on the verge of being revealed. The fire usurpers exchanged glances, their expressions turning sinister. Since exposure is imminent, why not eliminate them all? After all, once inside the ancient vault, no matter how much carnage they wreaked, the outside world would remain oblivious. Although they were outnumbered 10 to 1, the majority of the others were merely ordinary people, making them easy to kill. Enforcer Jiang Qin from the 3rd district, Lu Ximing crossed his arms, slowly speaking, "We need to verify the authenticity of your faces. Do you agree?" Suspicion had arisen, and without confirming the identities of the enforcers from the 3rd district, who could confidently continue their practice within the ancient vault, how do you intend to verify? Number 8 retorted, "I have heard that fire usurpers merely overlay the flesh of others on their own faces. If you let me cut your face, I can surely verify what's beneath." Instantly, all the gun barrels swung around, aimed at the 7 fire usurpers. Upon seeing this, Number 8's expression shifted rapidly. He fell silent for a long time, took a deep breath, and growled fiercely. Attack, at this juncture, even if they refused to undergo verification. It would be meaningless. It was better for them to take action and eliminate these bothersome enforcers. The moment those 2 words left his mouth, the 7 fire usurpers simultaneously changed their faces, reverting to their original appearances. The onlookers gasped in shock, realizing how close they had come to being deceived by those fire usurpers. Simultaneously, they did not hesitate to pull the trigger, but the next moment, the firearms in their hands vanished into thin air, only to reappear in the hands of the 7 fire usurpers. A bunch of kids who haven't even sprouted their first hairs. I've tolerated you for far too long. Number 8 spat, as the flash of gunfire illuminated the edge of the cliff. A bloody battle began to unfold. Chapter 64. The performance commences. This act of weapon theft left most enforcers in a state of bewilderment. The majority of them were novices who had never encountered the divine path, and were utterly unfamiliar with the thieving divine path, which originated from beyond the Aurora realm. The moment their weapons were stolen, they stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in succession, and the group of enforcers at the forefront fell to the ground like straw in the wind. With the first volley of shots, over 10 enforcers were lost. Yin Shitsai was taken aback. He hastily pulled one enforcer in front of him as a shield while the side of his ring ejected a silver needle, which he plunged into the body of the enforcer who had been riddled with bullets. The flesh and blood of that enforcer was frantically devoured. The red gem on the surface of the ring glowed, releasing a mysterious power that radiated from Yin Shitsai's palm. With a flick of his wrist, he carelessly tossed the drained enforcer aside, and with his right hand, he clenched the air against the hail of bullets. In the next moment, the firearms stolen by the 7 arsonists were twisted and contorted as if gripped by an invisible hand, their barrels curling up, bullets exploding from the chambers, injuring their own hands in the process. A sacrificial vessel? Number 8's eyes flickered with a glimmer as he raised his right hand, reaching towards Yin Shitsai to seize the sacrificial vessel. Just as he was about to steal it, Pu Wen stepped forward, producing a sheet of rice paper from his sleeve and pointing it at the 7 men in midair. The surface of the rice paper bore a powerful, dark character, sealed. As this character faded on the paper, the figures of the 7 arsonists momentarily froze, as if their bodies had turned to stone, experiencing a brief paralysis in place. The book Divine Path, first stage, sealing charactered. Witnessing this scene, Number 8's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Pu Wen had truly mastered the book Divine Path. How had he obtained entry into the ancient vault of military path? Wasn't Yin Shitsai bringing him along an obvious act of cheating? In a flash, a gleam of blade light sliced through the darkness, arching like a crescent moon across the neck of a frozen arsonist. Dressed in black, Lu Xinming halted, his straight blade already stained with blood, and at that moment, a large head rolled from the body of the arsonist behind him. One fewer among the 7 arsonists. Run! Lu Xinming, having slain one, did not strike again. Instead, he decisively dashed deeper into the ancient vault. We are no match for them. Split up and flee. This declaration jolted the other enforcers from their stupor, and they immediately turned to scatter in different directions. Though they numbered over 70, in a mere encounter, several arsonists had slaughtered over 10 of their comrades. While they had managed to exchange one arsonist for the aid of Yan Shizai's sacrificial vessel, Pu Wen's book Divine Path, and Lu Xuanming's sudden strike. Once the remaining arsonists broke free from the seal, they would easily turn the tide and annihilate them all. A second later, number 8 was the first to break free from the sealed. His gaze turned cold as he watched the others fleeing in different directions into the ancient vault. After a long hesitation, he chose not to pursue. Damn it! Number 14 was beheaded. The remaining arsonists resumed their actions, their faces darkening as they beheld the decapitated body of their comrade nearby. We underestimated them. Number 8 spoke slowly. Yan Shizai, Lu Xinming, and Pu Wen. These 3 are among the most powerful of the younger generation in Aurora City. How could they enter the ancient vault of military path without means of self-defense? It's mainly that Pu Wen, Zhong Yaoguang gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his book Divine Path, we could have swiftly stolen Yan Shizai's sacrificial vessel and Lu Xuanming's blade. Next time we meet, we must eliminate them. Number 8, shall we not pursue? Someone asked. Let us not forget our objective. The priority is to steal the foundation of the military divine path. Number 8 sneered as he gazed in the direction the others fled. As for them, even if they were to delay for 24 hours until the ancient vault reopens, what of it? Awaiting them outside will not be the 3 enforcers from Aurora City, but a thieving saint. The remaining arsonists envisioned this scenario, their lips curling up as a sense of relief washed over them. With a thieving saint backing them, what was there to fear? Indeed, let them dance a while longer. But what of this number 13? He is truly perplexing. Who exactly is he? Who cares? A dead man cannot stir up any waves. I just feel that everything is rather strange. Enough thinking. Our priority remains the theft of the foundation of the military divine path. The 6 arsonists turned away from the cliff, making their way deeper into the ancient vault, soon vanishing beyond the horizon. Time passed unmeasured, and a blood-red hand slowly clawed its way up the edge of the cliff. A mournful, chilling wind howled at the bottom of the cliff like a wailing ghost, as a figure draped in a scarlet opera robe crawled up from the abyss. Chun Ling spat out a shell casing, his punctured head visibly mending at an astonishing rate. His gaze swept across the blood-soaked corpses strewn about, seemingly counting 1, 2, 3.12, 13.13 dead, leaving 64. The slaughter was not yet intense enough. Complete a performance involving at least 50 participants, ensuring that no one survives after the performance ends. This was the objective left for Chen Ling by the twisted divine path. In other words, he must ensure that within 24 hours, everyone perishes here. If he were to rely solely on himself, killing the remaining 77 would undoubtedly be an insurmountable challenge. Among them were 7 united arsonists, as well as Yan Shizai, surrounded by numerous enforcers wielding sacrificial vessels. Pu Wen, who possessed the book Divine Path, and Lu Xinming, whose combat prowess remained unknown. The good news was that the Divine Path only demanded that no one survive. It did not require Chen Ling to personally slay them all. Thus, Chen Ling meticulously crafted this script, by using his own death as bait. He could draw fire towards the other arsonists, and amidst their brawl, he could not only cause casualties without bloodshed but also slip out of everyone's sight to manipulate everything from the shadows. Audience anticipation 8, current anticipation 35. At the dim cliff's edge, blood had dyed the earth crimson. Chun Ling, cloaked in scarlet, slowly crouched down, his fingertips brushing his lips before pressing them against the blood-soaked ground. Like an actor about to commence a performance, kissing the stage, a smile crept upon his lips, as if completing some ritual, murmuring. The performance begins. Chapter 65. It is that Qin army's lackey. How is it? Are they pursuing us? Yan Shizai distanced himself from the cliff, sprinting several kilometers before finally stopping, panting heavily. At this moment, aside from Pu Wen, who had been following closely, only 8 enforcers from Aurora City remained. In the earlier panic, they had scattered almost completely. Number 1 enforcer glanced back. It should be safe here. Damn it. What are the enforcers of Aurora City doing? How could they allow arsonists to infiltrate? Yin Shizai cursed. This matter must be held accountable. I demand an explanation. Just as they were conversing, a figure rushed toward them. Is it an arsonist? Upon seeing the approaching figure, Yin Shizai tensed instinctively. No, it's Xiao Jin. Upon recognizing the man's face, one enforcer immediately spoke up. His leg isn't well. He runs a bit slowly. He has been trailing behind the group. Could he have been swapped out by an arsonist? Someone in the crowd murmured softly. As this remark was made, the expressions of the others changed immediately, their vigilance directed at the sweating Xiao Jin, as if wary of something. Young Master Yin, wait for me. Xiao Jin, limping, stumbled toward them, his face pale. However, before he could approach the others, Yin Shizai coldly commanded, "Stop." Xiao Jin froze in his tracks. "Who are you?" I'm Xiao Jin," he stammered, dazed by fear. My father is Jin Chonglin, your family's gardener. I served you tea this morning. You don't remember me? Yin Shizai narrowed his eyes, signaling to the enforcer beside him, who immediately understood. He drew a short knife from his waist and slowly approached Xiao Jin. "Young master, what are you doing?" "Verifying your identity." Yin Shizai replied coolly, "You are moving too slowly. There's a possibility you were swapped out by an arsonist." "I wasn't." Xiao Jin exclaimed anxiously, "Young master, I truly wasn't. I'm slow because my leg is lame. I really wasn't swapped out. Whether you were swapped or not, we'll know if we cut your face." The enforcer stepped before Xiao Jin, the blade's cold gleam reflecting on his face. Xiao Jin's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Young master, please don't cut my face, I beg you. I'm already lame. If you cut my face, how will I survive?" The enforcer hesitated upon seeing this, glancing back at Yin Shizai, who, however, waved his hand in annoyance. "What are you looking at? Cut." "Sorry, brother." The enforcer seized Xiao Jin by the collar, the sharp tip of the knife piercing his cheek. Then gradually applying pressure downward, a piercing scream erupted from Xiao Jin's throat. His face contorted in agony as crimson blood seeped from his skin, a ghastly gash marking half of his cheek, exposing the flesh beneath. Beneath the flesh, there was no other face. The enforcer sheathed the short knife, standing up and nodding slightly to Yin Shizai and the others. "It is indeed him." The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, the crisis is averted." Hu Wen cast a glance towards the direction of the cliff. The group of arsonists had not pursued them, indicating they likely had other objectives. As long as they did not provoke us, their intentions mattered little. Yin Shizai spoke in a low voice, declaring that once 24 hours had passed, their demise was inevitable. Until then, more pressing matters awaited our attention. In order to bring you into the ancient repository, I have exhausted all my connections and favors. Should I fail to tread the path of the war god, I shall never attain control over the Starry Commerce Guild in this lifetime. Let it be known from the outset that I can only assist you in seizing the murderous aura through the Book of the Gods. Whether you can step onto the path of the war god is entirely up to you." Hu Wen glanced at him. "No need for your reminders." Yin Shizai's eyes glinted with ruthlessness as he waved his hand, urging everyone to hurry. The group followed closely behind him, venturing deeper into the ancient repository, leaving behind a solitary figure, bloodied and lifeless, sprawled on the ground. Xiao Jin struggled to rise, a ghastly scar bisecting his cheek. He stared vacantly at the departing figures, his eyes filled with desolation. After a moment, he finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth and trudging to catch up with them. Is this the interior of the Warpath ancient repository? Beneath the somber sky, the figure of Chen Ling, clad in a striking red theatrical robe, stood alone in the desolation, murmuring to himself. Chen Ling refrained from pursuing any faction, for there was ample time until the Warpath ancient repository reopened. During this interval, it would be prudent to let the tensions simmer, as he was certain that the chaotic bloodshed was far from over, merely in a temporary lull. In other words, let the bullets fly a while longer. Chen Ling also required some time to devise a method to steal the foundation of the path. He vividly recalled the enforcer who led them into the repository, stating that when one finds resonance amidst blood and fire, and gathers sufficient murderous aura through slaughter, the opportunity to attract the foundation of the war goddess path would arise. How exactly does one achieve this? Chen Ling pondered as he traversed a small hillock. Before long, he spotted a narrow ravine embedded in the earth not far from the hill, where 10 armored figures stood together, weapons in hand, seemingly engaged in conversation. Their garb and weaponry bore no resemblance to those of this era. Could this be the ancient projections of murderous aura spoken of by the enforcer? Chen Ling hesitated for a moment before descending the hillock and approaching the ravine. As he stepped into the ravine, the 10 armored figures suddenly sensed his presence, whirling around to fix their gaze upon the crimson-clad Chen Ling, as if he were their father's nemesis, and roared, "It's that Qin army lackey! Kill!" In the next instant, the 10 warriors brandished their spears and charged towards Chen Ling, brimming with murderous intent. Chen Ling was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back, causing his foot to leave the ravine's threshold. Immediately, the 10 figures halted, as if losing their target, turning back to regroup, lowering their weapons as they gathered in discussion. Chen Ling. He contemplated, stepping once more into the ravine, prompting the 10 figures to seethe with rage. Charging at him anew. "It's that Qin army lackey! Kill!" Chen Ling retracted his foot, and they once again fell silent, turning back. Chen Ling took another step. "It's that Qin army lackey! Kill! It's that Qin army lackey! Kill!" This refrain echoed repeatedly, and Chen Ling regarded the expressions of the 10 figures with profound bewilderment. Were they not akin to NPCs? Chapter 66. The repository. Chen Ling seemed to grasp the essence of this Warpath ancient repository. The enforcer aboard the ship had mentioned that the Divine Path ancient repository was a manifestation of the divinity of the Divine Path within the mortal realm, encapsulating the cumulative essence of humanity over millennia along a specific path. Initially, Chen Ling had little understanding of this concept, yet the current scene vividly reminded him of a term from a bygone era, repository. The Warpath ancient repository resembled a super repository, consolidating all of humanity's historical warfare and bloodshed, presenting them through some form of logic, while the trial segment they occupied was likely the periphery of this repository. The ravine before him appeared to have preserved a fragment of war history. Once someone entered its confines, it would trigger a manifestation, and upon exiting, the projections of murderous aura would reset automatically. No wonder the enforcer had advised them to act within their means. In this mode, as long as the participating enforcers did not act recklessly, they could ensure their safety by fleeing at the first sign of overwhelming odds, making it an ideal training ground for novices like them. Chen Ling stepped into the ravine once more, this time not retreating, but striding purposefully towards the 10 figures. "Is that Qin army lackey? Kill!" The soldiers bellowed, charging at him with their spears. In this confined terrain, there was no choice but to confront them head-on. The darkened, blood-stained spear tips sliced through the air, yet did not graze Chen Ling's form, as he deftly evaded their trajectories, swiftly closing the distance. In a blink, a gleaming dagger flashed, severing the throat of the first soldier. Almost immediately, 3 spears lunged at him. These soldiers were nothing like the rabble from Ice Spring Street. They were clearly trained, exhibiting remarkable coordination and precision in their strikes. Chen Ling gripped the dagger, retreating within the ravine to dodge the frenzied thrusts, while simultaneously pushing off the wall with his foot. He leaped into the air, vaulting over the wall of spears, landing amidst several of them like a phantom. The hem of his robe arced gracefully as the white cold light swiftly claimed the lives of 3 more. In this close-quarter engagement, the dagger's agility far surpassed that of the spears, and the soldiers were caught unawares, collapsing one after another in mere moments. Chen Ling had dispatched 4 warriors. He turned to gaze at the lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood. An indescribable sensation stirring within him. He was uncertain how he had achieved it. The maneuver of leaping from the wall and dispatching them had felt instinctual, a reflex devoid of conscious thought. It was as if that he innately understood the most efficient way to kill. After slaying 4 soldiers, Chen Ling watched as their bodies transformed into black mist, flowing into him, while an inexplicable craving surged within his mind. This sensation was difficult to articulate, akin to emerging from a gangster film, spine straightened, eyes fierce, perceiving everyone as insignificant. Under the baptism of murderous aura, his soul yearned for even more intense combat, hungering for blood and fire. With a glint of savagery in his eyes, Chen Ling wasted no time in launching himself once more at the remaining 6 soldiers. A flash of red danced through the throng. Under his agility, the advantage of the long weapons became meaningless, while the 6 soldiers retreated in disarray, unable to withstand the dagger's cunning angles of attack. Finally, Qianling's ferocity caused their formations to falter. As the first fell, more followed suit, collapsing in a torrent of blood that soaked the ground, the chilling murderous aura enveloping the ravine, all drawn into Qianling's form. Traitors, may they meet a grim fate. Qianling's dagger pierced the chest of the last soldier, whose blood-red gaze remained fixed upon him. Blood gushed from his throat as he uttered his final words, collapsing into the crimson pool. The last waft of murderous aura flowed into Qianling, who gazed down at the scattered corpses, contemplating. Qin army lackey, did I wonder which war this projection belongs to? Qianling was not well versed in history, nor did he wish to delve into it. For him, the priority was to seize the foundation of the war goddess path as swiftly as possible. Just as he prepared to leave the ravine, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. The sky above the war path ancient repository churned, and the colossal black sword that pierced the heavens gradually revealed itself through the swirling clouds, a distant glimmer emanating from the tip of its hilt, where a dark red gem shimmered like a star. In that moment, Qianling felt the murderous aura within him begin to boil, as if something intangible had locked onto him. Wait, why does this sensation feel so familiar? As Qianling stood in bewilderment, a black satin ribbon extended from the gem on the sword's hilt, slithering through the clouds, darting straight towards him. Meanwhile, in another part of the war path ancient repository. Useless, with so many of you. Can't you even handle 3 projections of murderous aura? In a narrow ravine, 7 enforcers clumsily wielded their swords, retreating in disarray against the onslaught of 3 armored soldiers. Yin Shizai and Pu Wen stood outside the ravine, observing the arduous battle, unable to suppress their frustration. 7 against 3, and you can't even win. What kind of enforcers have you all been for the past few years? The 7 enforcers within the ravine were at their wits' end. They had indeed served as enforcers in Aurora City for 3 years, but what era was it now? Enforcers typically carried firearms, and practicing marksmanship was exponentially more useful than honing close combat skills. How many of them had even trained with melee weapons? Yet, ironically, their firearms had been stolen by the arsonists. Without guns, they could only scavenge for nearby melee weapons. But how could they, who had barely held a sword, compete against soldiers battle-hardened throughout history? Thus, even when they found a ravine with only 3 projections of murderous aura, they were still overwhelmed in their assault. Yin Shizai fumed with exasperation. Pu, hurry and intervene. If this continues, I fear I might lose my temper and eliminate this entire group of incompetents. Yin Shizai suppressed his fury, addressing his companion, Pu Wen. Pu Wen nodded slightly, extending his hand to retrieve a sheet of rice paper from his sleeve, which reappeared in his grasp. Freeze, he whispered to the 3 armored soldiers, as the character for freeze vanished from the paper. The 3 armored soldiers simultaneously became immobile, while the remaining enforcers finally breathed a sigh of relief and unsheathed their swords, charging toward them with grim determination. In the midst of the chaos, 3 enforcers struck vital points, absorbing the murderous aura that had emerged after the soldiers' disappearance. Their eyes suddenly brightened, as if something was blossoming within them. The weariness that had previously consumed them vanished without a trace, and their spines straightened involuntarily, a newfound vigor illuminating their brows. What are you dawdling for? Step forward, Yin Shizai urged once more. The others obediently stepped out. After so much time, they had only absorbed 3 instances of murderous aura. At this pace, when would they attract the attention of the war god path? Yin Shizai expressed his displeasure. The attention of the war god path varies from person to person. Pu Wen interjected at an opportune moment. Some are innately suited for the war god path. Even if they kill but one person, they can draw the attention of the divine. Others may not be suited at all. Even if they gather dozens of instances of murderous aura, they may still fail to attract it. I know. Yin Shizai waved his hand dismissively. That's precisely why I called you here. If a few instances are insufficient, then let's gather 100, 200. I refuse to believe that I, Yin Shizai, am destined to be without connection to the war god path. After saying this, he pointed to the 3 enforcers who had absorbed the murderous aura. Quickly, use your skills to transfer their murderous aura to me. Pu Wen shook his head. The number of consumed characters is limited. We should wait until their murderous aura accumulates further before using it, otherwise, the efficiency is too low. Very well, Then let's find a location with more projections of murderous aura and proceed slowly, boom. Before Yin Shizai could finish his sentence, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Everyone froze, witnessing the clouds disperse as a black ribbon extended from the sword's hilt, plunging straight downwards not far away. Upon seeing this scene, Yin Shizai's eyes widened in shock. The war god path. Had someone already begun their ascent to the war god path shortly after entering? This shouldn't be possible. Among the enforcers this time, could there truly be such a genius? Pu Wen pondered, could it be Lu Xianming? Let us go see, Yin Shizai declared immediately. We cannot provoke Lu Xianming. But if it's someone else, that would be a different matter. The group hurriedly set off toward the location where the divine presence was descending. Number 8. Someone has already attracted the divine presence. A flame manipulator remarked upon witnessing the spectacle from a distance. I see it. Number 8's gaze followed the black ribbon upward, eventually landing on the dark red gem embedded in the sword's hilt. Is that the foundation of the war god path? The foundation on the sword's hilt? How do we steal it? Do we climb up? Impossible. Number 8 shook his head. Where we currently stand is merely the outermost and smallest area of the ancient armament repository. It was selected as the trial ground for the Aurora realm precisely because of its simplicity and lack of danger. However, the closer one approaches that sword, the more perilous the area becomes. It is said that within the depths of the ancient armament repository, there exist several ancient and powerful beings. Let alone us, even a master thief could not breach the vicinity of that sword. Then how do we steal the foundation? We cannot touch the foundation, but we can wait for it to come to us. Number 8 raised his hand, pointing at the black ribbon extending from the foundation. That is our medium for contact, our only opportunity to steal the foundation. To steal the foundation, we must first attract the war god path to come to you, so we must gather murderous aura like those enforcers. Drawing the foundation's attention? That is indeed the most prudent method. As they spoke, the group arrived before a larger ravine. At the center of the ravine, over 50 armored soldiers stood gathered in formation. Facing forward with a menacing aura. 7 flame manipulators halted at the ravine's edge, exchanging glances before nodding slightly. The next moment, they charged into the ravine simultaneously. In the 10-person ravine, the black ribbon extended straight above Qinling, and a sudden, oppressive aura descended. The war god path? Qinling recalled that when he had drawn the attention of the war god path in his courtyard, a similar phenomenon had occurred. Yet the difference was that the ribbon at that time had been thicker, more substantial, resembling steps descending from the heavens. But the one before him now extended from the hilt of that black giant sword. So this is how one attracts the war god path? Qinling exclaimed in astonishment. Is it really that simple? Wasn't it said that even entering the ancient armament repository and gaining approval from the war god path was exceedingly difficult? Wasn't it said that less than 1 in 10 could tread the war god path each time? Qinling felt a bit dazed. After all, he had merely chosen a 10-person ravine and soon slaughtered through it. He never expected to attract the war god path so effortlessly. It had been less than an hour since he entered the repository. The war god path, was it truly so unreserved? Why did it seem to respond every time he casually provoked it? So that is the foundation of the war god path. Qinling's gaze fell upon the source of the black ribbon. The gem embedded in the sword's hilt. He tentatively extended his hand, intending to touch the gem through the war god path itself. However, before his fingertips could graze the black ribbon, it suddenly quivered violently. It then retreated rapidly, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Qinling reached out, but grasped only air. Looking back at the void behind him, he noticed the pairs of crimson eyes gradually fading. The oppressive presence of the onlookers frightening the war god path away, leaving him no opportunity to make contact. As expected, even entering the ancient armament repository, the outcome remained unchanged. The divine presence fled upon sighting him. This was problematic. Qinling furrowed his brow. If he couldn't even touch the divine presence, how could he steal the foundation? It seemed he might have to resort to robbing those flame manipulators. It was unrealistic for him to single-handedly take down 6 flame manipulators. He would have to employ cunning instead. However, with the enforcers and flame manipulators maintaining a neutral stance, how could he hasten the process to reignite their conflict? As Qinling pondered, a shadow suddenly fell from the retreating war god path, plummeting through the dim sky and precisely landing before him. Bang! Attracted by the dull sound, Ling glanced down to find a bloodied token quietly resting on the ground. Confused, he looked back at the retreating divine presence, then stepped forward to pick up the token, examining it closely in his hand. This token bore a sense of age, feeling cold to the touch. As if made of some metallic material, through the thick, dark bloodstains, he could barely discern two characters beneath. They were not the simplified characters he was familiar with, but rather resembled small seal script. Ling could not decipher seal script, but the first character bore a striking resemblance to the character for white. White? Ling immediately recalled that while on the train, number 8 had mentioned the master thief by Yi. Yet the second character did not resemble Yi at all, and moreover, this token possessed considerable historical significance, surely not a modern creation. Ling scrutinized the mysterious second character, sketching it in the dirt for some time, then hesitantly drew another character that closely resembled it in simplified form. On the gray-white earth, the two characters combined to form a name that sent a shiver through Ling's heart. By Qi. Chapter 68. Has it chosen me? The god of killing, by Qi? Ling had certainly heard of this illustrious name. Even in the annals of human warfare history, it held significant weight. But why had this token inscribed with the characters for by Qi fallen from the war god path? Moreover, the timing and location of its fall seemed almost as if someone had deliberately placed it into his hands. Gazing at the towering black sword that pierced the heavens, a sudden thought flashed through Ling's mind. If the ancient armament repository served as a repository of human warfare, did it not also contain the data of certain renowned generals? For instance, by Qi. Ling carefully examined the token, trying to uncover additional clues, when a voice called out from a distance. Strange, why has the war god path disappeared again? It has been controlled by someone, hence it vanished. However, judging by the position, that person should not have gone far. There's a ravine here. Inside are 10 projections of murderous aura. That person must have gathered murderous aura here to attract the war god path. Ling heard Yin Shizai's voice among them. Clutching the Bai Qi token, his eyes narrowed as a thought rapidly formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he tucked the token into his bosom, then ripped off his own face, transforming into an identical Bai Qi token, lying quietly at the bottom of the ravine. After Ling slaughtered through the 10-person ravine, the 10 projections of murderous aura seemed to refresh, firmly occupying the entrance of the ravine, while Yin Shizai and the others were kept outside. Tiptoeing to see what was happening inside. Is there anyone inside? Yin Shizai inquired. Uncertain. These murderous aura projections are blocking the view. Then let us eliminate them first. Yin Shao, but these are 10 projections of murderous aura. We cannot handle this. Useless. With Pu Lao Di here, what is there to fear? Charge. Yin Shizai bellowed in anger, kicking one of the enforcers and sending him directly into the 10-person ravine. It's those Qin army lackeys. Kill! The 10 armored soldiers charged forward with fierce determination, brandishing their spears. Upon witnessing this, Pu Wen had no choice but to once again produce a binding character, momentarily immobilizing 10 soldiers. The other enforcers, wielding swords and daggers, followed suit, surging forward en masse. A flurry of strikes resulted in the demise of 6. Mere seconds later, the remaining 3 soldiers broke free from their restraints and engaged several enforcers in fierce combat. Confronted with the lively and mobile trio, the crowd momentarily lost their composure, retreating in disarray into the chasm, abruptly falling into a stalemate. Though not be deceived. The binding character can only be effective once on the same target within a short span. I cannot assist you further, Pu Wen remarked, feeling Yin Shizai's gaze upon him, shrugging in resignation. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Yin Shizai berated. Today, the one who accumulates the most killing intent shall have their pick of the squads at the Aurora Realm Enforcers headquarters upon returning. But woe betide anyone who accumulates the least. I will have their position. With this proclamation, all enforcers seemed invigorated, charging wildly towards the 3 armored soldiers. Sharp spears sliced through their forms, leaving behind gruesome wounds. Yet, amidst the reckless assault and sheer numbers, the 3 armored soldiers were ultimately overwhelmed, succumbing to the most fervent of the enforcers' attacks. 10 threads of killing intent were absorbed by the crowd, their eyes shining ever more brightly. Even the enforcer known as Xiao Jian, who had a limp, felt a marked improvement in his aura after dispatching one of the armored soldiers, the dullness in his gaze gradually replaced by an unprecedented sense of confidence and power. Is this what it means to harbor killing intent? Xiao Jian pondered, admiring his hands, beginning to relish this newfound sensation. Witnessing this, Yin Shizai's expression finally softened. He hurried into the chasm, peering deeper within. Is anyone there? It seemed not. An enforcer took a few steps forward but saw no figures. The one who first acquired the path of the war god must have already departed. With a soft thud, a blood-stained token slipped from a rock, landing before Yin Shizai. What is this? Yin Shizai inquired, discovering the bloody token, bending to retrieve it, his eyes brimming with confusion. Pu Wen approached, and upon seeing the small seal on the token, his countenance shifted in shock. Bai Qi? Bai Qi? Who is that? Yin Shizai asked. He is a legendary ancient general, Pu Wen explained, fixating on the token with astonishment. Most records concerning him had been obliterated in the Great Calamity, but it is said he was bestowed the title of God of Killing. The God of Killing? Even Yin Shizai, who was not well versed in history, felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be he is still alive? Impossible, Pu Wen shook his head. The ancient path of war indeed serves as the vessel for all warfare and slaughter thus far, but historical figures remain historical figures. Even if Bai Qi truly appeared, it could only be a projection of some segment of his martial prowess. Resurrecting figures from history is simply unattainable. Yin Shizai's interest waned. So, this object is a fake? No, the aura of the war god emanates strongly from this token. It should not be counterfeit, Pu Wen replied uncertainly. Even if it is merely a projection of slaughter, given by Qi's standing, it should be among the highest echelons within this ancient repository. The emergence of his token here may indicate that the path of the war god is attempting to convey a message to you. The path of the war god, conveying a message to me? Yin Shizai clutched the token, momentarily dazed. Are you suggesting deity has chosen me? As he uttered the final words, a tremor of excitement coursed through his voice, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented fervor. At that moment, all his previous discontent dissipated. Each year, countless individuals enter the ancient path of war, embarking upon the war goddess journey, yet how many are truly chosen and bestowed with something? If this token is indeed as Pu Wen described, its worth could easily eclipse that of any other enforcer who has entered the trials, even if he never set foot on the war goddess path. Upon returning home, this single token could astound all the elders of his family. To be chosen by the war god, those words alone could obliterate the competition of all heirs from the starry commerce. Upon hearing Yin Shizai's final exclamation, Pu Wen was momentarily taken aback. He suspected Yin Shizai might have misconstrued his meaning. Yet, witnessing the other's ecstatic expression, Pu Wen hesitated before refraining from further comment. I knew it. After all this misfortune, my day of reckoning is nigh. That fire usurper dared to say I was merely a fortunate buffoon. What does he know? Yin Shizai laughed heartily. The Bai Qi token. The Bai Qi token, with this, who in Aurora City would dare to look down upon me? Just then, as Yin Shizai reveled in joy, the ground beneath them trembled once more. The dim clouds parted, and the foundation of the war goddess path shone brightly. A gossamer stone staircase descended like a silken ribbon from the heavens, extending towards an unknown destination. Has another stepped upon the war goddess path? Pu Wen remarked in astonishment. Among this batch of enforcers, there were indeed many with high potential. Observing the emergence of a second war goddess pathholder, Yin Shizai felt a significant portion of his joy dissipate. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us continue. We shall wait here outside this 10-person chasm. Once the killing intent projections coalesce, we shall strike once more. I refuse to believe. With so many of us, we cannot accumulate a single path of the war god." Yin Shizai led the others back to the chasm's exterior, and after a brief wait, the 10 armored soldiers reappeared. Charge! Yin Shizai commanded with a sweeping gesture, the other enforcers immediately rushing forth, and with Pu Wen's binding character facilitating their efforts. The familiar scene of battle unfolded once again. It was not that Yin Shizai wished to switch to a chasm with more killing intent projections. Rather, managing 10 projections was already their utmost limit. Should they venture into a 20-person chasm, they would likely be turned into a porcupine, leaving him as the lone commander. Yin Shizai cherished the Bai Qi token as if it were a treasure. Watching as the enforcers repeatedly pierced through the 10-person chasm, during which 2 additional paths of the war god emerged from the foundation. The war goddess path, Tianlang, Lu Xianming, clad in black, stood within a vacated 15-person chasm. a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as the path of the war god gradually receded. Congratulations, young Master Lu, for stepping upon the war goddess path. His 3 accompanying enforcers promptly congratulated. It is merely a tianling path. What is there to celebrate? Lu Ximing replied, shaking his head. Although the tianling path possesses no weaknesses, it similarly lacks any pronounced advantages, ranking merely in the upper middle tier among all paths of the war god. Years ago, I rejected the divine favor of the tianling path to seek a more formidable path, such as Xiu Luo or Shenpan. Yet, even upon entering the ancient repository, the outcome remains unchanged. Young Master Lu, do not be so modest. Divine favor is something countless individuals yearn for yet cannot attain. You not only received the divine favor but also rejected it once. If Yin Shizai were to learn of this, he would surely be consumed by envy. Indeed, young Master Lu, the tianling path is quite commendable. Your perception of its inadequacy stems merely from the absence of a definitive powerhouse emerging from this path. Given this, why not become that powerhouse yourself? If I could tread the path of the war god as you have, regardless of which path it is, it would be a monumental stroke of luck. The enforcers trailing Lu Ximing gazed at him with envy. Enough of following me. There remains ample time before the trials conclude. You should seek out places to gather killing intent. Should you successfully tread the path of the war god and ascend to the rank of enforcer, come serve under me. Thank you, young Master Lu. Will you not continue to accumulate killing intent? I find this substance rather effective. I too sense that absorbing this killing intent instills a sense of confidence and vigor. Lu Ximing replied, shaking his head. Gathering killing intent is merely to attract the attention of the war goddess path. This essence is fundamentally the residue of ancient battlefields. Absorbing it excessively may impair one's mental state. Only a fool like Yin Shizai would believe that more is better. I see. And where are you headed? To seek out those fire usurpers and test my tianling, Lu Ximing said, his eyes narrowing slightly. A flicker of killing intent dancing within. The fire usurpers? The others were startled, aware that they possessed at least 2 skills, both at the 2nd tier, while he had just recently ascended, below the 4th tier. Aside from the number of skills one possesses, there are no significant differences. Furthermore, within this ancient repository, it is impossible for any 4th tier or higher powerhouses to appear. Moreover, they are merely a group of thieves. Whether it is theft of goods or theft of faces, they pose no threat to me, as long as I can locate a solitary fire usurper. I am confident I can eliminate them. Lu Ximing, carrying a black blade upon his back, walked away, gradually vanishing from the other's sight. It is that dog of the Qin army? Kill. Chen Ling had lost count of how many times he had heard this phrase, his ears nearly calloused. Although he currently possessed no ears, transformed into a token, he could still sense everything around him, observing how Yin Shizai cherished it, as if he were on the verge of enshrining it. Hours have passed since Yin Shizai repeatedly farmed this 10-man gully, evoking in Chan Ling memories of an era when he played online games, tirelessly grinding dungeons for loot. Now, under the relentless efforts of these enforcers, they had already farmed it 9 times, collectively gathering 90 portions of murderous intent. Among them, the enforcer with the greatest accumulation of murderous intent possessed approximately 17 or 18, while the least had at least 6 or 7. Although it seemed like a bountiful harvest, the average result mirrored Chen Ling's own quick completion in mere minutes. I can't go on. This thought echoed in the mind of a battered enforcer, who staggered out of the ravine and collapsed onto the ground. The remaining enforcers bore their own wounds, and after 5 or 6 continuous hours of battle, their bodies were nearly drained. Even with the invigorating effects of the murderous intent, their stamina could not withstand the toll, leading them to collapse one by one. Observing the exhausted figures sprawled on the ground, Yin Shizai's eyelids twitched. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to his companion Pu Wan and inquired, Pu, shouldn't it be about time? Indeed, Pu Wan replied with a slight nod. If this drags on, and one of them possesses exceptional talent, it could attract the attention of the war god path, rendering the amassed murderous intent useless. All right. Moreover, we must ensure that each of them willingly offers their murderous intent. Otherwise, the devourer will be ineffective. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements. Finally, Yin Shizai awaited this moment. He solemnly placed the Bai Qi order aside and addressed the enforcers. Everyone, stand up. The group, albeit reluctantly, dragged their weary bodies to their feet. Aligning themselves before Yin Shitapu reached into his sleeve and produced 8 sheets of rice paper, handing them to Yin Shitsai. The papers bore the same black characters, devour. Place the paper on your palm. When I signal you, press your hand against their chests. Understood. Dapu formed a seal with one hand, and in the next moment, the character devour in Yin Shitsai's palm twisted abruptly, transforming into an invisible vortex that swirled in the void. Go, Pu commanded. Without hesitation, Yin Shitsai placed his palm against the chest of one enforcer. The visible black murderous intent was drawn into Yin Shitsai's body through the vortex. Moments later, the enforcer's face turned ashen, as if his very spine had been extracted, leaving him utterly feeble, and he crumpled to the ground. Chapter 70. Provocation. Chen Ling watched in astonishment as Yin Shitsai siphoned the murderous intent from the enforcer. His eyes igniting like a flame. Is it truly possible? He marveled inwardly. This was his first encounter with the skills of the book God Path, which could immobilize a person and extract murderous intent with just a single character. Although uncertain if the devourer could seize other things, the displayed effects were undeniably as perverse as wuxiang. He pondered the true tier of Pu while covertly transforming into a spider, stealthily climbing out of the ravine as the others focused on Yin Shitsai. Having drained a single enforcer of his murderous intent, Yin Shitsai felt a distinct elevation in his state, an unparalleled sensation of exhilaration and confidence. He then approached the second enforcer, commencing the process anew. 10 portions of murderous intent, 22 portions, 35 portions. One enforcer after another succumbed to weakness and collapsed. Yin Shitsai's eyes visibly reddened, an indescribable ferocity emanating from within him. The murderous intent within him surged, yet the war god path remained unresponsive, fueling a rising tide of frustration. Not enough. Still not enough. Yin Shitsai drained 16 more portions and forcefully pushed the recently drained enforcer to the ground. Seizing the shoulder of the next enforcer. How many do you have left? 10.15. The enforcer stammered, clearly intimidated by Yin Shitsai. Without further ado, Yin Shitsai pressed his palm against the enforcer's chest, the murderous intent flowing into his body through the vortex. Xiao Jian, whose cheek bore a gash, possessed the least murderous intent and was at the end of the line. He watched Yin Shitsai approach, anxiety gripping him. Still not enough. Just one more, the last one. After consuming the murderous intent from the 7th enforcer, the war god path remained unresponsive. Yin Shitsai hung his head, his eyes bloodshot as he confronted Xiao Jian. How many do you have? 7, just 7. Only 7? Just 7? Yin Shitsai's ferocious visage loomed near Xiao Jian's face. Useless. With a swift kick, he sent Xiao Jian tumbling to the ground, feeling a hand suddenly press against his chest, a force pulling at him. I can't absorb it. Pu's voice suddenly sounded, not allowing the devour character to take effect. Yin Shitsai's pupils narrowed slightly as he stomped heavily on Xiao Jian's chest, roaring, What are you doing? Spit out your murderous intent. Xiao Jian, dazed from the brutal kicks, felt his mind blanked. Do you really not want to be an enforcer anymore? Do you believe I could have your entire family killed with a single word? Yin Shitsai's roar echoed, akin to a beast howling in Xiao Jian's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian's pupils constricted, a flicker of struggle crossed his face, but ultimately he relaxed, allowing the devourer to extract the murderous intent from within him. As the murderous intent rapidly dissipated, so too did his confidence and dignity, an unprecedented void overwhelming his mind, rendering him limp and powerless on the ground. Upon consuming the last portions of murderous intent, Yin Shitsai's eyes were blood-red, resembling a butcher emerging from a sea of blood, capable of silencing a crying infant with a mere glance. He spat contemptuously at the lifeless Xiao Jian, his gaze filled with rage and malice. After using Devour so many times, Pu visibly appeared weary, observing the transformed Yin Shitsai with a furrowed brow. Having absorbed so much murderous intent, why has the war god path not yet reacted? It hung high above the clouds, akin to a proud and discerning sovereign of slaughter, while Yin Shitsai had never drawn its attention. Yin Shitsai, how are you feeling? Pu inquired. I feel fantastic, Yin Shitsai declared, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the dark red gemstone suspended in the clouds. But I have accumulated nearly 100 portions of murderous intent. Why has the war god path not been invoked? Perhaps the quantity of murderous intent is still insufficient. Pu when paused before adding, or maybe, you are simply not suited for the path of the war god. You're talking nonsense. Yin Shizai's eyes widened. I am the chosen one of the war god path. How could I not be suited? It must be that the war god path has set its standards too high. His voice trailed off as he stared blankly at the empty ground, stunned for several seconds before snapping back to reality. Wait, where is my Bai Chi order? Yin Shizai vividly recalled, placing the token carefully on the ground before beginning to absorb the murderous intent. How could it have vanished in an instant? There's someone there. An unidentified voice shouted, prompting everyone to look up. In the distance atop a hill, a familiar figure held the Bai Chi order. Casting a glance back at Yin Shizai with a disdainful smile, the fire thief, number 8. In the next moment, his form vanished from sight. One noticed that behind him, in the void, a nearly weightless mask drifted silently to the ground. Audience anticipation 5. Yin Shizai's breath grew heavy. The fire thief. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You seek death." Having swallowed nearly 100 portions of murderous intent without garnering the war god path's attention, he was already irate. But now, with the theft of his Bai Chi order, his only chance to turn the tide was snatched away. What difference was there between that and having his life stolen? This is bad. When did they start targeting us? Pu Wen pondered. Could their goal be the Bai Chi order? To hell with the fire thief. Yin Shizai erupted like a powder keg. Do they think I fear them? Give chase. Calm down. We are no match for them. We weren't before. But that may not be the case now. With so many enforcers stepping onto the war god path, can I command them? Yin Shizai declared fiercely, money can make the devil push the mill. The fire thief dares to covet my Bai Chi order. I will demand their lives. Chapter 71. Gathering of enforcers don't pretend to be dead. Get up. Yin Shizai kicked the utterly weakened enforcers, urging them to rise. Just as they were about to leave, a pair of hands suddenly clutched Yin Shizai's leg. Turning around, he found Xiao Jian, covered in blood. Young Master Yin, I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to. You wouldn't really revoke my status as an enforcer, would you? Enforcer? Yin Shizai let out a cold laugh, forcefully wrenching apart Xiao Jian's hands. I made it clear from the very beginning. Whoever possesses the least killing intent will be dismissed. Tell me, on what grounds do you believe you can continue as an enforcer? You run slowly. You can't even kill anyone. You are just like your worthless father. A life spent as a dog for others, a pitiful existence. Yin Shizai couldn't even be bothered to glance at him as he turned and strode towards the hill. The other enforcers stumbled to their feet, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Jian before following Yin Shizai's lead and departing. They were all enforcers who had been promoted by Yin Shizai himself in Aurora City. Without him, they would not have achieved their current status, as long as they assisted Yin Shizai in ascending the path of the war god in the ancient tomb, even if they themselves could not become enforcers. Yin Shizai could still use his power to secure them a bright future. Yet Xiao Jian had evidently been cast aside by Yin Shizai. Clenching his bloodied palm unconsciously, he watched Yin Shizai's retreating figure. Despair flashing in his eyes, he had been lame since childhood. Had it not been for his father's years of servitude to the Yin family, he would never have become an enforcer. But now, after coming to the ancient tomb, not only had his appearance been ruined, but he had also been stripped of his title as an enforcer. Even if he returned, he would merely be a useless being. Yin Shizai, he murmured, the despair in his eyes gradually transforming into deep-seated resentment. Lowering his head slightly, the grotesque scarred face in the pool of blood resembled a demon. Young Master Yin, that Xiao Jian is following us again. One enforcer remarked, noticing the staggering figure trailing behind. Don't pay him any mind. Yin Shizai surveyed the surroundings. In the distance, several enforcers were gathering in the wilderness, making their way towards them. Go, call them over. With a gesture, someone stepped forward to relay the message, hastily returning. I am Wang Tao, the team leader of the enforcers from District 1. The foremost enforcer said respectfully, extending his hand. What are young Master Yan's orders? Yin Shizai showed no intention of shaking his hand, coldly responding, has anyone from your district stepped onto the path of the war god? Yes, there is one. An enforcer from District 1 raised his hand. Do you wish to enter Aurora City? Yin Shizai asked directly. Aurora City? The enforcer who had ascended the path of the war god was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Yes, What are young Master Yan's instructions? The arsonists are the common enemy of humanity across the 9 major realms. Today, you will accompany me to eradicate them, and I guarantee you entry into Aurora City as an enforcer, Yin Shizai declared, casting an irresistible temptation to all enforcers of the 7 districts. The other enforcers from District 1, who had not attained the war god path, stared in astonishment. It was common knowledge that Aurora City was a dreamlike existence for all residents of the 7 districts. 99 would never set eyes upon it before death, only hearing tales from others. The enforcers of Aurora City were in a league of their own compared to those from the 7 districts. Hearing that they would be going to slay the arsonists, the enforcer felt conflicted. After all, he had some doubts about his own strength. But the thought of a chance to enter Aurora City compelled him to grit his teeth and declare, "All right, I will go with you. Others who have not ascended the path are welcome to join as well. Though you may not enter Aurora City, I will provide you with ample resources." Under Yin Shizai's coercive persuasion, all the enforcers present chose to follow him. After all, they lacked the war god path and did not need to confront the arsonists directly. They could simply linger on the periphery to reap this unexpected fortune, garnering the favor of the Starry Commerce Association in the process. Quickly amassing a group, Yin Shizai continued, "Have you seen any other enforcers? I saw enforcers from District 4. They just passed that way. Let us go." A group of 7 or more enforcers was of no concern, but for those with fewer than 7, remember to verify identities, who when reminded at an opportune moment, this moment. More than half the time since everyone entered the ancient tomb had elapsed. Those who could acquire the war god path had mostly done so. The remaining enforcers lacked talent, and under Yin Shizai's inducement, nearly all would opt to join the expedition. Of course, there were those who preferred not to take risks, yet seeing the growing crowd behind Yin Shizai, they hesitated for a moment before deciding to join. Humans naturally excel at conformity. When everyone is engaged in the same endeavor, those who abstain are viewed as outliers. Should Yin Shizai and his group succeed in exterminating the arsonists and compile a list afterward, those who had not joined would find their paths ahead fraught with difficulty. Several hours later, Yin Shizai had assembled a force of more than 50, among whom 5 had stepped onto the path of the war god, already reaching the first tier. With such a formidable group, Yin Shizai's confidence soared as he turned to Pu 1. How much time remains until the ancient tomb opens? Less than 3 hours. That should suffice. Yin Shizai gritted his teeth. Send someone out to search, scavenge the entire trial ground and find those arsonists. As several enforcers departed to search, Pu Wen's eyes glimmered with a hint of light as he addressed the crowd. The enemy's thieving abilities are quite troublesome. We must not act recklessly. Everyone, listen to me. Achoo. Number 8 suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Nothing, just felt a chill at the back of my neck. Number 8 turned to survey the field littered with corpses. Frowning subconsciously, this shouldn't be happening. With all the killing intent we've accumulated, why hasn't it attracted the attention of the war god path? Could it be due to our connection to the thieving god path? No, attracting attention is unrelated to possessing a path. Only when the war god path approaches us can we sense our thieving god path's aura. The lack of attention may simply be because we are too weak. An arsonist explained. What should we do? The time for the ancient tomb is almost upon us, right? Just as number 8 was about to say something, his brow suddenly furrowed. He turned to look at a nearby cliff. Noticing an enforcer casting a glance their way before turning to flee. Have we been discovered? An arsonist exclaimed in alarm. Oh, what if we have been? They see us, but they won't have time to run. True, wait. Number 8's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something was amiss. Chapter 72. The chaos begins. I've found them. An enforcer rushed across the wilderness, shouting to Yin Shizai, and the others gathered together. Upon hearing this, Yin Shizai's eyes lit up, immediately asking, where? To the southwest, in front of a group of 50. How many are there? 6. Altogether. Let us go. Without hesitation, Yin Shizai led the group of over 50 enforcers straight towards that direction. The 5 enforcers who had ascended the war god path surrounded Yin Shizai like generals, their eyes shimmering with an unprecedented battle fervor. They had just stepped onto the war god path and acquired their skills, eager for an opponent to hone their abilities against, and the arsonists were the perfect target. Dust billowed in the air as they departed. The enforcer who had just relayed the news stood in place, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion of his right hand, he tore at his chin. and a piece of skin flapped in the wind. Kill. Red-clad Chen Ling murmured amidst the swirling dust. It is time for this performance to reach its conclusion. Audience anticipation 3. Meanwhile, the 6 arsonists watched as numerous figures clad in black and red uniforms emerged from the nearby hills, their expressions visibly darkening. They truly came? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 more enforcers on the war god path. No wonder they have the confidence. First, they fled only to allow more to ascend the war god path and then surround us together? This shouldn't be. When did these enforcers become so united? What now? What are we afraid of? Just kill them. Don't be fooled by their numbers. The vast majority are mere targets without paths or guns. Do you really think they can harm us? One arsonist sneered. As for those few on the war god path, they are merely at the first tier. What threat could they pose? Do not underestimate them. Number 8 spoke solemnly. Before reaching the 4th tier, the thieving god path is at a disadvantage in combat. We must be careful not to let the war god path close in. Use ranged weapons to whittle them down. On the opposite hill, Yin Shizai, flanked by 5 first-tier war god path enforcers, slowly advanced, his blood-red eyes fixated on number 8, brimming with a desire to tear him apart. You bunch of thieves. Hand over my token immediately. Token? What token? One arsonist asked in confusion, glancing at the others. Did anyone steal something from him? Not me. Stop pretending with me. Yin Shizai roared in fury, pointing at number 8. I in the entire ancient tomb. Who else could steal something from afar besides you? I saw it with my own eyes. If you refuse to hand it over, then I shall take it myself. Everyone, charge. With a single command from Yin Shizai, the 5 first-tier war god path enforcers surged forward like arrows, diving down the slope, creating a series of piercing sounds as they cut through the air. The remaining law enforcers exchanged glances, closely following in their wake, as a dark red tide surged towards them with alarming speed. Something feels amiss. Number 8 observed the furious countenance of Yin Shizai, his brow furrowing in concern. What is wrong? Inquired one of the fire thieves. Everything feels wrong. I have an unsettling sense that someone is targeting us. Ever since we entered the ancient battlefield, the 6 of us have been amassing murderous intent, poised to seize the foundation of the war goddess path, without having interacted with any law enforcers. Yet Yin Shizai claims I stole from him, and he even witnessed it. Since our entry into the ancient vault, no. Ever since we assumed the identities of the law enforcers in Districts 3, 5, and 6, it seems we have been led by the nose, with events spiraling beyond our control. I can't shake the feeling that there are unseen hands orchestrating our every move. Now that we've reached this juncture, what difference does it make where the problem lies? A fire thief's expression darkened ominously. Let us eliminate them all, and everything will return to normal. Though number 8 found no clarity in the situation, it was futile to ponder further. His gaze turned increasingly frigid as he commanded. Then let us kill. The 6 fire thieves raised their hands simultaneously, each gripping a firearm, the dark muzzles aimed at the approaching dark red tide. And they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Upon entering the ancient vault, they had seized the weapons of all law enforcers, amassing nearly limitless ammunition. Meanwhile, on the other side, the enforcers stood empty-handed, forced to brave the hail of bullets with sheer determination. Fortunately, there were only 6 fire thieves, each wielding 2 guns, totaling a mere 12. The 5 foremost war gods roared, their skin darkening as if clad in armor. Bullets rained upon them, leaving only shallow punctures. What on earth is this? Exclaimed one fire thief in astonishment. It is iron armor. Number 8 replied gravely. Most first-tier skills along the war goddess path are iron armor, significantly enhancing defense and strength. Yet its weakness lies in the fact that it cannot fully cover the body before reaching the 4th tier. Under the relentless fire of the fire thieves, apart from the 5 first-tier war gods at the front, the other enforcers charging ahead fell one after another, riddled with bullets. Crimson blood stained the earth, and the enforcers cowering behind the crowd turned pale, fleeing in terror. Yet before they could make much headway, Yin Shizai's wrathful and ferocious visage loomed in front of them. He felled the fastest fleeing enforcer with a single punch, the ruby ring on his finger embedding itself into the victim's flesh, swiftly absorbing a copious amount of blood and flesh, a strange red light beginning to flow from its surface. Either charge forward or die. Yin Shizai raised his hand, gripping the air above the fleeing enforcers. Crumble! Crack! Several enforcers' necks seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, which then wrenched them violently, twisting their bodies grotesquely before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This scene left the fleeing enforcers dumbfounded. And coupled with Yin Shizai's palpable murderous intent, they hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to turn back and charge towards the fire thieves, with death looming before and behind. The chances of survival seemed greater if they pressed forward. Meanwhile, the 5 first-tier war gods had broken through the storm of bullets, hurtling towards the 6 fire thieves like cannonballs. Seeking death, a fire thief's eyes ignited with murderous intent as he raised his hand and grasped at the void, causing the ground beneath the first-tier enforcer to suddenly collapse, creating a gaping pit. The enforcer lost his footing, and in that fleeting moment, the fire thief snatched his dagger, its sharp tip aimed straight for the enforcer's throat. Chapter 73. The Clam and the Heron Clash. Clang. The dagger tip struck the enforcer's throat as if piercing steel, producing a jarring sound of metal clashing. The fire thief felt a jolt in his hand, an ominous premonition washing over him. In the next instant, the unbalanced enforcer twisted suddenly, a black fist crashing into his jaw with a ferocious force that sent him flying. Shattered teeth mixed with blood scattered across the desolate earth. And the punch left the fire thief dazed. Instinctively, he raised his hand to seize the enforcer's weapon, but grasped nothing. He could not steal away another's fist. The enforcer himself was taken aback by the pitiful combat prowess of these thieves. His confidence surged uncontrollably as he executed a swift kick. Just then, darkness enveloped his vision. Losing sight of his target and direction, his kick struck only air, and he nearly lost his balance and fell. What is happening? Why am I losing light in such a chaotic battlefield? Left the newly initiated enforcer rattled. He flailed his hands in the darkness, fearfully calling out. Then he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. As if something was pressed against it. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. His head exploded instantaneously, blood and brain matter sprang forth like a blossoming bouquet upon the ground. A wisp of smoke drifted from the gun's muzzle as number 8 stood behind the collapsed body. Expressionless, I warned you not to underestimate them. The fire thief whose jaw had been shattered struggled to rise, his eyes filled with agony. Number 8's gaze shifted to the battlefield nearby, where 4 first-tier war gods clashed with 4 fire thieves. Engaged in a fierce melee in close combat, the war gods held a clear advantage, overpowering the other fire thieves, who could only cling to their weapons to maintain the precarious balance. Among the 7 fire thieves who entered the ancient battlefield, only number 8 had reached the 3rd tier. He scoffed coldly, intending to move toward that battlefield when a voice called out from afar. Fire! A sheet of rice paper unfurled in the wind, and a blazing fireball shot forth from the character, Fire, hurtling straight towards number 8's face. Number 8 furrowed his brow and immediately retreated, the violent flames erupting at his previous location, nearly engulfing him. Just a first-tier book god, truly seeking death. A glint of coldness flashed in number 8's eyes. He abandoned the idea of assisting the other fire thieves and instead dashed toward Pu-Wen on the hillside, who wore an exceedingly grave expression. Without hesitation, Pu-Wen retrieved another sheet of rice paper from his sleeve, preparing to unfurl it, but the paper vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, number 8 tore his sheet of rice paper into shreds. Speaking icily, having stolen your words, what do you intend to do now? As number 8 closed the distance between them, Pu-Wen instinctively took a step back, shouting to the side, Yin Shizai. What are you waiting for? With those words, Yin Shizai, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally made his move. He raised his hand adorned with the ruby ring. A chilling word escaping his throat. Crumple. An invisible force erupted from the void, causing number 8's hair to stand on end. Without hesitation, he dodged to the side, yet his right hand was still caught within the grasp. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and number 8's arm visibly twisted grotesquely. Hanging limp as he let out a pained roar, his eyes filled with fury directed at Yin Shizai. The moment Yin Shizai locked eyes with him, he turned and fled without a second thought. As expected, a glint of brilliance flashed in Pu-Wen's eyes. Your theft has its limitations. You can steal my rice paper, but you cannot take his ring. This distance limit should be less than 50 meters. A jolt ran through number 8's heart as he regarded Pu Wen with unprecedented seriousness. He had indeed underestimated these young individuals. This fellow had long devised a plan against him. Number 8 shot a knowing glance at a nearby fire thief, who immediately understood, swiftly stealing several weapons and pursuing the fleeing Yin Shizai. On that path, many enforcers who had yet to step onto the divine path were initially in the way, but upon seeing number 10 charging in with murderous intent, they gasped and scrambled to the sides. Clearing a path for him. You are clever, but what of it? Number 8 turned back, speaking ominously. Your companion does not seem so reliable. He has fled. How then will you survive? Pu Wen remained silent, neither retrieving another sheet of rice paper nor responding, but instead formed a hand seal before him, softly murmuring, "Wind." Concurrently, a life-saving sheet of rice paper concealed beneath his clothing rapidly faded away, and a whirlwind erupted from the void, sending his garments billowing. He swayed, and with the wind's aid, he fled at an astonishing speed. He still has rice paper. Number 8 gritted his teeth and hurried after him, realizing that this young book god was Yin Shizai's strategist. The most formidable adversary. Number 10 was already pursuing Yin Shizai. If he could seize the latter's ritual instrument and eliminate him, it should not prove too difficult. With Pu Wen and Yin Shizai dead, this rabble of law enforcers would pose no significant threat. Elsewhere, Yin Shizai sprinted away with 2 enforcers. Yin Xiao, are you not going to assist Pu Xiao as planned? One enforcer asked, bewildered. How can I help? If I do not flee now, they will steal my ring, and then how can I defend myself? Yin Shizai clutched the ring protectively. It was far too precious. It absolutely must not fall into others' hands. The trio ran several hundred meters before pausing to catch their breath. Just as Yin Shizai was about to speak, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. He froze for a moment. Looking down, the red ring had vanished at last. I have caught up, a voice echoed from a distance, prompting Yin Shizai to turn his gaze. There, he beheld the figure known as Number 10, the usurper of flames. Idly toying with the crimson ring, a mocking smile plastered across his face as he taunted the trio. Why aren't you running? Yin Shizai's complexion turned ashen. Without hesitation, he shoved the 2 law enforcers in front of him towards Number 10, then spun on his heel and fled down the hillside. The 2 enforcers were utterly unprepared for Yin Shizai's ruthless betrayal. Caught off guard, they collided directly with Number 10, with a cold grunt. Number 10 deftly unsheathed a short sword, sidestepping by a fraction before swiftly cutting one enforcer's throat. The other, realizing too late, let out a desperate scream attempting to escape, only to be struck down by Number 10's blade. 2 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, and the bloodied Number 10 turned his icy gaze towards the direction in which Yin Shizai had fled. Chapter 74. Carnage. Damn it. What are those law enforcers doing? With so many of them, they couldn't even fend off a few usurpers, and now they allow them to chase me. Pu Wen's plan was utterly futile. He was nothing but a blowhard. Spouting empty rhetoric. Cursed be this fate I've lost by Qi Ling. The ring is gone. I'm truly doomed this time. Yin Shizai poured every ounce of strength into his flight down the hill. Cursing vehemently as he ran, he dared not look back, terrified that a mere glance would result in his head joining the others on the ground. He did not wish for such a fate. His head was far too precious. In his haste, he misstepped, tumbling down the hillside like a rolling ball. Mud and debris clung to his body, disorienting him until he finally crashed hard onto the ground. Pain radiated from every part of him as he groaned and opened his eyes, staring up at the unchanging, leaden sky that pressed down upon him like a weight. Yin Shizai attempted to rise but failed miserably. His body bore multiple fractures. Even the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through him. Never before had he experienced such torment. He could only lie there like a corpse, gasping for breath. A fog of despair enveloped him. He was truly frightened. He feared that he might perish within this ancient tomb, leaving him with nothing. His plans for revenge, his family's wealth in the Commerce Guild. After finally securing such a promising future, who knew what he might become in his next life? A beggar. A rustling sound broke the heavy silence. Yin Shizai's heart leaped into his throat as he widened his eyes. Fixating on the sky ahead, terrified of glimpsing Number 10's devilish visage, for that would signify his end. His astonishment. The figure that approached was not Number 10, but a face he recognized. albeit vaguely. You? Yin Shizai's eyes widened in surprise. It was a young man with a scarred face, limping as he walked. It was Xiao Jian. Quick! Get me out of here! Yin Shizai exclaimed with fervor. Carry me. As long as I can survive, I promise you can continue as a law enforcer. You'll never have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of your life. Yin Shizai was unable to move, yet he counted on Xiao Jian to carry him away. If only he could escape and find a place to hide, he could endure until the ancient tomb opened once more, and then he could live. Xiao Jian glanced at Yin Shizai's large frame, and after a moment, he slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Yin Xiao, I'm a cripple. Those words. Yin Shizai's voice faltered. Indeed, Xiao Jian was a cripple, someone who struggled to walk on his own. How could he possibly carry Yin Shizai to safety from the usurpers? Realizing this, the flickering ember of hope in Yin Shizai's heart was extinguished in an instant. He looked at the frail, emaciated Xiao Jian, and a surge of unwillingness and rage erupted from deep within him. With bloodshot eyes, he spat out, "Damn it, you useless piece of trash. We've reached this dire point, and you're still nothing but a burden. Can't you manage even one thing properly? My life depends on you. All your glory and wealth rest in your hands. How could you fail to grasp that? Why did I have to drag along such a dead weight? Can you even accomplish a single task? I've truly hit rock bottom." Yin Shizai was utterly broken, never expecting that his once promising life would culminate in defeat at the hands of a cripple. Regret consumed him as he pondered why he had ever recruited such a worthless individual into the ranks of law enforcers. He should have dispatched this useless wretch and his father with a single blow. Xiao Jian lowered his head, enduring Yin Shizai's tirade. Beneath the overcast sky, a glimmer of cold fury ignited in his eyes. The humiliations he had suffered, the indignities inflicted upon his father, all flashed through his mind. He gazed at Yin Shizai's grotesque, contorted face, and his fists clenched uncontrollably. "You're just like your father. Both of you are useless. If my father hadn't given him a scrap of food, he would have—" "Shut your mouth," Xiao Jian roared, leaping onto Yin Shizai and delivering a punch to his cheek. Yin Shizai was momentarily stunned, staring at Xiao Jian, whose eyes glinted with malice. After a pause, he incredulously asked, "You dare hit me? You actually dare to strike me? I've hit you. What of it?" Xiao Jian delivered another blow, followed by a barrage of punches. "Is being born well so remarkable? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? My father was recognized by yours due to his own merit. Who do you think you are to insult him? My crippled leg was ruined because you drunkenly assaulted me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament." Xiao Jian's fists were hard as iron, honed through years of labor. He unleashed his fury upon Yin Shizai, who struggled to articulate a single coherent sentence amidst the onslaught. It was only when Xiao Jian grew weary, his fists stained with blood, that Yin Shizai finally managed to catch his breath. He glared at Xiao Jian, his eyes ablaze with rage. "You dare hit me? You as good as dead." "I'm as good as dead?" Xiao Jian retorted with a chilling laugh, suddenly drawing a short blade from his waist and plunging it into Yin Shizai's lung. "Who's really dead now?" Yin Shizai screamed, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. "You dare kill me? Your entire family will perish." "Kill you? Who can attest to that?" Xiao Jian's eyes gleamed with an icy intensity. The usurpers had infiltrated the ancient tomb, slaughtering indiscriminately. What did it matter if Yin Shizai perished? Hearing this, terror washed over Yin Shizai's face as he stared in shock at Xiao Jian's fearsome scarred visage. As though seeing him for the first time, Xiao Jian withdrew the blade and mercilessly plunged it into Yin Shizai's body again and again, the blade slick with crimson as blood pooled around them. Gradually engulfing both figures, Yin Shizai's life ebbed away frantically. He sought to halt Xiao Jian's assault, attempting to barter for his life with resources or promises, but he found himself incapable of uttering a single coherent sentence. "Xiao Jian." Blood gushed like a spring into Yin Shizai's throat as he mumbled, "My name isn't Xiao Jian." Xiao Jian gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, raising it high. The eyes that had long been filled with humility and servitude now shone with unprecedented ferocity. "My name is Jian Changsheng." With a swift motion, the blade pierced Yin Shizai's throat. His body convulsed violently before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground, breathless. Xiao Jian's chest heaved as a smile involuntarily crept onto his blood-streaked lips. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration and clarity flooding his heart, as though a nightmare had been shattered, embracing a rebirth. Simultaneously, above the heavy clouds, the foundation of the divine path of arms ignited. Even now, someone had earned the recognition of the divine path of arms. Number 8, who had been pursuing Pooh 1, halted abruptly. His gaze fixated on the black ribbon cascading down from the path, extending towards the nearby hillside. A glimmer igniting in his eyes. The plan to amass killing intent to attract the attention of the divine path of arms had evidently failed, so their only recourse to seize the fragments of the divine path was to strike from another's divine path. And this path was alarmingly close. If they hurried, they might still make it. Without hesitation, Number 8 abandoned his pursuit of Pooh 1 and surged towards the black ribbon descending from the heavens. At the edge of the hillside, a figure clad in red, having witnessed Xiao Jian's brutal execution of Yan Shizai, raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! Chapter 75, Transformation, Divine Path of Arms. As Xiao Jian beheld the straight black ribbon soaring towards him, he paused momentarily. Stumbling to his feet, he glanced down at Yan Shizai's mangled corpse and the bloodied knife in his hand. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Fate, it seemed, was indeed wondrous. The divine path of arms coalesced before him, weaving into a staircase leading to the heavens. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Jian stepped forward. Thud! The instant his foot touched the ground, the divine path took form. A torrent of information and power surged into Xiao Jian's mind, rendering him motionless for a long while, glancing down at his hands. Divine Path of Arms, first level. Shura, pathway? A look of astonishment spread across his face. Having served as a law enforcer for so long, Xiao Jian was well aware of the pathways of the Divine Path of Arms, and Shura was undoubtedly one of the most formidable among them. It was said that even Lu Xianming coveted it without success. Yet he, of all people, had awakened this path. Perhaps that I truly am a genius of the divine path of arms? Muttering to himself, Xiao Jian shifted his body and discovered that since stepping onto the Shura path, his previously crippled leg was now whole, his entire being imbued with an unprecedented lightness. He could feel an unparalleled sense of strength coursing through him. This sensation is far more addictive than the mere gathering of murderous intent. He closed his eyes, meticulously engaging every muscle and bone in his body, producing a series of crisp, crackling sounds. Inhaling deeply, he slowly exhaled the murky breath. When he reopened his eyes, they shone brightly like blazing torches. Indeed, I must be a genius, right? The corners of Jian Chongqing's mouth involuntarily curled upwards as he spat upon the corpse of Yan Shizai. That vile muck had impeded his life for over a decade, but now he felt as if his existence had finally returned to its rightful path. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged suppression of his character in previous years. But at this moment, Jian Chongqing felt a surge of confidence, akin to that of a nouveau riche, desperately seeking a target to test his newfound prowess. An astonished voice called out from beside him, revealing number 10 standing at the edge of the hill, gazing down at Jian Chongqing and the lifeless body of Yan Shizai, incredulous at the sight. He was actually killed by someone else, TSK. The instant Jian Chongqing caught sight of the usurper, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Gripping the bloodied dagger, he charged up the hill without hesitation. His speed was astonishing, each step dripping with crimson, and to number 10, he appeared as a fleeting crimson shadow, rapidly approaching. Is there another who has embarked upon the path of the war god? Number 10's heart sank, instantly alert. He had never witnessed the first-tier skill of the Azura path, but it was evident that it differed greatly from the iron skin of others. With a swift motion, number 10 produced a handgun, aiming it at the swiftly closing distance of Jian Chongqing, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets discharged in rapid succession, all striking Jian Chongqing, who bore no resilient iron skin to protect him, allowing the bullets to easily embed themselves within. Is that all? Number 10 was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, he realized something was amiss. Despite taking 3 shots, Jian Chongqing not only continued forward but accelerated, resembling a phantom as he traversed dozens of meters. Before number 10 could fire again, a flash of cold light appeared before him. With a startled exclamation, number 10 activated his theft skill, and Jian Chongqing's dagger vanished into thin air. leaving him to deliver a crushing blow with his bare fist to the back of number 10's ear. Thud. The terrifying force left number 10 stunned, blood gushing from his ear. How could this man, who had just been shot 3 times, still possess such speed? Moreover, his strength was even more outrageous than that of the Iron Skin warriors. Enduring the excruciating pain and dizziness, number 10 gripped the dagger and thrust it 3 times into Jian Chongqing's lower abdomen, each stab penetrating deeply. Yet, after the 3rd strike, Jian Chongqing not only showed no sign of pain but seemed to thrive in battle, his bare fists unleashing a terrifying might as he struck no. 10's chest 5 times in rapid succession, so fast that blood-red afterimages danced in the air. Number 10's chest visibly caved in, nearly all of his ribs shattered. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent sprawling several meters away. Collapsing to the ground, blood continued to seep from Jian Chongqing's wounds, yet he appeared oblivious, leaving a trail of crimson footprints as he slowly approached the fallen No. 10. In his blood-red eyes flickered a mix of exhilaration and arrogance. So this is the Yizhura path. How powerful, entirely unlike the other paths. Jian Chongqing could not help but laugh heartily, declaring, I, Jian Chongqing, am indeed a genius. As number 10 beheld the approaching figure, resembling a bloodthirsty demon, terror filled his eyes. This man, seemingly impervious to pain from gunshots or stabbings, only grew more ferocious with each wound. He was nothing less than a humanoid beast of slaughter, lying in a pool of blood. Number 10 desperately attempted to retreat, but Jian Chongqing pressed his foot upon his chest, the excruciating pain eliciting a wail from him. The more he cried out in agony, the more pronounced Jian Chongqing's smile became. The usurper? Merely this. With a single stomp, Jian Chongqing shattered number 10's ribs, the fractured bones piercing his heart. Number 10's pupils dilated in shock before he helplessly collapsed to the ground. The cold wind swept across the blood-stained earth as Jian Chongqing stood alone, like the sole victor on this battlefield. His gaze gradually shifted from the corpse beneath him to the chaotic battleground ahead. Eye in his eyes, the murderous intent flickered once more. Let me put an end to all of this. With a cold chuckle, he stepped over the hill, his bloodied footprints gradually fading into the wilderness. After a considerable time, a figure clad in red emerged from the shadows. Cheng Ling observed Jian Chongqing's departing silhouette with contemplation. Murmuring, the Yizhura path. That skill appears rather impressive. Cheng Ling had not anticipated Jian Chongqing's transformation. He had long taken note of the cripple who lingered at the back of Yin Shizai's group. Witnessing the humiliation and abuse inflicted upon him, Cheng Ling had assumed that he would continue to endure in silence. Little did he expect that beneath that seemingly frail and humble exterior lay a soul of such ferocity. It was no wonder he had caught the eye of the war god path. Had it been in previous years' ancient trials of the war path, Jian Chongqing would undoubtedly have emerged as a dark horse. Having languished through most of his life only to seize everything in this moment, turning the tables on the colossal mountain that loomed over him, obtaining a powerful path point, one could imagine how smooth his journey would be from this point onward. In a novel, he would undoubtedly fit the archetype of the protagonist. Yet, alas, this dark horse was destined to meet an untimely end here, as Cheng Ling was about to approach the battlefield nearing its conclusion. A rustling sound suddenly caught his attention. He turned, surprised, to see the already mangled corpse of Yin Shizai emanating a faint blue glow. At the center of his chest, a petal-like artifact was releasing a life force. As the petal gradually withered, a surging wave of vitality flooded into Yin Shizai's body. Thud, thud, thud. The life force concentrated in his chest, rhythmically pounding against it, and the once lifeless heart began to beat anew. The grievous wound on his neck healed at a visibly rapid pace, restoring much of its former state within mere seconds. Yin Shizai abruptly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a nightmare. "Don't kill me!" he shouted in a delirious state. Yet all that responded to him was the howling wind and the distant roars of battle. Yin Shizai remained dazed in the blood-soaked ground for a long time. Finally regaining his senses, his hands fumbled across his chest, ultimately grasping a single wilted petal. Indeed, this thing is useful. Upon realizing he had been revived by the petal, a look of euphoric relief washed over Yin Shizai's face. It seemed that his father truly cared for him. The heavens have not forsaken me. I, Yin Shizai, have returned, ha ha ha. This petal was a treasure acquired by Yin Shizai's father, the president of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. From some unknown source. At the time, he had merely instructed Yin Shizai to keep it close, never to remove it. Now, Yin Shizai finally understood the efficacy of the petal. Reflecting on everything that had just transpired, the joy in Yin Shizai's eyes swiftly faded, replaced by boundless resentment and rage. Jian Changsheng. The worthless, despicable fool dares to kill me? Once I escape, I will annihilate your entire family, or I shall not bear the surname Yin. Cursing under his breath, Yin Shizai staggered to his feet from the blood pool. Glancing at the distant battlefield, he immediately turned towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. After all, the opening of the tomb was imminent. And if he could find a place to hide until then, he would wait for the enforcers to arrive. At that point, who could harm him? Just as Yin Shizai took a step forward, as if recalling something, he dashed back to the corpse of the usurper, earnestly searching. Where's my ring? My ring? After searching for some time without success, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Are you looking for this? A voice drifted lazily from behind him. Yin Shizai's body stiffened, and turning to look, he saw a figure clad in bright red theatrical garb casually toying with a ring, regarding him with a bemused expression. The moment he laid eyes on that face, Yin Shizai's expression turned ghostly pale, his eyes widening in shock. You. How can I be here? I thought I was dead. Am I alive or dead? Before Yin Shizai could utter a word, Chang Ling leisurely completed his line, then slowly approached him, leaving Yin Shizai frozen in place. Chang Ling's smile gradually faded, and looking down at Yin Shizai, he coldly uttered two words, "Kneel," in an instant. The glint of a dagger flashed as Chang Ling ruthlessly severed Yin Shizai's Achilles tendon. Yin Shizai let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground, curling up in the blood pool. This cannot be. You were clearly dead. Yin Shizai clutched his legs, his face ashen. Even you require 2 deaths to truly perish. Why should I not? Cheng Ling replied indifferently. I told you. All of you will die here. Did you truly believe you could escape, young Master Yin? Cheng Ling, spare me. Grant me a chance at life. I swear, I will not speak a word of what happened here. We bear no deep-seated enmity. Do we? Aside from what transpired on the ship, I can apologize truly. I would even bow before you. I can take you to Aurora City. You may choose any position among the enforcers. I promise you endless wealth and luxury. Furthermore, I have numerous treasures at home. Anything you desire, I can give to you. Yin Shizai pleaded desperately, having exhausted all his means of survival. If he were to be killed by Cheng Ling once more, it would mean true death, and with death would come the loss of everything. Chen Ling leisurely slid the ruby ring onto her finger, seemingly deaf to Yin Shizai's entreaties. She scrutinized the ring for a moment before abruptly interrupting him. How does one use this? Yin Shizai was taken aback. Did you not claim that you would bestow all treasures upon me? Chen Ling spoke again. How does one use this? Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Yin Shizai's eyes. Chen Ling's interest in the ring indicated that he might have a chance to barter for his life with the treasure. This is a ceremonial artifact of great lineage, Yin Shizai hastily explained. If it devours spiritual energy, it can manipulate space within a limited range. However, if the user's spiritual energy is below the 4th tier and insufficient for it to consume, fresh blood and flesh can substitute. Only a 4th tier can utilize it without cost. Indeed, only a 4th tier can command the domain. Without a domain, spiritual energy is nearly non-existent. Then how does one compel it to consume flesh? There is a mechanism on the side of the ring. One merely needs to touch it, then pierce the emerging needle into the body. Just as Yin Shizai finished his sentence, Chen Ling seized him by the throat with one hand, and the ring's needle plunged into his flesh, voraciously consuming Yin Shizai's blood and flesh. Under the ring's gluttony, Yin Shizai's once rounded form visibly shrank, akin to when Chen Ling first witnessed Qian Fan wielding a finger artifact, but this ring consumed at an even more alarming rate. Gripped by Chen Ling's hold, Yin Shizai yearned to wail but could produce no sound, only glaring desperately at Chen Ling, pleading for mercy. Finally, just as Yin Shizai was on the verge of being drained, Chen Ling released his grip, cough, cough, cough. Yin Shizai collapsed to the ground, convulsively coughing, resembling someone just recovering from a grave illness, his emaciated body akin to a skeletal figure, barely recognizable from his former self. I see, Ling mused, gazing at the softly glowing ruby, pondering deeply. "It now belongs to you." Yin Shizai gasped for breath like a deflated bellows. "Ling, you can let me go now, right?" "Very well." Ling patted his shoulder, slowly rising from the pool of blood. "By the way, did you not say you admired that garment of mine? I cannot gift you that one. What do you think of this one I wear?" Yin Shizai glanced at the bright red theatrical robe draped over Ling, hastily shaking his head. At such a moment, he dared not act as brazenly as he had aboard the ship. Besides, he had not truly coveted Ling's tattered clothing. He merely sought an excuse to vex her. "No, it's unnecessary." "What a pity." Ling turned to walk away. As Ling departed, the tension in Yin Shizai's chest finally eased. He awkwardly crawled through the blood-soaked ground, inching toward the entrance of the ancient vault. At last, he could return home. Just then, a gust of cold wind brushed against the corners of the bright red theatrical robe. As Ling walked ahead, she casually raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Crack! Yin Shizai's form twisted like a corkscrew, and his already feeble life force vanished in an instant. He lay emaciated in the blood, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky, as if draped in a similarly bright red theatrical robe as Ling's, against the ashen earth. Chapter 77. Assassination of the Arsonist. Where have they gone? Pu Wen traversed the wilderness, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of number 8. According to the original plan, 5 enforcers of the war god path were to engage 5 arsonists, while he and Yin Shizai would set a trap to eliminate the leader. Number 8. However, unexpectedly, Yin Shizai had fled under the pursuit of an arsonist midway through the plan. Just when he thought he would have to grapple with number 8 alone, number 8 himself had also escaped. In the midst of the chaos, both allies and foes had vanished, leaving only Pu Wen. Thud. Just as Pu Wen pondered, a light tremor resonated from the sky. He looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Beneath the clouds, a black ribbon was gradually retreating towards the sword base, but clinging to that ribbon was a figure, struggling desperately. Was that not the arsonist? Number 8 was swiftly ascending away from the earth. His eyes filled with excitement and madness as he beheld the approaching sword base of the war god path. His hand delved into the black ribbon, grasping repeatedly yet only seizing emptiness. Unfazed, he continued his attempts to pilfer. Finally, after a series of thefts, a dark red shard fell into his palm. This shard was roughly half the size of his hand, akin to a rock sliding off a mountainside compared to the complete sword base. Yet it was the utmost he could achieve. The moment the shard detached, the entire ancient vault of the war god path trembled, the black ribbon instantly shattering into nothingness, and the unsupported number 8 plummeted from the sky, hurtling straight towards the ground. Was his target the sword base? Witnessing this, Pu Wen's expression hardened. He was not well versed in the sword base. Although every ancient vault housed a corresponding sword base, they had no opportunity to engage with it, only knowing that it seemed paramount to the ancient vault. The audacity of the arsonists to pilfer the sword base would undoubtedly trigger a series of repercussions. Pu Wen did not believe that the entities residing deep within the vault would allow them to escape this maritime realm unscathed. The arsonist who had stolen the shard was at the 3rd tier, and with Yin Shizai having gone missing and Lu Xinming also unaccounted for, it left him alone to contend with the threat. Glancing at the direction in which number 8 was falling and then at the chaotic battlefield still embroiled in combat, Pu Wen felt a headache coming on. The clash between enforcers and arsonists was nearing its end. 3 of the 5 enforcers of the war god path had been slain, while 2 arsonists had also perished, with countless ordinary enforcers suffering casualties, leaving only a few silhouettes still fighting amidst the scattered corpses. A rough calculation revealed that of the original 70-plus individuals who entered the ancient vault, fewer than 10 were likely to still be alive. In nearly a century, the trials of the war god path had never witnessed such devastating losses. The enforcers from Aurora City had hoped to leverage this opportunity to cultivate more enforcers and recuperate, only to find that all their seedlings had perished within the vault. Should the vault open, those 3 enforcers would likely perish from fright on the spot. Pu Wen shook his head, casting aside the disordered thoughts, and charged directly toward the direction where number 8 was falling. At this juncture of combat, no one could hope to survive without eliminating the most troublesome arsonist. Meanwhile, as number 8 plummeted from the sky, he clutched the shard of the sword base tightly, reaching towards the ground below. The hard rock was instantly pilfered, leaving only the soft soil beneath. as he crashed heavily upon it, a cloud of dust billowing around him. Even though the ground was soft, the impact still left number 8 reeling, and he staggered to his feet, feeling pain radiating through his insides. Yet when he gazed at the shard of the sword base in his hand, joy welled within him. Task accomplished, he had stolen the shard of the war god Path's sword base. Upon his return, his rank should rise significantly, perhaps even into the top 5. Just as number 8 reveled in his success, a whistling sound of slicing air suddenly echoed from behind. He felt a chill at the back of his neck and instinctively rolled forward. Swish! A long blade grazed past number 8's scalp, shearing away a swath of crimson. Before number 8 could ascertain the identity of his assailant, that flash of blade struck again with astonishing speed. Thoughts raced through his mind as he raised his fingertip, causing the imminent cold gleam threatening his brow to vanish into thin air, replaced by his grasp. However, that hand seemed to have anticipated the disappearance of the weapon. The assault did not cease but transformed, his palm morphing into a blade, shrouded in iron black, striking toward number 8's face with lightning speed. Number 8 immediately swung his blade to block, the edge sparking as it collided with the palm. Yet the overwhelming force still sent him flying several meters. Number 8's combat experience proved invaluable, allowing him to adjust his posture midair and land firmly on the ground. He looked up to see a young man clad in black standing before him, coolly shaking his bloodied hand. Was that a near miss? Lu Xuanming's brow furrowed with intensity. It's you? Number 8's eyes glinted with malice. Lu Xuanming's attack had been too sudden, as if he had always been lurking nearby, waiting for number 8's vigilance to wane before striking. Had it not been for number 8's rich combat experience, he might have lost his head in an instant. But now, having evaded disaster, the distance between them had widened. In this scenario, victory could no longer tilt in Lu Xuanming's favor. An enforcer who has only just stepped into the first tier dares to scheme against me. Number 8 gradually straightened, gripping the long blade tightly. Indeed, commendable courage for the son of that illustrious enforcer. But alas, your opportunities have run out. Lu Xuanming's brow furrowed, and with a powerful stomp, he charged at number 8 like a ferocious beast. Number 8 remained composed, standing his ground as he reached forward, steel light. In an instant, darkness engulfed Lu Xuanming's vision. Targets vanished, surroundings disappeared. This abrupt twist caught Lu Xuanming off guard, causing his movement to stall, just as a glimmering blade swept toward his neck. That was his own blade. Lu Xuanming, without a moment's hesitation, felt the sharpness of the iron armor piercing through his skin. The force of the strike sent him staggering to one side, and just as he intended to roll away to dissipate the impact, the clear sound of a bullet being chambered echoed ominously. A fleeting thought darted through Lu Xuanming's mind. Trouble was imminent. The next instant, a crimson flower erupted from his thigh. Chapter 78. The Final Victor? Lu Xuanming could discern the trajectory of the incoming attack by analyzing the airflow as the blade sliced through the air, allowing him to employ the iron armor in defense, yet he was utterly incapable of predicting the bullet's origin. Thus, he was struck. The bullet pierced his thigh, causing him to completely lose his balance, and an overwhelming force surged from his chest, propelling him violently backward. As dust swirled around him, Lu Xuanming fell heavily to the ground. Instinctively, he sat up, but by then, he was utterly disoriented, completely unaware of where the enemy might strike from next. Blood flowed freely from the bullet wound in his thigh, and his complexion grew ghastly pale. Was this the oppressive sensation of the third tier? Even the unskilled thief of the divine path found it beyond the capabilities of the first tier to contend with on the desolate plain. Number 8 approached Lu Xuanming with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, his expression devoid of emotion. He silently raised the gun, aiming at Lu Xuanming's forehead, ready to pull the trigger when a voice interrupted from the side. Is this the last one? Number 8 paused, turning to see Jian Chongqing, blood-soaked and fixated on him from a distance, his scarred face brimming with excitement and desire. Killing this one should earn me considerable merit, he thought as he laughed heartily, his figure resembling a blood arrow as he charged forward. Another who has stepped onto the war god path. Number 8's brow furrowed slightly. Jian Chongqing moved with astonishing speed, so rapid that even Lu Xuanming, clad in iron armor, could not hope to catch him. In a mere flash, he traversed several dozen meters, arriving before number 8. The latter, taken aback, immediately fired several shots. Bullets struck Jin Chongqing's body in quick succession. But instead of slowing him, his speed surged even higher, and a bloodied fist hurtled toward number 8, stealing light. Number 8 wasted no time activating his skill again. Suddenly deprived of sight, Jin Chongqing flitted about like a headless fly. And just as number 8 let out a sigh of relief, a fist, heavy as a boulder, crashed into his chest. That blow shattered 2 of number 8's ribs, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Ximing, eyes closed, found himself beside Jin Chongqing, a dark fist poised in the air, coldly facing the direction of number 8. Your voice has betrayed your position, he stated calmly. Number 8, gritting his teeth, painfully rose to his feet. Malice flickering in his gaze, at that moment, a sheet of rice paper drifted silently overhead, freeze. The characters, hastily inscribed in blood, began to fade away, and Pu Wan, empty-handed, stood nearby, forming a seal with one hand. Number 8's form became statue-like. Frozen in place. 2 visionless enforcers, one bound fire thief, fell into an eerie silence on the battlefield. Moments later, Lu Ximing was the first to recover from his blindness, lunging toward number 8 like a cannonball. The latter, half a second later, broke free from the immobilization, one hand stealing Lu Xuanming's sight while the other lifted his gun, firing 3 shots in rapid succession. Damn it! Is his theft unlimited? Lu Ximing cursed inwardly. 3 bullets whistled into his body. 2 were deflected by the randomly activated iron armor, while the last one penetrated his shoulder, causing his previously clenched fist to drop limply. Number 8 attempted to shoot again, only to find his magazine empty. Reluctantly, he discarded it, just as searing pain radiated from his abdomen. Jin Chongqing's punch had shattered number 8's kidney, and he seized the opportunity to wrap his arms around his waist. Slamming him down to the ground now, how will you escape? He sneered. Although Jin Chongqing was late in regaining his sight, he followed the sound of the gunfire to locate number 8, delivering a punch that crushed his internal organs and pinning him beneath him. Ultimately, number 8 found himself outmatched. Despite having gravely injured Lu Ximing, he was caught from behind by Jin Chongqing. With eyes wide open, he stared at the seemingly unconscious Jin Chongqing, gritting his teeth as he snatched the dagger from his grasp and began to stab wildly at Jin Chongqing's body. Unfazed by number 8's assault, Jin Chongqing laughed maniacally, relentlessly hammering his bloodied fists into number 8, clearly intent on trading injury for injury. In the beginning, number 8 managed to stab him a few times, each strike aimed at a vital spot, but as the punches rained down, his awareness began to blur. Ultimately, he lay on the ground like a pile of mud, powerless to resist the relentless barrage of fists. Each strike met flesh, each blow shattered bone. Having exhausted all his rice paper, Pu Wan stood frozen, aghast at the bloody and grotesque scene before him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He recognized Jin Chongqing, but could not fathom what had transpired to transform him from a timid lackey into such a reckless fiend. Enough, Pu Wan called out. Jin Chongqing, seemingly deaf to his words, continued to rain down blows, flesh and blood flying. Enough! Pu Wan stepped forward, shouting once more. Only then did Jin Chongqing relent, glancing down at the mangled form of number 8 beneath him. Slowly rising to his feet, "It is finished. This fire thief is mine to kill. The merit is also mine." He gazed at Pu Wan, as if declaring some form of dominion. "No one will steal your credit." Pu Wan replied, surveying the surroundings. "By the way, have you seen Yin Shizai? I saw him. He was slain by a fire thief." Upon hearing this news, Pu Wan's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze upon Jin Chongqing's eyes, seemingly attempting to see through him. The latter, undaunted, met his stare, his scarred face betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, Lu Ximing exhaled deeply, unsteadily rising to his feet. Once his vision returned, he walked to a nearby hill to gaze into the distance. "They are all gone." "What? They're all gone?" Lu Ximing surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses, realizing that only the 3 of them had survived. Pu Wan and Jin Chongqing exchanged astonished glances before joining him on the hill. Before them lay a sea of blood and bodies. Whether fire thieves or enforcers, none remained standing. In this chaotic battle, the enforcers ultimately triumphed, though their victory was harrowingly costly. The 3 bloodied figures stood shoulder to shoulder atop the hill, the wind billowing through their garments. One a Shura, one a Tianlang, and one a scholar. They were the last victors in this world. Pu Wen's countenance darkened. Although he harbored disdain for Yin Shizai, he had been employed by him. With Yin Shizai's death in the ancient battlefield, news would undoubtedly incite chaos upon returning to Aurora City, and he too might face scrutiny. Liu Xinming, on the other hand, appeared impassive, though perhaps the blood loss from his gunshot wound rendered his complexion as pale as paper. As for Jian Chongqing, he gazed at the mountain of corpses and, after a few seconds of silence, broke into laughter. The final victor, me. Clap, clap, clap. In the midst of the profound silence, a crisp sound of applause resonated from behind them. The three men simultaneously froze, turning to look. A figure clad in a bright red theatrical robe sat atop the blood-stained boulder, smiling down at them. His hands, adorned with ruby rings, clapped softly, reminiscent of an audience expressing genuine admiration. "Splendid," he remarked with a smile. "I seem to understand the joy of being an audience." Chapter 79. 1 against 3. The appearance of the figure in red caused their hearts to nearly stop. They stared, dumbfounded at the familiar face, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Even the usually composed Liu Xinming appeared somewhat shaken. Chunling, that fire thief. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? A barrage of questions flooded their minds, leaving them feeling bewildered. Only Pu Wen was quick to react, fixing his gaze on Qinling and rasping, "I thought something felt off. Were you the one orchestrating all of this? To be honest, I am rather reluctant to explain myself to you." Qinling paused, knowing all too well that villains often fall victim to excessive dialogue. The three of them. Qinling slowly rose, his gaze surveying the three below him, his scarlet robe billowing in the wind like a blood-soaked specter. A manic grin crept across his face. "You three, come at me together." The trio atop the hill exchanged glances, their expressions grave, but Jian Chongqing was the first to charge forward, lunging at Qinling like a rabid dog, while Liu Xinming swiftly drew his long knife from the ground, following closely behind. Pu Wen, however, remained stationary, biting his finger and swiftly inscribing characters on the ground. Having exhausted all of his previously prepared seal characters, the one that had immobilized number 8 was hastily written, and now he had no choice but to act again. Standing atop the towering rock, Qinling leisurely extended his fingers toward his cheek and tore away a layer of skin, which fluttered away in the wind. Simultaneously, the Qinling standing there seemed to vanish into thin air. Jian Chongqing and Liu Xinming were momentarily taken aback as a black shadow swiftly zipped past them. What was this skill? Liu Xinming had never seen anyone transform into an animal. Even the shape-shifting experts of the divine theater could only change their faces. Was this the work of those sorcerers? The hawk soared past them, then morphed back into Qinling's form mid-air, crashing down toward the earth like a meteor. With just a final stroke, a character in the talisman script was nearly completed, when suddenly something darted past him. Amidst the splintering of gravel, his wrist was firmly seized. Pu Wen stared in shock at the face so close before him, yet the other party had already pressed the gun's muzzle against his forehead, offering a faint smile. "Not bad with the skills, but unfortunately your initial movement is too slow." Bang. A single shot, and Pu Wen met his demise. Qinling, having observed from the shadows for so long, had already seen through everyone's abilities. Pu Wen's mastery of the script was indeed formidable, comprehensive in its strength, but the requirement to first draw paper before using it was a significant drawback. If he were out of paper, he would have to write on the spot. Had they just entered the ancient vault, Qinling would never have dared to challenge three at once, but now Pu Wen had exhausted all his writing materials, and Liu Xinming was severely injured. Having lost an arm and a leg, his combat power greatly diminished. Eliminating Pu Wen at the onset was crucial. Otherwise, if he were to unleash the character script later, Qinling risked being instantly countered. This was the most critical part of Qinling's plan. As he witnessed Pu Wen being swiftly and precisely executed by Qinling, Liu Xinming and Jian Chongqing's pupils constricted. They exchanged a glance, instinctively pivoting to approach Qinling from either side with haste. Jian Chongqing, being the fastest, became a fleeting crimson shadow, arriving before Qinling in the blink of an eye. Yet, Qinling had already thrust the red ring into Pu Wen's body and slowly rose, casually gesturing, "Crush." Smack! Jian Chongqing reacted with lightning speed, evading to the side just as space twisted, but even so, one shoulder was crushed into a mist of blood. He grunted, the ferocity in his gaze intensifying, Yet losing an arm severely compromised his balance, especially while moving at high speed, causing him to instinctively lean to one side. Nearly toppling over Dai in that brief moment, the grand red theatrical robe had already engaged Lu Xinming in combat. The dagger and long knife clashed, creating blinding sparks in the air. Observing Chunling's ring, Lu Xinming coldly inquired, "You killed Yin Shi, didn't you?" Chunling felt a tremendous force emanating from the blade's tip, retreating to dissipate the impact, his form light and graceful like a fluttering butterfly. Instantly flashing behind Lu Xinming possessed the iron garment, boasting immense strength and defense. Thus, Chunling would naturally not confront him head-on, relying instead on the agility of slaughter dance to engage in combat. As long as his speed was sufficient and his angles of attack sufficiently cunning, Lu Xinming would be unable to activate iron garment for defense in time. Already having lost an arm to number 8, Lu Xinming could only wield his knife with one hand, struggling to keep up with Chunling's offensive, forced to retreat and defend, awaiting Jian Chongqing's assistance. However, Chunling would not grant him that opportunity. Like a specter, Chunling sidestepped, evading Lu Xinming's retaliatory strike, and took the chance to plunge his ring-clad right hand into Lu Xinming's wound. A frenzied, consuming force surged forth, visibly draining Lu Xinming's vitality. Reacting swiftly, Lu Xinming swung his knife towards Chunling's wrist, but the dagger intercepted mid-air. After a brief struggle, Chunling was pushed back a few steps. Before Lu Xinming could retaliate, Chunling swiftly gestured at him. Crush? A small distortion in space precisely landed on Lu Xinming's knife-wielding hand, causing his bones to shatter and forcing him to release the long knife in the blink of an eye. A shadow flashed before him, the cold gleam piercing his chest. Lu Xinming grunted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the close Chunling. Moments later, he collapsed straight to the ground. Simultaneously, a sound of slicing air erupted from behind Chunling. He nimbly sidestepped, the short sword grazing his cheek, as Jian Chongqing's eyes flickered with ferocity. The dagger and short knife clashed in the air at an astonishing speed, exchanging blows over a dozen times, neither gaining the upper hand. After an explosive exchange, both opted to create distance, the two figures clad in red standing on opposite sides of the battlefield, eyes locked on one another. Whether you are man or ghost, today, you shall die. Jian Chongqing clenched his teeth, sensing Chunling's overwhelming strength. Even Pu Wan and Lu Xinming had fallen one after the other, but he had fought hard to reach this point. He could not die here. His will surged, the scent of slaughter pervading the air as he roared, dashing towards Chunling like a bolt of blood-red lightning. Chunling, expressionless, raised his gun, aiming at the rapidly approaching crimson figure. Slowly uttering, "For the reboot of human civilization, I judge your death." The moment Chunling's words fell, an aura of judgment surged into the gun's barrel. Simultaneously, Chunling felt his spirit rapidly waning. As if he had poured everything into his hand in the depths of his mind, a certain force seemed to lock onto Jian Chongqing, who was drawing near. Instantly, Jian Chongqing felt every hair on his body stand on end. An unprecedented sense of crisis overwhelming him, he gazed at the dark gun muzzle, approaching like the gaze of death. Instinct screamed at him to evade this attack, but his body was already too late to respond. Bang! Chunling pulled the trigger. The power of deconstruction transformed into a bullet that shot forth from the barrel. No spark, no explosion, silent like a voiceless arrow, it pierced through Jian Chongqing's chest in an instant. Jian Chongqing felt his body lighten, a gaping hole the size of a fist remaining in his chest. Looking down, he could even see the ground behind him. Everything struck by this bullet seemed to fade into oblivion. Including his heart, he could no longer control his body, staggering 2 steps before collapsing at Chunling's feet. After firing this shot, Chunling felt darkness encroaching, the overwhelming drain on his mental strength nearly causing him to faint. It was only through sheer will that he managed to stay upright. Indeed, attempting to unleash the 4th-tier skill, Judgment Court, at the 1st tier was far too taxing. Moreover, judging by the effect, he had not been able to expand the field like Han Meng had. Instead, he could only condense a minuscule version of it near the barrel, shooting out the deconstructive bullet with a lethality no larger than a fist. It was worth noting that Han Meng had managed to annihilate the red paper creature with 3 shots, each bullet's lethality being dozens of times greater than what Chunling had just unleashed. Even if he could release skills beyond his tier at the first stage, their potency would be drastically reduced, confined within the limitations of their respective tiers. This thought flashed through Chunling's mind. Yet, the reality proved that even a weakened judgment court was sufficient to obliterate nearly all enemies of the same rank, such as Jin Chongsheng. "You are a monster." A faint voice escaped Jin Chongsheng's throat. Perhaps due to the nature of his own abilities, even with his heart pierced, he did not die immediately but stared intently at Chen Ling. "I should not die here. I have only just begun. I am unwilling." His voice grew ever fainter until it ultimately fell into silence. Yet even so, his eyes remained fixed on Chen Ling, as if striving to remember his face for the next life. He died with his eyes wide open. Only after confirming Jin Chongsheng's death did Chen Ling finally exhale in relief. This fellow was incredibly difficult to kill. Not only did he not feel pain from his injuries, but he grew fiercer as the battle wore on. Chen Ling suspected that had he not used Judgment Court to eliminate him swiftly, he might not have been able to contend with Jin Chongsheng in a prolonged fight. Chen Ling paused for a moment, gradually recovering from the brink of unconsciousness. He scanned the surroundings, inching his way toward number 8, who now lay in a mangled state, devoid of human form due to Jin Chongsheng's assault. After a brief search through the bloodied remains, he finally located the fragment of the divine weapon's foundation that number 8 had clutched tightly in his hand. As he reached to take it, he discovered that number 8 still clung to the fragment, unwilling to let go. "You are still alive," Chen Ling remarked in astonishment, though number 8 was thoroughly shattered. A remnant of life still flickered within him. That solitary eye, stained with blood, stared at Chen Ling, his hand gripping the fragment with stubborn tenacity. The 8 of them had journeyed countless miles from another realm for this fragment of the divine weapon. They had sacrificed everything for it, and now they could not allow Chen Ling to seize it in the end. "Let go." Chen Ling sighed. "Everyone is dead. Do you think you can still turn the tide?" A glimmer of despair flickered in number 8's remaining eye, yet he still refused to relinquish his hold. Chen Ling did not attempt to pry the fragment from number 8's grip. Instead, he gently placed his palm on the bloodied, disfigured face, drawing his gun with the other hand, pressing it against number 8's temple. Chen Ling could feel number 8 trembling. Whether it was fear, rage, or unwillingness, he could not discern. All right. Clad in a grand red theatrical robe, Chen Ling squatted beside the blurred remains, soothingly assuring, "You did well, child." Bang! The bullet pierced through number 8's skull, extinguishing his final breath. Chen Ling withdrew his hand, forcing number 8's eyelids to close, as if he had departed in peace. With a dagger, he pried open number 8's stiffened palm, retrieving the blood-stained fragment of the divine weapon's foundation, rising slowly to his feet. A gentle breeze brushed against the hem of his blood-soaked robe, swaying in the desolate wilderness like a flame from the netherworld. The performance had not yet concluded, had it? Chen Ling mused for a moment, then suddenly realized, I am not dead. He was the final victor, the sole survivor on this stage, and the ultimate condition of the performance was, no one survives. Chen Ling cast a glance at the blood-stained words etched upon the ground. Current expectation level, 65. Since the commencement of the performance, the audience's anticipation had gradually risen in tandem with the unfolding events. However, the true accumulation of expectation stemmed from his transformation into by Qi Ling, which incited a fierce clash between the enforcers and the usurpers. Merely by vanquishing Yin Shikai, seizing the ring of sacrifice, and emerging to confront the trio of Jin Chongsheng, who believed themselves victorious, he had harvested nearly 30 points of expectation in those 2 battles alone. Having just claimed the life of the 8th victim, he gained an additional 5 points. With all lives extinguished, where could he possibly accrue another 5 points? Chen Ling felt a twinge of frustration. Had he foreseen this, he would have crafted more intricate scenarios, allowing this collection of corpses to yield a greater contribution to the expectation level. His gaze swept over the multitude of bodies, ultimately settling upon the depths of the ancient military repository, shrouded in an enigmatic darkness. Only this path remained. Checking the time, he noted that there was still a brief interval until the repository would open. And thus, he stepped forward, venturing deeper into the ancient vault. 5-person trenches, 10-person trenches, 15, 20. 50-person trenches. As Chen Ling delved further, the soldier respawn points that emerged around him grew increasingly formidable. Upon traversing the 50-person trench, He beheld a conspicuous monument standing tall upon the ashen earth. Trial boundaries, no trespassing. Crossing this stone would signify his departure from the trial area designated by Aurora City, plunging into the repository's depths. And the preceding zone was evidently not intended for newcomers like him. Chunling paused momentarily before this monument, then continued onward. The instant his foot crossed the threshold of the trial area, a faint warmth surged from his chest. Startled, Chunling reached into his garment and retrieved the heated artifact. By Qi Ling Chapter 81. Tomb and audience. By Qi Ling is reacting. A flicker of doubt crossed Chunling's mind as he grasped the Bai Qi Ling tightly and pressed onward. The emergence of Bai Qi Ling had already been exceedingly peculiar, as if someone had transmitted it to him from the depths of the ancient military repository through the path of the war god. Now, as Chen Ling entered deeper into the repository, Bai Qi Ling responded again. Perhaps it was guiding him toward something? As Chen Ling ventured further into the repository, the colossal sword that pierced the heavens drew closer. An inexplicable chill enveloping him, as if it could freeze him to the very marrow. This sensation was not a mere physical coldness, but rather an indescribable feeling, akin to wandering into a graveyard in the dead of night. Sensing unseen eyes upon him, suddenly, Chen Ling realized that, in a certain sense, he was traversing a vast sepulchre, a grand tomb of war that had existed since the dawn of humanity. His gaze swept across the surroundings, where immense chasms dotted the earth. No, they could scarcely be deemed chasms. They were pits, each accommodating countless figures, motionless like statues, reminiscent of the terracotta warriors he had once encountered, in the trial area. The largest trench he had seen accommodated no more than 50 individuals. Yet here, a mere glance revealed pits beginning at 100 and, as he advanced, thousands were commonplace. The cold was intensifying. Chunling's brow furrowed. Just as the chill became unbearable, the Bai Qi Ling in his hand radiated an increasing warmth, akin to a miniature sun grasped within his palm, dispelling the surrounding coldness by half a meter. Yet, despite holding the talisman, he felt no searing pain. Rather, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped him. Where was it attempting to guide him? Unconsciously quickening his pace, Chunling approached the black giant sword, and he seemed to catch fleeting glimpses of something darting around him. A sensation of being watched surged within him. However, each time he turned to look, he found no trace of them, as if they were mere figments of his imagination. In the depths of the repository, something awaited. Chunling's brows knitted tighter. Just as he contemplated retreating, a vast, gaping pit materialized before him. It was a circular chasm, several kilometers in diameter, beneath a dim sky that seemed to stretch into infinity. Standing at the edge of this pit, Chunling felt as insignificant as an ant. A look of shock flickered in Chunling's eyes. How many could this immense pit accommodate? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? This was the largest pit he had encountered since entering the ancient military repository. All the previous soldier respawn pits combined did not match its size. Yet curiously, this gigantic pit was empty. Within it, there were no periodic manifestations of killing intent, nothing but a solitary desolate tomb standing alone at its center. A bone-chilling cold emanated from within the pit, and even with the talisman in hand, Chunling couldn't help but shiver. Although his naked eye could discern nothing within the pit, he felt as if he could hear the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits that had once filled the air with their murderous intent. Suddenly, Chunling recalled having read in a history book that the Qin general Bai Qi had buried 400,000 Zhao troops alive after the Battle of Chongping. Thus, the name of the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, had echoed through the ages. Chunling's gaze settled upon the solitary desolate tomb at the center of the pit, his eyes narrowing slightly. This vast pit did not manifest the usual killing intent projections like the others. Instead, it harbored a desolate grave. Did this imply that this tomb could rival the presence of tens of thousands of killing intent projections? Could it be? Chunling glanced at the searing talisman in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped into the giant pit, striding directly toward the desolate tomb. As he approached, he gradually discerned the full visage of the grave. Rather than a tomb, it resembled a mound barely half a person's height. There was nothing before the mound, akin to the chaotic burial ground he had previously encountered. How could the illustrious god of slaughter, Bai Qi, be interred in such a place? Confusion filled Chunling's mind as he halted before the desolate tomb. The warmth of the talisman gradually dissipated, as if its purpose in guiding him here was fulfilled. Simultaneously, a chilling aura surged around him, and upon the ground before the tomb, a line of blood-red characters appeared. Seemingly seeping from the soil, 3 bows and 9 kowtows, pass on your divine abilities. The moment Chen-Ling beheld these words, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Before he could react, a more frigid presence erupted from the void behind him. And countless scarlet eyes suddenly opened, their gazes piercing through the boundary of the theater, as if an invisible apocalyptic beast roared in fury. A tempest erupted within Chen-Ling's being, crashing toward the desolate tomb before him. Almost simultaneously, a tangible wave of black killing intent surged forth from the grave, as if the master of the desolate tomb had once stood eons ago, casting a gaze filled with lethal intent upon this very spot. Boom! The 2 terrifying presences collided within the pit, like circular waves radiating outward, the aftershocks displacing the surrounding soil and revealing a stark crimson hue and scattered white bones beneath. Upon the ground before the tomb, a massive character composed of spilled blood emerged, grotesquely proclaiming, "Disaster." Chen-Ling stood at the edge of the collision of these 2 forces, his crimson robe billowing wildly as he shielded his eyes with his hand. The black killing intent swirled around him, and the overwhelming pressure nearly rendered him breathless. The audience was clashing with Bai Qi? This thought flashed through Chen-Ling's mind, and a surge of excitement welled within him. If Bai Qi could contend with the audience, might he not have the potential to obliterate them entirely? If the audience perished here, he would finally reclaim his freedom. Once this thought took root, it proved difficult to dispel. Alas, matters did not proceed as Chen-Ling had hoped. Through the gaps between his fingers, he glimpsed the desolate tomb trembling, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The crimson eyes behind him began to fade into the void, and the cataclysmic pressure receded accordingly. Simultaneously, the killing intent that had poured from the grave retreated back into the depths of the pit. The vast chasm fell into silence once more. The encounter had been abrupt, and its departure equally so. Had the surrounding earth not been stripped of its surface layer, revealing the sanguine depths below, Chen-Ling might have suspected that all that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Chen-Ling's gaze returned to the desolate tomb, where he observed that the surface had indeed developed numerous fissures. It appeared that Bai Qi had not gained the upper hand in the recent confrontation. Just as Chen-Ling felt a sense of regret, another line of blood-red characters seeped forth from the earth. "Assist my resurrection. Fulfill your heart's desires." Chapter 82. There is another survivor. Upon seeing these words, Chen-Ling was momentarily stunned. Before he could collect his thoughts, a beam of crimson light erupted from the depths of the earth, surging into the talisman in his palm. The surface of Bai Qi-Ling became stained with layers of blood, only to swiftly diminish. Chen-Ling distinctly sensed a fierce intent for slaughter emanating from it. Audience expectation level 7. Chen-Ling was oblivious to what had transpired or why the audience's expectation level would rise with the infusion of that crimson light. He had no time to ponder, for just as the blood light vanished into the talisman, the entire pit began to tremble violently. The edges of the pit rapidly disappeared, the earth transforming into countless grains of sand, as if a sandcastle world collapsed at astonishing speed into the void beneath the repository. A tide of obliteration surged toward Chen-Ling, engulfing everything in its path. His pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, his form darting like a blade towards the direction he had come from. In the midst of this colossal pit's collapse, he felt like a minuscule ant struggling for survival, desperately chasing the glimmer of hope. Chen-Ling's speed reached its peak. Just as the collapse threatened to swallow him whole, he narrowly escaped the confines of the pit, tumbling onto solid ground. Damn it! What just happened? Chen-Ling wiped the cold sweat from his brow and glanced back, only to find that the once mighty pit had vanished entirely, replaced by an expanse of hollow nothingness. As he looked down, it felt as though he were peering into an abyss, and the next moment, the earth began to regenerate, the void filled with soil that seemingly emerged from nowhere, leveling off within mere seconds, as if the gaping chasm had never existed. Witnessing this scene, Chen-Ling involuntarily recalled the moment when the killing aura projection was vanquished and subsequently restored. Thus, was that vast pit also reinstated by some mechanism hidden within the ancient military repository? Glancing at the token in his hand, An expression of deepening perplexity clouded his features, yet he had no time to linger. If all went as expected, the three law enforcers would soon be opening the ancient repository's gates. He concealed the token close to his person and swiftly dashed back to the trial area. First rushing to the entrance of the repository to deface the faces of all the corpses of the law enforcers from Area 1, before discarding them into the abyss. After a moment's hesitation, he also randomly tossed the bodies of 2 law enforcers from Aurora City down. Having completed this grim task, Chun-Ling sought out a location amidst the chaos of corpses and sat down. Thud! At that moment, a low, resonant humming emanated from the entrance of the repository. The ancient military repository had been opened. Chun-Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, casually picking up a short blade beside him. The edge slowly pressed against his abdomen. With a swift stroke, his waist was sliced open, a torrent of blood gushed forth, and his complexion turned visibly pallid. Enduring the excruciating pain, he lay back amidst the disordered corpses. In the crimson pool of blood, his face, devoid of color, bore a strange smile. The performance had concluded. His eyes closed. Outside the ancient military repository, the massive vessel swayed gently with the waves, beneath the inky sky. 3 figures cloaked in trench coats stood at the bow, gazing at the slowly opening vortex. The time had come. The 4-pattern law enforcer, hands clasped behind his back, pondered how many would tread the path of the war god this year. Based on previous years, 7 or 8 would be commendable, but this time it was likely to be even fewer. Let us not forget that Yin Shizai entered with that lad from the book God Path. He aims to snatch others' killing auras, naturally diminishing the chances for others to ascend. Does the higher authority truly remain indifferent to Yin Shizai's blatant cheating? Mind your own business, the 5-pattern law enforcer replied coldly. We only need to obey orders. The 2 4-pattern law enforcers fell silent at once. As the vortex expanded, half a minute later, it resumed its original size from when the crowd had entered. They stood at the ship's bow, awaiting the return of those law enforcers who had completed the trials. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the vortex remained eerily silent, showing no signs of anyone emerging. What is happening? Did they miscalculate the time? The 4-pattern law enforcer was utterly baffled. That shouldn't be. Could something have gone awry inside? Such an outer trial, what could possibly occur? Losing 1 or 2 individuals would be the worst of it. The other law enforcer shrugged. They probably still have some who are unwilling to concede, wanting to try again. Just wait. The trio waited another 10 minutes, the vortex still unresponsive. Something feels amiss. The 5-pattern law enforcer furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before deciding to investigate. But our rank has surpassed the 4th tier. We would be repelled here, wouldn't we? In an emergency, as escorters, we possess a secret treasure from Aurora City as a token, permitting us to operate within for a short period. He stood at the ship's bow, solemnly bowing to the immense black sword that pierced the heavens, then leaped, vanishing into the vortex. The other 2 law enforcers exchanged glances and followed closely behind. A sensation of vertigo struck them, and in the next moment, the trio stood firmly at the cliff's edge. A pungent scent of blood surged into their nostrils. The 3 law enforcers frowned simultaneously as they beheld the scene before the cliff, their expressions suddenly shifting in horror. Over 10 law enforcers' corpses lay scattered about the cliff, most evidently shot dead, precisely those who had entered the repository earlier. What transpired? The 4-pattern law enforcer exclaimed in shock. How did so many die? The 5-pattern law enforcer's face turned ashen. He swiftly surveyed the bodies, his gaze locking onto a particular figure, slowly crouching down. Something is off. He grasped the corpse's face, scrutinizing it closely. Among those who had entered the ancient repository, this individual was not present. Are you suggesting that someone infiltrated the law enforcer's ranks? Who? The 5-pattern law enforcer did not respond. He immediately rose and hastened deeper into the repository. The further they ventured, the more corpses they encountered. The vast ancient repository enveloped in an oppressive silence that resonated deafeningly in the ears of the 3 law enforcers. Is it Yin Shizai? One of the 4-pattern law enforcers trembled as he raised his hand, pointing to a shadowy corner. The other 2 abruptly turned, their eyes widening as they beheld a bloodied and twisted figure. Left momentarily stunned before regaining their senses, it was not that they did not recognize Yin Shizai. Rather, the sight of him, drained of blood and flesh, was too jarring to reconcile with the arrogant Master Yin they had known. It truly is him. Another four-pattern law enforcer croaked, fear evident in his eyes. If even Yin Shizai had perished within the ancient repository, a catastrophe was brewing over in Aurora City. Quick, see if there are any survivors. The three dispersed to search, one of them arriving at the base of a hill where the slaughter had been most brutal, dozens of law enforcers and arsonists' bodies piled together, resembling a scene from a gruesome death struggle. The more they searched, the more their hearts sank. In the past 100 years, there had never been such a large-scale casualty among newcomers. They could not fathom what transpired within this place in the mere span of 24 hours. Amidst the sea of corpses, a lifeless figure stirred slightly, its finger twitching. This? The four-pattern law enforcer's pupils constricted as he shouted, "There's still a survivor." Chapter 83. The performance concludes upon this declaration. The other two law enforcers rushed over like arrows. A survivor? Wait, how is it him? Upon seeing the sole remaining figure with a flicker of life, Chen Ling, their eyes widened in disbelief. He must have been cut open during the battle, losing an excessive amount of blood. The law enforcer hesitated, glancing at the five-pattern one, knowing that if they did not act soon, he would truly perish. Should we save him? All those who entered the ancient repository had perished, and only Chen Ling, whom they had deemed doomed, had inexplicably clung to life. They now pondered the capriciousness of fate, caught in indecision. To save, or not to save? The five-pattern law enforcer bellowed, "Have you all gone mad? This is the only survivor among the law enforcers. If he dies, who will explain to Aurora City what transpired here? Save him. At all costs. Bring him back." The two law enforcers immediately began to assist Chen Ling. Yet lacking rescue equipment, they could only perform rudimentary bandaging before hastily evacuating him from the ancient military repository. As they departed, the ancient repository fell into silence once more, upon the blood-soaked wasteland. Strands of killing aura emanated from the deepest recesses of the colossal black sword, coiling around a nearby corpse like a serpent, surging into it with fervor. Mere seconds later, Jian Chongqing's dark crimson eyes abruptly opened. In the dimly lit center of the stage, Chen Ling, draped in a vibrant red theatrical robe, slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling, he instinctively touched his abdomen, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Theo deceived the three law enforcers. Chen Ling had no choice but to resort to the slowest and most torturous method of self-harm, as a swift gunshot to the head would lead to a rapid resurrection, potentially allowing the law enforcers to miss him entirely. With his wound healed before they arrived, only through a death by exsanguination could he prolong the dying process to the maximum extent, and even upon resurrection, it would not cause an uproar. However, the downside was this manner of death was excruciatingly painful. It was far more merciful to end it with a gunshot to the head. Chen Ling gradually rose from the stage, his gaze drifting to the audience. Although the earlier confrontation with the desolate tomb had been somewhat unexpected, there appeared to be no change. Countless pairs of crimson eyes remained fixed upon him, a gaze he had grown accustomed to. He walked directly to the screen, lowering his head to look. Following his self-inflicted demise, the audience's anticipation had predictably plummeted by 50, from 72 to 22, teetering on the brink of chaos. The good news was that at this moment, a treasure chest icon in the bottom right corner of the screen flickered again. Chen Ling reached out and tapped the chest. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by an exhilarating melody, a table materialized in the center of the stage, and several lines of text swiftly appeared on the white paper atop it. Congratulations on completing the performance, and then there were none. Highest audience anticipation for this performance. 72, you have earned one designated lottery draw. Upon use, you may select a character from all those featured in this performance, randomly drawing their abilities. The probability of acquiring rare skills correlates with the overall audience anticipation. Indeed, completing the performance task on the stone steps unlocked a show. Chen Ling mused to himself. Before him, sheets of paper manifested into being. You have awakened? As Chen Ling opened his eyes, Chu Mu Yun's voice drifted from the side. When they conspired with the law enforcers, causing one ordinary person after another to perish, where were you? Where is your investigative authority? Where is your enforcement authority? His lips curled upwards uncontrollably, as if engaged in some profound ritual, murmuring. The performance begins. Words began to materialize on the script, illustrating all of Qinling's experiences during this period. As he beheld his life transcribed into a script once more, Qinling felt little emotional upheaval. Or perhaps it could be said that he had grown numb. Upon finishing the last line of the script, he gently closed it, and at that moment, a sudden haze enveloped his vision. It was as if he had returned to that dream. The spotlight above him dimming rapidly, an endless night shrouding the world, with a distant star hanging overhead, and only a twisted, blood-red path, exuding an eerie aura, winding its way towards the sky at this moment. Qinling stood upon the first step of this path. Complete a performance involving at least 50 participants, ensuring that no one survives after the performance concludes. As the brilliance of the script in Qinling's hands flickered, the second step before him trembled slightly, the small characters on its surface vanishing without a trace, followed by a surge of pure mental energy bursting forth from his mind. To be honest, Qinling had little understanding of what mental power truly was and had scarcely sensed it before, but at this moment, it was as if a spring had erupted beneath his feet. Flooding his body from this distorted divine path, he felt as though he was being cleansed. His once exhausted spirit rejuvenated rapidly, was completing the task above the prerequisite for stepping onto the next level. Qinling gazed thoughtfully at the restored step, contemplating. Tentatively, he lifted his foot and approached the second step. His foot effortlessly passed through the original invisible barrier. However, with each step he took, his mental energy was consumed wildly. And by the time all of it was depleted, his toes barely grazed the step. It had only been a few days since he had ascended the first step, and it was still too early to leap to the second. Fortunately, the barrier to the second step had now been lifted. Stepping onto it was merely a matter of time. Qinling withdrew his foot. In the next moment, his surroundings shattered rapidly, and he found himself once again at the center of the stage. Grasping the script, he surveyed his surroundings. Countless cards fluttered in the air before neatly settling on the table, the small print on the paper vanishing, replaced by a succinct line. Please write the name of the character you wish to draw on the paper. Qinling picked up a pen and, without much hesitation, inscribed a name upon the paper. Jian Changxing. Of course, Qinling had other options, such as the fire thief. Although their face-stealing skills were utterly useless to him, their item theft and the light-stealing ability used by number 8 were quite commendable, along with the sealing technique of the book Divine Path. The crux of the matter was that, after he had learned these skills, he had never had the opportunity to utilize them. Qinling thought that, in order to masquerade effectively as a law enforcer, he must possess a credible and presentable first-tier skill of the Divine Path of War. And currently, the only first-tier skills available were Jian Changxing and a few others. Qinling had witnessed the terror of the Azura path firsthand. A mere first-tier skill could transform a life loser like Jian Changxing into a super genius, capable of holding his own against him. In summary, Jian Changxing's Azura first-tier skill was his best choice. As Qinling wrote down Jian Changxing's name, all the other cards on the table disappeared, leaving only a solitary blue card in front of him. Chapter 84, Blood Garment. Qinling reached out to grasp this card. Skill, Blood Garment, belongs to Divine Path of War, Azura Path, first tier, character, Jian Changxing. Qinling absorbed the card and, after closing his eyes for a moment, murmured, "A blood garment," in a wonder. The Blood Garment skill, unlike the Iron Garment of other paths, does not possess extraordinary defense or strength. Its sole characteristic is that the more one is injured, the greater their combat power becomes, especially in terms of strength and speed. Simultaneously, the life force of the Blood Garment wielder is significantly enhanced. Unless faced with a fatal blow like a headshot, other injuries are unlikely to bring about their demise. This explains why Jian Changxing resembles an indestructible cockroach, growing stronger with each battle. This skill also compensates for Qinling's current shortcoming, which is his rather mediocre physical constitution. Even with Slaughter Dance, he finds it challenging to unleash his full potential. Next time he fights, he should stab himself 3 times first. Qinling mused to himself. After acquiring the skill, the intermission came to a definitive end. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as his consciousness began to return to his body. How is he? Can he still survive? Uncertain. After all this time, there is still no response. The 4-pattern law enforcer shook his head, speaking bitterly. It appears there is no hope left. Upon hearing this, the 5-pattern law enforcer's expression darkened ominously, as he gritted his teeth and growled. Continue the rescue. Bring out the last of the hormones. He cannot die. We all must survive. The two law enforcers exchanged glances and immediately set about preparing the hormone injections. Just then, a faint voice, as weak as a mosquito's buzz, rasped out. The three law enforcers froze simultaneously, and then ecstasy lit up their faces. He is still alive. Chen-Ling, can you hear me? How do you feel? Under the expectant gazes of the three law enforcers, Chen-Ling struggled to open his eyes, his dazed pupils slowly focusing. He parted his lips. Where am I? This is a ship. We have brought you out from the ancient vault of war. The five-pattern law enforcer inquired anxiously. Chen-Ling, what exactly transpired within the ancient vault of war? Upon hearing the words ancient vault of war, Chen-Ling's pupils contracted noticeably, as if recalling some terrifying event. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter three words, fire. Thieves. A chill ran through the hearts of the three law enforcers, indeed. The five-pattern law enforcer clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming. Only they could infiltrate the ranks of the law enforcers by means of face stealing. But when precisely did they make their move? It was the train. What? The fire thieves attacked the train carrying the law enforcers from Area 1, and then disguised themselves as them, infiltrating the ancient vault. Chen-Ling's fists clenched involuntarily as he hoarsely continued. After they entered the ancient vault, they went on a rampage. The law enforcers from Areas 3, 5, and 6, along with several from Aurora City, were gunned down and fell into the abyss below. At that time, I was coerced by Yin Shizai and got separated from them, which allowed me to escape a disaster. They actually attacked the train? But wait, the Railway Bureau has not reported any incidents of an attack. I will investigate further once we disembark. How many people from Area 1 came? It seems to be 9. The five-pattern law enforcer furrowed his brow, a few faces of the fire thieves he had encountered flashing through his mind, seemingly calculating their numbers. Chen-Ling continued, then, that Pu Wen used some kind of paper to immobilize them all. Liu Shiming killed one with a single stroke, and Yin Shizai pushed 2 more off the cliff with his ring. When Pu Wen shouted, we all scattered to escape. This aligns perfectly. The five-pattern law enforcer nodded slightly. I was terrified at that moment, fleeing to an isolated place, but I saw several divine paths of war descending upon other locations. Later, Yin Shizai mentioned going to encircle the fire thieves, and then they engaged in battle. Yin Shizai said that? The five-pattern law enforcer asked in surprise. Yes, he said that group of fire thieves had stolen his ring. At that moment, he was exuding a heavy aura of killing intent, as if he were extremely angry. And then they began to fight, and I initially intended to hide until the end, but just as a fire thief being chased ran towards me, I fought desperately with him and managed to kill him. After that, I saw a divine path of war striking my face, and then I lost consciousness. Chen-Ling concluded his account, his eyes filled with sincerity and pain. The 3 law enforcers exchanged solemn glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. At this point, the events leading to this calamity had become somewhat clear, but more specific details would likely need to be verified by someone dispatched from Aurora City. So, you have also embarked on the divine path of war? It seems so, Chen-Ling replied uncertainly. Which path? Azura. Upon hearing these 2 words, shock flickered in the eyes of the 3 law enforcers, their astonishment evident as they regarded Chen-Ling, seemingly unable to fathom the magnitude of his talent. Very well, you should rest well for now. The five-pattern law enforcer took a deep breath. Once we disembark, we will conduct a more thorough investigation. This incident is exceedingly grave. Be prepared for inquiries from Aurora City at any moment. Chen-Ling nodded wearily and closed his eyes once more as the 3 law enforcers exited the room. As the ship gradually distanced itself from the realm of the ancient vault of war, the fragments of the divine path of war concealed within Chen-Ling trembled suddenly. The 3 law enforcers stood on the deck, glancing back at the pitch-black night sky above the ancient vault of war. What are your thoughts? This incident is too heinous. Once we land, we must immediately inform Aurora City. By the way, haven't the fire thieves always operated in the southern territories? Why have they suddenly ventured into the Aurora realm? Uncertain, the crowd's voices barely faded when the colossal black sword, piercing through the heavens and the earth, emitted a low rumble akin to thunder. An eerie killing intent instantaneously locked onto the vessel poised to depart the realm. The murderous aura of the war god Dao. The expressions of the 3 enforcers shifted drastically. What could possibly disturb those ancient beings deep within the ancient repository? Almost simultaneously, Chen Ling within the room opened his eyes, sensing a surge of warmth coursing over the surface of the Bai Qi token. Following this warm flow, the murderous intent emanating from the ancient repository swiftly dissipated. As if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of the collective imagination. Am I seeing things? The four-pattern enforcer gazed vacantly at the tranquil frozen sea, confusion clouding his gaze. The ancient repository truly did respond, the five-pattern enforcer interjected. But why? Something feels amiss. What is out of place? The Chen Ling emerging from the ancient repository is definitely not right. Chapter 85. Bai Yi, the five-pattern enforcer's countenance hardened, as he abruptly turned to glance at the cabin. The three were on the verge of making a move when a barely perceptible flash of white light passed overhead. They stood frozen in place, akin to statues, for quite some time before suddenly speaking again. Am I seeing things? The ancient repository indeed reacted. But why? The five-pattern enforcer pondered intensely for a moment, as if a thought was on the brink of surfacing. Yet eluding him entirely, deity must be that something on this vessel has attracted the murderous intent of the ancient repository. What could it be? The only entity that emerged from the repository seems to be. Before he could finish, another flash of white light glimmered above. Once more, their pupils dilated, staring vacantly into the void, as if they had lost something crucial. This time, they paused for a full 10 seconds before regaining their senses. What do you think? This incident is too severe. After disembarking, we must immediately inform Aurora City. By the way, is the arsonist usually active in the southern territories? Why have they suddenly ventured into the Aurora realm? On the deck, the three were eerily repeating their initial conversation, seemingly having forgotten the earlier anomaly of the ancient repository, and their suspicions regarding Chen Ling it was as though an invisible hand had stealthily plucked that half-minute of memory from their minds. The steam from the ship billowed, completely sailing out from beneath the black canopy of the ancient repository. The dim yellow sunset once again pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the surface of the frozen sea. Upon a massive, pristine ice floe, a hand slowly lifted the brim of a white cap, revealing half a face, the silver serpent-shaped earring glistening like gold in the twilight. The imposing ship barreled towards the ice floe like a mountain, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Has the Bai Qi token reacted? Inside the cabin, Chen Ling furrowed his brows as he regarded the token in his hand. Confusion flickering in his eyes, he was unaware that the ship had just traversed the edge of the ancient repository, only knowing that in that fleeting moment, the Tao Foundation fragment and the Bai Qi token had reacted in succession, returning to their original state within a second, as if nothing had transpired. Just as Chen Ling was lost in thought, a sudden flash of white caught his peripheral vision. Startled, he swiftly stowed the token and turned to look in that direction. Unbeknownst to him, a tall figure clad in white had quietly leaned against the cabin wall, akin to a specter. Who? When did he arrive? Two questions surged into Chen Ling's mind. It was crucial to note that this cabin had but a single entrance, surrounded by thick steel walls, leaving no possible entry points. Moreover, Chen Ling was certain that prior to this, he had been the sole occupant of the cabin. His mind raced, and in a flash, he reacted. He raised his right hand, gently tapping his forehead, reciting with utmost reverence, usurping the heavenly path, seizing the cosmos. Arsonist number 13, I humbly welcome the thief saint. Cold sweat poured from Chen Ling's back. The man before him was not clad in the enforcer's black coat, indicating he was certainly not from Aurora City, and his infiltration had stirred not the slightest commotion. Either the three enforcers outside had already met their demise at his hands, or his prowess was such that he could brazenly infiltrate the cabin without the enforcers noticing. In either scenario, it was evident that the man's strength far surpassed that of the three enforcers. Such formidable power, not an enforcer, yet appearing immediately after departing the ancient repository. He could either be the thief Saint Bai Yi of the arsonists or a member of the Dusk Society come to aid him. Considering the worst-case scenario, Chen Ling began with the tenets of the arsonists, which was undoubtedly the right approach. The figure slowly raised his head. Beneath the white cap, a pair of piercing eyes locked onto Chen Ling. As frigid as ice, number 13, his voice bore no hint of emotional fluctuation. What of the others? All exposed. engaged in conflict with the enforcers within the repository, all perished. Regret surfaced in Qianling's eyes. Number 8 had perished alongside the 3 enforcers on the divine path, and he had barely managed to salvage his own life. What of the Tao Foundation fragment? I did not acquire it. Did not acquire it? His brow arched. Then, what is this? He extracted a dark red crystalline fragment from his pocket, which had inexplicably found its way into his palm, precisely the one Qianling had originally concealed on his person. Qianling's heart plummeted. Damn. How could these thieves be so swift? Tao Foundation fragment? Qianling feigned surprise, inquiring, Thief Saint, where did you procure this? Where? Naturally from you. Before the man could complete his sentence, Qianling shot forth from the bed like an arrow, hurtling towards the cabin door with astonishing speed. Just as his hand was about to grasp the portal, the scene before him abruptly shifted, and when he regained his senses, he found himself transported before the mysterious figure. He had been displaced. Qianling reacted with lightning speed. Realizing escape was futile, he opted instead to strike at the man's neck with a swift palm, at which point the man chuckled softly. Your injuries are not yet healed. Refrain from reckless movements. Red heart sixth upon hearing the last 3 words, Qianling's hand halted abruptly before the man's neck, astonishment flashing in his eyes. The man gently raised his hand, and from the void, a playing card materialized, pinched between his fingers. A red heart Q. Human civilization shall never extinguish, he spoke slowly. I have come to assist you, newcomer. Qianling stared at the red card adorned with the portrait of a queen, lingering in a daze for a considerable time before regaining his composure. You are a member of the Dusk Society? Qianling asked, bewildered. Then, what of the thief Saint Baiyi? The man regarded Qianling, smiling silently. You are the thief Saint Baiyi of the arsonist. And also the Red Heart Q of the Dusk Society? Qianling finally connected the dots. You are also an undercover agent? I am not an undercover agent. The thief saint is my original identity, yet I chose to betray. Baiyi nonchalantly pocketed the card, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further on the matter. That being said, as a newcomer who has just joined, your performance in this task was commendable. Wait a moment. Qianling's mind struggled to keep pace. You are the thief saint of the arsonists, then you sent someone to infiltrate the repository to steal the Tao Foundation fragments. So why did you simultaneously seek me out to also procure the fragments? Good question. Baiyi had anticipated Qianling's inquiry, spreading his hands to elucidate. However, you overlooked a critical point. I am indeed the thief saint, but I am not the leader of the arsonists. Sending them to steal the Tao Foundation fragments was the leader's decision. I was merely tasked with extraction. Then why not wait for them to steal the fragments before you take them yourself? As soon as Qianling posed the question, he realized the answer, speaking thoughtfully, I understand. Your position within the arsonists has risen too high. If you were to steal the fragments now, it would undoubtedly expose you. Astute, Baiyi chuckled. Thus, I require you to accompany me in staging a grand performance. Chapter 86. Is my face real? Baiyi could indeed seize the fragments pilfered by the arsonists, but doing so would effectively obliterate his identity as the thief saint. And the arsonists would undoubtedly devote all their efforts to hunt him down. For him, such an action would be utterly counterproductive. However, if the fragments were taken by another within the repository, the situation would be entirely different. Having grasped all of this, Qianling finally exhaled in relief, returning to the bedside to sit down. The last heavy stone in his heart at last lifted. He could orchestrate the performance within the ancient repository. But once outside, the unfolding events would be beyond his control. Neither the 3 enforcers nor the thief Saint Baiyi were adversaries he could contend with. His only hope lay with the mysterious rescuer. Yet he never anticipated that the rescuer and thief Saint Baiyi were one and the same. You performed rather convincingly, Baiyi remarked, unable to contain his admiration. I almost believed you had truly been swapped out by no. 13. Qianling let out a dry chuckle, remaining silent. Baiyi secured the Tao Foundation fragment and continued. I have stolen the 3 enforcers' memories regarding the anomaly of the ancient repository. They will no longer suspect you. From here on, can you extricate yourself? I can. Qianling nodded. Then, as if recalling something, he added, by the way, could you assist me with another task? Speak. Please help me conceal these 2 items atop the beams at 128, Frost Street in Zone 3. Qianling handed the Baijiling and the red ring to Baiyi, who examined them with curiosity, exclaiming in astonishment. This item exudes the aura of the god of war. Truly a remarkable treasure. Did it originate from the ancient repository? Indeed. Chunling affirmed. Is there anything else? Bai Yi inquired. Chunling shook his head. Just as Bai Yi was about to depart, he suddenly halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. There is something else I wish to ask you. What does this message you delivered mean? Chunling, perplexed, accepted the note, and upon reading the two blood-red characters, he froze in place. Go die. He distinctly recalled that what he had pinned in the grocery stall was not this. Another mischief by the audience? This was an accident. Chunling offered a vague explanation. Bai Yi cast him a strange glance before withdrawing his gaze, casually waving his hand as he departed. See you in Aurora City. In the next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. See you in Aurora City? A flicker of confusion crossed Chunling's mind. Why are all these members of the Dusk Society flocking to Aurora City? Chu Mu Yun was the same, and so was Bai Yi. With the Daoji fragments and the Baijiling gone, Chunling felt unburdened and simply lay down on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. After several hours, the ship slowly docked at Winter Harbor, where an enforcer assisted the weakened Chunling back onto solid ground. Upon disembarking, Chunling noticed dozens of enforcers clad in black and red uniforms. Having cordoned off the entire Winter Harbor, the once bustling port was now enveloped in an atmosphere of grimness and coldness. Seeing this scene, Chunling understood that news had already reached Aurora City. Originally, over 70 enforcers had been sent in anticipation by Aurora City to partake in the trials of the ancient repository, but now only one had emerged alive, which was undoubtedly catastrophic news for Aurora City. You are Chunling. A 6-mark enforcer stepped forward, scrutinizing Chunling with a frown. Yes. The 6-mark enforcer signaled the surrounding enforcers with a glance, indicating a search. Without uttering a word, 3 enforcers rushed to Chunling's side and conducted a thorough search from head to toe, nearly forcing him to strip entirely. Under such a stringent search, Chunling found it impossible to conceal anything. Naturally, they were destined to find nothing. Nothing else, one enforcer replied softly. Apologies. Chunling, the 6-mark enforcer, spoke with an air of authority. Next, we need to verify your face to prevent any fire imposters from assuming your identity. At this pronouncement, Chunling's eyes narrowed. To be frank, he had anticipated this facial verification. Given that Aurora City was aware of an imposter infiltrating the ancient repository, precautions were necessary, especially since he was the sole survivor to emerge from it. From the moment he stepped out of the ancient repository, Chunling was destined to undergo the most rigorous investigation in the entire Aurora realm. An enforcer drew a short knife from his pocket and slowly approached Chunling. Before the enforcer could make a move, Chunling broke free from the enforcers on either side, swiftly retrieving his dagger from his own pocket. This scene startled the surrounding enforcers, who immediately assumed a defensive posture, and the 6-mark enforcer's gaze turned sharp. I'll do it myself. With an expressionless face, Chunling drove the sharp blade into his cheek. Gradually slicing open, vivid crimson blood dripped down the blade, revealing the flesh beneath his skin. The chilling wind howled through the desolate harbor, and amidst the tense gazes of all present, the young man who was deliberately carving into his own face smiled. His lacerated cheek exuding a gruesome aura, as he softly inquired, "Do you see my face? Is it real?" District 3. Enforcer Headquarters. Mengu. A figure forcefully pushed open the door and hurried into the office. What is happening? Han Meng, seated behind the desk, furrowed his brow at the commotion. Its Aurora City. We have received word from Aurora City. Aurora City? Han seemed to have an inkling. Jiangqin, Chunling. They have emerged from the ancient repository? They're dead. What? Han Meng was taken aback. All dead, the enforcer reiterated. The fire imposter launched a surprise attack on the ancient repository. All enforcers who entered have been slain, except 4. Han Meng's complexion turned ashen in an instant, and he abruptly stood from his seat, an overwhelming aura of terror filling the room. Except for what? Except for Chunling. According to Aurora City, he is the only survivor. Han Meng stood frozen. They found Chunling amidst a pile of corpses. When they located him, he was reportedly on the brink of death from blood loss. What about now? Has he been rescued? He has been saved, but reportedly, he is being detained at Winter Harbor, as they intend to conduct an investigation and interrogation by Aurora City. Among this group of enforcers that entered the ancient repository, one was the young master of the Stellar Chamber of Commerce, and another was the son of a 7-mark enforcer. Both families have sent people to Winter Harbor. It's uncertain what their intentions are. Upon hearing the last sentence, Han Ming's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had realized something. Without waiting for the enforcer to say more, he pushed the door open and vanished into the snowy expanse with astonishing speed. Chapter 87. Interrogation. As Chen Ling sliced open his own face, Winter Harbor was left in silence, save for the sound of the wind. For some reason, as the onlookers gazed at Chen Ling's mutilated visage paired with his faint smile, they felt an unsettling chill. That will suffice. The 6-mark enforcer finally spoke. Take him inside to tend to his wounds, while simultaneously preparing for the interrogation. The 2 enforcers exhaled in relief, assisting Chen Ling as they made their way to a nearby small room. This room was evidently commandeered temporarily, likely a private residence of some local family, cramped and dimly lit. Chen Ling was helped inside and seated beside the bed. After the enforcers procured bandages and medicine for him, they instructed him to wait. Chen Ling heard them exit the room but chose not to leave, instead remaining by the door. He simply applied medicine to his face, wrapping it a couple of times, and then paid it no further mind. After all, for one who possessed the wuxiang, his face was merely a consumable. As long as he peeled off this layer of skin, he would still possess a flawless visage. Over the next half hour, several groups of individuals arrived in succession. Some were enforcers, while others were politicians from Aurora City, and some were individuals whose identities Chen Ling could not discern, but they were undoubtedly significant figures within Aurora City. They repeatedly inquired about the events and details, particularly surrounding the deaths of Yan Shizai and Lu Xianming. Chen Ling directly attributed Yan Shizai's death to Jian Chongsheng. As for Lu Xuanming's demise, he blamed it on number 8. Strictly speaking, Chen Ling had not lied. He merely omitted certain details and muddled the actions of some individuals. Even if these people were to enter the ancient repository and meticulously search the scene, they would find it exceedingly difficult to uncover any flaws, unless they ventured to the bottom of the cliff abyss to locate the corpse of the enforcer from District 1 that he had discarded. However, even if they found it, their faces would have been marred by Chen Ling, and with their bodies reduced to a pulp, confirming their identities would be nearly impossible. Soon after, the enforcers received additional news. They had discovered an abandoned K-18 train in a warehouse near Winter Harbor, suspected of being integrated with some sort of ceremonial artifact. This revelation further corroborated Chen Ling's testimony. Indeed, the fire imposter had executed a face-swapping operation through an assault on the train. The K-18 train connected the 7 districts, and a train that did not even exist in the records could transport an enforcer from District 1 without raising suspicion. Moreover, the imposter had cleaned the train so thoroughly that no trace remained. As for whether the swapped individuals could have been from other districts, No one even considered this possibility, for Chen Ling had no reason to lie about this matter, and his own experience aboard the train, without being replaced, was the best proof. So, has the interrogation concluded? Chen Ling wearily rubbed the corners of his eyes. When can I return? It should be soon, one enforcer stationed at the door hesitantly replied. Should be? After all, it was the first time such a serious trial incident had occurred, and the implications were vast. Moreover, the Stellar Chamber of Commerce and that 7-mark enforcer were not to be trifled with. They had hoped their heirs would gain experience on the divine path, but now both had perished within. Oh, you think they will let this slide? Hearing this, Chen Ling's brow furrowed deeper. What does this have to do with me? The ones who killed them were the fire imposters. But the fire imposters are also dead, the enforcer remarked meaningfully. Everyone perished, yet you alone survived. If they seek revenge against the fire imposters, they can only start from you. Trying to uncover more leads. But I've already disclosed everything I know. What if you concealed something? These prominent families always possessed means to extract every bit of information from someone, even capable of reconstructing everything you witnessed. Only in this manner could they find peace of mind. Naturally, after such an ordeal, the average person either ended up dead or driven insane. Chen Ling's heart sank. If those individuals from Aurora City truly employed such methods against him, wouldn't everything be exposed? Wouldn't that be considered extrajudicial punishment? Would the enforcers turn a blind eye? They would, the enforcer replied. This is explicitly prohibited by Aurora City. But which enforcers or officers would dare oppose them? Should they wish to take you away, who would have the courage to stop them? Chen Ling fell into silence. At this moment, the enforcer seemed to realize he had spoken too freely, hastily clarifying. Brother, I was just speaking off the cuff. Its not certain yet. Chun-Ling remained silent, suddenly recalling the group of individuals who had repeatedly inquired about the details surrounding the deaths of Yan Shizai and Lu Xinming. After their questioning, their expressions had turned rather grim. Audience anticipation 5. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He closed the door and began to ponder within the confines of his room. If someone truly intended to take him away, how could he extricate himself from this predicament? Escape? With so many enforcers surrounding him outside, where could he possibly flee? Just then, a murmur of conversation drifted in from outside the door, followed by the entrance of a man clad in black. His attire was not the standard coat of the enforcers, but rather a luxurious and warm fabric. Flanking him were two enforcers, one of whom had spoken to Chun-Ling moments earlier. His gaze laden with sympathy. Enforcer Chun-Ling, the man at the forefront, spoke slowly. Come with me for a moment. Where to? To Aurora City. Chun-Ling furrowed his brow. Who are you? Why must I go to Aurora City? My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you must accompany me today. The man's gaze hardened, a terrifying pressure emanating from him, engulfing Chun-Ling like a tsunami. A phantom of a divine path materialized, one that Chun-Ling had seen not long ago. The book Divine Path. With his current level of mental prowess, he was utterly dwarfed by his opponent. There was no doubt that the man stood at least at the 4th tier, but not quite at the 5th, as there was still a discernible difference compared to that 5-mark enforcer. Undoubtedly, this individual was one of the personnel dispatched by the Starry Commerce or that 7-mark enforcer. Since abducting Chun-Ling would blatantly violate the regulations of Aurora City, they could not directly send an enforcer to act against him, but rather had to employ certain formidable figures outside the system, and this possessor of the book Divine Path was evidently one of their own. And what if I refuse? Chun-Ling spoke, enunciating each word. Refuse? Let us see how you intend to do that. The man chuckled lightly. As he spoke, he casually produced a paper talisman from his pocket, waving it towards Chun-Ling instantly. 4 large characters on the paper shone brilliantly. Command to follow. A beam of light surged from the talisman into Chun-Ling's body, causing him to tremble violently. No matter how hard he struggled, he found himself unable to move even a fraction. What kind of skill was this from the book Divine Path? Chun-Ling's expression darkened immensely. Although he could not move, it seemed he was still able to speak. His voice cold as he declared, You are unlawfully detaining an enforcer in the Aurora domain. This is a crime. Unlawfully detaining? Who witnessed it? At this, the 2 enforcers behind him turned, their gazes fixated on the sky above Winter Harbor, as if oblivious to the unfolding events inside. Kid, don't be so naive. This world doesn't adhere to reason. The man shot him a glance before turning to exit the room. Audience anticipation 5. Chun-Ling felt as though he were being pulled by invisible strings, unable to resist as he followed. The biting cold wind from the frozen sea swept into Winter Harbor, and clad in nothing but a thin garment, he began to walk slowly into the snow. Chun-Ling furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at his surroundings. The enforcers who had initially surrounded Winter Harbor had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a few still occupied with their duties who, upon noticing the scene, instinctively turned away and took a detour. Chun-Ling's heart plummeted. While he had suspected that the Starry Commerce wielded considerable power, he had not anticipated their audacity to so brazenly flout Aurora City's rules and take him directly from Winter Harbor. The order and regulations of the Aurora domain were far more chaotic than he had imagined. Like a marionette, he trailed behind the man, his mind racing to devise a means of escape. But alas, he could not even lift a finger. He followed the man through the bustling streets of Winter Harbor until they arrived at a modest train platform. 2K 15 tickets to Aurora City. Please, the man politely requested at the ticket booth. The ticket seller glanced at him and then at Chun-Ling. I can sell you the tickets, but entry into the city requires qualification. Otherwise, you will be forcibly sent back. You understand, right? Understood. Seeing the man nod calmly, the ticket seller said no more. Handing over the 2 tickets, he led Chun-Ling onto the platform to await their train. Other passengers were present, yet they only cast a casual glance at the pair before returning to their own affairs. Both Chun-Ling and the man were dressed in plain clothes, appearing to be nothing more than ordinary travelers. As Chun-Ling surveyed the surrounding passengers, he was about to call out when the man in front of him spoke slowly. I advise against attempting to call for help. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate everyone here. Chunling's heart raced. He had indeed considered seeking assistance, especially since he could only rely on speech to find a way out. And with the enforcers unwilling to confront the man, having more witnesses around would make it harder for him to be taken away. Unfortunately, this man's threshold for violence was appallingly low. Are all the people in Aurora City butchers like you? Chen Ling retorted coldly. Certainly not, the man replied calmly, but if one is to be a dog for others, one must be prepared to be drenched in blood. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a steam train thundered toward them. Accompanied by the jarring sound of brakes, the metallic beast crawling slowly before them. K-15 to Aurora City. All aboard, called the conductor. The man dusted off his coat and stepped onto the train, and after a moment's hesitation, Chen Ling stiffly followed. This train to Aurora City only ran once a day, as few passengers ever boarded. The spacious carriage was eerily empty, save for the two of them. The man chose a window seat, retrieving the latest newspaper from a metal rack and began to read. Please sit, he said without lifting his gaze. It will take about 4 hours to reach Aurora City. Cherish your remaining time, that moment. Chen Ling felt as though two mountains bore down upon him, pinning him to the chair opposite the man. I need to use the restroom, Chen Ling finally managed to utter, resorting to a cliché line from countless cinematic tropes. No, you don't. I do. You think I can't control your body to go to the restroom? I could make you walk there, unbutton your pants, and then well, never mind. I don't wish to pursue that. Chen Ling abandoned this clumsy escape plan. The whistle of the train echoed through the air as the steel beast began to move along the tracks, the deep clanging sound reverberating once more. Chen Ling's anxiety surged. With his own strength, it was nearly impossible to escape from a fourth-tier individual, and he could only hope for the Dusk Society to come to his aid once they reached Aurora City. But how to implement that plan? Just as Chen Ling was deep in thought, a thunderous gunshot erupted from outside the carriage. Bang! The train's drive wheels exploded, and Chen Ling felt the carriage shudder violently before tilting to one side. The newspaper rack beside the man toppled over. A scalding teacup shattered on the floor, and the conductor's startled cries echoed from outside the carriage as the entire train came to a jolting halt. The man's expression changed. He gripped the table for stability and turned to look out the window. Brilliant sparks erupted against the white snow as a figure slowly approached. Sir? The conductor hurriedly rushed to the platform. What is happening? Shut up, bang! The door of the carriage was kicked open. The frigid wind mixed with snowflakes swept into the carriage, and a figure clad in a black trench coat stepped onto the floor. In his right hand, he held a smoking gun, the dark barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. Upon seeing that familiar face, Chen Ling was momentarily stunned. Then his pupils constricted sharply. Enforcer Chen Ling from Zone 3. The man stood amidst the shattered glass, speaking nonchalantly. You emerged from the ancient vault of weaponry without reporting back to Zone 3 first. Where do you think you're going, Han Meng? Chen Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined encountering Han Meng here, especially considering this was not Han Meng's jurisdiction but Winter Harbor, several hours away from Zone 3. The man frowned, slowly rising to his feet, standing on opposite sides of the carriage from Han Meng, facing each other in a tense standoff. Where I go is none of your concern. The man tilted his head slightly. Which zone do you represent? Do you dare to snatch someone the Chairman Yin desires? Han Meng said nothing, calmly lifting the still smoking barrel of his gun, aiming it at the man's forehead. I will take my subordinate back. It's none of your business. Chapter 89. As long as you're alive, the atmosphere in the carriage grew tense with murderous intent. The temperature plummeting. Chen Ling was trapped in his seat, staring blankly at Han Meng, whose aura radiated lethal intent, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Han Meng's unexpected appearance outside Zone 3, coupled with his explosive attack on the train's drive wheels, was no coincidence. The only explanation was that he had come specifically for Chen Ling, but how did he know the Starry Commerce was planning to act against him? With the gun trained on him, the man felt the weight of Han Meng's murderous aura bearing down on him. He furrowed his brow, staring at Han Meng for a long moment, as if recalling something. Han Meng, I believe I have heard that name before. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he recalled hearing a few years prior about a newcomer enforcer from Zone 3 who had slain the nephew of the president of the Starry Commerce Guild within the ancient confines of the military path. After being apprehended, this individual remarkably withstood 3 rounds of soul fragmentation evidence collection while maintaining his composure. This incident had even stirred the higher echelons of the headquarters at the time. That enforcer, if memory serves, was named Han Ming? Is that correct? Han Ming spoke nonchalantly, claiming it was indeed a coincidence. His fingertips rested on the trigger, and beneath his black trench coat, a domain swiftly unfurled around him. The terrifying aura concealed within this realm made the man's expression darken further. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, poised to sketch something in the void, when a thick beam of light suddenly flashed past his temple. The invisible force of deconstruction struck like a bullet, effortlessly severing his hair, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through all compartments of the train, leaving behind a gaping circular void. What makes you think your words can outpace my gun? Han Ming maintained his stance, gripping the pistol with one hand, a faint wispy smoke billowing from the muzzle, his expression impassive. Yet, at that moment, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the man's forehead. A fleeting look of dread and terror flickered across his pale face. Had Han Ming's shot been even slightly off, his head would have been rendered to nothingness. His survival was not due to a misfire, but rather because his adversary had no intention of killing him. This was a warning. Never attempt to confront a judgment directly, you fool. Han Ming aimed his gun at the man and gestured towards Chen-Ling, demanding he release the words binding her, or else the next shot would be aimed at his head. The man, both astonished and enraged, found himself utterly suppressed by Han Ming's judgment, despite being a formidable fourth-tier warrior, leaving him feeling immensely frustrated. He possessed formidable skills in the path of the word God, yet everything paled in comparison to the gun's muzzle, with the judgment path being the most lethal among all military paths. How could a practitioner of the word God contend with it when already locked on by the opponent? No matter how swift his words, could they ever outmatch a bullet? The man's expression shifted repeatedly as he stared at Han Ming for a long while, gritting his teeth and finally speaking. You have no idea what consequences await for offending the Starry Commerce Guild. One knows better than I. Han Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a thread of murderous intent once again permeating the compartment. Don't make me repeat myself for the third time. Release her. The second bullet was poised to be fired. The man gritted his teeth, his palms sweeping through the void, liberating the character controlling Chen-Ling from afar. Instantly, she felt a lightness in her body, regaining control. Don't think that just because you've been hiding outside Aurora City, they can't do anything about you. The man retreated slowly, and with each step, mysterious characters began to materialize on the train's floor. Next time we meet, you won't have the chance to point a gun at me. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. And in the next moment, those mysterious characters suddenly illuminated. His form before Chen-Ling transformed into darkness, as if ink was divided into strokes, swiftly vanishing into the void. He can turn his body into words? Witnessing this scene left Chen-Ling astounded. The skills of the word God seemed to transcend his understanding. As Han Ming observed the man's departure, he calmly holstered his weapon and glanced at Chen-Ling. Aren't you leaving? Do you truly wish to follow him to Aurora City? With that, he turned and walked toward the train's exit. A shot exploded the train's driving wheel, leaving the attendants and other passengers in shock, their eyes widening as they watched Han Ming in his black trench coat step off the platform, their expressions akin to witnessing a monster. Chen-Ling navigated through the crowd, approaching him. How did you know I was here? There is only one train to Aurora City each day, departing from Winter Harbor. It could only be here. Chen-Ling wanted to inquire how he was certain the Starry Commerce Guild would secretly take him away. But recalling the man's previous words, he refrained from asking. As he mentioned, Han Ming had crossed paths with the Starry Commerce Guild in the ancient military path years ago, and endured 3 rounds of soul fragmentation evidence collection. Everything Chen-Ling had experienced, and even what he had yet to face, Han Ming had already gone through years prior. One understood the methods of the Starry Commerce Guild better than this victim. The two walked side by side through the snow. Han Ming did not ask Chen-Ling what had transpired in the ancient path, nor did Chen-Ling inquire about Han Ming's experiences from years ago. They both maintained silence, like two solitary travelers on their way home. Finally, Han Ming's voice broke the quiet. I still underestimated you. What? I thought you would at most kill a few people. I never expected you to be the only one to emerge. Han Ming's tone was difficult to discern, whether it was praise or reproach. This incident had become quite the spectacle. Chen-Ling suddenly recalled the words Han Ming had specifically left for him before he ventured into the ancient military path. if you encounter any issues within the ancient military path, do not be overly cautious. You are our Zone 3 enforcer, and even if you stir up trouble, I will cover for you. Chunling had not been overly cautious. Indeed, Han Ming had shielded him. When Chunling exited that small room, all other enforcers and officers chose to close their eyes. Only Han Ming, having sprinted hundreds of miles, shot to shatter the train, raised his gun toward the powers within Aurora City. Without him, Chunling might have already been forcibly taken into Aurora City, and the outcome would remain uncertain. After a long silence, Chunling solemnly uttered two words.